nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos, nació del alma. Sentir que tus besos saltaron de mí, igual que palomas mensajeras de luz. Saber que mis besos se quedaron en ti, haciendo en tus labios.
Taking a donkey.
Nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos, nació del alma. ¡Oh!
Yes, it's live, my fellow. Joseph Katz, good to see you, man. It's live. We're live. Glad you made it. All right. Let's see. I'm sharing this to my timeline and the group here. Let me just finish doing this. All right. Yeah, cheers to you, my brother. All right, Haim. All right. Okay, Rosa, good to see you. Good to have you. All right, all right. People are getting here. All right, let me see if I can Looking for one more link that I need to put in here. Let me got it. All right. All right. Let me see here. Someone said, okay. Lower this for a minute. See what we got here. All right. Okay, let me see if I can find this neuron thing I needed. Just a second here. This stuff. I'll be right with you guys. I'm looking for one video I wanted to share today. Let me see if I find it quick here. It's time, oh Adonai, who dies with Torah, to arise. It's time, oh Adonai, who dies with Torah, to arise. Alright, I think I got it. Okay, let me see here. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. You got it. Oh, wow. Where did I put it on? It's time, O Adonai, who dies with Torah, to arise. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find it. All right, let me see here. One more run through this. Thank you for your patience, you guys. I videotaped something I wanted to share today, but I can't seem to find it. Let me see. One more try here. All right. Okay. I guess I won't be able to share with you. Alright, let me just get it going with this. See how we're doing here. A second. There we go. Alright, let me see you guys here. So let's see who we have. Brian, you made it go. Alright, you are here, you're here. So we have 3 people so far that showed up. Very good. Okay. Very interesting topic today. You know, it says find the secret on how to own the whole world without any money, and you'll have it made, because all creation is gonna be eagerly wanting for you to take care or look after them. Very interesting title, huh? Find the secret. on how to own the whole world without any money. Okay, and you'll have it made because all creation is gonna be eagerly wanting. They're gonna be wanting, They're gonna be eagerly wanting for you to take care or look after them. All right, that's why David, is a king without wanting to be a king, because he figures out, what has been missing. That's what I understand now so clearly. The job of David, he is the lover of Torah. He made the longest book in the Bible, Psalm 119, total of 176 verses. 8 verses dedicated to each letter of the alphabet. So it's 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which is the alphabet, and he dedicated each verse 8 verses. Well, they were not numbered at the time, but that's how they distribute them when they put the numbers. But 8 verses are dedicated to each letter. He's the only one, that done that. Who wrote the longest song, the longest poem in the Bible. Everything is dedicated to the alphabet, to the alphabet of Torah. So you see that his love of Torah was immense. Nobody else had thought along those lines, okay? And so he understood. But he was the kind of king that the people wanted to make him king because the way he looked at, not necessarily, he was happy taking care of the sheep, okay? But when it was time to stand for those that wanted to put down the alphabet of Torah, to put down the chosen of Israel, then he stood ground and he let them know, who he's been messing with. Never mind his stature or how little he looked in comparison to the Goliath that was facing him. That did not matter to him. He had a heart to embrace all of Torah and all of the people of the Torah, which is the chosen people of Israel. And so he had a heart that just won the people. So that's what I'm going to share with you today. What it takes it's easy to own the world, without money once you know how. So you find out the secret of how to own the whole world without any money. You'll have it made because all creation is going to be eagerly wanting for you to take care or look after them. All right. So there's a little thing below that. It says, "It's time, O Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise, to make the nations see thy alphabet has ruled the day." Thy alphabet has ruled the day. To make the nations see thy alphabet has ruled the day. It's time, high time for Torah to arise. Let me see. I just made it this before I started. That's why it took me a little longer, because I'm trying not to forget it. It's time, O Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise, to make the nations see thy alphabet has ruled the day. right. We're bringing Torology to bear today, my friends. That's why I have mastered my whole life in Torology, and now we're going to be teaching those courses. All right, the Torology, the science of life. And life stands for, lavishing indispensable fortresses enthusiastically. And what I mean by indispensable fortresses, that's the whole Torah. Because the whole Torah with the 613 mitzvahs, it teaches you how to have a strong fortress, a strong city, a strong citadel, a strong bulwark in the here and now, and how to run it very successfully. He has run the course for all this millennia, for all these years, and he has withstood the test of time and is still here with us to guide us. It's the manual for the here and now, telling us how to take care of ourselves from the inside out. Just like any true manual of anything that has ever been made is there to tell you how to take care of whatever gadget, whatever appliance, whatever thing that has been made. It tells you how to facilitate the care of it, the optimal care of it from the inside out. So that's how we know Torah is the real one for us. It's the one telling us how to do the best care of ourselves, to find out, first of all, what is the most spiritual best version of ourselves, and then proceed to take care of that most spiritual best version of ourselves, and then the whole world would be at peace. Because the most spiritual best version of ourselves is to represent God in the exact image of who He is. And who He is as the Father of all creation is the greatest the greatest representation that can ever be manifested upon the earth. Okay? And that's what Torah is all about. And I'm here to bring this message to you guys, to make it bare, to make it plain, to make it clear. Okay, so we can all enjoy this understanding, and we can all enjoy, this way of looking at things. All right, so I see here a lot of there's 4 people in the group. It's good to have you guys. All right, so this is what we're discussing today. Let me put the picture over here so we can zoom it in. All right, so Exodus 3:14 and Jeremiah 3:19. It says here, and God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent me. And then I quote verse here from, that was Exodus 3:14, okay? But Jeremiah 3:19, at the end it says, thou shalt call me my Father, and shall not turn away from me. That's the verse that is talking about. God was looking for what heritage to give you. He's talking to the Jewish people. Among the children of the nations, what is the heritage that I want to give you? So I thought, I'm going to give you a beautiful land, a pleasant land. So then he said, you're going to call me my Aleph Beth, my Father, my Ab. Thou shalt call me my Father, and shall not turn away from me. That means you're not going to take your eyes away from the Aleph Beth. You're going to be constantly thinking of the Aleph Beth, just like David was, and composed the largest song and the largest psalm in dedication to it, and that's how you're going to be. You're like, this is the most feeble among you will be like David. That's the promise inside the book of Zechariah. So everybody's going to have the mindset to be constantly thinking of the Aleph Beth. Okay? And not necessarily like a child that needs a father to be taking care of him, but the Aleph Beth that is coming out of me. You're fully grown into being the father of creation. You're fully growing into becoming a powerhouse to all of creation, providing all the energies and powers that they need to keep this whole world afloat and to keep it going. That's what it means to always call the Aleph Beth my Father, and to never turn away from it, because you're making it flow out of you. You're making it manifest himself from you. Okay, so then I ask the question, find the secret. What is the secret of how to own the whole world without any money? If you find that secret, you have it made, because all of creation is going to be eagerly wanting for you to take care or look after them. That's plain and simple how it comes down to. So then I made that song because of this, so that meditation I was having. That it's time, O Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise, to make the nations see thy Aleph Beth has ruled the day. Yeah, to make the nations see thy Aleph Beth has ruled the day. In other words, we're going to see, we're going to show. Okay? And when the Bible wants you to see something, it's because it says, all nations will see him. You know, when it says in the book of, in the promises, you know, when he will come, the Messiah will show him up, all nations will see Lord. They'll see the Yud Hevaveh. You know, will see him, you know, in the here and now. But when God wants you to see something, it's because he wants you to see things the way he sees them. He sees 100% of everything that he has made, okay? And this is one thing I used to tell my students in high school before. I used to tell them, you think you know something because you only see the external. Okay? I told them, you know, you think you know a tree because you look the bark of the tree and the branches and the leaves, and then you think you know the tree because you've seen that. But when you only see the surface, it's just like looking at a picture. You know, because the whole tree, for it to function and to be able to, you know, give you the oxygen and to be able to give you fruit, to be able to, you know, do all the stuff that it has to give you, all the processes that are going on inside need to be seen. You need to understand them. So when you're looking at the exterior, at the surface of anything created, you may be only looking, you know, about anywhere from, you know, 9 to 4% of it, because it's only surface, it's only the skin, it's only the outside. So it's just like looking at a picture. To get to know the whole tree of what it takes to make a tree, or how the tree runs, what it produces, how it makes the production that it makes, then that needs to be given to you through textbooks, through knowledge, through wisdom, through understanding. So everything that you see in this world, everything that you smell, everything that you touch, everything that just can be detected by the senses, by the physical senses, at the end of the day is only surface that you're detecting. Okay, to understand why certain thing smells a certain way, or why this thing has a certain surface and a certain texture, you gotta go into the insides of the organic world and understand how it's operating from within. And the revelation of how everything inside of everything that we see superficially, the revelation of that is 90% of getting to see the whole item. You understand? So when God says that you're going to see, that means you're going to see 100% of everything the way he sees it. Okay? Because God is here in the here and now. He's always been. He has never parted. It's just that your view has become very myopic. Okay, you can barely see because you're only depending on the senses, and the senses can only detect the surface. Okay, but I am the David for this hour. I've been a teacher for 40 years and more of that, you know, teaching that stuff, and I've been an interpreter, because also being an interpreter is part of being a teacher, and so God has prepared me for this hour. All right, so I'm going to make you see 100% of everything the way God sees it, and then you're really seeing something. Because you're only looking at something at the surface of it. Everything. And also we used to tell my kids, you know, I think what was that at the time? I think Bush was the president at the time when I was teaching in Pilgrim School. I used to tell them, some of you think, how many of you know the president of the United States? Okay, everybody raised their hands in the high school class. Why do you think you know him? Because you've seen him, and you see him on TV, you've seen him on the press, you see him on the news. That's why you say you know him, because you see how he look like. But you know, in order to get to know a person, you have to spend time with that person. You know, you got to listen to their words. You got to hear their conversation. You got to hear their concerns. Pay attention to their goals, to their desires, to their dreams, to their disappointments. You know, spend good time talking to the person, so that when you're away from that person, you know their wishes, you know their desires. If you go by the store and you see something that they like, oh, this is something that he will like, because he talked to you about those things. You have one community. That's when you really get to know somebody, when you get to spend time with the words that they're giving you, about what's hidden in their soul. What are their fears, their concerns, their anxieties, their desires, and that's how you get to know somebody, by spending time with their words and listening to the words and apprehending, understanding what they're trying to tell you. Okay? Because you can go and see everybody in this world. You can see their face. You can know how they look externally. But you don't really know a person until you know what makes them afraid, what makes them glad, what makes them anxious, what makes them, joyful, what brings mirth to them. All these things, until you have spent some time listening to the words, then you get to know a person. Because everything is surface. And that's the problem with this whole world. Like the same situation in Facebook. You may think that you have 1,000 friends because you see, you can go and check. I have 1,000 friends. You can look at the picture of each one of them. Look, the whole world wants me. They like me. I have so many friends, but do you know what your friends are afraid of at this hour? How many of them do you know what makes them anxious? What are the goals and aspirations? What they really wanted to apply and to find and to get in this world, and where they have been disappointed. In other words, you don't know twiddly squat until you spend some time with somebody's words. You understand? That's why God did not give us a book with just a picture of himself. Woo! I'm here, I'm your Lord. That's it. He gave us a whole book that gives his mindset. Okay? That tells you how he thinks, as a father of all creation and as a founder of everything. So when you get to spend time with those words, you acquire his mindset, and you are constantly meditating and understanding what is God's concern for his creation. Okay, so you look at everything from God's point of view, and then what you see in things, because you have spent time. That's why God did not give us something with pictures for him to look at, because we will never get to know him. So just like you have fooled yourself into thinking that you have 1,000 friends, but it is only those whom you know what they had, what things they suffered in the past, what disappointments they went through, what things they had to overcome, what plans they did. The ones you spend some time with their words, those are the ones that are you really few friends. And that's very few friends that people get to have that way, when you really get to know their inner being of that person, and you have that relationship with that. So when you count that, one people can count in less than a hand, you can count maybe few. Those are real people that you really know. That's why the whole world is very ignorant of each other, because we buy into thinking that just knowing the surface, that's it. Knowing the surface is just knowing about 9% of anything. 9 to 5 to 6% of everything. Knowing how everything runs within, and knowing how it operates, and knowing for you how to do something to make it better, that's really getting to know something, 100%, and get to see the person and the whole thing 100%. That's how God wants you to see things, okay? So that's why you don't see him in the here and now, because the religions or the narratives have only taught you to use your senses to detect your environment and base your judgment upon that. And when I tell you, when you only go by that, by that standard, you miss the whole picture. That's how senses can deceive the whole world, and they have deceived the whole world. But the Torah is all about the book. The Israelites, the Jewish people, are called the people of the book. That's why when they're 12 or 13, the girl and the boy do the mitzvah and the mitzvah. That means they become the child, the boy or the girl or the boy of the commandment, the son or daughter of the commandment, the son or daughter of the mitzvah. They commit themselves. That's why they're going to exist. They're going to dedicate themselves to the commandments. So that's why they call the people of the book. And that's why they have advantage over any other group, because even though they're a very small group, I think they're only about 40 million right now, compared to all the other religions. Christianity has 2.5 billion right now. Muslim have 1.8 billion right now, all in the billions. Hinduism has a lot. Even Buddhism is, all these things is more than what Israelites. But if you compare the people that have contributed the most inventions and the most commodities and the most comforts and the most technology advancement, 21% or more are Jewish. So for the ratio of being such a minority, they should not be so much in excelling in the area of books, but they are because they are the people of the book. You understand? Because it's all about knowledge. So they already have an inclination, to lead with words. That's why even Karl Marx, his parents were Jewish scholars, which became Lutherans later on because, and so he had Karl Marx, the one that wrote communism. They have this thing to write and persuade the masses, So they have this ability. So even they guide the whole world in the wrong direction, they have the power with words. They have a way with words. All right? But that's what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm here to teach you how to look at things from God's point of view. So God looks at everything 100% of it. All right? So that's what we're going to be looking. So that's the whole idea of teaching you Torah, is to teach you to know not only the surface, but what lies beneath the surface. The processes that are taking place beneath the surfaces. Because that's exactly when you go to work at any company, whether you're going to be a computer technician, where you're going to be making cars, you go there, whenever you show up in any of those places to make computers or to make cars, you already know what a computer looks like, what the peripherals look like, the keyboard, what the mouse looks like. You go to show at the place of the car, you already know about how an engine looks like, how the car looks like, how a steering wheel looks like, all those things. The only thing that you're lacking is the inner processes, how these things are assembled within, and what are the processes that are taking place within the radiator, between the transmission, within the engine, how those things engage. So you have to learn about the CPU and the computers. You get to know about the inner processes. So that's why you go into any picture of a strong tower, which is a picture of the alphabet, right? A strong tower. And to go to any building that represents a business is there to take you into the inner compartment of the thing, so you will know everything from the inside out. And what the manual is there for is to teach you the whole processes of whatever creation has been made there from the inside out, so that you can make it, renew it, refresh it, restore it, and that's what you get to do. Because if you're not into that, you're only a consumer. And as a consumer, you're the graveyard of the producer. You only eat away what the producer makes. Okay, so that's what you need to understand. So the whole world of the consumers, they're only trained to just look upon surfaces. Look upon the superficial part of things. But they don't get into any in-depth knowledge. And that's the whole world. That's why the whole world is already very ignorant. Because they have convinced themselves. I know Joe Biden. Very few people really know Joe Biden, because you haven't spent time with his words. You see how he stumbles and how he does all kinds of stupid things on the screen there. You can assume that he's got a lot of problems going for himself. You can assume a lot of things. But really, how many of us have spent time with Joe Biden, talking to him? Seeing what he really wanted to be, what are the really things. Because everything that these politicians say is just what makes them look out there good for the public. They dare not say the really bad things that they were thinking of doing, in the past or when they were kids. They don't talk about that because that's a disadvantage for them to get the public to admire them. So people like these, politicians, people of the clergy, all of that, they really have very few friends. You understand? Very few friends that are very confident and know everything about them. So the whole world is very lonely in that way. You understand? Because you dare not open up because people can use something to take advantage of you. And I understand how the world lies. So very few people really know anybody. So I understand. So at this moment, when I tell you that you don't know yourself, that is true. Even you don't know yourself. Some of you, like I told you, ask you before, what is the meaning of your name? You don't even know the meaning of your name. All you know about the name that you have is the sound of it. So you respond to the sound of the name. Tom, Henry, Muriel, whatever the name it is, they call you, you respond to the sound of it. But if somebody were to ask you, what's the meaning of your name? What does it stand for? What does it represent? Very few people get time to even know their own name. and to understand what the meaning of it is. So, as it stands, if most people are very ignorant of themselves, because they don't even know the meaning of their own names, how do you expect them to know everything else? They're not just atheists. They're against their own knowledge. They don't even believe in themselves because they don't know what they represent. They don't know what their name means. You know, people are completely lost. You understand? This is what I call the graveyard of the echo chamber. We're supposed to be, when you learn a word with all its meanings and definitions, then that word inside of you makes you create an economy. When you learn the word car with all its meanings and definitions, how things is connected, you can create a whole car manufacturing business. You can create a whole economy. But if you only know the word car just as a sound of a car, or even the name of a car, like a Mustang, Pontiac, whatever, Tesla, even if you only know the name of it, all you can be is a consumer of it. All right? The same goes for what God wanted to give us. God gave us a Torah to tell us how to use the alphabet, because the alphabet means father. Okay, so alphabet means father. So he wants us to train you. The whole alphabet is because he made us in the image of the Father. And the Father is the founder and the powerhouse of our creation. He's the one that sustains everything. You understand what I'm saying? So in order for you to understand and to go into the mindset of you being made in the image of the powerhouse, is that you're going to grow up to become a powerhouse to creation. All right? So that's the whole idea of God giving you a Torah of the alphabet. So it's a Torah of himself that declares what a founder and father of creation does, what he thinks, how he runs his business, and what he wants his business to do. All of that is laid out, in the Torah. As a father of all creation, exactly the number one thing he wants for all things in the organic world to do, the number one commandment, is the economy of the man. Multiply and replenish earth. Or the multiply and replenish economy. M-A-R-E. Because once you're made and you're complete and you don't have to burden anybody, you don't have to burden mankind, because you can reproduce, you can procreate with your own species without bothering other species to help you in the process. When you can do that, my friend, and you're able to start reproducing, that is your celebration of your completeness. So God made, everything was complete. All of you, your own species, you are complete. Get ready to celebrate your completeness and start propagating. Start multiply and replenish earth. That was the number one commandment, because we are in the celebration of completeness. You're so complete, your DNA is so perfect, it's going to take care of every cell inside of you. The only thing left for you to do is to propagate. All right? It was a celebration of completeness. It's a happy celebration of our completeness. So God made us to multiply as a celebration of completeness. Completeness just means another word for salvation, or being whole and complete. Once you're whole and complete, lacking nothing, you are saved. So salvation just means completeness. You have completeness, your salvation, nothing is missing in you. And so when nothing is missing, you're ready to procreate and make another one like yourself. That's the only thing left for you to do. All right? But people did not realize the whole thing. The whole thing got lost somehow in the process, okay? So, and this one, I'm trying to get to this point, but the whole thing is that when you're going to see things, okay, from God's point of view, is because you're going to see the whole percentage of what he has made. See, I already forgot the song. Well, I'm glad that I sang it at the beginning, because I already forgot it. Okay, because it's brand new. I was making it before I came to you guys. All right, but it's time, O Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise, to make the nations see. Because that's the whole idea. If you're going to see things, God is going to take you and have you look at things from his point of view. In the here and now, in this physical creation. With everything in the physical world, God is revealing himself. Because God is the God of the here and now, is the God of all flesh, the God of all the earth. Okay? And he's going to teach us how to use ourselves and the way he made us Well, and for all the processes that are taking place within us, and the kind of apparatus that he created when he gave us a body of flesh, the kind of device that he made that participates with the air and participates with the water and participates with everything, is a quite intricate machine that we have in this body of flesh. You understand? And this body of flesh is not just at the it connects with the air. It connects with 22,000 pounds of air every day. This coming through you through respirations. You have respiration going on. That means you're inhaling in and out. That's a respiration. 22,000 pounds of it every day. So you are in direct communication, in direct contact with the air above you. And you're feeding it. As it feeds you with oxygen, you're also feeding it out with carbon dioxide and even with more oxygen. Another thing, you're taking the nitrogen in and you're taking it out. It's all a revolving door. Everything is just twirling within you. Comes in and it twirls and it goes out. And so you are made participant of the economy of the breath. So all these things will open up to you. The Torah will explain that this is part of what you do for having an existence in the here and now. You're not just this body that people just look at the surface. You are this wind turbine, okay? Wind turbine that is taking respirations and twirling within you and doing chemical components and mixing it with other gases and bringing it out, taking everything to the cell, creating the aerobic respirations so that everything in the cell, a cell, like I explained to you last week, is like a city. Those are living cities that you have within you, creating everything and doing everything, in the nucleus. And that compares to the city hall. I explained that about all the cities, all the cells in your body. Like each cell in your body is like having 73 trillion cities in you. So when you understand how fantastically you were made, you get to see all these things. So all these processes are to be understood, that this is part of who you are. Because when you go to the workplace, it's not just the picture of you looking pretty that counts in the workplace. It's all the materials and all the manuals and everything that you got to process to render the product and service that counts. So it's everything that you got to move, everything you have to assemble, all the materials, all the processes that you have to do in order to render the product and service. That's what belongs to you. That's what is part of you. So that's how God thinks, because you may be alive by just having a notion of who you are and presenting yourself to work, but you earn a living by taking into consideration all the processes that you get to do and calling yourself by those processes. Okay? So you may be, you may be John to yourself, but when you go to work in the architecture's building, you are an architect. You call yourself by the functionality that you perform. You understand? Because you are at your work. That's why God calls himself by the functionality that he performs. He does the processes of the wind powers. That's the name of Yud He Vav He. The processor and possessor of wind powers, of respiration powers. That's the meaning of Yud He Vav He Elukenu. Elukenu means powers, or abilities, or skills. And Yud He Vav He means the work of respiration and respiration. So the processor or possessor of respiration's powers. So God calls himself by the very task that he's doing constantly to keep us alive 24/7. So that's what you do at the workplace. You call yourself by the functionality that you perform. You go to the engineering office and you may be called, you may be called Marta, but you go to engineering building and you call the engineer, Marta the engineer. You may be called Luis, but you go to work, at the hospital, you are the surgeon. You're the surgeon, Luis. You name yourself by the functionality that you perform in your workplace. Okay, and that's the same with God, you see? So he gives himself these names of the functionality that he's doing to sustain us as the Father of all creation with the air that he made, and he made us depend on it 24/7. So he's keeping us constantly resurrected. He's keeping us constantly refreshed. He's keeping us constantly revitalized, re-energized, refresh, renew, restore. All of that is happening as we take a single respiration. Our whole body is being... So all of this is part of the processes, and all of that is part of who you are. You understand? So when you don't begin to see things from God's perspective, you have been left blind. Because this whole world and all these religions that only teach you surface are not going to open to you everything else that you do in here. So if you don't take your own time to study on your own and to get into the text of things that reveals how you're operating inside, you're never going to get to know, what you have. People go to school and they study science, they study biology, they study everything about their insides, and they don't take time to realize that this is the fantastic revelation of all the processes that are taking place within them. And they forgot that when God created a body, He created not just, you may look at it as just a body, but when you look at a body and you study biology and everything, you're looking not a body, but you're looking at the whole empire, a whole citadel, a whole continent composed of 73 trillion cities. That's when you learn biology, when you can see things that way. Because all the cities in the world are nothing but a replica of what happens in the cell. From the nucleus, which represents the city hall, which is what the DNA is, the one in chief, the one running everything. I call the DNA the divine nurturing, or the dedicated nurturing alphabet, because it tells you how to take care of the whole body. So that's the one running the show, and that is in the nucleus, okay? And that's the one that the whole nucleus works to preserve. And then all the other things, the cytoplasm, all the other parts that are working in there, they're providing the water, the mitochondria to provide the powerhouse, to provide the electricity and the energy. All these other things are the equivalent of a city. But these cities are living cities. Each one of our cells is a living city. It does all of its processes without bothering you, without hiring you to it doesn't take you just doing it automatically. It's just a living city. Now, in the outside world, in the external world, we don't even have 100,000 cities, I believe, in the whole world. So all the cities of the whole world do not compare to what you have in your pinky. In your pinky, the living cities of the cells in your pinky are more than all the cities in the world. For all the dead cities in the world to be able to come close to the number of all the cities you have in the here and now in each one of your cells, the living cities of each one of your cells, you have to take all the cities that have ever been built from the beginning of creation up until now. Then you might come close to the number of cities that you have every single day in your body. See, when you get to see things that way, my friend, then you understand how the world has made a fool out of you. Because, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. Because my people are damam, my people are made silence because they don't know. They don't even know their names. They're ignorant of themselves. Okay, but I'm here to tell you, man, you have living cities inside of you. Each one of your cells is a city. I explained to you that last week. So when you know you have within you 73 trillion cities that can run themselves without you having to bother them, that can run everything, manufacture everything, all the proteins that need to be done, manufacture, do the ATP exchange, energize everything in there. Each cell has 200. Each regular cell has 200 mitochondria. That's a powerhouse. Each cell has 200 powerhouses. Not most cities have 200 powerhouses. The plant of energy plants. Even LA, I don't think has 200 powerhouses. Okay? All right? So even whole California, I don't think has 200 powerhouses. Okay? You can count them. Okay? But each cell is more power, supply horsepower than the way each city is set up in the whole world. Understand that? And then go to the neuron cell, my friends. The neuron cell. Each neuron cell, those are the ones in your brain, and the ones that go to nervous system. Or used to call the nerve system. Those are pure light. That's only emitting light. That's always like when you put them under the MRI, all you see is light being, different color light being sent over there, because that's the body that gives light. And it's through light that this communication happens. So these brain cells, these neuron cells, each cell has 2,000. Each cell is a city that has 2,000 mitochondria, 2,000 power plants, 2,000 powerhouses. What city you know that has a 2,000 powerhouses? I don't know one like that. But yet you have it. For the 86 billion, you have 86 billion neurons. 86 billion cities. And each one 2,000 powerhouses. That's not a single city in all the world. you know, that has 2,000 powerhouses. You know, you can go look for it, but you're not going to find it. It's all inside of you. And that's a living city that does not bother you. It runs everything smoothly. All right? So let's start recognizing how wonderful and majestic you and I have been made, my friends. And we were made this majestic and this wonderful because we were made to be the throne. You know, the Bet HaMikdash, the real Bet HaMikdash, the temple, you know, of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, of the Lord of Respiration Powers, you know, the Prince of the King of Respiration Powers. Okay, that's who we were made for. And because we were made in His image, He made each one of us were made to be a whole constellation, if you please. Because there's so many cities that we have, you know, for the whole world, you have to create that amount of cities, you have to spread into another planets. You understand what I'm saying? To start creating 73 trillion cities? Woo! Talking about, you know, like as it is right now, 100, maybe 100,000 cities in the whole world. You know, and these are lame cities. That's what I call the mule economy. Manpower of hell lame economy, because they cannot procreate themselves. All these dead cities, we are only a representation of what we have inside of us, okay? So don't let anybody in this world try to fool you and make you think less of how fantastic and majestic you are, because you were made for the Aleph Bet, for the powerhouse of all creation. That's what He made you, so majestic. You understand? And that's why you get to have. So, you understand? So that when it comes to this thing, so that's how you begin to find the secret on how to own the whole world without any money. Okay? There used to be a time, I remember, you know, I got involved into some, I wanted to make some extra cash, right? And I heard about this program where they tell you where the government or other places, there's some money that has been stashed away, that is found in the treasury, and they provided you a list of how you can contact the people, and you can search, and you can find out how much money is owed, and you can do a work between the, you know, work like a broker, a go-between to let these people know, you know, that they have this much money waiting for them, and then you work in their behalf, and you charge like a very small fee, and you let them have whatever treasure they were missing, and some maybe so when some was money that was left to them, heritage. So there's a lot of money that is lost there, that the people don't know how to connect to the real ones, and so it was just all a scam, by the way. At the end of the day, that's what I found out, you know. So you try to get involved to connect people with their heritage, the things that they did not know that they have, you know. And so the whole idea was if people find out that they had some money that they, you know, they had not thought about it, but you were able to discover that for them, they will be grateful with you. They'll be happy to pay you a fee for that, you know, because you're getting money that they were not expecting, you know. And that kind of an idea, I was thinking about that, today, about that, going back to that. The whole thing was to sell your mailing list of names and addresses and to buy the kit and everything. It was just a scam. But in any case, but I thought, you know, the interesting thing is that this is what I'm doing here right now. I am studying, when I'm studying Torah, okay, understand, because the Torah says that we were made in the image of God. We were made in the image of the alphabet, of the powerhouse, of the Aleph Bet, of the Father, okay? So when you're studying Torah and you master it, you have what is called Torahology. You know the whole in-depth, you know why God made something and what's the processes that He expects you to accomplish. You know why He set up the order and the commandment that He made, the mitzvahs, you know, all of those things. You know, then you begin to see, you know, everything that He created you for and all the processes that He made you ready to be able to fulfill. So you're not here just to look pretty, you know, to have a nice body or whatever and to look pretty in this world. You are engaged with the processes of the solid foods that you eat daily. You may eat for 4 to 5 pounds of solid foods. You are engaged in the processes of the liquids that you drink. You're engaged with the process of the liquids. You may drink anywhere from 9 to 10 pounds of liquid, from all the coffee, all the sodas, all the water, and everything that you're drinking, all the juices, all this ice cream, all the stuff that's going through your system. You know, 9 to 10 pounds of liquids is less than a gallon, you know. So that's feasible. It's possible that you do that. So every day is the things that you're processing for your vitality, the solid foods that you're eating, the liquids that you're drinking, and then the gases, that you're inhaling. Okay, all of that is your source of vitality. In other words, your source of keeping you alive. Okay, and for you also to cooperate and keep things alive. You understand? Because the solid foods that you eat, if you were just to eat, from the garden that God created, from the sun-baked garden of the fruits and salads and vegetables, if you were to eat only that, and you will defecate just like the animals defecate. You will defecate good fertilizer, that the ground can use, because every defecation, all the poop of all the animals, because they're eating grass or they're eating the natural, that's very good and ready to be a fertilizer, to fertilize. So it fertilizes the ground, the poop. So they participate in the process of keep bringing life to the plant. So they eat the solid foods, the vegetables, the grass and everything, and then they recycle that, and the poop becomes a source of life because it becomes a fertilizer that the plants can use. We were also made to participate in that process. So it's not only we are being, receiving the vitality from the solid fruit, but also giving vitality when we poop. So it's a waste to us, but it's life to the plant. Like the carbon dioxide that comes out of our nostrils is life to the plant. It takes it in, It has pores that it takes it in, and it's life to the plant. So it gives us oxygen, it's life to us, and the carbon dioxide, which is a waste from us, is a life to the plant. So everything recirculates like that. What is a waste to us is life for others. What is a waste to the plant is life for us. So it's a perfect symbiotic relationship. So when God made us to put us in the plant, in the garden to work in there, it was a perfect environment for us to be there with, because that's where everything operates. You understand? So this is the whole processes that we're involved in. Okay, so this is the whole thing that is happening. So we process the solid foods, becomes fertilizer. We take in the liquids. Okay, the liquids that we drink, the water that we drink. All the animals pee it on the ground. This is the process of the chemical plants that is happening. We pee. When you pee, you can go look it up with Martha Christie. She's the one that wrote Your Own Perfect Medicine. She have a whole book on how to take care of your illnesses using your own urine. But she has all this documentation, all these chemical pharmaceutical plants that they call your own urine. They call it liquid gold. That's what they call it. And that's why all these pharmaceutical companies, they donate these urinals in all these construction places. You see these urinals where all the construction workers use it, to pee and everything. They're donated by pharmaceutical companies. Hey, because they collect that urine, they make medicine like Murin, the one for the M-U-R-I-N. Take the M, urine is there. But it's all kinds. It's about 2,000 chemical components in the urine, that they can create medicine out of. Understand? 2,000 combinations in your urine. So your urine is very medicinal. So when you're urinating on the ground, animals are urinating on the ground, they are bringing medicine to the ground. There's a chemical plant. So all of that is part of the process of life. You understand? But those things are hidden from you. Pharmaceutical companies are not going to teach you that because they're going to be out of business. All right? So you're not going to never use your own urine to cure yourself because you say, and you don't really go read Martha Christie. She cured herself for all kinds of illnesses, just using the urine therapy. I'm telling you because that's how things work, But so the urine is not a waste. It's called the chemical companies, the pharmaceutical companies. They call you know what they call your urine? Okay, they call your blood plasma because that's the origin. It has life elements in it, plasma. So they call it plasma. But you know what they call your urine? They call it ultrafiltrate plasma. That means that is so purified because your kidneys really purify it very well. Okay? And it provides it's just amazing. You have to read the whole book. I will spend not too much time going into that direction. But that's what they call it. Ultrafiltrate plasma. That's why I say, I used to call the people, when I would talk to them about that book, this is your own perfect medicine. You know what that is? Your own perfect medicine? is what the pharmaceutical company called ultrafiltrate. That's one word, ultrafiltrate plasma. And what's that? How do you get that? I say, how do I get this ultrafiltrate plasma that is my own perfect medicine? Then I will tell them, you get it when you pee. You pee. So it's kind of interesting that the pharmaceutical company call it ultrafiltrate plasma, and there are the initials UP, because you get it when you pee. That's how you get the ultrafiltrate plasma. You get it the urine, okay? That's what they call the urine. They call it ultrafiltrate plasma. That's something that you did not know. But among pharmaceutical companies, among chemical companies that do medication, they know that. They call it gold liquid, making billions with that. They have made billions with that. You understand? So that's out there. So all this is all the process of life is part of what you're involved in the process of the liquids, okay? And so, but when it comes just to looking, like I mentioned before, just to looking at the processes that you do, you know, for the solid liquid, for the solids and the liquids, that will be only 14 pounds of liquids and solids that are the source of your vitality. That is if you're drinking water and you're eating the fruits and vegetables and, you know, that God ordained for you to have. You know, I'm not a vegetarian, by the way. I eat chicken, and sometimes I eat fish, you know, but most of the time I eat chicken, and I eat a lot of eggs too. I like eggs. But what I'm saying is, but a lot of the other stuff is fruits and vegetables and salads and what have you, you know, and nuts and stuff like that. Okay, so, but in any case, my whole point is that, so that's only 14 pounds. That's what you get to process, you know, through your mouth, you know, to what you drink through your mouth, you know, so, and what you get to pee and what you get to poop, okay? So through your mouth, you are processing 14 solids and liquids, okay? And then the rest of what's being processed is done through what's above your mouth, okay? What's above your mouth? Your nose. Your nose may look like two little holes in here that's smaller than your mouth, okay? Two little holes are smaller than your mouth. But these two little holes, my friend, they eat a whole bunch of air. 22,000 pounds of air every day. Think of that. So in these two little holes, with each respiration, there's a process of 22,000 pounds of air that are coming in and out, you know, out of your lungs and going throughout the whole system. Huh? And that air that comes in contains 78% oxygen, 21%, 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and then the other gases like carbon dioxide is in there a little bit, very minute, and it's carrying a lot of different gases for different species, okay? And that enters into you of all the oxygen that comes in you in each breath of air that you take. Of the 20% that is found in the air, you only keep 5% of it and you recycle the other 75%. You know, so you only take 1/4 of it and you're generous with the rest of it. So it's amazing how God made this body. So this whole thing is what is participating in what's happening inside of us. But this little two holes, it's way more than your big mouth. Because your mouth is mainly for talking, right? And to give instructions and for, you know, illuminating people with what you have to say, you know, bringing them closer to their maker, to understand their whole makeup, their whole frame and everything, so they will lose the fear of all the narratives of the world trying to inculcate upon them, because it's a whole narrative of fear mongering that goes in the world, from religion to the narratives of the news, all fear mongering. Nothing is based upon opening your understanding to see how magnificently fantastic you were created. Nobody's out there to tell you that, but David is here. This is my name at this hour. I'm David, number 14. That's my numerical value. And I'm here to tell you that's how magnificently God made you. So you are participating. So when you're showing up in God's creation, you're showing up in Yud-Heh-Vav, workplace. He is the possessor and processor of wind powers, of respiration powers. That's the meaning of Yud-Heh-Vav Elokeinu, or Elohim. And so you're working in his company. You're also participating in that. And so when it's 22,000 pounds compared to 14 pounds, of solids and liquids, you know, the 14 pounds of solids and liquids in comparison to the 22,000 pounds of gas that you process every day, you know, the 14 pounds is only 0.0635%. of what you're processing every day, and the 22,000 pounds of air that you're processing every day, that's 99.9365% of the rest of what you get to process. So what you're processing most of the time is air. So you're mostly air. You're mostly celestial, what's found in the sky. What is found in the air, in the celestial, this means the sky. So you're a celestial being because that's what you get to process the most. You're an aerial being. Okay, you call yourself a human being because you get to process solids and liquids, but by the end of the day, what you're processing the most every day is air. So when you compare, if I'm processing 99.9365% of what I process is air, and the other 0.0635% of what I process is solids and liquids, then why am I calling myself of the earth? The earth just means, human of the earth, or, humanoid or earthling. Why am I calling myself of the earth when I'm actually of the air? And you are, because God made you to be a neshama, a breath of life. And that's what you contribute the most with this body. This is a wind turbine, okay? It keeps the thing circulating. The most powerful wind turbine that keeps electricity going. So we are in the wind powers plant. It's a whole power plant of wind. And we are participants in that. Bringing energies and bringing it back, because all the respiration powers are energies that are supplied to the plant, energies that are supplied to us through the oxygen. The mitochondria converts that into unit of energy as an ATP that is given back to the whole body to be sustained. So it's a whole process of energy that's going on. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what you process the most is what really you are. So when you are in this world, what you're processing the most is air. So you are an aerial being. Okay? You're an aerial being because that's what you're processing the most in this physical world. And then the last thing you are is a human being as of the earth, because you only take 14 pounds. It's not like you're eating and drinking 22,000 pounds of food and liquid and then just breathing, only 14 pounds of air. Imagine if it was backwards, woo! The whole world could not sustain you in a single day. But God has it, God has it the right way. So every day, what's the meaning to be spiritual? The word spiritual means ruach, means air, means wind. We translate it in things that don't make any sense, so we don't apply it to the physical world. But ruach means wind. It means air. So we are aerial beings. We are spiritual beings. So if you wanna, at the end of the day, most people say that, even atheists say that they don't like to call themselves atheists, but they like to call themselves spiritual. And that's fine, because that's what we are. It's not like we are spiritual. We are spiritual whether we like it or not, because we are processing spirituals. We are processing air. We're processing ruach. We're processing wind. 99.9365% of it, that's what we process every day. So whether you like it or not, whether you're ignorant or not, you are an aerial being. You are a celestial being. You are of the sky. You are more in communion with the air than with anything else. That's why your real source of vitality comes second by second basis, because we cannot fast from air. You can fast from liquid, you can fast from solids, but you cannot fast from air. Say, I'm going to go on a fast from air for 3 days. Nah, not even 3 minutes, or maybe, not even 30 minutes that you drop dead, But the thing is, you cannot fast from air. That's the number one source of life. That's the number one job we're doing with Yuhevavi. We're working with Yuhevavi 24/7 in this realm, in this kingdom of the respiration powers, and this non-stop. Okay, so we cannot fast from that one. Okay, sorry, I don't care how good of a faster you have been, you will not be able to fast from air, not even for a single day, because God made us depending on Him, who is the processor of air, to be depending on Him 24/7. Okay, so that is how it works. So that's how you understand. So let's bring everything to the physical world, my friend, and let's make sense of things. So spirit or ruach means you're aerial being. You're spiritual. Spirit and aerial are the one and the same. Wind and spirit are one and the same. This air, this wind, all of that is one and the same. So don't forget that, all right? So let's keep that in mind. So that's what you are in that sense. And therefore you have all these 73 trillion cities, living cities inside your body. But finally, the whole idea is for you to know what else am I in the light of all of this. And let me see if I can. Let me see how we're doing here. Okay, it's fine. Let me get you to see something here for me here in a minute. All right, here we go. All right. So, let me bring you here. So now that I talked to you about the fact that you are 0.0635% liquids and solids, because that's what you process. So you're in the God's environment, and you're in the workplace of God. Is what you get to process every day what counts, because you are in the workplace. It's the things that you process. So you're a processor of those things that are liquids and solids, and now what you call, because of that you call yourself a human being. Human means of the earth or earthling, okay? And that means you are made of the dirt, the Adamah, the earth. And so I'm bringing the introduction of Torahology 1. So Torahology 1 presents, put it here. Torahology 1 presents Torah's remarkable undertaking or upgrade translating humanity. Okay? I'm telling you this right now because when I started my journey, and now I'm in Torah 100% of the time, but when I started my journey through the scriptures, I started through the Pesel. I call it Pesel, which is graven image, is through the Pesel of Christianity. But at the time, I did not know that it was a Pesel. Until I studied Torah, I understood that that's a graven image for the mind, because it's not giving you none of this understanding that I'm giving you. Christianity did not give me none of this understanding that I'm sharing with you. All of this came through Torah. Christianity gave me some ideas that were very appealing to me, and that's why I got into it, because it offered me things that I thought I will get sometime in the future if I behave and if I did everything correct in this world and I went along with their system, right? For example, this is one of the words, translatium. And I heard in the book of Hebrews, I read about how Noah got translated. The word translated means he went from not dying, he went directly to be with God. He did not die like all the other people in the Bible. And, like it says, and Adam had sons and daughters and he died. And then, down the line, when it comes down to Enoch, says, and he walked with God and he was not, because God took him, it says, And so they spell part of he was translated. So I thought, man, Enoch, it would be nice to be translated, to be translated into another realm, another realm of things, another world to take a look at, another world to understand and to enjoy and to view. It would be nice if that could happen to me. So that was one of the words that was appealing to me. Another word that was appealing to me when I was reading is eternal life. That you can never die. Something that you always kept new and refreshed and restored. That you just don't age. You're always new. That's a fantastic thing to get. I was thinking, man, that's something magnificent to be able to have. Another thing that I got also from the resurrection. The idea to come to life, that be able to retain your body forever and all of that. And then, so that was one of the things that I learned. But all of that, it came at a certain time. It wasn't something that you could experience every day on a daily basis, That's not explained in the New Testament. It's something that is appealing to you, and you can pay attention to trying to enjoy these things, and it can draw you, into what they have to offer you. Because you don't know that you have those things. Because Torah teaches me that I have those things in the here and now, and that's what I'm trying to teach you. But since I was ignorant of that, I was ignorant that Torah has the way of has a means to translate me, into the kingdom of God, into the kingdom of His understanding, because that's a real translation, to see things from His understanding. So it has the ability to do that, and also has the ability, to resurrect. It shows me where resurrections are really taking place within me, because the Torah is all about the manual of my inside processes, because that's what every true manual is there to reveal your inside processes. Anything that tells you what you're going to be getting outside is a fake manual. That's why Christianity failed in being a true manual, because it tells you of all the things that are going to be getting externally, like the resurrection you're going to get at the end. Like how you're going to be translated and go into the clouds at a certain point and be in the rapture. It's all external translations, all the straight, and how you're going to go to heaven and have everlasting life. It's all outside of this world, all externalities. So have you hoping on externalities? It doesn't explain nothing about these inner processes that are happening within you. Every true manual is to tell you what are the inner processes that are happening within you, and how you can live in the awareness of it, and you can work together with it to work at its optimal capacity and enjoy your whole creation, your whole existence in the here and now. That's what Torah is all about. But the New Testament does not teach you everything that tries to teach you about what's going to happen later on outside, and it's nothing in the here and now. Any religion, any narrative that have you waiting upon what this politician is going to come on with, what are the results of this election, everything outside of you that is making you wait on some answers is not a true manual. All a real manual tells you how complete you are, what are your inside processes, and for you to be aware of it, and how for you to handle it and have them work in the most optimal capacity. Okay, that's what every true manual is, and that's what I found with Torah. So like I was saying, so this was part of the whole thing. So resurrections was very appealing in the New Testament. Being translated was very appealing. Having eternal life was very appealing. And then the transfiguration. When the story where Jesus became white and became light, and turned into light, and he was able to communicate with Moses and Elijah. And Moses is the writer of the Torah, right? The secretary, the one that wrote the Torah. And Elijah just means it's called El and Jah. Okay, El or Eliyahu, like the one I call it in the Hebrew. Elijah means, El means power, and Jah means the processor of respiration. So the power of the process of respiration. So that was Elijah. To understand Elijah, the power of the process of respiration, that's the meaning of his name. Elijah means El, the power, Jah, process of respiration. The power of the process of respiration. So that's when you to understand that, the power of the process of respiration, and to understand the Torah of Moses, you need to be transfigured. You need to be turned into light. Okay? Into a body made out of light. Just like what happened in the story of Jesus. So the transfiguration was a big, captivating thing that I wonder if I ever get to experience that. So these are things that you find in Christianity here and there that only happen every now and then. Only happened to Jesus. He got resurrected. He got transfigured. He got translated in a way that he was taken up to heaven. He has everlasting life. So all these things, he's got him, right? And he has overcome the world, and he's got them all, holding all these goodies for you. And so all of these is external things. So that's why you know if something is fake, because it's not telling you about your internal processes. So it's all external things that are going to happen in the future. But the Torah, the manual, is all about your internal processes of what is happening with you in the here and now. And that's how Torah needs to be taught. So now that I've come to Torah, and I realize, that that's what real life is all about. It's about getting to know, seeing things from the point of view of your Creator. Like I say, the whole world is trained to see things from the external world, and therefore they only see about 9 to 6% of the surface of something, and therefore they ignore everything else because they don't know the inner processes. But what's that? The whole idea of going to school, okay? You may know everything from the ages of 1 to 5 or to 6 by going at the mall and looking at everything. But when you start going to school, from first kindergarten all the way to when you graduate, is for you to get to know the other, 90% of the inner processes of everything, so that you can say, I really know something about this. Okay, because you know the inner processes when you really know your subject. So when you graduate as an expert, it's because you know 100% of the material. You know everything from A to C, and you know everything from A to C, then you're able to procreate it. You're able to reproduce it, Because that's what having intimacy with something when you know everything from A to Z. So that's why we go to school. That's why we go to learn the alphabet and to graduate. Is to finally be able to be producers in this world, not just consumers. So that's the whole process of it, okay? So that's exactly how the Torah is everything practical for the here and now. So this is what I'm finding out. So once you discover that translations, you're translated, and you can be translated in this world the moment you get to see everything from God's point of view. You are translated from the narratives of this world, from the religions of this world, from the creeds and belief systems of this world. You're translated into the mindset of your Maker, and nothing can harm you. Because you realize that in this world you're here to be a father to it, and nothing else but a father to it. And that the whole world has nothing to give you other than a play, other than a place where you can display all that the Father is, all that the Father does, and all that the Father has. Because you were made in the image of the Father to display Him fully. You understand? So once you know to come to Torah, you understand what your inheritance is, and then you begin to act accordingly in the here and now, in the full splendor of His revelation, for the here and now. All right? You're no longer going to be full. So that's my whole idea. That's why I took this whole thing. You understand that I am the only program in the whole thing, because I have you guys look. I even offer you money if you can find. I'm the only one telling you, giving you money for what I'm teaching you. You know, making it fun and playing games at the end and giving you money for what you're learning from me. Nobody else is doing that. Okay? And I told you, if you can find somebody else, even if they're not teaching Torah, whatever they're teaching dance lessons, or they're teaching whatever they're teaching, but they're so passionate that they want to give money at the end, and they want to give it out of their own job that they learn they do in the secular world, not of any donations that they get from the viewers that they see the channel, not from any money that they generate from their donors or the sponsors. No, from their own money that they earn with their own hands in where they work in the secular world. That's the money that they used to give it to you. If you find somebody like that is so passionate about their teaching, I was going to give you at one point I was going to give you 500, another point I was going to give you 5,000. But nobody was able to find anybody like that. Because I have arrived into what my real purpose for life is. I'm in the mindset of the Aleph Bet. I already know how to be a powerhouse to this world. And so the money that I earn, I give it away in here. Because I'm showing you by my own actions what you can be. Imagine if every single newscaster, because they say that this is called HTTP 28, okay? I'm the only guy that does this thing to give you the news of what you're composed 100%, to bring you completeness. Completeness means salvation. I'm going to show you all the parts that are missing that all the other newscasters have not even said a single thing about. So they only leave you as a human being, and they discard that you are an aerial being, that you are a celestial being. They discard that portion. I'm the only one making you aware of that, and then I'm going to move you forward to understand where your transfiguration body is coming from. So none of the religions give you this understanding. None of them set you in your completeness. And so HTTP 28 is the only one. Now I understand it's about 28,000 people working in the United States for the media, for the regular media, the stream media. 28,000 workers working for the stream media, to bring you all the news, to put everything together. They're working out there behind the scenes. 28,000 workers. And I'm here just with this single channel. These 28,000 workers only give you a narrative of fear-mongering. They don't reveal how fantastically amazing you are. Here now all the processes that you're involved in. This is the only channel that is doing it. Okay, so, I take pride in that. Okay? Because I want to know, that the Aleph Bet is going to be represented fully inside of you as it's ought to be. So I'm just setting up a standard here of how things are going to be. I'm setting up a measure of how things are to be. And I'm giving you by my own standard, so they don't have to. Before I ever give an interview, I have said that before, if anybody ever, when this thing opens up, because if nobody's doing it, it will happen. Because people understand how real things are. They love the one that tells them the truth, And so once this spreads out, and people want to interview me, I don't give any interviews unless you have set up your channel to do something similar to what I'm doing. In other words, whatever channel that you have, that you're teaching, that you're giving news and whatever. Use that channel to tell people how to make themselves better, how to be the most spiritual, best version of themselves in the here and now, and how to live without fear of anything, because they have all these things in complete harmony working within them, and so they lose fear of everything else because they realize how magnificent they are made. So you can start teaching, or even if you don't want to teach that, but whatever it is that you're teaching, you start doing it in the format that I'm doing. You give money away out of your own pocket for people to learn and to have a good time learning the things that you're teaching them. Then, when you have that set up at least for 6 months in your channel, then I might show up and let you interview me. Okay? So you have to rise up to my level. All right? In order for me to go to your channel. Because I'm giving you samples here of how you can be. If you're a newscaster, how you can be and how you can create your own channel and how you can bring things to better humanity by true knowledge and let them see 90% more of what they have been missing. Because everything comes from Hagma Benedah. Your senses will only reveal anywhere from 6 to 9% of all the things that are in the world, because everything is only surface and superficiality, only externalities. But to get into the nitty-gritty of how things are operating within you, you're going to need Hagma Benedah, the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And that comes through the knowledge of reading texts, reading books, reading everything that tells you how you're working within you, all right? So these are the things. So let me just read it. Torology 1 presents Torah's remarkable undertaking or upgrade, because you upgrade yourself from stop seeing things from the stupid point of view of the world and seeing it from the point of view of your maker, and you have upgraded your mindset to the best. So Torah's remarkable undertaking or upgrade, translating humanity, because that's my job to do with Torology 1. I'm going to translate your mindset from the domain of Mizraim, of Egypt, which is the domain of restriction, of feeling limited, of feeling that you're tied down to this world, that you're feeling anxious, you're feeling fearful, you're feeling stressful, because all of that is the mindset of constriction, of restriction. All of that is what Egypt is. And we are commanded to leave Egypt, to get out of Egypt, to live out of that constriction. And you can only do it when somebody comes along, like the David of this hour, and can translate your mindset into the mindset of, from the mindset of constriction into the mindset of, from the mindset of the Mizraim to the mindset of the Mizbot. The solutions that connect to the breath. That's what a Mizbot is. The solutions for those desire to connect to the breath. So when I can take you out of that, then I have amplify you, and then I have translate you into a better mindset. There's no restriction in this mindset. So he says, Torology 1 presents Torah's remarkable undertaking or upgrade, translating humanity from Terras. Terra is Latin word for earth. Like being terrestrial from the earth. From Terra's remoldable utility to have. Because this is the only knowledge that you're being left with right now, because you'll call yourself human. Human means of the earth. You are of Terra, of the earth. And so of the earth, you know that you can mold the earth into whatever. That's why everything out there, in the world, all the things that it takes to build a city. You got to be an architect, you got to be a realtor, you got to be a surgeon, you got to be all the things that are involved in taking care of a city. You can be molded into that by reading a manual. You can become a surgeon. You can become an appliance maker, electronic appliances makers. You can make a refrigerator repair, a mechanic. You can do all these things. So you have the ability to shape, because you are the 3D printer that God made to make everything that your head can come up with. And you can imagine, you are the original 3D printer. You get to make that. Now we have 3D printers that just put information on the manual and they can make it. But you have been doing the 3D printing from the days of the pyramid, even way back. You've been the 3D printer making all the designs that you are putting your head to design. Okay, so you are the 3D printer. So you have that remoldable utility, that usefulness to remold. You may work for a decade, as a janitor, then you can go work for another decade as a electromechanic, and you learn a different function and you do different things. So you are moldable. So you're remoldable. You can remold yourself to the different situations you're called to be. So that's why you're a 3D printer. And you discover that. You discover you can do that. You know, you have that ability. And that's pretty much what everybody knows. And they call themselves by the functionality that they do. I'm a mechanic, I'm a computer technician, all this stuff, you know, by their functionality. So you're aware of that. But I'm taking you from that to this part in the middle here. So I'm giving you your Torah night goggles. The night goggles is to go see what's inside now. You know, like the thermal, when you see the thermal image in the dark, you see the thermal image of a person. That's how people can see things in the dark. They see that person emitting light. The thermal image is the light part because your body emits heat, and the heat that is emitting is seen, you know, by these thermal binoculars, you know, that see in the dark. So now we're going to put the Torah's binoculars, and we're going to see the processes that are going within us. Okay. So for this part, I'm taking you from Torah's remoldable utility to have to Torah respirations, understanding to hold. Okay, so that's what I've been talking in the last 2 weeks about how the meaning of Yud He Vav He. Yud means work or process. He means respiration or air or breath or activation. Vav means and, you know, to join. And then He, the other respiration or the other activation or process. And then Elohim or Elokeinu means powers, plural. So when you put Yud He Vav He Elohim, the Lord thy God, that's how it's translated in the Lord thy God is Eloheinu. I mean, Yud He Vav He Eloheinu, Yud He Vav He Elokim. You know, you say the process of respiration and respiration powers. Okay, that's literally with each letter. The process of respiration and respiration powers. So I like to shorten it because in English we like to do that. So it's the processor of respiration powers. Okay? So that way you put the whole thing together, and that means Yud He Vav He Elokeinu. Alright, so that's the meaning of it. So that, to introduce you into that, that's how God wants to be known, because that's how He's keeping you alive 24/7. He's keeping you renewed, resurrected, revitalized, refreshed, renewed. Each breath that you take is a resurrection to each cell in your body. Okay, that's what the resurrection that is taking place within you. Okay, so that's the thing that you need to understand. And so the Torah, respirations, understanding to hold, and then we understand how you process 22,000 pounds of air, and I explained how that connects, you know, with how in the book of Numbers, we're in the book of the Midbar, Bad Midbar, book of Numbers, the Levites were the tribe of the brokers, or the go-between God and men, through Torah and men, and the number there was 22,000 that took care of the whole body of Israel. 22,000. So that's equivalent of 22,000 pounds of air that are taking care inside of you, the respirations, the breath that is coming inside of you every day. So that's how you connect that God, you know, that everything that Torah is written in the economy of respirations. So the whole world, the whole word is settled in heaven. The whole world is set in heaven. So the whole Torah, the word mitzvah, it means the solutions for those craving to hook or to be connected, you know, to the breath. So the solutions for those craving to be connected to his respirations. So that's the whole idea. So that means everything for the economy of the respirations and the oxygen that brings life, all the thing is what is written down. So in other words, the whole Torah is to present to you the most successful life breather. You know, breathes life into us, which means it's Yud He Vav He. He's the one breathing life. He's literally breathing life, bringing oxygen to us, bringing the carbon dioxide. So the air becomes the all-inclusive resuscitator, AIR. All-inclusive resurrection is happening in the air. It's happening 24/7. It's an all-inclusive resurrection taking place. Each cell in your body, each cell in the tree, everybody's being resurrected by the exchanges of gases that are coming in and out of us. All right, so this is the magnificent thing. So all of that is happening. So resurrections galore are happening 24/7 inside of us. You understand? So then you begin to, oh, that's what the real resurrection, the relevant resurrections are happening here in the here and now. But that's what all the other narratives is. They assume that you do not have that knowledge. That's why they can sell you their Mickey Mouse version of resurrections that don't work. Real resurrections are here in the here and now, and they're relevant, working 24/7, and that's what the air is in the process of doing. Air is the all-inclusive resuscitation, all-inclusive resurrection happening 24/7. Okay, so when you understand Therefore, that Yud-Heh-Vav is the most successful life breather in all of creation, because all flesh is kept alive 24/7 by him. All right, so then you understand why the Torah is set up to for make your flesh be able to become the most successful flesh breather. You know, breather, breather. You know, the breathing of the human race. You know, to bring children into the world, you're breeding the human race. Okay, you get together with your partner and you're gonna be breeding. So the whole thing is set up. If you read the whole 613 mitzvot, is set up in such a way that it gets very personal. It tells the woman to start counting from the day of her period, how many days she's going to be impure, and not to be with the husband then, and when she can be with the husband. And so everything is set up to make her a successful breather. So you can be having kids, one kid after the other. You know, it's all set up, it's on purpose, set up that way. Because God wanted them to be fruitful and multiply. He sets it up on purpose. He tells them exactly, you know, when they're going to get together, all of that. So it's all by the book. You understand? Because he wants them to imitate. You are here to imitate what I am. I am a successful life breather. I give you life constantly. So I want you to, because I'm in you, I want you to do that in your flesh. Your flesh is able to propagate, and I want to make of your flesh a successful breather. B-R, you know, B-R-E-D-E-E-R, breeder, you know, breeding the generation, to breed the human race, okay? So that's what you're going to be, breeding the human race, because I'm busy breathing new life into you constantly. So that's how you represent me, you know? And so that's the whole idea. So that's the whole Torah set up that way, because it's set up in the mitzvahs of what runs the economy of the breath, you understand? So that's how beautiful things are. Okay, so it says here, Torah's remarkable undertaking, translating humanity from Torah's remoldable utility to have, to Torah's respirations, understanding to hold. All this is truth, by the way. Torah, truth, from truth to truth, and nothing but the truth. All these are T-R-U-T-H. All of these are acronyms for truth, okay? So Torahology 1 presents truth, which means Torah's remarkable undertaking, translating humanity, that's the truth. Torahology 1 presents truth, from truth to truth, and nothing but the truth. That's what it's really saying in the acronym. So Torahology 1 presents truth, from truth to truth, and nothing but the truth. And that's, I'm spelling it out, the acronym. Torahology 1 presents Torah's remarkable upgrade, translating humanity from Torah's remoldable utility to have, to Torah's respiration understanding to hold, and nothing but the thought regency or thought realm, universally transfiguring humanity. All right? And that's what I'm here to teach you, how it as the transfiguration is taking place within you. Resurrections is taking place 24/7 through the process of the air and the respiration, right? That's what resurrection, that's the number one utility of the air, to resurrect all flesh and all cells, the resurrector of all the organic world is in the air. Okay, so that's happening 24/7. And now I'm going to show you where your body of transfiguration is operating, okay? 24/7. Okay, I'm going to open you that understanding, because all these are inner processes that are taking place inside of your body. You know, you have the skin that covers it because you're facing the sun, so you have this skin that does not allow you to see. It's not like the skin of the fishes that are 2,000 feet under the, you know, under the sea, and they have a skin is transparent. So when you go to the fishes, the long fishes that are under the sea, then the skin is transparent, and you see their inner bones. Everything is lit up inside. You see their organs are lit up. You see their bodies of light. The light inside of them has transfigured, has become a body of light, and you're able to see it because they become transparent, because they have to emit their own light. Their heat that the body produces has to be seen. That's the only way that they are seen. So they are seen by their own transfiguration. Their bodies are transfigured once they are in the depth. We have, our bodies are made of light within us, but we have this skin that covers all these light processes that are taking place. But nonetheless, those light processes are there. You understand what I'm saying? But we have to go to Chokmah Benedah, you know, to wisdom, understanding, and knowledge for us to see it, okay? And that's what I'm giving you, my friends, okay? So that's nothing but the thought realm or the thought regency universally transfiguring humanity. And then I say, start taking care of yourself from the inside out by using the owner's repairing or the rectifying alphabeticized handbook. And that's why I use Torah. Start taking care of yourself from the inside by using Torah. That's why I'm spelling here. Torah, the acronym, the owner's repairing alphabeticized handbook. And alphabeticized is the only word that I'm introducing in my whole teachings. I'm using all the other words that you're familiar with. But alphabeticized, instead of saying alphabetize or alphabetize, alphabeticized, when I'm using alphabeticized, it's talking about using two words, I put them together. It's to alphabet or alphabet, and then the word size, to measure something up. So when I put it together, alphabeticized, it means the word alphabet means father, and size, to size something up to make sure that it's a father. So you got every word to make sure that that word is going to be a producer and not a consumer. So if you're going to teach words to make you a producer, you're going to teach the in and out, the nitty gritty of everything. And so in the process of doing that, you're alphabeticizing. Alphabeticizing. You're sizing up. You're making sure that every word lives up to be a producer, not just an echo chamber. And so that's the word that I created for that, but that's the only word that I'm introducing, alphabeticized. But I create a lot of acronyms with words that you're familiar with. But this is the whole thing. So this is what we need to do. So then, I give you all these things, but let me take you to something here. This is very interesting because this is something that that I missed the last time, but I'm going to amplify now. This is to understand our body of transfiguration, okay? Which people miss on it. Because transfiguration, when Jesus was transfigured, his body became light. And then he was able to communicate with Moses, the presenting of the Torah, and Elijah, which represents the process, the power of the process, of respirations. The power of the process of respirations. That's the word Elijah. So to understand the power of the process of respirations, you have to come to understand the name and to understand the whole process of the respiration of the 22,000 pounds that I told you about. And all of that comes to understanding the meaning of the name and breaking into that. That's the breakdown of his name, to understand all of that and to enter in something that had been missing. For millennia after millennia, they have not taught this to you because the name of God has not been broken up and understood the way God has opened it up to me, okay? But I'm telling you the treasures and the riches that you have in the here and now, so that you will rejoice in that, my friend, and the whole world will not be able to make you afraid. Because once you have this, it cannot be taken away from you. Once you see it, it cannot be unseen. But if you have never seen it, then Christianity has a lot to sell you. The Quran has a lot to sell you. All these things, all these narratives of the physical, of the narratives of the politicians and all the stream media, they have a lot to sell you because you don't realize all this magnificent universe that is taking place within you. To be able to accommodate the fellowship that you can have with the alphabet in the here and now, with the alphabet, the founder and father of all creation. He made you so magnificent with such great accommodations. You understand? For you to enjoy his fellowship in the here and now. But you're kept in the dark because these narratives do not open this understanding to you and you get lost. So here, I'm just going to read on top. It says here from Isaiah 26, 1 to 21, and Obadiah 1, 1 to 21. Come to the Torah. That is the trailblazing outlook or oracles resurrecting Aleph Bet humanity. Okay? So this is Torah here. Come to Torah, the trailblazing outlook or the oracles resurrecting Aleph Bet humanity. Because I'm resurrecting the alphabet in you. The alphabet means powerhouse to creation. So I'm bringing all this knowledge. Give me a second here. I have been fasting this week, by the way. I've been fasting on because I have a little vineyard here of black grapes, real black grapes with lots of seeds in them. And so I'm doing the grape cure, and I started since Sunday night. I started Sunday night, and I'm taking about 28 ounces or 25 to 28 ounces of these grapes take the grapes and I put them in my, what is called my Ninja professional blender, you know, like a NutriBullet, but, and I put it in there and zzz, and it just liquefies all the seeds and all this, you know, and everything, and it's all really nice, dark purple, you know, really nice. And I drink that throughout the whole day, you know, and that's what I've been doing. So that's all been, nothing water or anything, just that. So right now, as I'm speaking to you, I'm beginning to feel like I have to swallow more because I'm not drinking any water. I'm just been drinking that. So I'm telling you what's happening. But I've been losing a lot of weight fast, just in 3 days with that. I don't know. I even look more skinny right now in just 3 days. You know, I lost about 4 inches of my waist. Just been going like that really fast, you know. And I've been walking about an hour every day. I also just easy walk just to get some sun, you know. So that's what I'm doing right now. While I have this little vineyard right now, it's full of this. So as long as it gives me, I'm going to see how long I can go with all the fruit that it has. But I'm using my little vineyard, and that's going to be giving me resveratrol, pure resveratrol. That's the ingredient that is found in a dark grape that brings rejuvenation, okay? And that you want to get young, get yourself a little vineyard of dark grapes that have seed in them, because you want to eat it with the whole seed, because that has the selenium to bring back the color to your hair. So if you're getting too many white hair, you know, you need that selenium that's going to be in those seeds. You got to crush them. All of that is part of the process, okay? So it's beautiful. I've done this before in 2012. I had to go to somebody else's vineyard and borrow and pay for their, you know, their grapes. But now, thanks to you, I have my own little vineyard here. I'm going to be using it, and that's what I'm using 3 days straight. I've been doing it, and it's working pretty good. So that's just to let you know, because I've been seeing myself trying to swallow more, but that's what's going on. But we will continue, all right? All right, so it says here. So it says, the trailblazing outlook or oracles resurrecting Aleph Bet humanity, because I want to bring you to be the powerhouse that the Aleph Bet meant for you to be, because that's what Torah meant you to be, okay? Not to just be a consumer of the Aleph Bet to use it for anything else that you want to make except to reveal the character of your maker. That's when you're using the Aleph Bet as a consumer of it and not as a producer. The real Aleph Bet of the Torah is to make you be a powerhouse to all of creation. And if you're not doing that, if you're not working from that capacity, then you are only a consumer of the Aleph Bet, and you're using it in the workplace to be an Aleph Bet, to be a powerhouse just for a single product or service. That's it. That's all you have to take care of, because that's what the manual for Mishraim, that constricts you just to take care of one item at a time. Okay, it doesn't elevate you to see all the processes that are going within you, so you will never have a desire to cling onto anything that is less than what you already have within you. You know what I'm saying? Because once you realize that what you have within you cannot be duplicated by anything in this outside world, even the whole world get to give you 10,000 cities of Dubai, they don't come close to any of the cities that you have in your pinky in each one of your cells. You understand what I'm saying? So when your esteem for what Yuhevave has given you has grown to this height, you know, you esteem all the cities that he has within you, then everything in the external world loses its appeal. You know, it loses any significance whatsoever. Okay, then you realize and you stand like kings upon the face of the earth, you know, ready to bring the plethora of the care and benefactions that Yuhevave, the Aleph Bet of all creation, has to offer, and nothing that can stop you. Okay, so it says, so this is Torology 1, the science of life, of lavishing, integrating, fortresses enthusiastically. I also call it indispensable fortresses enthusiastically, because that's what it says in Isaiah 26:1. We have a strong city with strong bulwarks. Okay, and that is in reference to Torah. Okay, let me catch my hair here. Okay, so that is Torology. Okay, let me put the microphone a little bit here, because here we go. Okay, the science of life, of lavishing indispensable fortresses enthusiastically, and establishing maximum integration for the worldwide alphabets. Okay, let me take off my, try holding this for a second so I can breathe a little better. All right, that's better. Okay, let's go. Okay, an established maximum integration for all worldwide alphabets. Okay, and I tell you what, I'm feeling very that I need to drink something right now because I'm having a hard time breathing right now because I need something to drink. Let me just play a little commercial here. All right, and I'll be back while I get some water because, like I said, this is, this is the first time I'm doing it with this fast right now, which is the only thing I'm doing. And I feel like I need something else to water my tongue because I cannot swallow too much right now. Let me just put a little commercial here for you guys, and let me just put the song. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Okay, here we go. Habakkuk 2:14. For the earth will be as full of the knowledge of Adonai's glory as water covering the sea. Here comes the name of Adonai from afar, his anger burning in thick rising smoke. His lips are full to the brim with fury, his tongue a consuming fire. His breath is like an overflowing stream that rises high to squish up all of their necks, to sift the nations with a sieve of vanity, and put a bright oil in the people's mouths to lead them astray. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 He repays according to their deeds, fury to his foes, reprisal to his enemies. To the coastlands he will repay their due. In the west they will fear the name of Adonai, and likewise in the east his glory. For he will come like a pent-up stream, impelled by the Spirit of Adonai. Then a Redeemer will come to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn from rebellion. So says Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Change the people so that they will help your lips to call on the name of Adonai, all of them, and serve Him with one accord. And He shall judge many peoples, rebuking strong nations of old. The skill to destroy will be instead peaceful joy. They won't teach war anymore. The Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 We are all right. Thank you for your patience. I had to go get some water because my throat was going to, I couldn't swallow. I got some water here. But this is the stuff that I've been drinking from this. And just realized, usually by this time I already had drank the last of it. And I didn't do it today because I started the program. You know, and that's probably why I feel a little weak, you know, because I should have drank this already. Should have done it before the show. Okay, so I'm gonna finish drinking it at the end here. Well, I'm gonna drink it as I go through. We see how it feels. But okay, thank you for your patience. We're back in business. All right, let's keep this up. So let me see here. So like I was saying here, say the science, Torology 1 is the science of life, where life stands for lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically, or I call indispensable fortresses. Because what it says in Isaiah 26:1, we have a city with salvations are its walls, full of bulwarks. It's talking about looking at Torah from the perspective of all that you can do with Torah. Because Torah has 613 mitzvahs, right, that tell you how you can run a whole nation. You know, you can duplicate and reduplicate, how to have asylum cities and everything. Everything is there. You know, everything is for the here and now. Okay, you can go to other things and set up something, you know, by way of the little laws that all the little constitutions of countries have, but nothing like Torah, man, because Torah is set up in such a way to make you a professional breeder of humanity, you know, so you can populate the earth as soon as possible. That's the whole idea of it. And so when you're not working in that mindset, you know, you have not set up your economy that way, you're not going to be able to fulfill that call, you know, the mayor, the multiply and replenish economy, or multiply and replenish the earth. The mayor as opposed to the mule. I call it the mule economy, everything in the dead cities of everything that have to use our power energies to be able to be made. So that's called the manpower of hell economy. Okay, so, but as I've been telling you, the reason is I want to take you, you know, from it says Torology 1 will translate you from being a slave to the domain of the remoldable terra. That means, you know, being a use of the earth, just realizing the use of the earth and you focusing, into becoming a respirations tetrarch. It's like a king, right? Tetrarch in the royal kingdom of the possessor or processor of wind powers. That's Yudhevave Elokeinu. So, in order that so what? So that you and I, my friend, you may constantly live to enjoy your remarkable transfiguration manifestations in the here and now. Now, whether you found your body of light that is used for communicating, because that's when Jesus became, the transfiguration was used to communicate with Moses and Elijah. That means Moses represents the Torah, and Elijah is the message of the Torah, which means the meaning of the power of the processor of respirations. That's what the meaning of Elijah. Elijah means the power, El, and Jah means Jude and Hey. Okay, the power of the work of the meaning of, or the worker of the processor, of respirations. Okay, so in order to understand that, you got to read Torah. You're introduced to that, because the word Elijah just means that he's the topic means the topic that has to be brought. Is that Yud He Vav He is the powers. Yud He Vav He is the Lord, and that needs to be clearly seen. And that means when Elijah comes, that's the main message. His message is the main topic that is going to be preached, because his name means the power of the processor of respirations. Okay, that's what it means, the power of the processor of respirations. Okay, and so that's what the name Elijah means, the power of the processor, of the worker of the process of respiration. So you want to break down each letter like that, this is what it comes down. So that's going to be the main theme. So you're introduced to the main, another way of translating it, El means God, and Jah. So God and Lord. Another way of translating also, Elijah means the Lord is God. That's saying it backwards. It's actually God, which means El, means power, and Jah, that means Lord, or Yud He Vav He, but it's the first two letters. So it means the Lord God. The Lord is God, or God is Lord, or powers is, the processor of respiration. So the power of the processor of respiration, that's the theme that has to go throughout the whole world, and that's the whole meaning. So to understand that, to communicate everything that has to be done with communication, that's what I call the thought realm. That's the last part I was talking to you about here. The thought realm universally transfiguring humanity, because everything, like I was mentioning before, you're 99.9365% aerial or ruach or spiritual, right? But let me tell you something, you and I are 100% thought controlled or thought driven. 100%. We understand everything because of thought. We communicate because of thought. We think, we come up with ideas, we plan, we make sense of things because of the thought world, the Mahashbha world, the world of the thought, the Mahashbha world. And so in the world of the mind, everything is transmissions of light. Those are the neuron cells, and this is just light being transmitted. You put it on the scanner, you put it in an MRI, you see all these things lighting up, different areas and different colors. So it's all a body of light. Through a body of light is how you communicate in the brain, because it's the fastest communication. It travels through light. The whole world is trying to catch up with us in the sense that they have fiber optics. These are the things to which they communicate through wires, and what transferring in the wires are light. Light is traveling to this fiber optics. The fiber optics are everything that is used for communications. So we have our own built-up body of light. That's called the neurons. So your body of light is composed of neurons, 86 billion neurons cells, and each one has 2,000 powerhouses. Okay, because it's going to be communicating. You need that energy to be able to process. So the whole world, you need to communicate to understand the whole world of thought. Is governed or is enjoyed by these 86 billion neuron cells that transmit light. This is your body of light. It's lit up. It's constantly lit up. To order your arms to move, to order each process in your body to take place. Everything is being conducted by your thought world. A lot of it unconsciously. You're not even aware of it. You know, everything that you need to do when you're moving your body, when you're expressing yourself, when you're talking, all this is neuron activity taking place, you know. All of that is happening all at once. So when we are 0.0635% liquids and solids and 99.9365% aerial, made out of the celestial, the respirations, when it comes to the nature, we're completely supernatural, because the thought world and the neuron world, the world of the Mahashaba world, still the most supernatural world there is. They know how it manifests itself through the body of light. So all the scientists tell you that they're still in the dark when it comes to how the thought world really works. They can tell you that there's a body of light that is operating. They can tell you the manifestations of the neurons. They can tell you that it's lighting up. There's a lot of communication going on back and forth. So the Mahashaba world manifests itself in the physical world through the body of light, to the neurons, 86 billion neurons. That's our transfiguration body that we have 24/7 in the here and now. So we have a transfiguration body that communicates with everything that has to do with Torah, the understanding of Torah, the understanding of what I'm revealing to you, these things that I'm bringing to bear, so you get to know the nitty-gritty of everything. All of that is thought realm, or thought regency, the realm or the rulership of the thought world. So we are 100% thought control, 100% thought driven, 100% thought inspired. Everything happens in the thought world. And I explained to you before that just as the physical world, you know, this physical world, this earth, is found in 3 stages or in 3 states: the solids, the liquids, and the gases. You know, like the solid foods, the liquids that you drink, and the gases that you breathe. That's all in the physical world. In the thought world, also is manifested in 3 states. I'll call it the gas world of the thought, is when it's all in your head, it's all in your mind. It's all the thoughts that are going within you, and only you and the alphabet that is inside of you are intimately aware of that. Because you got to use alphabets, the alphabet that is inside of you, to put together thoughts. So when only you and the alphabet that is inside of you, only you and the Father, are aware of what's going on, that's the thought world in the gas formation. Because nobody can see it, just like the air cannot be seen. You know, but when you get to speak it, when you get to orally say your thoughts, when your thoughts are finally coming out of your mouth, that's liquid. Those are solutions that are being offered. Then the thought changes from the gas state to the fluid. Now it's flowing out of your mouth. It's liquid. It's solutions coming out of your mouth. Okay, so that the thought becomes fluid when it comes out of your mouth, when you speak it and when you say it. When you speak your mind, then your thoughts are fluids. You're connecting to your thought, and the thought has stopped being a gas, and now it comes in the form of a fluid. And that's when you speak it. But when you get to write it down and make a book and make a manual, then that thought is solidified. That's the thought in a solid state. So written ideas, written manuals are thoughts in their solid formation. It's spoken words, spoken narratives, everything that's the thought in its liquid expression, in its fluid flowing. And the thought that is not expressed, that is all in your mind, and only has intimacy with you and the alphabet that is inside of you, the Alpha, that is the thought in the gas formation. But at the end of the day, when we're reading instructions, we are in the thought world. When we're speaking them, we are in the thought world. And when we're thinking them, we are in the thought world. So thought of thoughts, all is thought. Understand? So we are 100% thought. Because as you think, as a man thinketh within himself, so is he, says the scriptures. You know, I think, therefore I am. Okay? And I explained all that to you before. So we are the only ones like that. The animals are not set up like that to have this kind of connection to the Mahashava world. Some of them understand echo chamber language, you know, the sounds of words, you know, and sounds. But they cannot put the coherency of words, can create things, work together in groups to make buildings, make cities and everything. Even though they're dead cities, they're unable to do that. All of that is happening in the Mahashaba world. And because we're connected to this dimension, you know, because we're antennas, we are receptors of the Mahashaba world. All the thoughts that you think are being cultivated in this dimension to which our bodies have access to, you know, to the world of the neurons, to the 86 billion. But in the physical, we have access to all of that in the here and now. You understand? So we have a transfiguration body, a body of light that serves for the communication of everything that is happening, of all our desires, of everything that we have. And we have the ability to share our thoughts with somebody else. And when we share our thoughts, we cause their neurons to be lit up. So we are the cause of people's neurons to be lit up whenever we're having a conversation with them. Right now, I'm provoking the transfiguration body of your neurons to be lit up and listen and learn new things. Okay, so I'm participating in this great economy of the transfigurating body. So in the here and now, we have the transfiguration body, like I've explained. Because we have the neurons, 86 billion of them. That's our transfiguration body. It communicates with light faster than the speed of light, because the scientists are trying to catch up with it. We have fiber optics to communicate from one continent to another right now as fast as possible, because they're trying to imitate all that you have within you. All these processes are in perfect harmony working within you. So when it comes at the end of the day, you are of the ground. That means you are a human being. But more than that, you are celestial. You're a spiritual being. 99.9365% of yourself is celestial or aerial. But all of it, 100%, you're supernatural, because you are able to interpret everything and communicate everything and make sense of everything in the Mahashabha world, in the thought realm or the thought regency. And that's where you're a regent. And there you are there. And in that realm, you manage to do everything with a transfigured body, a body of light, which are the neurons, that are communicating with light. And that's why the Bible says, the entrance of thy word, give it light, give it energy, you give it understanding unto the simple. That's why he says in here, an idea is just neurons firing in the brain. Because that's what's called neuron firing. It's the activity that goes in the brain. Okay? And they call each dose of, it's called an action potential. Everything is an action potential, because everything is that goes in your mind is to activate something. The thought and the neurons are just communicating, everything for the movements of your hand, the movement of your bowel movements, the subconscious things that you do from understanding concepts and ideas. It's working at such fantastic speed, and that's called neuron firing. So this is your transfiguration body. Your transfiguration body is your neurons, the 86 billion of them. They form your transfiguration body, and everything is done. So transfiguration is happening 24/7 in the here and now in your neuron body of 86 billion, one of them. Okay? And resurrection is happening 24/7 in the process of the respirations. You become this wind turbine, respiration turbine, air turbine, or, the air comes and it circulates inside of you, it circulates into all your body, and it goes out, and it also contributes in the resurrection of everything from trees and everything in the organic world. So you're participating there 24/7. So you realize when you have this magnificent economy that is taking place within you, and nobody has informed you for that, but I'm telling you, that's how you have. I'm just putting two and two together. Biology class is not taught this way. They don't teach it to you this way. They just teach it to you as a matter of factly. Just fact. They don't connect it with all that you are, and as to why you were made in such magnificence. And that all the cities in the world do not compare to each one of yourself you have. So when you have all this, and then you begin to evaluate yourself and the esteem of how God elaborately put you together and manage to keep you going, and everything that you are puts to shame. All of the cities of all the peoples of all the empires of the world, from the Sumerians to the Babylonians to whatever you call it, to the Egyptians, everything do not compare to each one of the cities that you have within yourselves, or even within your neurons, my friend. So do not be looking down. I'm here to empower you, and that's what salvation means. I'm giving you the completeness of all that you are. Okay? You're not only a human being, but you're also an aerial being, a spiritual being, because that's what you process the most. But you are completely totalitarian, completely thought world. You are driven by thought, controlled by thought, inspired by thought, understand everything by thought. The thought is what drives you and I. But we are completely 100% totalitarian. We are from that dimension that we're only hooked to it with our bodies of light, which are neurons. 86 billion of them, all right? That's how we hook up to them. All right, so we have to keep that in mind. All right? So you understand at the end of the day where your real, treasure lies. It's all within. The kingdom of God is within us in the here and now in the physical. Connecting to the dimension of the Mahashaba world. Like no other thing ever existed. We are just a constellation of miracle. One miracle after another. Each cell, the way it creates itself and renews itself, a cell dies, a cell is regenerated. Because one thing you got to understand, that God's main concern is about the regeneration. Okay? The keeping up of the DNA, in this case the Torah is the DNA of all creation. Okay? The direct nurturance alphabet for everything, the DNA, or the divine nurturing alphabet. Okay? The divine nurturing alphabet means powerhouse. Okay? For all creation. And so, in everything inside of us, each cell, the command of each cell that is inside of us, some people say from 30 trillion to 73 trillion cells that we have, that's including the neurons in there, by the way. When I say that, it includes the neurons. But specifically the ones for light as the 86 billion neurons. But when you count like that, each one of those cells, I'm going to my train of thought right now. Okay, so each one of those 73 trillion cells, are there to take care of what's in the nucleus. The nucleus inside of the cell is like the city hall. I explained that to you before. And inside of that city hall, because that's where the governor lives. And who is the governor? The DNA. The one that tells you how to take care of the whole body. Your whole body of flesh, of everything, from the skin, from all the organs, of everything. Because that was written in there, and so he does everything for the sake of taking care of the whole body. And so that was that DNA. So it's the keeping of that DNA intact and coherent, so it will pass without being, destroyed from cell to the next cell. That's the whole objective of a whole city, of the living city that we have, is to keep the DNA, the divine nurturing alphabet, if you please, the DNA that is composed of 4 letters, ACTG, ACTG. Those are the 4 letters of the DNA. And I like to think of that as ACT being act and G God. The whole DNA, my friends, is an act of God. That's the best way to remember the DNA. It has these are science, because ACTG, those are the 4 letters of your DNA, okay? But, so it's act of God, but in any case, that's the alphabet that is supposed to keep, those 4 letters, supposed to keep intact and pass it from one cell to the other. Okay, so now when we get Torah, that's the one that we need to keep intact, and we live for that, That's why in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, says, all flesh is as grass, and all the glory of flesh as the flower of grass. That means it compares all that we are in the flesh, all the stuff that we accomplish in the flesh, it's just, all the stuff that we are in the flesh is like grass, like a grass that grows. And the things that we get to do in the flesh is like the flower of grass, like a flower that grows, some beautiful thing. But the grass withered and the flower faded, But the word, the dabar, the administration of the economy, what's that the word dabar mean? Dalet Beth Resh. Dalet means the system or the administration. And bar means Beth Resh, means the blueprints and the ruler. So the administration of the economy. The administration of eco house, nomos rulers. So the administration of the economy is the dabar. But the dabar, the economy of God, remains forever. Because in the dabar is the DNA, that tells you how to run the whole body. So the DNA of a body is the dabar of the body, the administration of the economy of the whole body, that tells you how the whole body needs to be run. So that's what the word dabar means. Dalet Beth Resh, the administration of the economy. But the word of the Lord remains forever. That's what it says. So all flesh. So that's how the cell thinks of itself. All that I am is just a membrane. But taking care of the whole body, and taking care of the DNA, that's what needs to be left going in all my processes that I'm doing. And that's how you you become one. You're translated. You please. Your whole life is identified with the health of the divine nurturing alphabet, with the DNA that you're holding. That's what becomes your life. So if something happens to the DNA, then you get to suffer. If something is ignored, if something is neglected in the DNA, that's when you cry. That's when you're hurting. So you live for the DNA. That's why David says, it is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law. Mine eye does cry a river of tears because, they have not kept Torah. When the Torah was neglected, when Torah was not attended, he cried. He felt for it because the Torah becomes your life. So when that is not taken care of, that's when you're hurt. Okay, so that you're encapsulated. And if you take the Torah, take the alphabet of Torah, and that becomes your life, you have been translated. Okay, because this body of flesh is only it's a strong tower. It's a strong building. That means an alphabet. So this is a miniature representation of the alphabet in your flesh. Your whole body is a strong tower to house all the organs and everything else in it. Okay, so it's a picture of the alphabet that you're holding when you have a body of flesh. Okay, but the real alphabet, which means of Torah, that is the one that constructs everything in the Mahashava world, the one that reigns supreme in the Mahashava empire of the world of thought. That's the one that becomes our life, and that's the one that is not going to die. It's always going to be the same. You understand? So that's the whole idea, my friend. So the whole thing that I wanted to share with you, let me just put this back again because, okay, here we go. All right. Okay, let me see here. Okay, here. I was saying at the beginning. It's, and God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent me. And then I put the one from Jeremiah 3:19 here. Thou shalt call me my father and shalt not turn away from me. Okay. The interesting thing is that when because the question is, find the secret. Okay, I'm getting to this now. Find the secret on how to own the whole world without any money. And you'll have it made, because all creation is going to be eagerly wanting for you to take care or look after them. Okay? And that's what happens, the secret to becoming the owner of all creation without money is to becoming the father of it. When you become the father of all creation, then you own it without any money. So that's the whole idea, the whole thing of becoming and growing up. Because every parent, you have kids for that purpose, so they will end up becoming parents and continue the same routine, But at the end of the day, your call as being a father and mother to your children is not so holy that they cannot become that. Exactly why you're a father and mother to them is so that they will become exactly like that, just like you are. And if God made us in His image, and He is being the powerhouse of all creation, is so that we can grow up, to understand that everything comes from Hakma Binadah. That's the currencies of creation. Hakma Binadah means wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Everything is made with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, and it's only taken care by that. So it's made and maintained by that. So once you know that, and that's all you want to learn in this world, then you become a powerhouse to all creation. Because you want to sustain everything, keep it new, keep it refreshed, keep it restored. Okay, so that's the whole idea of getting the alphabet of Torah, to become a powerhouse to all creation in the here and now. Recognize that what the processes that are happening within you are incomparable. They're matchless. No dead city of the mule, the manpower hell limb economy, of the whole electronics, of everything in this world that can appropriate themselves, come even close to what you have going within you. All right, so you understand that, my friends. And when you know that, man, then you're not envious of anything in this world. You're here to show the Father left and right, at every turn, every opportunity that you have. So to find the secret of how to own the whole world without any money is to becoming a father. So when God, for example, when Moses asked God what his name was, so he would tell the people who had sent him, the interesting question that God did is something that only a parent would say, to the child that he's going to take care of. Because a father or a mother, a parent, is all that he's got to be to take care of the child. You know, he will wear many hats to make sure that the child gets all the care that he needs to get. A parent will be the first musician that a child is going to have, will be the first singer that is going to hear. He's going to be the first accountant that is going to meet, because parents have to come up with budgets to keep able to meet the budget for their households. He's going to be the first doctors that they're going to have. They're going to put band-aids on their kids. They're going to do everything to heal them when they fall. You know, they're going to be, so their parent is going to wear all kinds of hats. You know, they're going to be the first one to draw for them. You're going to be a graphic designer for them, going to teach them how to draw. You're going to be all the things that all the different positions are in the world when they wear different hats. I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that. You are all of that, you know. So when it comes to raising your child, a parent is, I am all that I am to take care of my child. I will be all that I will be to take care of thee. That's what a parent is. It's just full of love, and so he'll do anything that he can. So he'll wear many hats of all the different positions that people hold titles with pride in the world. That's not what he's concerned about. He's concerned that you'll grow up to be a responsible member of society, and finally a father and a mother, you know, a couple that can take care of the whole earth, you know, and therefore a parent will be what it's going to be in order to take care of thee. So that's what God was saying. I will be what I have to be in order to take care of thee, because I made you in the image of me, of the Aleph Bet that is in thee. Okay? So that's what God was saying. I will be just like a parent. You know, a parent cannot say, I'm just going to be taking care of you when you get sick and you need a Band-Aid. That's it. Don't come bother me with anything else, you know. No, a parent has to be the singer, has to be the cheerleader to the kid, has to be everything that you can imagine. You know, I will be what I have to be to take care of thee. Okay? So that's when you become a parent to creation. And then you'll say, I will be what I have to be to make sure that you, for example, in my case, you get the full picture of all that belongs to thee, of all that encapsulates thee, of all that makes who you are, so that you will not be taken advantage of. So nobody comes and take the wool off your eyes and try to offer you something, because now when you know that that transfigurations are happening to you inside of you 24/7, and you have a body of light to communicate, you know, that's in the thought world, thought realm, and that resurrections are happening, and you're a participant in that, in the realm of the respirations. And therefore, if you have respirations that are working 24/7, you have transfigurations that are working 24/7, and you're magnificently made with this magnificent cities, who else is going to sell you something cheaper than that? Okay? Like, for example, nobody in the world fascinates me. They can give me 10,000 Dubais. I'm not going to take them. They don't come closer to what I have in my pinky. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? That's not fascinate me. Tesla can give me all of his industry, SpaceX and everything. What's the point? He can give me all the planets he's going to conquer. That does not compare to all the cities that are in my pinky. Not living cities that don't bother me to procreate themselves. All right? So that's why everything loses its luster. Everything becomes dark. Everything becomes a complete black hole. That's how all of creation is completely destroyed when you build up the understanding and you get to see everything 100% from the point of view, from the vantage point of your maker. Then nothing can make you afraid. You understand what I'm saying? You stand tall. You know what you got. It's like, I know what I got. You cannot buy me, man. I'm never going to sell myself for nothing like all the people. I'm never going to sell myself for nothing. Because, you know, I have my everything in the Aleph Bet, and the Aleph Bet is my everything and my all in all. He's my father. He made me so magnificently. He's always with me. You know, he made me such a royal, you know, so I'm a regent, I'm all these things. I'm proud to be a cell in his creation. In the creator, I'm happy to be a creative, healthy cell. That means a colossal, energy lavishing lover. That's how I show. Every cell inside of our body is the greatest philanthropist. The greatest philanthropist. It's just giving ATP, giving energy, you know, to keep what is called his life, because the object of his affections has got to be the Torah. It has to be the alphabet, and then you'll never die. Because you're taken up. You're raptured into the mindset and the mindfulness of the Aleph Beth, and therefore you cannot be destroyed. You're taken up into what's real, your real inheritance, and you move through the world, through your transfigured world, you communicate into Mahashava world, into the world of thought, and you're there with your maker. The empire of the Mahashava world. And that's, my friends, you can bank on it. This thing is a reality for the here and now. And that's what has been missing. You see what I'm saying? That's what has not been said to you. That's what has been abandoned, that is left, and people, the whole world has been left in the dark because of it. Okay, and that's why you can easily fall for anything in this world. So do not go by cheap transfigurations that only work for somebody, and they have never really worked for you according to what they told you. Do not go by resurrections that only work once a year, or once in a blue moon, or once when you get to resurrect at the end. Don't go by cheap stuff that doesn't work. Because a real Torah, a real manual, is to tell you all your inner processes. And so that's why Torah is the truth. It's telling you all your inner processes. And these inner processes are fabulous, are magnificent. Like David recognizes how in Psalm 139, how wonderfully, magnificent, and fearfully I'm made. He thought about these things. He pondered upon that. I mean, and so do I. I take everything I learn and I apply it to. That's wow. So it's just I lived in awe all the things that surround me. And each one of you to me is more important. Each one of you, my group, is more important than any city, than any world will open up and will give me the key of the city. Okay, because what you have going, the processes you have going within you, my friends, they're incomparable. They're matchless. It cannot be duplicated by any. Okay, so here we have it. So, all right. So let me see here. I want to sing that song. It's time, O Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise. Let me see if I can play, because I have the video here. Let me see. I think I have it here. Oh yeah, here we go. See. So I can, just so that I can remember how I want. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can sing, and I had to play it to remember the melody. But that's what I was doing right before I started. I was recording it, so I want to forget it, so I recorded it there. Okay. It's time. Okay, put this down here. All right, see here. Oh, it's gonna be crackling. It's time, oh Adonai, for thy sweet Torah to arise. Make the nations see thy Aleph as it's time, high time. Okay. Let me see how we're doing here. 1 second, I'll take this out. All right. Whew. Let me see here a second. All right. Okay, give me a second here now. Let me take it out. So as you can see here, you know, cell is a city. A quick review here. Transfiguration body is the body of neurons that connects us continually to enjoy this totalitarian world of thought, you know. And so let me just sing the other song that is in the back here. Okay, Psalm 44 verse 8. Okay, let me see how that is. Okay, let me see, I'll make sure, because I wanted to make sure. Psalm 44 verse 8. In God we boast all the day long and praise thy name forever. In God we boast all the day long, okay? I have loved when I'm around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have loved because I have found you, and in you my heart is free. I'm in love, so in love with you. I'm in love, so in love with you. You are all I know. I can think of no other. And as I just spoke about you, I forget about myself. I'm in love, so in love, with you. I'm in love, so in love with you always all I know. I can think of no one else. And as I just pray about you, I forget about myself. I'm in love, so in love with you. I'm in love, so in love with you. Woo! All right. Okay, my fellow Liberians. So, that's where we're at right now. Let me start with some questions now. All right. Let's get to Sen Mula. All right. Let me see here. Let me get to this and open up this one. All right. So let me put here. So we're able to communicate with a body of light. That's how we're communicating right now. You know, from the HTTV newscaster here, you know, Garage David Emmanuel Castro Stevenson, you know, aka Tito, Kerry, and the COVID 19 men. All right. So, and then what we understand is that everything is energy. Your thoughts begin it, your emotions amplifies it, and your action increases the momentum. And so as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Okay? Communicate with it. We are animated by it, inspired by it. We move our bodies with it. You know, everything is energy. You know, so at the end of the day, this is a dynamic body. All energies being produced, 2,000 mitochondria, 2,000 powerhouses in each neuron, 200 in each regular cell. The DNA is the main objective of their existence. Man, I'm telling you, we can learn from our bodies. And that's what the sages says, that in the end, the physical body was going to be teaching Torah. I'm doing it right now already. I'm teaching Torah through your physical body. Because all of these things have been going on millennia after millennia and being left ignored by all the other narratives. All the other narratives, Christianity, Quran, all the other proclamations of independence, all the other constitutions, will never open your eyes to see this, my friend. Because this is the magnificence of what you have within you. Only HTTV 28, you know, his host here is able to deliver this to you. All right? And now it's time to make some moolah. All right? So we understand that. You know, we have a beautiful heritage here that we have. We're celebrating that. Okay. All right. Now, let me put you here. Ta-da-ta-da. Let me get you guys on the scene here. All right. All right. There's a lot of comments going on right. Yeah, I know. I got so thirsty, man. But I hadn't drank that. But now I needed that because now I got my strength back. But this is the, I need to have drank this by now, and I didn't do it. So that's, I guess, was out of schedule for that. So I knew for next week I'm gonna do it all ahead of time. I'm gonna have a little water extra just in case too. But it worked. I'm able to do it. All right. So here we are, my fellow variants, my Totarian friends. So it's beautiful to know your salvation. Your salvation is to know your completeness. That's why it says that, you know, he's coming in a donkey and he's carrying victory. I mean, he's carrying salvation with him. You know, because that is your victory. When you know your completeness. See, you're left, you're destroyed because of lack of knowledge. You're put silent. You're unable to answer the narratives of this world because you only know 0.0635% of yourself. A poor thing. If you barely know yourself, anybody can take you over. You understand what I'm saying? But when you know 100% of yourself, try to see if anybody can rob, you know, the awareness of what goes to Yudevabe, because they're not going to take away. He is my father. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody else is going to give me a better deal. Okay? The deal that I got going within me, nobody else can match it. All right? So not there, you don't become bartering for what you have in you. You don't barter for that. You know, you don't become, you know, a pawn shop. You know, bartering the things of your inner world for the little trinkets of the external world. No, my friends. You wake up to your reality, you know. Yeah, you say, why no water? It's because in this thing, as Joseph, the reason why you're not supposed to drink water because this liquid supposed to work like doing chemotherapy. It's called the Grape Cure by a lady named Johann Brandt. You can buy her book, Johann Brandt. She's a lady that had a lot of cancer. I couldn't cure herself with different procedures, but she used the Grape Cure. But it acts like the real chemotherapy in the sense that it nourishes you and it eliminates, but it has to be only the grape with nothing else, no water, nothing else. And so it takes out everything else, every bad thing that has ever been there. So it just takes it out of you. You know, it poops it out, it pees it out. But it doesn't have to be mixed with water. It has to be pure, so it becomes like a chemotherapy, but the natural chemotherapy that you give to your body. So it's really the best way of purging your body and not losing energy. Because for my work, I feel good. I feel I haven't lost any energy for work. Everything feels good for my work. But it is, right now that I was doing this, that usually takes 3 hours, that was taking my breath away, you know. But other than that, I feel really good, you know. So, and it's only about 20, so that's why you drink water, because you don't want to mix it with anything else. But I drank a little bit today because of this, you know, but it doesn't that much, so it shouldn't interfere, because I can keep it off for the rest. But that's why it's like a pure 100% natural chemotherapy. If you have cancer, it will completely cure you. 21 days of this, you'll be completely cured of cancer. You know, according to the book of Johann Brandt, the Great Cure is called. Johann Brandt, the Great Cure. You know, she wrote this book. Well, she was really sick, nothing. But I did this in 2012, and I lost a lot of weight in no time. And so I'm gonna go for as long as I have all the grapes in there. It might be more than, I think I have, you know, for 30 days or 40 days. We'll see. It's pretty packed up in there. So I'm gonna be using those. I wanna go for as long as I can, and I'll keep you posted. But this is what I'm doing right now. So that's why there's no water. But it does good. It does a great job. All right. So now, okay, let me take you down here. All right. So let's see. So let's make a roll call. Who is here? I'm here. Let's see. Let me hear. I'm here. Just to see who we have online. All right. I think Kat is here. It's interesting a little while ago. Okay. You have your own. Yeah, I have my own vineyard. That's right. Yeah, I have a little vineyard there. I started cultivating it 4 years ago, and now it's giving a lot. You know, almost 5 years ago. Now it's giving a lot. Rosa is here. Very good. Rosa here. Andy's here. You. And Brian is here. All right. So everybody is here. All right. So let's get going with this now. All right. Okay. Now let's see if somebody was paying attention. I told you that I started my journey through Christianity. And what were two things that fascinated me about Christianity? At least I told you about 4 different things that Christianity offer. You know, what you can get later on in the future. You don't get them in the here and now. You know, you can get them later on. But they fascinated me, and that's why I bought into it and I went for it. But there's a couple of things. I said about 4 things. But somebody tell me about 2 things that fascinated me about Christianity, of the benefits that they offer. You know, that I found that in the Torah. I have it 24/7 all the time. Okay, Andy. Okay, heaven. I didn't mention that, but let me see here. I've been there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will take that from John 3:16, because the John 3:16 is everlasting life, eternal life. Okay. So everlasting life. Okay. So it doesn't found in John 3:16. So I'll take Andy Crispin. Yeah, one of the things that eternal life fascinated me. The whole idea of having eternal life. But when you realize that you live for the alphabet, that's all you offer. When you work in a company, you're there to offer everlasting life to the product and services. You're there to keep everything new, refreshed, restored, so nothing dies on you. So the moment you learn to keep the alphabet, all the companies require you to offer eternal life for all the products and services. You understand? To keep it going. So, and also in John 3:16 says, you know, people think that it's about going to heaven. To everlasting life is to go to heaven. But going to heaven is not. In John, even in John, it says that everlasting life is answers in John 17. It tells you that to know the Father is everlasting life. That's even from the New Testament. To know the Father is everlasting life. It says in the New Testament. But a lot of people, since they only know John 3:16, you know, they think that everlasting life has to do going to heaven. That's when you have everlasting life. You know, but the word heaven in Greek, by the way, you reminded me. Andy reminded me the word heaven in Greek is Uranus. Uranus. That's the Greek word for heaven. You know, so when it says, when Jesus taught you the Our Father, it says, Our Father who art in heaven. He's telling us, Our Father who art in Uranus. Okay. It's a religion that talks out of the ass. Sorry to say. You know, but that's the word heaven in Greek is Uranus. Look it up. I'm not. So that's a little side effect there. In any case, so congratulations, Randy. I'm going to give you that because at least the word everlasting life, which means eternal life, appears there. So yeah, one of the things, everlasting life. But so I mentioned something else. So somebody else besides everlasting life, what's the other thing that fascinated me that Christianity has to offer? What other benefits they offer that the Torah says you have it all the time here? Okay, yeah, he said John 3:16. Anybody else says eternal life? Okay, let me see something here. Eternal life. Okay, what else? Urine. How many ounces do you drink? Okay. Uranus is a planet, I know. But also, that's the name of heaven. That's how you say Greek. In the Greek, that's how you say heaven, Uranus. Okay. All right. So, anybody else can tell me, because I said to mention two things. You only mentioned one thing, everlasting life. But what other things I had looked? That was part of what we have. Palabra, yeah, a word. But that's one of the things that fascinates me. The word. Okay, that's true. That fascinates me. Okay, I'll give you that, Joseph, because I said that before. All right. So Joseph will get $50 also. So it'll be Andy 50 and Joseph 50. Yeah. So in Christianity, the idea of the Dabar has fascinated me. The idea of everlasting life, and then, but when I came to Torah, I understood that the alphabet is supreme. Nothing, no word can be formed without an alphabet. So the alphabet rules the day. Okay, so that's why the alphabet took over, and the alphabet of Torah is what reigns now, supreme in me. Okay, so palabra of Torah. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, now the next. So Andy and Randy. Okay, I know Joseph. I know your other name, Andy and Randy. There, you're gonna be sitting now. Okay, for this now. The next question now for the other two people that are left in here. All right. Now, let me see if you remember. The body of transfiguration that you have within you, okay, is made of neurons, okay? Neurons, and these transmit light. And that's why they call your body of transfiguration. It's your body of communication. It's your body of communicating with the thought world. It's all done through the neurons, all right? And so that's the communication system that's going on. It's your body of communication. It's made out of light, and this is your body of transfiguration. Let me see if anybody pay attention. How many neurons are there? Okay. Oh, wow. Somebody was already ahead of time. 86B. Okay. Okay. 86 billion. All right. Yeah. There's 86 billion. It's your body of transfiguration. It's made out of 86 billion neurons. That's correct. All right. So you got it. So Rosa gets that one. 86 billion. The body of configuration. All right. Some of you are thinking ahead of time here, huh? You're getting smart on me. Well, that's very good. Very good. Congratulations to the winners then. It's Andy and Randy and Rosa. Andy and Joseph and Rosa. I hope you don't mind me calling you Randy, okay? It's okay? Because I still remember you from old times, man. All right. All right, my friend. Congratulations to each one of you. It was a pleasure to have you here today, participating. It was I enjoy your company. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. Now let me see what commercial I can finish with here now. All right, Brian, you made it. All right. See here. Well, yeah, let's rock the house. Woo! They were talking about resurrection matters, man. Stuff that really matters. All right. Yeah. You hear me? Okay, good. Put this down a little bit. All right. See? One, two, three, testing. Okay. All right. See, one, two, three, testing. All right. Okay. All right. We're in business. All right. You can hear me. All right. Perfect. All right. Still doesn't want me to tag people, man. He's telling me that this feature has been disabled. But I try to tag you guys anyhow. Hopefully you can make it. So I know Brian made it, so we'll see what else shows up. All right. All right, let's see here. Okay, one moment here. So the message today is now is the time to resurrect the alphabet that is in thee to become the powerhouse it ought to be. All right? That's the whole idea. You know, we were made with the first book that was given to us was so that we could present the alphabet of the powerhouse that it is. You know, because that's the name of God, that's the name of the Father and founder of everything. But somehow, all these other narratives got in the way and piled up on top of it, and did the awful job of just using the alphabet for anything except to present him as the powerhouse of all creation. They'll use him for anything except for that. So they have murdered the number one, representation of the Father and founder of all creation, to be the powerhouse of all energies, to keep everything going in the here and now. That's the only thing, that's the main thing that is supposed to represent, and only Torah has it, and all the other narratives have failed to do so. And so that's what we're here for, to resurrect the alphabet to its maximum capacity, so that we can all enjoy the life of the alphabet. We were made to be the Father's employees, Humanity was made for the sake of working under the alphabet, working under the powerhouse. All right, and somehow this powerhouse got corrupted, the alphabet got corrupted, and therefore other lords have had dominion over us, but by thee we will make mention of thy name. So that's what is happening. Other people have stepped in, other narratives have stepped in, and they have diminished, the representation of the powerhouse, and they've done everything in their power for us to use it for anything else except for us to present it for what it really is. All right. So, all right. So I thought I will do that. So now is the time to resurrect the alphabet that is in thee to become the powerhouse it ought to be, because that what it was given for us, and all the nations have done what it says in this introduction here. They've done the moan, that is the murdering, the mutilation. They become the mortuaries and mausoleums of all nations. That's what they've done to the alphabet. Okay, so they killed it. They killed its full powerfulness of being the powerhouse of all creation, but we're using the Torah to bring it back, to raise it up to its potential and to the fullness of his stature. All right. So let me see how we're doing here. Let me go back and before I start over here. All right, Brian, so you are the only one around. We'll see, because they say that they completely disabled my ability to tag people. I kept on tagging, but said, you cannot do it. It's disabled. You cannot do it. It's disabled. But I'm glad you were around, man. So we'll see what happened to the rest. I hope they come. But let me share this in my group, though. Maybe they'll start seeing it that way. Let me do that. All right, let's do this. All right, it's not letting me share the group here, so let me go to the COVID-19 man, and let's put it in there. Okay, there it goes. Rosa, you made it. All right. Okay. Rosa, did you receive the tag too? Because it's telling me that that tag is disabled. Just give me a hard time. But in any case, I'm glad to see you though. All right. Let me just share with my group here. Hold on a second. All right. Let me go here and make sure that I got it right. Okay, patience, people. All right, Rosa. Oh, wait, Rosa got the tag too. Okay. All right, let me try this on my group. Post. All right, post it to the group. All right, now let me post it to my timeline. Alright. Posted it to my timeline. Alright. Okay, now let's see you guys here. Take you all the way to the top. Alright, let me do the intro here. Pow goes the powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what Word Electric, Love Electric, is the only bed we're connected. Word Electric, Love Electric, in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth, there's nothing that can be denied. Is the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the powerhouse, with your waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up. Cause that's what Word Electric, Love Electric, in the other bed we're connected. Word Electric, Love Electric, to no one else I'm genuflecting. Word Electric, Love Electric, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find in there the powerhouse not scared. You won't be silenced, nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies, the righteous now in Christ, cause the COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Live the power show, ride this mule around. welcome, my fellow Liberians, to HDTV 28 Hadabarin Torah Volt 613. It's great to have you. It's good to have and enjoy each one of you here today. We're going to have a good time today. We are here to resurrect the Aleph Bet to its full potential of being the powerhouse of all creation. So it's good to have you at HDTV 28, highest definition Torah vision, the only channel in all of creation that is here to keep the Aleph Bet in its full potential of being the powerhouse of all creation. So if you've gone to other narratives and you have lost that potential of the Aleph Bet, which means alphabet in you, and you do not feel like the powerhouse of all creation is inside of you, and you got to look for something outside of you, either in a religion or in this world or in the future or sometime to come, to feel that something is going to complete you, then the Aleph Bet in you has died, my friend, and it's time to resurrect it. All right, so welcome to HDTV 28, Hadabar in Torah Bolts 613. And now let's go ride the donkey. All right.
Amor, amor, nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos. Nacer el sentir que tus besos andaron en mí, igual que palomas mensajeras de luz. Saber que mis besos se quedaron en ti, haciendo en tus labios la señal de la cruz. Amor, 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 nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos, nació del alma.
All right, so here we are. Works out pretty good. All right, so here we are again. So we're looking at the subject today because we're talking about now is the time, to resurrect the Aleph Bet that is in thee, to become the powerhouse that it ought to be. All right, so it's a very important subject that we need to tackle today, so we need to talk about that. So it's good to have you here so far. I see Rosa, welcome. Brian, I see you, welcome. Like I say, it was giving me a hard time tagging everybody, so if you guys got the tag, you're very fortunate indeed, because I can see that this AI, doesn't want this word to get out, this artificial intelligence that is monitoring this social media platform, don't want anything like this to get out, because that's the end of them, and they're coming to an end. So, but nonetheless, the message is going out, and I'm giving it out, okay? And that's the main thing that matters, all right? So, let me see here. Let me put something that we can sing. Let me put it here. All right, put this in here and let's see what we can have. Okay, I did the Tanakh already. Let me see here. All right. Let's do this. All right. right, let's see this one. Let's see if we can do this one here at the bottom. Psalm 119, 126. And Psalm 119, 136. All right, those two verses. See if I can get my voice going here. So, it is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law. They have made void Torah. Okay? And so, and then the other verse talking about mine eyes just cry a river of tears because they had not kept Torah, or they had not kept thy law. All right, let me lower this so it won't be scratching too much when I'm singing it. All right. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law. Thine eye just cry a river of tears because they have not kept thy law. Thine eye just cry a river of tears because they have not kept thy law. Again. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void Torah. Thine eye just cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. Thine eye just cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void Torah. Thine eye just cry a river of tears because they have not kept Torah. Thine eye just cry a river of tears because they have not kept Torah. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void Torah. Thine eye just cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. Thine eye just cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. It is time for the word. Amen. You understand the vision that David have the Torah. You know, most people, when you say the word Torah, what comes to the head is just the scrolls that open up, you know, and the 5 books of Torah, or what is in their Bible. But when you look at Torah for all that it represents, we understand that Torah is the manual for how to run other creation in the here and now. Of all the other books or religious books or anything that has been left for us, this is the only one that has 613 mitzvahs that are applicable for the here and now, that need to be done in the here and now. You know, not sometime when we leave this earth, when we go so on. It's all to be done in the here and now. And in all those 613 mitzvahs, we're taking care either of the reputation of the name of God, that being the reputation of a person that works in a God capacity, like the governing operations director of any company, governing operations director, GOD, like the CEO of a company. So we are trained to have respect and reverence for the brand name of a company, or for the brand name of our boss of what he's working for. Then we are trained to take care of our environment, of the product that God has produced, of the whole physical, organic world. We are there to make sure that all the functionalities of the physical are kept balanced. So everything is for the here and now. So when you follow all of that, and when you encapsulate all of the 613 mitzvot, the Torah is an integration fortress, an integrating fortress. Fortress is like a city that is all walled up and well defended, and is there for the integration and make sure that it doesn't deteriorate, that all that God has given for our care will remain brand new, refreshed, restored. And that's the whole thing of us giving Torah, giving the 613 mitzvot. So when you're giving the 613 mitzvot, it's like handling a city developer, one person that has to develop a whole city, the whole blueprints of how the whole city is going to look like, and what it's going to stand for, and what it's going to do. So the city developer, when he gets all the blueprints, he's just looking at the vision of the whole city, because that's what he's going to bring out of those blueprints. So that's what it is. When we're giving Torah, we're giving the blueprints of how to run a whole city, or how to run a whole fortress in the here and now. That integrates with everything that is found in the organic world, and therefore is not abusive to anything outside of us. But we have to be the energies, the fresh breath of air. That's the only thing, Torah is the only one, Like I was in Christianity before, and I had memorized the book of John. I had memorized the epistle of the Jude. I memorized 1st and 2nd John and 1st and 2nd Peter. I had memorized some of those things, but if the whole world were to cave in, I was the only one left, with another couple or whatever, to start the world again by following all the stuff that I learned from John and from the. I will not be able to run any societies here. I will not be able to guide them, because it just tells me nice stories about this so-called, JC. I got the first, before I planned to give the title that I chose, I was thinking of a message today, call it from SE to JC to the Aleph Beth of Torah, to the resurrecting Aleph Beth of Torah. But I changed the whole thing. But SE was Santa Claus, was a narrative to tell me how to get good gifts, in the here and now if I behaved. And JC was a narrative to tell me if I just call on the name of somebody else and trust in the works that he did, I will get his good gifts, the heaven that he went to, and I will get everything. But the New Testament doesn't tell me how to run this world in the here and now, how to set up courts, how to do everything for the businesses of the people in the here and now. Doesn't give me one iota of that. Just give me a nice story about this so-called JC, the Messiah that they're supposed to represent. But if I were just to trust in what I memorized, I would not be able to run this world, if you didn't have a Torah. But now that I'm in the Torah, if everything goes to hell, in a handbasket, everything is destroyed, I know how to build it up. Because Torah tells me everything. How to take care of my environment, how to take care of my neighbors' affairs, how to be respectful to people's businesses. Everything is laid down there. So when you have Torah, it's not only a scroll that you have an integrating fortress. And that's how you need to look at it. Torah is the blueprints of how to run the whole creation, and you to be a powerhouse in it with the Aleph Bet that is in you. Because the Aleph Bet, you were made in the image of that. And so that's how you need to look at it. So when we're singing this song, if you're not looking at Torah from that point of view, then you already lost, the purpose for which Torah was given. Torah was given for us to facilitate the running of this whole creation, and for us to be the powerhouse in it. We are supposed to become the cell, like the whole body of God's creation. We are the cell. The cell is the one that houses 200 mitochondria, if it's just a regular cell. And it's a neural cell from the brain that house houses 2,000 mitochondria. The mitochondria is the powerhouse that energizes the body. So it produces the ATP. So each cell is like a whole city in of itself. It's an integration fortress, if you please, that is taking care of the DNA, which is the main alphabet that takes care of the whole human body. All right, so we're talking about something that is majestic in there, a cell. So when you have Torah, the Torah becomes the DNA of all of creation. And you're guarding it. And you're looking at the blueprints of how all society is to be laid out and how order is to be kept in the here and now. It's the only book that provides you with that. All the other narratives or other things, they give you nice little sayings here and there, little things to remember, little wise sayings here and there. But they don't lay out the structure of how to keep the world running and how to keep you in the mindset that you are a powerhouse in here with the alphabet within you. They don't give you that training. And therefore, no wonder that everybody that goes outside of Torah, they always go to destroy the alphabet that is in them. The alphabet that is in them does not make them feel like they're the powerhouse, like they're the wind powers, the electric powers, everything that empowers this world to stay alive. They don't feel that. They don't, because they're not taught from Torah. Torah is what it tells you what the alphabet is, which means father and founder. And once you were made in his image, that's how you can portray him every second of your existence in the here and now. So that's what we're looking at. You understand? So when we're looking at Torah, so that's why it was something that to him is people are not looking at the blueprints of creation. Then the whole world has gone, to entropy. It's without form and void. Because without the blueprints, nothing is going to be represented. The real city is always found in the one that is loving the blueprints. And that's where it's found and is projected out of that person. So nobody was projecting the city that God had in mind, the fortress that God had in mind for us to have in this world. So when you go to Torology, the study of Torah, that's what you get, my friends. You get to build up, integration fortresses that keep everything coherent, that do not fight with the environment, but to keep everything clean and pure. Because you have the blueprints of how to run everything. And only Torah, I found that only Torah is capable of doing that. So if I take the alphabet that's been installed in me and I take it to another book, it's not going to give me that capacity. It's not going to empower me to create the world anew. Okay? It's not going to enable me to be the cell to the Creator's creation, Like the cell, I call it the colossal, that's the gargantua, the colossal energy lavishing lover. That's what a cell does for your body. Because it has 200, a regular cell has 200 powerhouses and it gives you energy with that, each cell. And it propagates the DNA so the cell can duplicate correctly. So each cell in your body is a colossal energy lavishing lover. It loves to do that for your whole body. And that's what we become once we learn Torah and we see the whole panorama, the whole scenario of what it represents. Is the blueprints of all creation and how creation needs to be run in perfect balance. So then when you acquire the knowledge of Torah and you look at it from that perspective of the alphabet, my friend, then you become the cell, the colossal energy lavishing lover. Understand? And the word lover is L-O-V-E-R. That means laborer of vital, enriching resurrections. Because you keep everything alive. That's what the cell is doing. It's working. It's a labor of vital, enriching resurrections. It's keeping every cell alive and the DNA of all things. So that's what you become, my friend. When you take a look at Torah from the point of view of the giver, that is the blueprints of everything that is in creation. Therefore, you are looking at what God wants you to be. You are empowering the alphabet that is in you to be the powerhouse to creation. And you become the cell, the colossal and energy lavishing lover. All right? And that's what you're going to be once you are that. So the whole creation is kept safe because you are holding the blueprints within you. And that was the most there for you. So understanding that, let us sing this little part again. Psalm 119, understand what is coming from. So this, so it is time for the Lord, right? It is time for thee, oh Lord. universe. All right. And that's what we hear. We hear for the processor or the worker of respiration powers, which is the representation of the name Yud-He-Vav-He, the processor or the worker of respiration powers. Yud-He-Vav-He Elohim, that's what it means. So we are talking his behalf, deciphering his name, looking at the blueprints of creation, and empowering the alphabet that is inside all of us to be a powerhouse in this creation, my friends. All right, so amen for that. Let me take you down here. All right, let's see. Put that in front of me, and let's see what are we doing here for a second. Let me see you guys. All right, so it's still the two of you. Okay. All right, but I'm glad you're still around, though. Okay, like I say, it's telling me that the tagging capacity has been disabled, so we'll see what happens along the way. I hope more people get to join us. But now, as we're talking about the cell, the magnificent cell, people don't think much of it, but the thing is all part of the respiration process. You understand? Everything is like that, so we have to see everything from the perspective. If I began to open you on an understanding of what it means in the breath economy, in the respirations, and how we have 22,000 pounds of air that we respirate every day, and that we process the respirations, and that's how the whole life of the wind power in the planet is kept going, for the physical environment, not only for the flesh, but also for the trees. Everybody participates in this great energy plant, power plant of life that is in this whole planet. But also we're going to go into the respirations that are taking place, because once we take the oxygen inside of us, the cell uses that oxygen to create ATP. That's the power, that's the fuel to energize the body. And with that, it's taking care of the DNA and is doing a formidable task. So what happens inside of a cell is equivalent to what takes place inside of a city. And that's what we're going to look right now. We're going to look at a little video that's telling us, how everything is happening within a city, okay? Because that gives you an idea that the cell, how important it is, and what kind of a job that it does. Okay, so let's look at about 2.5 minute video that explains this for us. Let me see here. Make sure I have all the way here. All right, let me see. Okay, let me put this up a little bit so you guys can hear that. All right, let me see. All right, let's put it on.
Let's begin with the cell wall. In the city, the cell wall that surrounds the city protects the city from items outside, just like the cell wall provides protection and structure to the cell. Next, the cell membrane is represented by the doors, because the cell membrane is a semi-permeable membrane that regulates what moves in and out of the cell. Next, you can see the cytoplasm in the middle of the city. It is the water found in the city, because the cytoplasm is a gel-like material that contains important nutrients and the other organelles are suspended in. Next up is the nucleus. The nucleus is represented by the city hall, because it controls the activities of the cell. Like the nucleus has all the directions and blueprints of the cell, because it contains the DNA. The endoplasmic reticulum, or ER, is represented by the roadways of the city, because the ER acts like passageways and roadways in order to move materials around the cell. Ribosomes are small factories, because the ribosomes are the sites where proteins are made. They are protein factories. The mitochondria are represented by these power plants, because the mitochondria generates energy for the cell in the process called cellular respiration. The vacuoles are storage containers, because vacuoles store food and water for the cell. The lysosomes are small trash cans, because they break down waste material. And finally, the chloroplasts are represented by small solar factories that convert sunlight to energy. I may not have included every organelle you needed, but you can use your imagination and come up with some. I hope this mnemonic device helps for you memorizing the cell organelles. Thanks for watching, and Moo Moo Math and Science uploads a new math and science video every day. Please subscribe and share.
All right. That gives us an idea there. Put it down here. All right. Okay. Now, take you guys back here. All right. Okay. All right. I see another person watching, but it hasn't said hi yet. Don't be shy, you guys. Come on in. Don't be shy. It's going to be a nice learning day today of learning. All right. We're going to understand the inheritance that we were given when we're given this body of flesh. A lot of people have not thought about that. And therefore, because you don't realize what you have when you have a body of flesh, then you are going eagerly to buy all the empires of this world and go after all the empires of this world. When all the empires of this world, since the day the earth has began until now, since the people start building empires, do not compare, to the world of your flesh or your body of flesh, what is happening in it. But that's what we're going to study right now. Okay, so you understand the marvel and the wonderful, because David said, "How wonderful and fearfully I'm made." I'm made. He will contemplate on that. He will be in awe of how God made him. And now that we have science, nobody goes and meditate on how magnificent the body is. Now remember, the city is like a cell. The cell is like a city. Okay, so that's what we're gonna focusing on right now. So let me take you here. We're gonna look further into this. Let me take you. Guys. All right. So we were talking last week about expanding. To expand our mindset. Okay. Now let me take you here to a verse from Scripture that I want to be able to share with you as well, from Isaiah chapter 26. See here. Isaiah chapter 26. Here we go. Okay, Isaiah 26:1. Let me see here. Let me darken it here. In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Okay? So this strong city here is talking about Torah. This is how the prophet is looking at what Torah is. Okay? Salvation means completeness and wholeness. Nothing is lacking. When you have the Torah, you have the blueprints of everything in creation. Like I say, he gives you the mitzvot, so the commandments to run this world in a very successful fashion, not as an individual that has everything for himself, but as a whole society that takes care of each other and takes care of everything that surrounds us. All right. So this is the blueprint for that. So in that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Bulwarks are like fortresses, defense, castles of defense. All right. Open ye the gates. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth. All right. And what's the truth? Well, the Torah. Those that keep the truth, they keep the Torah. The Torah is the blueprints of creation. So when you have Torah, then you have the truth of what the world needs to look like and how it needs to be kept. So what it was made for and what you can do for it. All right. So you enter the workplace of the Creator and you're prepared to run the whole place as His miniature power plant. You're the powerhouse in here on His behalf. You're hired by the powerhouse to be His power plant. And you're working the same mindset. It says, okay, and then I love these verses. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind stayed on thee, because he trusted in thee. All right. So that means the word says that will keep him in perfect peace. The word perfect peace is just repeating shalom twice. That will keep him in shalom, shalom. Because that's how the Hebrew word speaks. If something is very important, he repeats it twice. It says, when the Bible says, thou shalt surely die, the Bible says, thou shalt mut. Mut is die. But when it says mut, it says, you're going to really die. So when God's saying peace, he's saying perfect peace. That's how we use it in English, because we have more other words. But thou will keep him, shalom, shalom, whose mind stayed on thee, because he trusted in thee. The word shalom means just abundance, okay? Because when there's abundance, there's no war. When you're creating so much for yourself and so much for your fellow man, and everybody else is into also doing the same, when they're creating a lot for everybody, so there's a lot of leftover, there's no war. Plenteousness does not bring war. So to have plenteousness, that will keep him in plenteousness and in plenteousness, or in abundance, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusted in thee. And that's what happened. When you stayed just looking at the blueprints, like when you go in a company and you just look at the manual, what are you there to do in that company? You're just there to make an abundance of products and services. That's what you're going to be doing in the workplace. You're going to be making abundance of products and services on that company. So you will keep him. So when you, in your mind, you only keep the manual. You're in the workplace and you only keep in the manual in your mind. All you do is abundance and abundance. And that's what brings peace. Nobody's fighting in the workplace because everybody's making abundance and abundance. So that's the whole idea of shalom, shalom. So you would keep him making abundance and abundance. He who keeps on looking at the blueprint, because they trust in that blueprint, and therefore they're able to render all those products and services for the company. That's exactly what happens in every company. Okay? So when you are looking at Torah as the integrating fortress, that integrates to everything in creation, makes you one with it, so you're not here to devour something, but you have to keep balance on everything, then, my friend, it's perfect abundance all over the place. And that's what he's talking about. Okay, and then trust ye in the Lord forever. Okay, and here it says, verse 4, it says, trust ye in the Lord forever, for in the Lord Jehovah is everlasting strength. So trust ye in the processor, of respirations. That's Yuhevave, the processor of respirations, forever. For in Adonai, that means your boss, like your boss, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, the processor of respirations, is everlasting strength. You're always going to be the powerhouse to fortify the workplace and to keep the products being rendered. In this place is the character of our Maker, and do not abuse of anything. Creation has nothing to offer me except a place. Creation is only a place where I can display the powerhouse, where I can display the intimacy that I have with my Maker. That's how you have to look at creation, not something to go grab anything out of it, but for you to display. Okay, it's like a screen where you display the Aleph Bet, the powerhouse of all creation, its full potential. So I had a song that I made a long time ago for this verse too. Let me see if I can remember. Thou will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind stayed on thee, because he trusted in thee. See? Okay, lower this down again. Let me put this down because it gets too loud when I sing. So I can do this. Put it down here. All right, here we go. Thou will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind stayed on thee. Thou will keep how that works? So I'm giving you the Torah in its most pragmatic way of being taught, of how you can see that it works for the here and now in perfect way. All right? Because that's how everybody does. For every little product or service can only be kept in abundance, and the boss will only be at peace with you if you follow the letter of the manual, because therefore you're kept those products and services in abundance. And so when God made this world, He also gave us His mindset as to why He made it for, and how that He is the powerhouse, and that we were made in His image. So as soon as you are hired in a company, you're there to be the boss's, employees. You are the alphabet employees, the alphabet employee for that manual. As you become that, so you incorporate the manual, and you become, the one that renders the alphabet of that manual. So God made us for Himself. We was to be Aleph Bet humanity, the humanity of a powerhouse, because that's what Aleph Bet means. And so in a workplace, that's what you become. The employees of the powerhouse, which is the manual that tells you how to make the product and service. And in creation, when you enter creation and you take Torah, you become the humanity of the powerhouse. Okay, and you're here as the powerhouse to supply all kinds of energies, to the world in which you are located, in which you are found here. So this is as basic as we can understand it to be. All right, now, so that's what the thing. But it says, in that day shalt thou sing. So we have a strong city, salvation. We got a point for the walls and bulwarks. So you understand that's a way to look at, the thing. So here we are coming back again to come to Torah, the trailblazing outlook, or I call it also oracles, radiantly advancing humanity. That was last week. And experience the highest consciousness expansion development your soul, the supplier sensor of unlimited love, can have in the here and now. But starting for this week, I went into further stuff. Now we're looking at the cell. All right? In the cell, okay, so that's why I read here Isaiah 26 verse 1, that we're looking at a cell. And then to have the Torah and to incorporate it and to take it in is to have inside of you an integrating fortress, a city full of bulwarks and castles and defense city that provides defense system to all of creation. You're not there to tear it apart, but you're there to keep it whole, to unite with it and keep it whole. Okay, so here I'm looking at, as I explained to you, the little video show you to think of the cell as a city. Okay, so here's, for example, let me put it here. Okay, so this is the city. This is the one. This is how a cell looks, and these are like the different parts of it. Okay, and here it tells you outside what each part represents. The Golgi apparatus, number 6 is like a post office to take out messages. The mitochondria, okay, not the factory. Okay, the mitochondria is like the power plant. Where is that? Okay, here the power plant. That's number 9. Okay, that's the mitochondria because it produces the ATP. So there's all these things happening, and this whole each organelle, each one of these parts of the cell is called an organelle, and it acts like an organization in the city. It has a very important function to perform. You understand? Okay. Now, the interesting thing that these scientists they look at, because they try to help you memorize the things, so they equate it like a miniature city. Each cell, and how many cells that you have. A lot of people say, some people say we have about 30 trillion cells. 30 trillion cells. Others say we have between 30 and 33. And I was hearing another guy, the guy named Zach Bush. He says, I like that guy, he's very scientific. He said that we have about 74 trillion. I don't know, but it's a lot, okay? So anywhere from 30 trillion to 74 trillion, as I'm here, the scientist. But that's each cell. And each cell is a city. And it's a living city. You understand what a living city is compared to a dead city? A living city means that it keeps itself anew and refreshed and restored without you having to go work on that city. In other words, you don't have to wake up every morning and go work on the mitochondria of your cell to keep it new. It does. So it's a city that renews and refreshes itself. It recreates itself. It rejuvenates itself. It duplicates itself. How many cities in this world you know that can do that? On their own. Those are dead cities. All the cities of the world, all the cities outside of our body, which are the external cities, are made out of the dust, and they're only kept alive because we go to work on them. We go to become the power source and the power energy to keep them alive. If it were not for us, none of the cities in the world will stand a chance for any existence. So they're only kept clean and everything because we're working on it. But they're all dead cities because they cannot do it on their own. But each one of our cells is a living city compared to that. So what is a living city compared to a dead city? It's everything. And the dead city is nothing compared to it. You understand what I'm saying? So I was also looking yesterday as I was preparing this message. I was looking about how many cities are there in the entire world. And so people were saying anywhere from 100,000, all the cities in the world, or probably less. Some people say maybe a little bit more, depends on what size of the people is. Some cities can only have, like 100 people in it, and so forth. But let's say about 100,000 in the whole world, 100,000 cities that have existed. In our bodies, we have anywhere from 30 trillion to 73 trillion or 74 trillion cities, because that's what each cell is. It's a living city. So to have a body to take care of the alphabet that what God was going to put in us, God gave us a real estate of living cities that's composed of 30 trillion cities. Now I'm talking about the houses. Cities. You having cities to run, the place where God was going to dwell and deposit his alphabet in your soul. He made it this fanciful and this great because it is him and it's for the alphabet that he made us for, that he made it so fancy. So the flesh to me is nothing but a fully luxurious, elegant soul headquarters. Because he does everything, fully luxurious and fully living, elegant soul headquarters or house, but it's a headquarters, it's a whole city, a whole place where we will live. And so the soul gets to reside in it. So you understand that each soul is being given a body of flesh, and each body of flesh is composed of 30 trillion to 74 trillion living cities. What is that? What's a single body compared to all the cities that are in the world right now? They're all dead cities. They cannot refresh, renew, and refresh themselves. None of them can do that. So when you understand how majestic and how wonderful, you were made and you were given this real status, this flesh that contains, and these cities, like I said, they refresh, renew, because new cells are created every day. You drop old cells. So they kept themselves refresh and renew. So cities are circulating inside of you. By the time you're 70, they say that every 7 to 10 years we go by the amount of cells that we drop and the new cells that we generate. We have dropped about 10, the equivalent of 10 of our bodies in our lifetime. So if you got to the age of 70, you've gone to 10 bodies, 10 physical bodies in the sense of cells circulating, new cells being born and dead cells die. So you manufacture your cells every day, and cells get to die every day, dead skin and all of that. So cells are circulating inside of you. So by the time you go to 10 bodies that are constantly circulating, you're talking about 730 trillion, cities that you get to enjoy having in your lifetime, while you are in the physical flesh, if you live to the age of 70. Okay? Imagine that. So so it's like, woo! If you go to the age of 100, whoa, my friend, then you'll have a 7 quadrillion, talking about 7 quadrillion cities that you can have to get to live. Nobody even thinks about that. But these are the living cities that our bodies were made to inherit. You understand? So what God gave us, to take care of the alphabet that he gave us, the city is taking care of their own DNA, that's for the flesh. But inside of the flesh is the soul. And the life of the soul is to take on Torah as the DNA and the blueprints of our creation and just look after it. All right, but somehow we are made blind to the riches that we possess in the here and now, in this body that is kept alive by the oxygen, by the worker of respiration's powers, by Yud Hevave. This is all part, myself. I'm introducing you to all that is part of your magnificence, that there's nothing else. Just a single body of one human being puts to shame all of the cities of all the empires of all creation from the very beginning. Because all of that were dead bulwarks, were dead fortresses that needed millions and thousands of people to keep them alive. And still, you count all the empires and all the cities that the world has ever had since they began building cities, and they don't come close to all the living cities that you're going to have in your lifetime. You put to shame the cities that are in your body, put to shame all of the cities of the world combined. You understand? So when your understanding begins to be opened up like David, and you begin to see how wonderful and fearfully are made, then the world is not going to sell you anything. Okay? Because you know what kind of real estate you have inside your flesh, and nothing outside compares. So how in the world are they going to have you, go gaga after this world of the external, when you begin to decipher how much of a magnificent internal world you have in the flesh? This world of the external loses all of its appeal and all of its attractiveness. You understand? You have been fooled and befuddled and confused, and you have gone after things. You have sold yourself for naught. When you exchange, even if somebody had the ability, if a genie were to come out and says, I'm going to give you all the empires of the world, all the bulwarks, all the castles, and everything that was ever been built, I'm going to put it at your feet. And you will ask him, is all of those are going to be able to renew themselves like the cities that I have within me? Oh, well, he won't even think that you're thinking along those lines, because you have not been Hakma, Benedah, you have not been instructed with wisdom and understanding. So therefore, when you tell him those things, you will be able to win him over to what he's got going for himself. But the whole world has been left blind to that. So even if you were to get all of that, does not compare to the marvel that you have within you in a single lifetime of 70 years. You understand? So this is what we got, my friends. So when your understanding begins to be opened up, you understand what was happening then? So you see, that's the beauty of taking the knowledge and connecting it to what the Bible is saying. So that's why everything that is alive, the thing that is dead, can never compare to it. Dead cities cannot compare to living cities. And we have inside of this body 74 trillion living cities that recreate themselves, that renew themselves, and do not put a single burden on you. They're just there to keep your soul enjoying the learning of Torah, which is the blueprints of all creation. And so to have people go ahead from the marvel of what they are, and these cells work in conjunction with the sixth kingdom of the organic world, the Arachobacteria, the Eubacteria, the Protista, the Animalia, for the Plantae and the Fungi. So all these things, we get to eat them, we get to, act with them, interact with them. And so all these living things happening. So, this is another example here. This is actually a picture, a microscopic picture of a real cell, what's going on in a single cell. You can see that's how it looks in the electronic microscope. Okay, and that compares to what I have here, to a city like to some place, or like a like a big block party here, like a place where people go have and entertain themselves. But a cell is bigger than that. If you were to compare, it's a whole city, it's a whole fortress, because it has a DNA to watch after, and it's all of that for the sake of that. So that's what we have in a very miniaturized fashion, 73 trillion. So not even all the cities and all the empires and all the houses that the people have ever had in this world, because even right now, we having 8 billion. You understand? We have 8 billion human beings. That's how much we're supposed to have right now. But what is 8 billion compared to 73 trillion? When you go through 10 years, you have 730 trillion. I don't think the whole world has had that many citizens. So even if all the people that have ever lived in this world, everybody got a house, you know, and if you were to inherit all their houses, that does not compare to the city. God has given you a city, you know, each cell is a city. That does not compare to the city that you have had in your lifetime. So, so may Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh's name be praised for that, my friends, because the real estate that we have is incomparable. It cannot be matched. Okay? Sorry, okay. I'll make sure I don't hit the wrong things here. All right? So this is the thing that we need to keep in mind. So when you understand that David says, I am wonderfully and fearfully made, you understand that we are this magnificent citadel. We are a whole universe. Our body is a whole universe, you know, of cities. You understand? A whole constellation of cities. Okay? It's a whole bunch of them, you know, and people don't even think about it. So that's why we have to go into this world now. That we are in this day and age, so we could connect these things and realize how magnificent God made us. So therefore, nobody will come along and tries to offer us something that is way less valuable, and we will fall for it. The reason why the world goes after all these big buildings like in Dubai, all these luxurious buildings, which are nothing but dead city because they cannot procreate themselves, they cannot do anything to rejuvenate themselves. But we go gaga, Google gaga after it, you know, like this. That's it. That's the main thing. It's because we are ignorant of our inheritance. My people perish, he says. My people are put to silence. My people are dama, are put to silence because of ignorance. They do not know how wonderfully they're made. So therefore, anybody comes along and makes them think that unless I have external real estate, unless I have a dead city that's to call my own, man, I haven't achieved anything in this world. That's what happens when you walk away from Torah, as you don't realize what you have in Torah and how magnificent the alphabet of Torah made you. But you begin to appreciate what you got, the real goodies that you got, the priceless goodies that you got, you know, that not all the money in the world can I begin to build a single city in the image of your living cell. You understand? You can hire all the engineers in the world right now, and they will not be able to build a single living city like one of your cells that can renew itself and refresh itself. They're too dumb for that. You can put all of them combined. They don't have the wisdom for that. Because that wisdom to make a living city is only found in the processor of respiration powers, in Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohino. You understand? So this is the thing that needs to be, you need to be awakened, my friend. You understand? This is the beauty of it. All right? Just quickly look here what we're doing here with you guys. All right. Okay. All right, let me see here we are here. Andy, you made it. Okay, I'm glad you made it. Yeah, that's very good. So you see, my friends, we have a magnificent city, you know, in a single cell. Not to mention the whole body, you know. And each neuron cell, like I say, it builds 2,000 power plants, you know, the neuron cell, the cells for the brain. So I'm telling you, there's no city like that. You know, a single city with 2,000 power plants, but in a single cell of the neuron, a single cell is a city that has 2,000 power plants working. Okay, most cities maybe have a couple of 3 or 4 at most. If it's a large city, maybe 100 power plants. But even a single cell has the minimum of 200 mitochondria. So a single regular cell, you know, outstrips any city in this world. You understand what I'm saying? So when you understand, at the end of the day, when you understand how magnificently you were made, then you understand why the prophets of old, you know, they did not care, you know, about money or anything like that. When this guy came to Elijah or Elisha, and they wanted him to offer him money for his cures, he said, "Let that money perish with you." When everybody tried to give them money or anything from this world, those external riches meant nothing to them, because they understood what they were. They were the powerhouse of his creation in the alphabet of the Torah, you know, and there was nothing in this external world that that fascinated them or lured them into trying to abandon the treasure that they have within them. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm trying to do, my friend. I'm trying to make you aware. Okay, expand your knowledge, expand your that means knowledge. I want to expand your science of life to understand what really means to be alive, and how spectacular it is to be in possession of an earthly body of flesh. You understand? So this luxury that we have in our bodies of flesh, also the animals have it. The animals have cells like that are also a city like that. So even the animals that do not have Hagma Benedah, they are made with such fashion just to take care of the DNA that they have for their species. Okay? So we are given this, but we are the ones that take the lead because we're supposed to not be like the mule and the horse that doesn't have understanding, but we have to be like the Aleph Bet in whose image we were made and use the Hagma Benedah to understand how superior we are than anything else than the external world or the mule has ever provided. You know, the manpower of hell lame economy, the economy that cannot procreate itself. So that's the one thing that you and I need to understand. That's how magnificent we were made. You understand? So this is the thing so let me take you back here to where we were. So let me put it here. So Isaiah 26 verses 1 to 21, we read a little bit of that. You know, we have a strong city. And I said Obadiah 121 because last week it says, and saviors will come to Mount Zion, you know, and when they will reign over the Mount of Edom, or Esau, because that's what's going to happen. You know, this whole world is run mostly by Esau, because the Christianity is the heritage of Esau, of the Edomites. You know, because he was going to inherit the fat of the land. So most of the people in this world, the number one religion is 2.4, I think, billion, which is Christianity, and they are the fat of the land, in the sense that, you know, they done a lot for the billboard. The billboard is the one that announces, you know, the Messiah, announces resurrections, announces everything that is always alive in the Torah and always alive in ourselves and always alive in the air 24/7. You know, but they keep on announcing that resurrections, and they keep on announcing, you know, all the stuff that is happening daily within us, in ourselves, in the city of ourselves, and daily in the respiration's powers, you know, the Yuhebave Luceno that is taking place, you know, in the world of the breath. So that's the labor that Christianity has afforded. It's become a billboard to all the things that Torah makes sure that we are aware of, that is happening to us 24/7 in the here and now. So, but that's not the things that are coming, okay? So Isaiah, so it says, come to the Torah, the trailblazing outlook, resurrecting Aleph Bet humanity, and bring back to life your Aleph Bet, okay, a powerhouse that has been destroyed or deactivated or corrupted or disabled by the Torahless narratives, creeds, or belief systems of this world, and experience the highest development of consciousness, expansion, your soul, that means your supplier of unlimited love, can have in the here and now. All right, this is part of the process, so we can see. Look at cell as a city, and also here I take you to this one. It's also the part of the same thing. You can see here, a whole city, a whole cell, a whole thing will be covered, because the cell doesn't have an opening. It's just like inside of a dome. Everything is protected. So that's a whole city will be like a cell city will be inside of a dome because the cell is completely covered. All right, and so that's what it is. And so the same thing I repeat here, but then I go here to this one. Because what happened in the other narratives, like I explained earlier, you know, in the other narratives of this nation, the creeds and belief systems and constitutions and alphabets that the world is using outside of Torah, because in Torah, I told you the Torah is the Aleph Tab that appears 7,302 times in the first, you know, in the whole Tanakh. The 8 or the Aleph Tab that appears is untranslatable. In all the Bibles outside of the Hebrew Bible, they do not translate the 8, and that appears 7,302 times. Okay, in the Tanakh. So to have a word that appears 7,302 times taken out of the other Bibles, that means they have disabled the Bible, their Bible. They have, you know, they have mutilated it. They have murdered it. They have cut it up. They have aborted it. Because, you know, they are not presenting the whole message. So when Aleph Tav appears 7,302 times in the Tanakh, it emphasizes that God is interested in you learning everything from A to Z. That's what Aleph Tav means, A to Z. So God, when somebody's interested in learning everything from A to Z, that's the boss of the corporation of the company. Because when somebody goes and gives you a manual, you hire to learn that manual from A to Z. So you can produce the product and service that that company needs to produce. But that's what is found in the Torah. The Aleph Tav is found 7,302 times. And when you look for that translation, whether it be English, Greek Bible, or Latin Bible, or any other Bible, German Bible, anything is missing that translation. It doesn't translate it. Okay? So therefore you become a very visual creature, that you are only given onto the externalities of things. You don't realize that you're here to be the power plant of everything that God has created. Okay? And therefore you are here to provide all your energies, to be that cell that I was telling earlier, the colossal energy lavishing lover, because that's what each one of our cells does. You have 200 mitochondria, so that's lavishing ATP. That means the currency of fuel energy for the body. And that's what we become. Okay, now we need to become that. But when you take your Bibles, okay, and you take that, or even in all the things that you teach, do you not teach the importance of learning everything from A to Z so you can be the power plant of providing energy from everything? Therefore, you murder the alphabet that is inside every soul. These are like the dead outline of something that has died, and they come and mark the bodies for dead. So the whole world is caught up in what I call the moan. That is the murdering, mutilations, and therefore they're the mortuaries or mausoleums of all nations. So all nations, that's what they've done. They have killed the alphabet from being presented as the powerhouse, because in their Bibles, like I say, the Aleph Tav, which means A to Z, and the Aleph Tav I call the ether, because it's the Aleph on the Tav. So it's the Aleph Tav that is missing. So the ether, which means when you get your energy to make everything, when you learn everything from A to Z, you have the energy. The entrance of that word, give it light, give it energy and understanding to the simple. So you become the power plant, the wind power to keep everything alive for energizing the here and now. So that's the whole idea of having the ether. So when you have access to the ether, then you understand what your mission in life is, and you sign up in this world to be the powerhouse of all creation. And you're here to be a cell in this whole body of creation. That means a colossal, energy lavishing lover. That's what you are. A C-E-L-L, a cell. That's what a cell does in this body, and that's what you become when you take the alphabet of Torah and you're trained by it, and the ether becomes your source of power in this world, and that's all you need. And the Torah becomes the integral fortress that you're bringing out into this world, because it's in you and you bring it out of you. All right, so this is the whole idea. So the moan is going to stop, the murdering and the mutilations and the mortuaries and mausoleums of all nations. So all these books that you go to read outside of Torah is nothing but a graveyard where Torah goes to die. Where the alphabet goes to die, is not able to be presented as a powerhouse in this world. So that's what all the nations are guilty of. With their creeds and their constitutions and their belief systems, they have stripped, they have mutilated, they have cut off, they have murdered, the representation of the alphabet to be the powerhouse of this world. And so that's why I'm bringing you back to Torah, my friends. Because in Torah you will be able to revive it, to resurrect the alphabet to the initial purpose for which it was given to us, to be the powerhouse of all energies in this world, and for us to be, showing it everywhere that we go. So the moan is the murdering mutilations that makes the nations be mortuaries or mausoleums of all nations. That's what they present. And the mirth is the monumentally indispensable resurrecting or respirating Torah handiwork. Okay, so let me clean my. Okay. So the mirth. So the moan is the lamentation of this country. We have to lament and cry for what the nations have done, because they don't realize You and I were not made for ourselves, my man, my friend. You and I were made for the powerhouse. We are made for the boss of creation. Like when you go to work, you don't go work for yourself. When you go to the workplace, you go to work for the boss, for the CEO and his company, and to be the one that creates abundance of products and services for that. So we were made in the image, and we acquire the mindset, of the boss of the company. So we were made in the image of the alphabet, so that we will acquire the mindset of the alphabet. So once we enter his workplace, which means this physical creation, we are here. We are here ready to be a powerhouse, a power plant to all of creation. We are hired to be that, and we use harness and collect all data, all knowledge and understanding, because that's what enables us to be a powerhouse in this world. So we become the monumentally indispensable resurrecting Torah handiworks. That's what we call. And so there's mirth, is joy and happiness, because everything is kept alive. And so this is the stuff I gave you a few days ago, but let me just take you to this, because this is what I aim to do, all right? So let me read this part. All right, we're done with good time. Let me just quickly check on you guys here. All right. Perfecto mundo. All right, hang in there, you guys. All right, go to the next part here. So, okay, so let me get here. So Isaiah 26, verses 1 to 22, and Obadiah 1, verses 1 to 21. This says, come to the Torah. So this is my call to the nations right now. Come to the Torah. That is the trailblazing outlook or oracles resurrecting Aleph Bet's humanity. Because that's what I meant to do. I want you to work for the Aleph Bet, for the founder and father of creation. And if you're going to work for him, then you're going to take on his manual, which means the trailblazing outlook. Trailblazing means the one that takes the lead. The Torah is the trailblazing outlook, or the trailblazing oracle governing the processing of respiration powers. That means the meaning of Yehovah is Elokeinu, and also is governing each one of ourselves is governed by those processes as well, by that Torah. Okay, that's what I explained before in the 22,014, things that we process every day. 14 pounds of solids and liquids, and 22,000 pounds of gas when we process the oxygen and the air. That's all part of the process, and that's what we are in the here and now. All right, so all of that encapsulates the name of Yud He Vav He Elokeinu, the processor of respiration powers. Okay, so now we're moving on. We're looking at how these respiration powers happen inside within each one of ourselves. So we discovered today that we're fascinately and fantastically made. Each one of our bodies puts to shame all the empires and all the cities and all the bulwarks that have ever existed, because all of those things are dead, and we have to be the ones to keep them alive. So each one of our cells puts to shame each of the cities of the world. So therefore, then everything in this world loses its luster. It's not a shiny pebble to you anymore. It pales into insignificance when you begin to understand the magnificence that resides within your whole body, and therefore you just exalt. You're there just to exalt the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, because there's nothing else that compares to it. Even your own little pinky puts to shame all the empires of the world. By the way that each cell in your pinky is a city, that is a living city, and puts to shame all the dead cities of the world. Okay, so stand tall, my friend. We are here. I'm here to tell you how magnificently God made you, not to tear you up. I'm not here to do the work of Christianity and what Paul did. Paul did the worst thing, to malign the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, because he made you think. He calls men, miserable and wretched, and good for nothing, because he has fallen in Adam, and then he cannot get up, and he has to depend on the work of somebody else. So what he did, he misrepresented the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, because in the Torah it says the righteous falleth 7 times and he gets it up again. He gets up again. So in the Torah, a righteous is not a person that doesn't fall. A righteous is a person that no matter how many times he falls, he's got the power to rise up again and to keep on going, and keep staying faithful to the Torah, keep getting faithful. So falling once, that doesn't make you useless to God. It would be like a parent saying to his kid, okay, it's time for you to start walking. Now get up and start walking. But if you fall and you're unable to walk, that's it. You know, you messed yourself up. You're not able to be my kid anymore because you've fallen once. Imagine if a parent had to think that way. The kid had to, you know, crawl first, and he's crawling, and then finally hold himself on the edge of a table or chair, and finally begins to take a few steps. I will keep falling and get up again, and keep falling and get up again. But at the end, he stays up most of the time. So that's exactly how we are, and that's how God made us. You know, we take baby steps, and we learn, and we have it in us. Once we begin to get Torah, the entrance of thy light, the entrance of thy word, give it light, give it energy. It energizes us and empowers us, you know, to walk in Him. And so, at the end of the day, God made us capable, you know, of us to be able to take baby steps and then be walking and then running, you know, in Torah, you know, and being able never to fall. Okay. And so that's how it happens. So so God made us that way. And that's how in the Pesel, in the narrative, the Pesel is the graven image, and that's what I call Paul. Paul, his name was before Saul. Saul and Paul. You put Saul and Paul together is Pesel. Okay, I combine them both names. Pesel, Pesel. That means in Hebrew means a graven image. You know, graven image for the mind. So in Christianity, he created a graven image that maligns the character of God because he tells him he's the worst boss creator that has ever been made, because if his thing falls once, he cannot function anymore. And then somebody else has to come to work for it. What kind of you don't even speak about a creator in this world like that he makes such decrepit and disabled products, like he needs to make another product that was, think about it. It's just, so he spoke bad of the creator because he said that the creator is inept, he's not able to make a product that can stand on his own, and also spoke bad of the product itself. So he says that we are wretched, we are this and that, and that's it, we're not good for anything. We have original sin, you know, and therefore we cannot stand on our own. So he maligned the character of the Aleph Beth, of the full powerhouse that he made us towards, to be a powerhouse and to be able to rise onto that, you know, and he made us. But what does David say? We are magnificently and fearfully made. We are marvelously made. We are miracle, walking and breathing 24/7, man. He puts us at the highest. You know what I'm saying? You know, when I think of the thoughts you have toward me, I cannot count them. You know, his self-esteem from the perspective of who Yehovah is and who he is to represent him was way up there. Okay, because he knew what he was. All right, so that's the thing with this whole thing, you know. So all the other nations, they've done nothing but malign the character of God, malign his representation, and therefore the narratives are like that. So you understand that in Christianity, everything begins backwards. Because the Aleph Beth in Torah, by the way, the Aleph Beth represents father, is Ab, is father. So it represents the father and founder of all creation. And so if the Jewish people, the chosen people, the first mitzvah that was given, and was not just for the chosen people, but for everything that God made, he says, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. The first thing God wanted all the insects, all the animals, and all the plants, and everything in the organic world to do is represent me, the multiplier and the replenisher of everything. Represent the Aleph Beth. Represent an abundance of everything. You know, an abundance of benefactions. Means make a lot of yourself. So begin to represent me, an abundance of everything. Right? You want it, so everything. The number one commandment is to represent that you can create yourself, that you can recreate yourself, and not bother anybody in the process. You have the ability to be able to recreate or replenish the earth without putting a burden upon no other human being or no upon other species. Be independent and replicate yourself. So that's the best representation of a father. He's got a strong house. He's able to duplicate himself without burdening anybody. Okay, so that's why the rabbi, each rabbi has to be married, has to have kids. Every teacher like that, all is part of the process, because how else in the world you're not going to be able to represent the Father otherwise, if you yourself. But what's with Christianity? The first leaders they have, the ones that they consider holy, are people that take a vow of celibacy, you know, and then they say, I'm not going to have any kids, but I'm going to call myself father in this church. So father this, father that, You know, all these fathers in the Catholic Church, that started with the Roman Catholic Church, and a bunch of fathers, you know, that take a vow of celibate and they think that's holiness. That's going completely against the character. So therefore, if your leaders, because in Christianity they insist, you know, that Jesus was not married, at least in the traditional Christianity. In other apocryphas, one of the books said that he was with Mary Magdalene and other things. So if he was married to Magdalene, there would have been nothing wrong with that. Okay? Because he needs to be married to be a rabbi. But if he was being a rabbi, so he was an inoperable rabbi, something that is not able to represent the Aleph Bet as a rabbi because he doesn't have a wife to procreate. So he failed right there. He failed the Torah. So if you start a Christianity, it's something that is completely the opposite, because their rabbi doesn't represent the Aleph Bet, and the fathers do not represent the father. They do the opposite. They depend on the people, on the church, to build them a place to study, to build them a cathedral, to building everything. So they don't build their own houses. They don't build their own place and build their own family. They have to depend on somebody else to do it to them. So the representation of the Aleph Bet is the first one that is maligned by the representatives of the people in Christianity. Because it began with the Roman Catholic Church, and a lot of them took vows of celibacy, going completely against the representation of the Aleph Bet as the powerhouse. Because when you are not going to be a father to this world by raising your own children, you know, raising your own home and everything like that, you are not going to be a powerhouse to the world. The whole world is going to have to cater to you and do things for you. Okay? So I don't care what you call yourself, a mother this or father this in the Catholic Church. If you are not procreating anything and everybody has to donate to your cause, you are not a representative of the Am, and that means the mother or the father. Okay? Because you're only a corruption of the powerhouse. So that's why if the leaders, the main leaders of Christianity are weak already, they are impotent, they don't have any power because they don't create their own children, they're impotent, they have to depend on the people from the congregation to help them, you know, and to support them. So they're impotent. Of course, their followers are going to be impotent too. So right away, Christianity teaches that there's such thing as original sin, as original sin, and you're impotent. You don't have any power whatsoever to save yourself. You don't have anything that is in your power to do anything for yourself. You're completely impotent, and therefore you have to depend. So, of course, all their followers are impotent too, because their leaders are impotent. They cannot live up to the character of the powerhouse, you know, of the Aleph Bet. So therefore, if the leaders are impotent, they begin with the subjects also being impotent. They don't have any power in themselves, so they can depend on somebody else's work. You know, so that's the whole thing. So in Christianity is more, the success of Christianity is not necessarily all the converts that they have. You understand? All people that profess to be Christians and, you know, they follow the New Testament and everything, but all the people that they convince that they are, you know, that they have original sin and there's nothing that they can do. They're always going to be bad. That there's, you know, like for example, the saying in the world, you know, like to err is human, like to falter and to fall is human. You know, like there's something, like as a human being it's okay to be making all kinds of mistakes, but that's part of the humanity. So the people that think along those lines that humanity is all about falling, you know, you do here, you fall and you falter, that's really that's part of being human, you know, and then you have bought into the soft sale, I mean the hard sale that Christianity bought. So a lot of people believe, you know, that they are to err is human and all that because they don't have Torah to know what the righteous things to do are, and therefore that's what they believe in that. So but Christianity has been the one to make it so that almost everybody in the world feels like impotent, that they can't help it but fail, they can't help it but do bad things, and that's all they're going to be able to do. So the whole world is convinced that they're nothing but sinners, you know. But if you read Torah, there's some people that are called righteous in there. Hezekiah was a righteous king, you know. All these people that called, not necessarily because they never faltered, it's just because they got to the point that after just being in Torah and Torah all the time, then they knew it. They breathed Torah in, they breathed out, they were the powerhouse, and then at the end, God looks at what you do the most, my friend. Okay? Like a parent, you know, once his child begins to walk and he's walking, he doesn't remember the time that his child fell and reminds him. You know, remember when you were like 8 months and you were trying to, man, you look ridiculous when you fell that time. Man, you look so, it doesn't remind him of the times that he fell. He forgets completely about them. He's happy that he's walking and he's running, he's an athlete. That's what the God the Father does. He's not there to remind, but this Christianity focuses upon the day that I was bad. I was so bad, so bad, so bad. But I came and I was made so good because of somebody else's work. And that's the testimony. Going back to how bad they were, So that's nothing like that in Torah. So you understand? So all of that's happening is that those psalms, those narratives, are a direct attack on the representation of the Aleph Beth as the powerhouse of all creation. So the fact that you're not able to do that means that you fell prey of their storytelling, of the mortuary, of the murdering, of the mutilation, and that's why the Aleph Beth in you is dead. But I'm here to bring Torah back to the picture, back to the scene. So you, my friend, will be submerged in Torahology. That's why God has made me specialize in Torahology. So that's why I say here, come to Torah. Okay? And then let me take you to this one here for today. The trailblazing outlook or oracles resurrecting all the best humanity. I'm going to make you be part of the powerhouse again. And study Torahology. Torahology 1. That's what I call my course. My course here is Torahology 1. You're going to learn, and then I call this the science of life. So that's going to be the course that I'm going to be teaching here, in the HDTV 28, Hadabra in Torah Bal, and eventually this is going to move into the CEOs, and we're going to teach it there like a school, something like that. But it starts here. It's going to be Torahology 1, or Torahology Ehad, all right? Because Torah is to keep everything integrated. Integration is to keep everything as one, nothing from breaking apart, but everything is staying adhesive and together. So, Torahology 1 is the science of life. And what does this life stand for? Lavishing, integrating, fortresses enthusiastically. Okay, when we learn Torah, we have the knowledge, we have the science. Science just means knowledge. We have the dots. So Torahology 1 is to give you the dots, so means the knowledge, the science of life. Because that's what the dot God was going to give us, the knowledge of life. Okay, so the trio that was just to use for us to just steal the idea of being judges of ourselves or what is good or bad. That idea of the dots was supposed to use to study life. Okay, so that's why we're coming back to the original way things were supposed to set up. So Torahology 1 is the science of life. Okay, the dots of life. And life stands for lavishing, that means to giving out a lot. Lavishing, integrating fortresses. Those are like big cities with protection and walls, like bulwark. Strong cities, right? Lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically. Because when I'm teaching you Torah, my friends, when I'm teaching you the 613, I'm teaching you the structure of a whole city, the structure of a whole citadel, the structure of a whole town, okay? Because you're able to grow to rule a whole city and to take care of a whole in the here and now, because those are the instructions for that very thing which all the other psalms, all the other narratives are not able to give to you, okay? Some countries may give a little constitution here and here, but at the end they have to write books of laws to try to compensate for what is lacking. I believe it's 180,000 pages of laws written right now in the United States, and things are going down the drain. All right, so in any case, because those are dead cities, like I say. But Torahology 1 is the science of life, so say, the science of lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically. That's why I'm happy to teach these things, because at the end of the day, if you learn Torah, if you memorize it, if you want to have it as your only source of life, you are a walking fortresses. You're a walking citadel. You're a walking constellation of goods, okay, that you bring into this world, my friend. So that's why I have to think of the whole Torah. It's not just this little scroll. It's a whole fortress. It's a whole citadel. Okay, so lavishing, that's what you do. So when you teach Torah, Torahology 1, that's what I'm teaching you. That's what I'm bringing to you. The awareness of the science of lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically, and establish and establish maximum integration for all worldwide alphabets. Okay? Because this is going to go now so that all the people of all the nations that have used their alphabets, and their alphabets in them have been disabled because they're not able to feel like they're the powerhouse in creation. In other words, the alphabet inside of them is dead. To ever think that is the alphabet, ever think that is a powerhouse of this world doesn't even crosses their mind. They're way so beat down away from it that's not even part of their thinking. Okay, so what am I able to do is it's as simple as that. Bring all the things that you have, by way of your narratives and yourself, and tell me which, by memorizing either the Quran and memorizing the Constitution and everything, are you going to be able to run such a perfect economy like Torah offers? And it has been tested because Torah, the chosen people, the Jewish people were chosen to carry the Torah, and they took it all over the world. Okay, they were holding the Torah, and they were able to keep their societies going wherever they went. They were able to keep everything going according to Torah, and they were able to go. This is the only nation that I know that has traveled all over the place and left their own land. Have gone and dispersed themselves all over the place. For over 2,000, for over 2,000 years now, almost close to 3,333, I believe, this year since the Torah was given. They have been able to travel the whole country, and have been able now in 1948 or 46, I think, 48, when they came back to the land that gathered again. But in the meantime, they're able to survive. No other nation have taken their constitutions or the narratives around there. They always either become part of the country, or they become part of the system, but they're not the ones that they might only be able to run a religion but not a whole city. They cannot run a whole society, and so they get laws because they get the idea from the Bible to make laws. Like even people that make the Constitution, they call this country a Judeo-Christian, because from the Judeo they get all the ideas of laws, because the Christianity is all about abandoning the law, right, and trusting in grace, and but everything is part of the process. So they lend their ideas to other countries to be able to make laws and to be able to make things of order and so forth. So that's the whole idea. But to be able to travel and be taken out of that, and to be able to still retain the economy of Torah, that shows itself to be, the book for the here and now. And then the one that gives you the right attitude to be able to have in this world. That you discover, the process of the respiration powers that is taking place in the air, of the respiration powers that are taking place inside of your cities, inside of each one of yourselves. And therefore you're not here to be lured away from the magnificence from which God made you, but you're here to provide protection to all your fellow men, to all the plants, to all the insects, and to be a power plant to all creation. Okay? I have gone, in my lifetime, like I say, I went from AC, some Santa Claus narrative, that's how it all started with me. I wanted to believe in somebody very strongly that did something nice in this world. And I thought of Santa Claus when I was a little kid, and he brought me all the things for Christmas and all this stuff. I thought Santa Claus was a great character, to have. He always bringing things to little kids and gifts like that. I wanted to brag about Santa Claus, So when I went to the first grade and they wanted us to talk about what Santa had, what we gotten for Christmas, I right away began to witness about Santa, all the stuff that Santa had gotten me and all that stuff like that. And then the kids began to laugh and make fun of me. That was my first grade. And then I found out later on, for the kids in recess, that they told me that Santa was something that our parents made up. That actually the Santa was my parents and stuff like that. So when I got home, I got to confront my parents about it. Because they gave me a whole story of how he got in the house and everything. And that's the story that I was telling, in any case. So then they told me, that that was just something a lot of parents told their kids. And I said, okay. So I was a little upset that I had, embarrassed myself in school trying to, strongly witness for Santa, right? But then that was a good lesson for me to happen early when I was 7 years old, because I think I started the first grade 6 or 7, something like that. It was good to happen at that age, because that way I knew, okay, my parents can lie to me, then anybody can lie to me. Anybody can come up with a story. So therefore, when I went through this world and I saw people just making things up, It didn't disappoint me when I found out it's just only a fantasy somebody made up. Because my parents already told me from the beginning that if they want you to make you believe in something cute, they'll go ahead and tell it to you. You know. And so all of that carried me. So when I got to, so I even created, like I said, when I was, I think, between 8 and 9, around that age. Because the kids used to play at the recess time. They used to, at recess time, they used to go out and play who is the greatest superhero. And they will take turns. I'm going to be Batman today. I'm going to be Superman. I'm going to be Spider-Man. And it's about 8 of us that we would gather together, and then we will display our powers and try to win the argument who was the best superhero. And so that went on for a while, and I was thinking of how I can invent a superhero that can never be beaten, that does good to everybody because he gives a lot of things. He provides a lot of things for everybody, but how was going to be the best superhero because nobody can do what he does. So as I was thinking of that, what came to my mind is an idea like a hugma. It lit up, and I went the next day, and when everybody was asking the heroes they wanted to be, I stayed quiet until the end, and they asked, so who are you going to be today? I tell them, I have a new hero that I believe in, that I want to be, and I say, who is that hero? It says, Palabra Man, in Spanish. Palabra means word, or the word man, or the Dabar Man, okay? And they said, well, that comic doesn't exist. That's not real. It says, well, none of your characters are real either. Somebody just put them in a book, but there's from somebody's head. So I can make up my own hero too. And then the kids were, oh, man, I don't know. But okay, go ahead and tell us what does your superhero, what are the powers of your superhero, Palabra Man? Well, this is the power that Palabra Man has. Palabra Man owns all the words in the world. He owns them. They're his. But he's very generous and lets everybody uses them. Lets everybody uses them so that everybody can enjoy themselves. So he lets them borrow it from him and they uses them. But they have to come to him to be able to get them because he owns them all. And then the kids they figure out what I was trying to do, and they began to say, hey, cheater, that's not fair. You can't make up something like that, man, And they say, well, why not? Everybody else's hero is made up, so what can I make a hero like this? And then from that time, they stopped, playing with me because I came up with a superhero that could not be beat. If they had to come, that means whenever they call themselves Batman, they were borrowing that word from me. If they're calling themselves Spider-Man, they were borrowing that word from me, and I was letting them use it. So they saw the logic behind it, and then they like it, because then I'm an unbeatable superhero, all right? And so later on, when I went to USC, and I met so they went from SC to JC, from Santa Claus to JC, and I went to JC, and somebody was reading from the book of John, and JC meaning Jesus Christ, and they said in the book of John, and that's why I memorized the book of John, and that's why I fell for the message of Christianity, because in the book of John it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and and everything was made by God, and the Word was God, And then I say, that's what I was talking about. I remember, So, but I remember when I was 8 years old, I was just making it up. I thought I just was making it up, something to bring it out there, to present myself on top of everything and not let everybody beat me. So it wasn't that I was believing that I was the word man, just made up for that game. So when I saw that somebody was presenting it as for real, that's who God is, I said, yes, of course, that's who God will be. He will be somebody that owns all the words. Then that makes perfect sense to me. So that's why I joined, the JC story. And I even memorized the book of John because of that, and all the other epistles of John, and so like that. So because of that thing, and I got gone there but the thing is, after many years, because I started in March of 1979 when I went to USC, I started that progress of getting into religious life, try to understand. So I went with that until I got, in 2015 and 2016, I began to get solely into Torah in the Hebrew. Okay, and one thing that I understood right away when I was reading Hebrew, that in the Hebrew, the word for father meant alphabet, Aleph Bet. And the moment that I saw that, the moment that I found out that the alphabet, is called Father in the Hebrew, then that thing just hit me like a ton of brick and demolished everything else, because I thought I had got it in Christianity. I thought, yeah, being the Word, man, that's it. That's being the Word. Nothing else. If you're the Word, man, if you're that's it. But then it hit me. Where would the Word be without an alphabet? All the words have to be made from an alphabet. And so then I realized, man, I never thought that the Word could be beaten. So I found out, whoa, the alphabet is the father and founder of every word. Oh, wow. So I never thought from the alphabet, meaning the father and founder. So all these things could fall into place. Say, whoa, this is it, man. This is the one. And then as I began to study all these things just in the Hebrew, I began to see, that the Aleph Tab, that means, because in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The way that is there, in the beginning, God created from Aleph Tab, the heavens, and from Aleph Tab, the earth. So the Aleph Tab appears in the Hebrew, but it's not in all the other translations. It's not in the Spanish Bible, or the German Bible, or the Greek Bible, or any other Bible. And he said that 7,302 times that it appears in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, is missing. Okay, in all the other translations in the world. Okay, so then I realized, woo, man. So how can you take a word that is 7,302 times that is in the Tanakh? How can you take it out from the other Bibles and still say that you have a complete Bible? So then I began to see the whole deception, how everything. But that's the emphasis why that is there, is to make us understand that once we are in the Creator's workplace, we are signed up to be there as the one with the same mindset. We are the power plants of the powerhouse. We are there to provide the energy that He's giving. Okay, so then all of that began to fall into place. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, then everything went from there. And what I've been learning now is just to see everything from God's perspective. So I know that the alphabet is the powerhouse, of everything, because it's the father and founder of everything. And I don't think there's anything bigger than that can be beaten. Okay? And so that's why I established that the Torah is where everything lies. And so that's why all the other narratives do not do justice to the representation of the alphabet. Because they don't teach you to take in the alphabet in you so that it will grow inside of you to be a powerhouse to all creation. That is not being thought. So all the other nations have nothing but a mausoleum, a graveyard for the alphabet that they give you. Because don't grow up to this. But this is the whole idea. To bring you to Torah is to resurrect the powerhouse inside of you, to be the alphabet inside of you, to be the powerhouse that it ought to be, that it was supposed to be from the very beginning. So, let me read this part again. So it says here, Torahology 1, the science of life, or the science of lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically, and establish maximum integration for all worldwide alphabets. So that's what I'm saying. So once we realize where the alphabet inside of us could be trained to be a powerhouse, only the Torah has that capacity, because that's the only one that opened it up to me. It brought the alphabet that had died in Christianity in me. I also read the Quran too. I read twice the whole Quran, and it was not resurrected by the Quran. The alphabet that was in me became the alphabet that got resurrected in Torah. So that now my desire to just be the provider of all kinds of energies to this world has not dwindled ever since I got into Torah. It has just gotten stronger every day that I meditate on it. Okay, and that's what I want to bring to you. Okay, this confidence and this attitude that God has given me to see things this way and to understand the whole science out there is speaking to how magnificent we are. And nobody teaches you like that anyway. Nobody in the universe is teaching you all the trillions of cities that you're holding, and that what are the cities in the world, on all the empires of the world compared to it? They're nothing. They don't bring this to your attention because they've been trained by the wrong thing that diminish the full potentiality of the alphabet inside of you to be the powerhouse of everything. So that's the whole idea. So that's why the thing is. So that's why it's going to happen. So by me training you to be the powerhouse of all creation does not rob anything from creation, and it does not rob anything from anybody. It establishes you as the one that is going to be the caretaker for sure You're not here to take advantage of anybody. Creation has to have anything to offer to you, but you have everything to offer to it by you being attached to the Aleph Tab and doing everything from A to C. So you become the processor of novelties, the refresher, the renewer, the restorer. You keep things in abundance. The whole world is made better by your presence in it. So you're not robbing the world of anything. But if I introduce you and I raise you in an alphabet that you're thinking you are nothing, but you will achieve to become something, you will be able to get that house, you will be able to get all these dead things in the world of the mule, the manpower of hell. You don't just go ahead. I'm rooting, poor thing, man. You have been raised with a dead alphabet, and it's time to bring it to life. So that's why the whole thing here goes, and this established maximum integration for all worldwide alphabets. Once the Aleph Bet is fully functioning alive in you as the powerhouse of creation, repeat that again, this is good news here. Once the Aleph Bet is fully functionally alive in you as the powerhouse of creation, you'll be the creators. Because this is why you joined with the boss. Because you have a whole body. The whole body now, creation is yours. You think of behind or the whole body. You understand? A cell does not think of how to take care of itself. The cell is watching after the DNA, on the care of the DNA, and the DNA is the blueprints for the whole body. For the pancreas, for everything, every part of your body is in the blueprints. So the cell is not just concerned about his own membrane. He's not insane in the membrane, just thinking of how to save his own little membrane. Because he's busy thinking of how to save the whole body of the 73 trillion cities. That's what he's thinking. Each cell thinks of how to save the whole body, and that's what Torah teaches you. It teaches you how to save all of God's creation, because you're holding in your hands the blueprints of all of existence. So there's no such thing in Torah as insane in the membrane, salvation for moi, salvation for this physical body, and all these things like that. When a cell is thinking of how to save itself and uses the things in its environment to keep itself whole, that's a parasite. That's a bacteria. That's a virus inside of you. Only a virus inside of you is thinking how to use its environment and the things of its environment to keep itself safe and healthy. So everybody that is in this world thinking I got to own this and I got to get this to keep myself, you are a parasite in this world. You are a bacteria in this world. You are a virus in this world. The Aleph Bet in you is dead. So you need to resuscitate. You need to resurrect the Aleph Bet in you so you can become a cell that thinks on behalf of all the body of God's creation. Okay, because that's what it says. Saviors will come to Mount Zion, and they will rule over the Mount of Edom. All right, because the whole world of Christianity is nothing but becoming a parasite or a virus, because it's all focused on saving an individual salvation. The focus of Torah is the whole salvation, on salvation for all of creation. The Torah is to save a whole nation, to save all of creation, not just individual salvation. Individual salvation is the teaching of a virus. Use your environment, whatever little thing, to save yourself. If things are out, won't worry, just think of something that will bail you out. You will take it in the clouds and you will be saved over place. No such thing as individual salvation. In the Torah, if you're not good for all of creation, salvation and completeness, salvation just means completeness and wholeness. If you're not good at all. I mean, the Aleph Bet in you has died. The Aleph Bet in you is to empower everything, to stay alive, refresh, renew, and restore. So that's what the Torah teaches. Completely different from all the other Pesels, of all the other religions. Okay, so once the Aleph Bet is fully functionally alive in you as the powerhouse of creation, you will be the creator's continually consistent, healthy cell. That's the whole idea. You gotta be a cell. Okay, and what does a cell do? A cell is a colossal energy lavishing lover. Because that was each cell in your body is thinking of your whole body, and each cell has 200 powerhouses, mitochondria, and they produce the ATP. That's the energy for the whole body. So the whole body could be energized. Okay, so the energy. So at the end of the day, that's what a cell does. It's a colossal, it's magnificent energy lavishing. It continually gives it energy lavishing lover. Okay, and I like to think of this lover as the laborer of vital, enriching resuscitations. because it's all it does. It keeps everything alive. Its energy does that. Keeps everything alive. So it's the labor of vital enriching resuscitation. That's what a lover would be. Even that's the one I want to break it down a little further. But that's the whole idea. You want to be a healthy cell, a colossal energy lavishing lover. Okay? That's what you need to be in this world. Colossal energy lavishing lover. Okay? I was even making a song out of that yesterday as I was walking. The colossal energy lavishing lover. Okay, but we'll sing it for you for another day. It was a brand new song. But that's what we can be, a colossal energy lavishing lover. Okay, because that's what each one of our cells is in our bodies. It's thinking of the whole body. Each cell is not thinking how to save his own membrane. That's to be insane in the membrane, and that's to be a virus. So any religion that tells you how to use your own individual salvation is to teach you how to be a virus. Because that's what a virus does. You are in creation, then you become a citadel. You become an integrating fortress, a city that thinks of life, okay, of integrating everything. And you think of ways of being the energy source for everybody and for everything. So you encapsulate the salvation and the completeness of everything. Torah teaches salvation for all creation. And that's what it prepares you for. Because it gives you the elemental keys, the handiworks that work for the here and now, to have a society run smoothly. Okay, and to everything to be taken care of. All right, so at the end of the day, we have something that has proven itself, is gone all over the world, and now is ready to run all the masses. And I'm here as the main announcer, Zechariah's David Emmanuel Castro Stevenson, a.k.a. Tito, Kerry, and the COVID-19 man. Those are my other names I go by. But that is my message for you guys, because I'm here to make sure that you resurrect to that awareness, okay? So let me just put this here. So let me read it once again. Come to Torah. The trailblazing outlook or oracles resurrecting Aleph Bet's humanity. We're resurrecting God's humanity again. I want to put all humanity back to work to the Aleph Bet, so everybody will be a power plant in the powerhouse. And study Torahology 1. Torahology 1 is the science of life. Keep that in your head. Torahology 1 is going to be for the science of life, the dots of life, the dots of high. High is life. Okay? And life stands for lavishing, integrating fortresses enthusiastically. Okay? That's what we give when we get down the Torah, we're giving people access to the blueprints of everything, how everything is to be run, how everything is to be taken care of. So that we look at the whole product, just like a city developer, when they're giving the blueprints, he looks at the whole landscape of what a city has to be taken care of. Okay, that's what we are. We're city developers. So the city that we're building is this Torah city, the Torah land, the powerhouse of the alphabet. Okay, and that's what we're building up, and that's what we look at. So, the establishing maximum integration. Integration just make everything be one and working together as one. For all worldwide alphabets. Because like I say, all the other alphabets were not able to do in their countries, raising their constituents with their lame manuals and stuff like that. So none of them thought that they were ever going to be the power plants of all creation. That thought that never even once crossed their mind. Because that's how dead of a mortuary that is, okay? So this a continually consistent, healthy cell says it's fully, okay, maximum integration for all worldwide alphabets. Once the Aleph Bet is fully functionally alive in you as the powerhouse of creation, you'll be the Creator's continually consistent, healthy cell. And cell stands for colossal energy lavishing lover. Because that's what each one of our soul does. Okay, it's not only a city, but has the identity of being a colossal energy lavishing lover. Because there's nobody that takes care of a body like the soul that each one of our cells does, in the world of the flesh. So and that will be in the here and now. So then I have this saying here that I wanted to share: be a foundational, monumental breathing breath, and not a soon forgotten twister. And this is my way of interpreting Proverbs 10:25. And I'm going to read that to you so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. In Proverbs 10:25. It tells you something interesting here. Proverbs, okay, we go. 10. Okay, Proverbs 10:25. It says, as the whirlwind, like a twister, like a twister is something like made out of the wind. Like as the whirlwind or the twister passes by, as they pass by, so the wicked, so is the wicked no more. But the righteous is an everlasting foundation. Okay, so let me repeat that. As the whirlwind or the twister passeth, so is the wicked no more. But the righteous is an everlasting foundation. Okay, and this word for foundation is yesod. That's the Hebrew word for this is yesod. Let me put it as you will see what it's talking about. Yesod. Oh, yeah, here we go. As the whirlwind passeth, so is the wicked, an everlasting foundation. That's the word yesod, and that's and it says here that the foundation is like the bottom of something, literally the bottom of a building or the foundation, and also means the word repairing. Okay, and I like that too, because what is the foundation of man? Man was made. Once he was made out of the dust, and then what was put into him? The breath of God, the ruach of God, and that's how he became a living soul. Okay, he became the breath of life. So the foundation of man, what he's supposed to be, the foundation, is at the end of the day, the foundation of the reason for which man was created is to be a neshama. That's our foundation. We're supposed to be the breath of life. And what's the purpose of our foundation? To be the breathing, or to bring life. So breathing is to bring life, in the flesh, but also breathing is to impregnate you with life. So that's the main job of the breath, is to impregnate you with oxygen. That's to impregnate you with life, to bring resuscitations, to bring resurrections. So that's the foundation of man, is that he was made to be a breath of life from the ruach. Okay, he's from the ruach of God, and he's made to be the breath of life. That means breathing life, impregnating life into everything, resurrecting everything to life. So that's why I put it, that's the foundation. To be in that position in which you acquire, you remember who you are. I am a breath of life. Therefore, if I'm not giving life 24/7, I'm not living up to my foundation. I'm not being at the bottom and lifting everybody up. Okay? Because that's how you become the valley that holds every mountain. When you are the respiration powers, you're bringing everything alive and you're breathing life into everything. So that's the whole idea there. So you see what I'm saying? So that's why it's saying here, be a foundational, monumental, breathing breath, because that's the foundation of man, is to be a breath, is to be a neshama, and to be able to, with that neshama, to breathe life, okay, to bring life and oxygen, breathing life, impregnating the body with life, impregnating the cell with life, impregnating the plants with life. That's what you do in the breath. It's all impregnations of life after life. Okay, so be a foundationally monumental breathing breath, and not a soon forgotten twisting twister. Because most people go to this world, like a twister, like a tornado that just passed by one night and was soon forgotten. And so that's how their name become, because they are just like a twister or a tornado, that whirlwind that grabs everything in its path just for a short while. Picks up a house, it picks up a car, it picks up the big hurricanes. They pick up all these things, and then when they're done, they just drop it and they disappear. That's what most people are in this world. They come into this world, they're picking up new cells and dropping dead cells. That's part of the process of life. So in 70 years, they go through 7 bodies. That's physically. But also, they come and they pick up a house, they pick up a car, they pick up a yacht, they pick up all these things for a while. That's a party going on. And then they go away. People forgot their story. and they just drop everything that they have picked up. That's what most people are. They identify themselves, with the things they get to pick up as a twister. So therefore, the memory of them is just like a twister or whirlwind that nobody wants to remember because of all the bad things you came to do, and because you do not benefit anybody but yourself or stuff like that, And so you were just like a twister that passed by. That's what this verse is talking about. A whirlwind, it's just like the wicked will be no more, it's soon forgotten, But the righteous are a foundation. When you remember that you were made to be a neshama, a breath of life, your teachings are adopted, your memories upheld, your seminars are given out. Everybody, goes to visit what you have to say because you established them in the foundation from which they were made to be a ruach, to be a neshama. So that's the whole idea here. So be a foundationally monumental breathing breath. Impregnate the world with life. Give life everywhere, and not a soon forgotten twisting twister. All you do is just twist the Aleph Bet in you. It's not able to operate in you as a powerhouse, and it's not able to operate in anybody that you train either. So the whole world is not benefited by your presence, and so when you leave, you're soon forgotten. You're only a twister, like a little whirlwind that passed by, and you did what it wanted to do for a little while, and then it dropped dead, and everything was left in the ground. All right, so this is the life of everybody here. All right, now let me share with you something that I wanted to. I'm a little bit of a commercial right now, and then we come back to this. This is going to be my commercial for this whole summer for now. All right, so here we are. So the commercial I'm going to be using now, Aleph Bet Repairs, bring your Aleph Bet, back to life by coming here to HDTV 28, because it's time to put it back to work as a powerhouse. It's just been completely forgotten, has been completely misused. All the other narratives that you have taken it to, just like I took it to SE, took my alphabet there, just made me depend on somebody giving gifts to me. I took my Aleph Bet to JC, and he just made me see that, trying to convince me that I'm useless and that I needed to depend on the goodies that JC did for me. But I brought my brought my alphabet to Torah, and woo! The alphabet became a powerhouse in this world. So that I'm here to render all kinds of energies to this world. Wind power energies, solar energy powers, everything, because I realized what my heritage is. And that's the whole idea. Now, my Aleph Bet has resurrected, has come to life in Torah. And that's what I want for you. I want to establish you as that, at the alphabet inside of you, to be the powerhouse that it's supposed to be. Now, God meant it for you to be, because you were made in His image. And so we live to make sure that that image is presented properly, okay? That's what we do when we say we bring honor to his name and the name is not taken in vain. That's what it means, all right? So remember that, my friends. So let me see here. Now I have another things here, and this is what I talked earlier. So we need to forget the moan, because the nations, what they provided is just murdering and mutilations and mortuaries and mausoleums of all nations by the way that they have given us all this stuff, in their, in the narratives, in their pizzelles, like I say here, like for example, this is what the nations provided. Outside of Torah, all these other books came after Torah, manuals to make buildings, manuals to go to space, all kinds of religions, manual for the IT technology that we have right now, for the cloud technology that we're using to transmit. All of these things are there, okay? But no matter how deep you get into any of these, none of them have told you what I told you today, that you're composed of 73 trillion cities, living cities, that are magnificent compared to all this dead world, and therefore you were made into a magnificent citadel. And all that Torah is, once you get it, none of them will enlighten you and will tell you these things, okay? Because they have not, their understanding has not been open, like it has been open with me, Thanks to the Yud Baba, he has opened my understanding, and I see things from his point of view, and I'm very happy to see it from his point of view and to recommend it to all. So this is what happens. So you end being soul capturing cells or cages, or even call it crypts, like graveyards. So your mindset and your alphabet can be buried in all these specialties, in all these religions, in all these accommodations, in all these things. You're thinking of going to space, as if something better is going to come out of there, So whatever you think of going to space, God did not make you, basically you go to space. God made you to basically represent the Aleph Beth in you with all the power that you have in the air, the 22,000 pounds of air that you get to respirate, by which you bring life not only to your flesh, but to all the other flesh and to all the other trees. All this part of your processing. You have to take back the 300,000 edible plants and incorporate it back into your diet, because industrialized nations have made sure that they only give you access to 200 of them. So the whole world has been robbed of a lot by impoverishing the Aleph Bet that is inside of them to be nothing, and to just die and not to be the powerhouse that it's supposed to be. So we have done all of that, and that's because we have followed all these other things. So, oh Lord, just like in Isaiah 26:13, oh Lord, all the lords have had dominion over us, but by thy name, but by thee only we will make mention of thy name. That's what we're learning now. What Yehovah means, the processor of respiration powers, how these respirations are working inside of our bodies, how magnificently we are made, that our little pinky puts to shame all the cities of the world, all the dead cities of the world that has ever been made, pyramids included and what have you, and so that nobody will take advantage of any of us. We have a lot to offer to this world, while this world only have dead cities to give us and to fascinate us with. So we don't have to go in that direction anymore. All right. So this is part of the whole process again. So the variance is enjoy having a good time with you guys today. Now let me see how we're doing here. See how we're doing. All right. Let me see. Okay. I see 4 people watching. I see. All right. Torah Island. Yes. 2 hours. 2-hour tour. Yeah, this is like a tour. I'm giving you a tour of Integrating Fortress. The lavishing Integrating Fortress that I'm presenting enthusiastically was the life of Torah. I'm bringing you into a tour of what is yours. I like that. Okay? And let's see here. So we have Andy and Rosa and who else? Joseph made it. Yeah, the righteous are the tree of life. Okay? Yeah, you're right. Star also made it. Star, good to have you. So Star Martinez, I'm glad to see you here. Okay? Twisted Sister. You know that one? Yeah, that's what got me thinking of Twister, because of that verse. We need to, and that's what brought me to that idea. Yeah, Twisted Sister. But that's how we are in this world, my friends. Okay, so All right. So somebody was checking something here too. All right. Okay. Ah, yes, sir. Yes, yes. Thank you. The foundation. Yes. All part of the Sephiroth. Part of the tree of life things. Okay. So, but you see, my friends, where we are right now, we are in a very beautiful situation with the Torah. Okay. And you are going to be the trees, like the righteous are the tree of life. Okay. And you're going to be, that's the whole idea here. So I'm expanding your understanding. You understand? So he says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. My people perish means the word dama. The people are silenced. And when you can silence a soul, that soul is as good as dead. Because the whole soul was made to amar, was made to say things. Amar means to say. And to say things into existence, to bring things that are not there, to bring the character of God where it's missing, to bring the full potential of the powerhouse where it has been missing. That's what a soul is supposed to do. Supposed to amar, to say things, bring things into life. And when the governance of this world bring a narrative that can silence you and make you worried and make you worry that your dead city is not going to be working anymore and all your dead things are going to be functioning, you're already destroyed. Your soul is already completely out of whack. It was completely messed up. So at that point then, my friends, it's time to, to bring you back to your true knowledge. So I'm giving you an arsenal here to stand on, This is some knowledge that is going to stand you there, and so the people are not going to come and try to sell you something that is way less valuable than you already have within you. So you understand, all the empires, all the dead cities of the world are nothing compared. That's why when it says in Isaiah chapter 40, all the cities before him are nothing but a drop in a bucket. Okay? They're a drop in a bucket or a dust in the balance. So that's what all the cities, with all that they accomplished from the dead cities, all the worlds that they are proud of the dead cities, all the dead cities compared to one single human being. To Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, your body that's made by God himself, just your body of a single, that made by him and operates because of him, that body compared to that, all the accomplishments of men in the mule are nothing but a drop of a bucket or a dust of a balance. So you understand how great God is and how great you are, my friends? So I'm not here to bring anybody down, but to put you at the highest standard for which God made you. For you to see yourself the way God sees you. And to start abandoning all these other narratives that are making you be so stressed out and buying onto all the stupid narratives of all the channels, including Fox, CNN, and everybody. Because everybody else is just about trying to tell you there's something in this world, hoping that there's something in this world that can make something better for you. Who can give you a living city in this world? Even Trump, no president, nobody can give you a living city like each one of yourselves. Who can do that? Who can set up the respiration powers of the breath for you to be able to breathe and to be able to give life to plants and participate in this whole festival of resurrection on 24/7 basis? Who gives you 22,000 pounds of air to circulate and to process every day? No president in the world, no matter how good they are, can give it to you. And therefore, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is the greatest of all. And to be into his mindset and to be able to rise up to make of you Aleph Bet a powerhouse should be a piece of cake now that you know these things. And so I'm just going to be pounding on this, repeating it over and over, making you aware of this. Okay? Yes. Okay? That's right. It's a nuisance, yeah. So you understand how magnificent we are? Now these things, God is opening it to me, my friends, That's the thing that has been hidden. Okay, so in those days it says in the book of Joel, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh. What is God saying? That is what is happening right now in this very program. I explained to you 2 weeks ago about Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohim. The processor of respiration powers. That's the meaning of his name. Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, which means the worker of respiration and respirations. So that means the processor of respirations, and then Elokeinu means powers. Okay? Or Elohim means power. So the processor of resurrection, of respirations powers, that's the meaning of the whole name. And so I explained that we are made participants in that. We are hired 24/7 to work for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh in that fashion. Okay, and so we participate in this act of resurrecting. Okay, and now I'm taking you forward. As you can see, I'm taking you forward even into how once this oxygen, that is the life of the flesh, gets in, there's what we call aerobic respiration that is happening in each cell. Because each cell takes that oxygen and it transforms it into ATP, into energy, Aleph Tap power, I call it, right? And it transforms it into that so that you have that capacity to give energy to the whole body. Well, each cell does that. Okay, so that's what's happening. So in the Aleph Bet, we have the bulwark, the fortress, the integration citadel, because when you look at, it's not just the 5 books, you're looking at the output of that, of everything that will come out of it once you've incorporated and you take it in yourself. That city lives inside of you and you are able to project it. And all the whole world becomes nothing but a projection of the city that dwells within you. And you are the projector that keeps it projecting clean and pure, because you send the light and you energize it, you make it clean and pure. You keep your lenses clean so that everything will be presented the way you have ever wants to be presented. And so the whole world is backed up by your energy. You are a cell. You are a colossal energy lavishing lover. That's what you are, my friend. Okay? And so the whole world is backed up by each one of you. You're not a virus in this world at all. You're not a parasite or anything like that. You are not there to suck anybody's blood. Okay? So you are going to be the cell, my friend. That's what I want you to be. To be proud that that's how you can represent your maker in the here and now. And the whole world will be made way better because of your presence in it. Okay, so now let me just go back to this. And now let me quickly go to what I was trying to say before here. Okay, because I've been holding back on this. Now I'm ready to talk about the billboard and the bulwark. Okay, now I told you that all the nations that had used the alphabet, okay, not for you to realize that the alphabet is the powerhouse of this world, they have hidden that awareness from you. So everybody that is raised in any narrative outside of Torah, it's hard for them to see the alphabet in them as being the powerhouse of everything in this world, because they're not trained in that direction. Okay, that is the robbery that all nations have participating in taking that awareness away from you. That's your true heritage. Your true heritage is the Aleph Bet, and the Aleph Bet is the bulwark, the integration fortress, to keep everything coherent and alive and connected with everything in this world, and for you to appreciate everything that you have, from the minutest cell to everything else that you have. Each cell, even in your hair, has a cell that is doing that. Okay, cells are all over the place, and they're empowering cities. Okay, that do not compare to anything in this world. So here we have it, and so I call here the dynamic, animated, activated book or blueprint lessons or learning. Yes, we're looking at the word Habal, of Habal, all is Habal. That's from the book of Kohelets, the book of Ecclesiastes, the second book in the Bible from Solomon. Solomon wrote 3 books, and the 3 books are dedicated to Chogma Benedah. The first book that he wrote is the book of Proverbs. 31 chapters of Proverbs. Not all of the Proverbs are his, but he compiled 31. And the last one is the whole thing about the wise, the prudent woman, the wise woman. But the whole thing was dedicated to Chogma as the female figures, being the Reshit, being the principal thing. And so the whole book is dedicated to that. And then the book of Kohelets is dedicated to the book of understanding, to understand what we're here for, the main emphasis of what we're here for. Okay, so he gives that at the very beginning of the verse. So we understand what you're here for. You're here for Habel of Habel, all is Habel. Vanity of vanities, all is vanities. That's how it is translated, because people do not know Hebrew. But when you talk about Habel of Habel, all is Habel, it has 3 letters, the word Habel, which are the same letters for the name of Abel, the first man that was killed in the Bible, Abel. His name was also Habel. And it has the same letters of Habel, which means the Hey, the Beth, and the Lamed. The Hey is for the breath, okay, for activations and respirations. And the Beth is for the book of the blueprints, okay, or a house. So the house, the book of the blueprints, all represent the Beth. And the Lamed is for the laws, or lessons, or learning, or teachings, okay. So when you put it together, is the activation of the blueprint teachings, okay, or the blueprint lessons, or the activation of the blueprinted lessons, or the animation of the blueprinted lessons, okay? Because what you do in a workplace, how you make a living in this world, when you come to this world and say, I gotta make a living, I got to earn a living. What you do, you gotta work in a company. And when you go for a company, they give you a manual. And what's gonna be your main job once you get a manual or you get instructions in the company? The main job that you're going to do the rest of your life to earn a living is to activate or to animate the blueprinted lessons. So they're giving you the blueprints and your job is to animate it, to exercise what it's telling you to do. Do this, assemble this. So all that your work that you're doing is just animating or bringing to life or activating the blueprinted lessons. And so that's all you earn a living. So wherever every company you go, you start working for a security guard, you go working for an IT company, then there's a little manual how to do things, and you proceed to animate the blueprinted lessons. And that's what Habel means. So Habel of Habel, all is Habel. So at the end of the day, you're in this world just following somebody's instruction after another instruction. Because wherever you go to work, somebody else has to tell you how to do it. And then you're there to animate the blueprinted lessons. Okay? And that's what Habel means. All right? So that's the whole idea. So that's our understanding that you're going to get. Because that's the only way that you can earn a living. You are in a workplace not to, hug things for yourself, but to activate them. And you activate them according to the blueprinted lessons. So that's why he's saying that. That's why at the end, he says in the last chapter, in chapter 13, it says, and let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God, that means respect your boss, respect the processor of respirations, and keep and cherish, and treasure them. Treasure his commandments, treasure his mitzvot. Because this is the whole of man. It says this is the whole duty of man. It says, this is what we all do. Because whether you want to do it for Yudhevave, you're going to do it for another company then. You do not get away from going to work someplace else and proceed to animate the blueprinted lessons in that place. You are always going to have to do that. So that's why he starts with that and he explains all the different things that you go in the world. But at the end of the day, all you're doing in this world is just animating the blueprinted lessons. So that's what the world, so that's why Hebel also could be translated as wind or breath. So breath of breath, all is breath. But I explained to you the acronym of breath, right? Bona fide, resuscitations or bona fide respirations, empowering all to helpfulness. Because that's what the breath does. So I'm giving you the functionality of breath, you see? So when you understand that. But the thing is, when you do not get into the in-depth of each letter, you do not realize the whole message. So that's the understanding that we need to get. And the book of Kohelet is for us to get into that understanding and agree that what's the reason that God made us for. To be in his workplace. The whole creation is his workplace. And we following his instructions. Okay? So that's why it says here. So it says, it says here, the dynamic activated blueprint of the learning of the alphabet of the alphabet, our bulwark or powerhouse, as told by all the things made from the dust with the use of an alphabet. So that's what we do. Everything, especially in the dead world, in the mule, the power of hell economy, everything has a manual. Because man is going to be the one making it work 24/7. You got to go to work to make it happen. So all of that happens. So you have to do that. So Habel of Habel, all is Habel. So Abel of Abel, all is Abel. With Abel there, you might play a word here. The vanity of vanities, all is vanity. So it is the Ecclesiastes 1:2. It says the animating book lessons or the animated book lessons of the animated book lessons, all is animations of the book lessons or the blueprinted lessons. So that's what it's saying, So that's what's encoded in there. Everything is coded in the Bible. But once you open up the letters, you realize how perfect sense it makes. So it tells you the whole thing, But it's basically that book is dedicated for you to get a perfect understanding of what we're going to be doing to earn a living and to be to be a prophet to our fellow men. All right. And so what we're trying to do is, so what the people in the world of the dead cities that do not compare to ourselves, they're nothing but a billboard. they're announcing what's happening to us. So, like even in this, I put here the bulwark. Aleph Bet means a strong tower, and Aleph stands for the head of the ox, and Beth stands for the blueprints of the house. So I put here the picture of of an ox or a bull inside of a little encasement. So that will be the meaning of a strong tower of Aleph Bet. Okay, but also this body of flesh for this soldier. That's also a strong body, And now we're finding out today that he has 73 trillion cities, cells are compared to the cities. Anywhere from 30 to 73 trillion cities going on alive, in that. So this body, with the letters that is inside of it is the real bulwark, is the real defense. Each cell is like a little fortress, like a little city like that. You see, that's a fortress here. They protects all the citizens. It has all these walls and repair. So that's what we become. We become a cell. We encapsulate everything of God's creation, and we have to keep it alive. So I have here also again the bulwark in the sense Aleph Bet again with the head of the ox and the buildings in the back. That's the strong tower. Okay, and then I have three women here. Their bodies here put to shame everything else that is behind them. Okay, then we have a ship. This is a ship here called the bulwark. They call the ship the bulwark. But the Aleph Bet that is inside each one of them for the DNA is far stronger than this bulwark, and it's alive and everything. You understand? So the things in this world, they only play the role of a billboard. They announce what is truly alive inside of us. Inside of us is the living bulwark. Not only for the care of the flesh, but also, when we have Torah, we have the living bulwark of all living bulwarks, because we have the knowledge. And so even this one that we have in Christianity, when we teaches you this, that this guy died, he was buried, and then he came to resurrection, and it only worked for him. All right, so he got resurrected. He got the deal. He got the resurrection. He says he's going to give it to the people in the world when he comes back at the last judgment. All right, so that's the whole idea. But all along we know that the only resurrection that is happening in the 24/7 is the respirations. The flesh is dead without oxygen. So every time oxygen enters the body, that's brand new life. Each cell is resurrected again. So God made resurrection for a 24/7 basis, and it's done by the respirations that we provide, by the 22,000 pounds of air that we circulate. So the true resurrections that are really valid for the here and now are happening in the air, and it's happening in each cell as they produce the ATP and they produce other cells and take care of the DNA to propagate. So all these respirations are happening in there. That's what I call the aerobic respirations of the cell to produce the ATP, which what we went through right now. I even show you a little video of how the cell is a whole city. So all of this is happening, and this is only here. This is only a picture, like a billboard, okay? Because it's not really happening in the world at all. So all of Christianity and all the things in the world, everything that's it just serves as a billboard to announce what's really taking place and seriously happening within our souls. And only if we know Torah, and it's happening in the economy of the breath. You have the physical awareness of the air, in the economy of our living cells, of living cities, and also in the Mahashaba world. In the Mahashaba world, that's all that's happening. In the world of thought, which is in complete control of everything. We're going to talk more about that next week. But all of that is happening. So everything in this world, everything that has to based on external, is nothing but a billboard announcing all the magnificence that we have inside. But everything that is inside of us, the breath that we manage and the breath in which we participate, that comes from the real bulwark, which is the alphabet. You understand? So that's at the end of the day. So Habel of Habel, all is Habel. That's what it's telling us. You are here only to animate the book lessons or the blueprinted lessons, animate that. And that's what we do in our workplace, and that's what we do here all the time. So these are the different things, and then I put the same billboard here on the city building, the whole same idea, but this is a whole building. Yes, it's a billboard for announcing this thing. All the buildings, strong tower. A building is a strong tower, which means a body is a strong tower. So everything is just announcing what we are and what we have 24/7 in the living realm of what we have. You understand? And I already told you a little bit about the different places where the alphabet goes to die. And I forget that it's a powerhouse. There's all the different constitutions, creeds, belief systems, or manuals in this world. That's what the alphabet goes to die. Okay? And so, let me see here. And so these are all the things that fascinate us, you know. And but behind all of us, what really drives us to do everything that we make in this world, all the money, all the buildings, all the things that we get to have in this world and we get to enjoy, is made by the alphabet that is inside of us. Because the alphabet is Ein Od Milvado Bado. It's the one that does everything. Alphabet is the one doing everything, you know. And we are the ones that are made in His image and perfectly are able to reflect that. Okay? So that is why here is Yud He Vav He Elohim. You know, the processor of respiration powers. And we're able to do everything like that. So that's the whole idea here, what I've been teaching you today. And that's why I've been able to finally get to this thing. But I wanted to be able to explain all of that to you, so you understand what is going on, you know? So, Hebel of Hebel, all is Hebel. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. All right? But that's just nothing. So, and the book of the Song of Solomon, which is the third book of Shlomo, or the third book of Solomon in the Bible, that's dedicated to that. That's dedicated to intimacy. Because when you know everything from A to C, then you're able to take care of the heavens. You're able to make them and take care of it. You're able to make the earth and maintain it too. Once you know everything from A to C, you're ready to propagate, my friend. You're able to procreate and to keep everything going. So that's why that's the book of intimacy. Okay, the Song of Solomon. Because that's what we need in life. We need the Chokmah, all the stuff that is in the book of Proverbs. We need the Kohelets, the understanding of what basically we were here for. In order to make a living, what we have to do, and that's basically what we have to do, is all announcing Kohelets. And finally, we got to remain attached to that knowledge, you know, because all that knowledge is information, right? It's information. And when that knowledge goes in, when you take knowledge inside of you and you keep it in, then everything is formed. In, and there's formation. Once something goes in, then things are formed. So information, okay? So that's why we retain information, to keep things in form and not void and without shape and form. We take the information and we retain it and we cherish it so that we have that, so that we can keep everything in the right formation. In formation, not without void and without form and without void, okay? So understand, I like to have all these plain words because it's really what happens. So do not be taken by the billboard. The whole world is a perfect billboard as it is. And one of the most successful billboards is, to me, Christianity. It really, God allowed it to exist so that He will keep reminding us of resurrections, okay? And keep reminding us, you know, of the Moshiach that's supposed to come and announce these things to you and make these things clear to you. So He kept the notion of the Moshiach alive with the billboard of Christianity, and He kept the notions of resurrections alive. Because resurrection is the main job of the respirations. It's the main utility of respirations. It's the number one job that respirations do. They keep resurrecting everything. And it's a 24/7 activity. So He used Christianity to announce resurrections of the ones that are happening in the here and now. So it's been a great, you know, billboard for that. You know, a lot of people have signed up to work on that billboard for free, giving their own money and everything to keep the billboard going. Okay, so wonderful. It has done its job. But now, if you want to bring to life your Aleph Bet, and you want to be in the real bulwark of creation, the true integrity fortress, you know, then you can stop working for the billboard and come and join me. Because that's all I'm doing is just giving you access to the bulwark. Because I work for the main feature. Now, a billboard just announces a movie or something to come. But when you are in the main feature, you don't work for the billboard anymore. Okay, so you've been working for the billboard. All the things in this world are billboard. Not only that religion, but all the other religions too, and all the other businesses that announce everything. That they're only announcing, you know, what we have magnificent to here in each one of ourselves. So rejoice, my friends, rejoice, for Yud He Vav He is here with us. Okay, it's opening us our understanding, so nobody can come along and silence us anymore. My people are no longer going to be silent. My people are not going to perish. Because they know my name. Once they know my name, and you know what I'm involved in and all that I'm involved in for their life and the care, man, they're not gonna turn their head to anything else. Everything else becomes just dust in the wind. Understand? Everything else falls into insignificance then. All right. So let's see how we're doing here. All right, let me get ready for some questions now. All right, let's go here. All right, let's see here, my friends. Woo! Okay. So what happened? Some people left? 2 viewers only? Okay. Now, I want for me to continue. I want to see how many people are here because it's the questions time right now. You have to be 4 or more for me to ask questions. I only see 3 viewers. So let me hear you say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, to see how many people we have here until the end. We stay until the bitter end. All right. All right. Rosa Crispin reporting, I'm here. All right, good to have you. Brian Wantan reporting, I'm here. Very good. All right, who else is here? All right, I'm kind of here. Joseph is here. All right, all right. Okay, Andy Crispin is here. Perfecto mundo. Okay, perfect. All right, so we have these. Okay. Let me start asking questions then. All right, first question for $50. For $50. Okay. Okay. So today I increase your understanding as to what are the cities that matter in the here and now, because the whole world, all the cities and empires are nothing but dead cities because they cannot procreate themselves. Okay, they cannot, bring life. They cannot do anything for themselves without burning mankind. So I told you that each cell inside your body, as I showed you a video, compares to a city by what all the organelles do, all the functions, so it compares to a city, how the nucleus compares to city hall, where the DNA is kept and so forth, and all the different things that it do. So each cell in your body is compared to a city. So if each cell in your body is compared to a city, how many cities do you have in your whole body? In other words, how many cells approximately you have in your whole body, which is compared to a city? How many living cities or living cells you have in your whole body? Let's see, somebody remembers. I gave you a few different answers for that one. So let's see. How many cities or how many cells you have in your body? Woo! All right! I think we got it with Brian. You remember that. 73 trillion. That's what Zach Bush says. We don't say another scientist. But 73 trillion. But people say anywhere from 30 to 73 trillion cells. And each cell is a city. So you're composed of 73 trillion cities, my friend. Living cities that do not burden you, but that bow down, to take care of you. So you will have plenty of time to take care of the alphabet of Torah inside of you, in your soul. So that's correct. So Brian has $50. All right. That's right. Okay. Very good. Now the next one, for $50 for the next one. Okay. Okay, I told you that I'm gonna give my course. I'm gonna call it. Okay, this is a way of reviewing from last time. Okay, because I want to keep this fresh in your mind. Okay. When I say that Yud He Vav He Elokeinu, Yud He Vav He Elohim means the processor of respiration powers, because he gave us the respirations for us to process them so we can keep everything alive, or we get life when we keep things alive, or we participate in that. Okay, how many pounds of air do we get to process every day? Just air. How many pounds of air do we process every day for Yud He Vav He? How many pounds of air? Not the solids, not the liquids, just the air. How many pounds of air do we process every day for Yud He Vav He? How many pounds of air? If anybody remembers from the last lesson, because I want you to never forget that. All right. Okay, you're giving me the whole amount. That's solids and liquid, but only air. Only air, how much is it? Okay. We get to process all of that. That's true. Joseph, you're right, but just the air, how much is it? Okay. Let me see. No, you guys giving me the whole amount. Okay. 86 billion. No, it's not that. Okay. Rosa and Joseph are giving me, but the whole amount. Okay, but the whole amount includes the solids and the liquids. But only the air without the solid and the liquids, how much is it? Only the air without the solids and the liquids. How much is it? Let's see who says this first. Because most of it, all right. Yes, very good. 22,000 pounds of air. Very good. 22,000. So that's why it's 99.9365% of what we process is air, and that's 22,000. Okay, very good. 22,000. So that's Joseph Katz. Okay, Joseph Katz gets it for the air. All right, very good. That's a little review from last week. So Joseph Katz gets that. So that's $50. Okay, now the rest of you guys, $50 for the next one. All right. When I say, okay, let me see here. Okay, now this is in regards to the book of Kohelet, or the book of Ecclesiastes. Okay, when the book of Ecclesiastes says, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. When it says vanity of vanities, all is vanity, what is the Hebrew word that is using? Which is the same name of the person, the first person that died in the Bible. What is the Hebrew word that is being used? You can give me that, or you can give me the name of the first person that died in the Bible. That will be the same word as well. When it says vanity of vanities, all is vanity, in the book of Ecclesiastes or the book of Kohelet, what's the Hebrew word that is being used, which is the same name for the first person that died in the Bible, that got killed, that Cain killed. Okay. Andy, you came to life here. Abel, yes, Abel. Abel is good. Abel is right. Habel is perfect, but you got it. At least you got the Abel. So Andy got it. So Andy gets $50. Okay, but it's Habel of Habel, always Habel. Okay, that means animating the blueprinted lessons, and of animating the blueprinted lessons. All is animation of blueprinted lessons, and that's what we're here for, to get that understanding. That's what we're here to do in this world. So we don't fight against Yuhrebabe for that. So perfect. So congratulations then. Congratulations Brian, and congratulations Joseph, and congratulations Andy. Okay, and also, and for you standing until the end here, I will give you $20 to Rosa for sticking until the bitter end. Okay, Rosa will get $20 for participating and sticking until the bitter end. All right, very good. Okay, so it was good to have you guys. It was good to enjoy this moment with you guys here. So, let me see. Let me do a little bit. Let me try a little song here. Let me see here. Let me see if I try the one that I started with. Okay, let's do this as a prayer here. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. Okay, let me lower the mic mic here because it gets very loud when I sing aloud. Like here, like that. Here we go. All right. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. My strength and my redeemer, my strength and my redeemer. Psalms 19:14. My strength and my redeemer, my strength and my redeemer. Psalm 19:14. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. My strength and my redeemer, my strength and my redeemer. Psalm 19:14. My strength and my redeemer, my strength and my redeemer. Psalm 19:14. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. All right, and we'll do what I started with. Guys, we're working on this now. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void Torah. Yeah. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for they have made void, O Lord, Torah. Mine eyes cry and river of tears because they have not kept Torah. Mine eyes cry and river of tears because they have not kept Torah. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work on the heaven. May void, Torah. Mine eyes cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. Mine eyes cry a river, tears because they have not kept Torah. It is time for thee to work. Okay, Rosa and Joseph Katz reporting. All right, good to have you. And right, hey, how's it going, you guys? All right, let me share it to the group and to my timeline here. Give me a second. All right. All right, I'm gonna share on my timeline too. Let's get this thing started. That's right, Brian. Let's do it, huh? All right. All right. Okay. All right. All right, you guys. I'm glad you're able to make it. Maybe because you guys are on the lookout, but still, give me a hard time. You know, I'm tagging people. It's telling me you cannot tag this person. But I guess some of you stick around, so you're able to get in. So that's good. Let me just get back here to you guys. All right. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, I see the comments. All right, good business. All right. Okay, so there's 3 of you here so far. Very good. So we're going to talk about a very important topic today. From Obadiah 121. Talks about he will send saviors. All right. He's going to send saviors, you know, as to the Mount of Edom. Okay. And they will judge, you know, the Mount of Edom. So that was coming down right now in the Bible portion of the Jewish Bible reading. They are in the Bar Mitzvah, you know, in the wilderness. And but this is they say that this is the portion right now. I was hearing a rabbi talk about this. He said this is the portion in where they pass the baton. You know, they pass the baton to the next person that is going to lead in the path of salvation. Because, you know, Joshua, the son of Ben, the son of Nun. Nun is like the letter, the letter Nun. It's just the son of Nun. And Nun is for the letter of continuity, you know, for the continuity of something. So it's interesting that Joshua was called the son of Nun, the son of continuity. Okay, so he was going to continue what Moses had started. So he was the one that was assigned to be the Moshiach right after Moses, the deliverer, and to take the people back into the promised land, to take the people into the promised land, you know. And so it is to him that the baton was passed. Now the job of Joshua was to just tag along for 40 years, you know, just be the shadow of Moses. Okay, he was just there right next to Moses. He was there when he went up to the mountain. He's there a little behind, but he was just the shadow of Moses. And 40 years, you know, he followed instructions. He listened to everything. And now was his turn. He was taking on the baton. Joshua means savior, right? So now we're entering this is the Messianic age, you guys, you know, because we are deeming that the Torah is the Sefer of Sephers. We're saying that the Torah is the anointed book. You know, when you have to start a college, you got to start an institution, you have to crown a subject as your main material. And then that subject, once it's crowned, then you get to gather in the people and then you make them specialists in that subject. So here in the HDTV, HDTV 28, Hadaber in Torah Vault 613, or highest definition Torah vision, we have been studying Torahology. All right, this is what we study here, Torahology. We get into the study of the Torah. And we get to the nitty-gritty in which we study each letter, because each letter expressing a functionality. And that's what good news means, It means functionality. And that's what all creators are interested. They are created that the product that they have brought into existence is able to function. And so the Torah was given for us to be able to function in the character of the Most High, in the character of the Aleph Beth, in the character of the powerhouse. You understand? So we're supposed to be able to do that. And so if institutions and congregations and everything that you have attended to have not able to brought that to you, they have been lacking. Okay, so but this is the time it has been made clear to me how we can increase our consciousness, in which we can get into the mindset of the creator of all things, which means the Aleph Bet, the Father. And therefore, when you're in the Father, then you have the concern and the care for everything that the alphabet has created, or everything that has been used by the alphabet to be created. The Aleph Bet means Father, the alphabet means Father. So when you grow, into the stature of the fullness of the powerhouse, you become the powerhouse of the universe, because the Aleph Bet of the Torah is dwelling in its complete regalia within you. And that's the whole idea. We can have this experience in the here and now, because you and I were not made to go to a place or to go to a heaven, or to just abide in this place of earth and be happy with the place of our dwelling. You and I were made for the Aleph Beth of all creation. We were made in the image of the Father, to receive and have it installed in us at an early age of 3, if you're Jewish, when they started to teach you your ABCs, but that's when the alphabet is being installed in you, that's when the Father is being installed in you, and the whole purpose for your existence is to grow into what it means to be the powerhouse of the universe, what it means to have that installed in you and you be made in the image of it. Until you grow and you consider that to be the most dearest goal that you can follow in this world, and therefore you take on Torahology, the story of Torah, so you can achieve onto that. So when you get there, then this whole world becomes your child. All of creation becomes your little baby, and you're here as a father to it. It has nothing to offer you, but you have everything to give to it. That's when you know you have entered into the character of the Aleph Beth. You have become the powerhouse of the entire universe. Okay, so there's nothing else that the universe has to offer you. But you have the Aleph Beth of Torah, you have everything to offer to it. That's when you become a true savior. Okay, and that's what Obadiah 1:1 it says in here. Obadiah 1:1 is the calling. Okay, these are saviors are wanted right now, and that's what's going to make the Messianic age. It's going to be full of people that do not need one iota of anything from the universe, but they have all the power and all the energy to keep it resurrected, to keep it renewed, to keep it rectified, to keep it refreshed, to keep it, going, to keep it resuscitating, doing all of that for it. Because you become the soul energy, you become the powerhouse, the power plant, the ATP. Yeah, you know me. You become, the Aleph Tav power. Okay, the ether that has been missing in this whole world, because the ether, the Aleph Tav, has been missing 7,302 times in all of the Bibles in the world, and it's only found in the Hebrew Bible. That means the Aleph Tav, that is translated as 8. And they say it's untranslatable in the other Bibles. Okay, but in the Torah is found, even though people do not focus upon the meanings of the functionalities of the words, you don't get to find the pure, but that's the ether that has been missing in the other Bibles. So we are going to be able to harness that, the Aleph Tav power. That's what we become, the ATP. Yeah, you know me. You down with ATP? Like the song. I am the thoughty by nature, thoughtful by nature instead of naughty by nature. I'm the thoughty by nature. I'm going to make up that song. I'm going to finish doing it hopefully next week. I'm still working on it. But that's where we are, my friends, okay? I'm calling you to be in the Messianic age. All the people that are study Torahology are here like the cells of the universe to keep it going. Universe just means one dabar. Uni means one, and verse means dabar, or word. So I'm taking you to the first word that ever came out, the first Torah, or the first Bible. Bible was the first thing that was printed. So I'm taking you back to the Sefer of Sephers, so that you will be in the universe, the first book that was made. And that universe, you're going to harness the ether. That means the Aleph Tap power that has been missing on the other books of all the scriptures of the world. And you're going to take that down. Okay, let me see here. All right. Let's see. I'm going to make sure that I got to check on this, because I want to make sure that everything is working. I just don't want to keep going. And all right, let me see here. Okay, so making sure that all the signals are going there. So that's how I was saying, my friends, I'm taking you into the ether, the Aleph Tab that has been missing in all the Bibles, and bringing you so that you will solely abide in that power of the Aleph Tab, and you become the powerhouse in this world. And so when you have signed in, okay, you understand that in the scriptures at the beginning, I told you that the 28 letters of the first verse of Genesis 1:1 or Bereshit 1:1, the 28 letters, which stands for koach or koyak, or strength. That's our strength, because it displays the Chokmah Bina Dah in action. Okay, the wisdom, Bina understanding, Chokmah is wisdom, and Bina is understanding, and Dath is knowledge. How it operates. And when you have intimate knowledge of everything from A to C, you make the heavens and you make the earth and everything in it. Because when you have intimacy, that's when procreation exists. So when you intimately know everything from A to C, you can procreate them. You can produce them. You can bring an abundance of them. And that's the very thing that has been missing. The Aleph Tap power, because people are not accustomed to learn everything from A to C. And therefore, they're only guided by feelings. If it feels good, do it. No, the Bible is, if it's conducive to life, then do it. Okay? If it's conducive to abundance, and life will stand for the lavishing, indispensable fortifications endlessly. Because that's what God says, be fruitful and multiply endlessly. So you got to interpret lavish. So if it's conducive to lavishing indispensable fortifications endlessly, that being conducive to life, that's when you do it. It's not, the scripture is not about if it feels good, do it. No. If it's conducive to life, and that is the organic world to start with, because that's what God created in the majesty of the aerial, power plant in which we exist worldwide, the respirations that electrify everything around us, and which we are participants of it, whether we are aware of it or not. But that's all the process of respiration powers, which is the sacred name of the Tetragrammaton. All right, so we are discovering that. We are entering into that, and so that's what here the title today, you can see is Come to the Torah. That means the trailblazing outlook, radiantly advancing humanity. Because we are advancing here. We're not just going to be aware of our humanness. Our humanist experience is only 0.0635% of the whole, what we are. Everything, because those are the things that we're processing. We process that, but we get to process the air. And in the reign of the air, in the breath dynamics, that's where we get to process the rest of ourselves. That's where we get the most life from, and that's where we give the most life on a daily basis, on a second by second basis. Okay, and that's we have been left ignorant of, and therefore we cannot not even discover the marvel of the Mahasheva world, of the thought world, which I have been hinting at that in the last few lessons that I've been giving you, but we're going to expand to it. The whole purpose of what we're here for is to expand our consciousness, okay? And that's what we're looking to do today. So, okay. All right, okay, perfect. Okay, let's see how we're doing here, you guys. I see 4 of you showed up, all right? I'm happy to see you, Rosa. I'm happy to see you, Joseph. I'm happy to see you, Brian. And who else is here? Let me see. Who else? Because it says 4 in that. It says 5 now, but only see 4 of you. Who else is coming here? Well, don't be shy. Come on in. You'll say hi. I'm not going to bite. I'm going to give you some money, but I'm not going to bite. My message will be as clear as possible that I can give it to you. All right. Yeah, the 22,040 and an extra 0 there. All right. Yeah, that's right. That's the rest. That's the whole all that we process in the here and now. Because you understand that for every creator, any chief executive officer, any CEO in a company, what they keep track is what you are processing in the company. Because that's what allows you to make a living for yourself and for them to make a living with the products and services. It's the materials that you're processing, the products and services that you're processing. It's not just you sitting there looking pretty. That's not what makes you alive. It's all the materials. So all the materials that you get to process, that's what's yours. Because that's how you earn a living. The count for everything that you do. So it's everything that you have to circulate in the process of rendering your job that all the creators and CEOs looked at, get to look at. And so does God. God is looking at what you're processing every day, not only to bring life to your body, but also to bring life onto nature. It's a recycling of, it's what I used to have this term even before when I had started in Christianity, and I had no knowledge of the Torah then, because I was studying Hebrew, but I was very diligent in thinking. And I used to think that the kingdom of God has to be a free-flowing cycle of care. A free-flowing cycle of care, I used to think. I used to have that phrase. The kingdom of heaven or the kingdom of God is a free-flowing cycle of care. Sounded good to me. It resonated. I just came up with it. I thought it was good. But now I know why it is that. Okay? Because everything is a circulation. Each respiration is a circulation of air. And air is an all-inclusive resuscitator that not only brings life to us, but takes what we take out of our lungs, our carbon dioxide, and brings life to the plants. So life is a recycling, a free-flowing cycle of care. And that's where we are participating in the air, in the here and now. To me, at the time, it just sounded like, it resonated like something really good. So I used to write that down. And I would say that, the kingdom of God and the kingdom of heaven is the free-flowing cycle of care, not knowing exactly what I was saying. It's just that it resonated as truth within my heart, and I thought I could say it that way. But I know what I'm talking about now, because I've discovered the economy of Yud Hevave Eloheinu, the processor of the respiration powers. And that's where we do the most work. 22,000 pounds of air we process every day. And we working for Yud Hevave 24/7. We're doing the processing of this 22,000 pounds from every day. That's non-stop. It's 24/7 we work for Yud Hevave. Okay? So we are giving life in each respiration, and we're getting life. So for each life that we get, we also give it out. So we are constantly participating in this economy of resurrecting, renewing, resuscitating, rectifying, reinforcing, renovating, refreshing, restoring, all of that, that comes with respiration's, benefits. All of these benefits are happening all at once with each respiration. The whole Torah, takes place. The whole 613 mitzvahs takes place in one single respiration. It's written that the word of God is settled in heaven. The authority of the Dabar is written in the breath dynamics. And that's what we need to connect, because that's what have been missing. And that's 22,000 pounds of air that are the ones that are keeping us alive and bring the air from the tree, bring the oxygen from the tree to us, and take the offering of our carbon. It's interesting that the carbon monoxide, is what we take to the plants, okay? But the interesting thing in the Bible is the carbon is like the word for offering or a sacrifice. We sacrifice, we give away, we carbon and we present that offering, to the trees. So we bring life to the trees. So this is an exchange, of the things that are happening. So it's amazing. And the 22,000 are the representatives of in the book of the Bad Midbar, the 22,000 Levites, male Levites, which represented the priest, the Kohen, that took, the life of the Torah, the Torahology to the people, and they took the offerings of the people, back to the camp and so forth. They are the brokers. And so we have each air, 22,000. So the whole Torah, the 600, in each respiration, all of those things take place in the care in which all of our bodies are electrified with the oxygen that gets in there. Everything is a wind power, my friends. We're nothing but a power plant of wind powers, okay? And also, the solar power is involved in there, because in the light power, the photosynthesis takes place with the plants. And even there's transformations. When the sun hits our skin, it transforms the cholesterol into vitamin D. And vitamin D is in charge of so many functions in our body, so essential. So it's all in the process. So we receive solar power, we receive wind power, and we have water. 70% of our body is water. So there's hydrolysis. That's power from the water. So there's the three energies working in us: solar power, there's wind power, and there's hydrolysis, there's water power, all of that. So we're nothing but a big power plant, my friends. That's what we are. And we are able to participate in the here and now. And so to increase your awareness into that, and you realize that therefore you are in a free-flowing cycle of care when it comes to the air dynamics, and that's what God created us with. And so in the workplace, you're there to keep the free-flowing cycle of care. So you are higher there to lend your creative intellectual powers and to put it to good use, so you can read their manuals from A to Z, that tells you how to render the product and services, and you will just render and use all your prowesses and all your intellect as an energy in that company to keep everything alive and to keep everything going without grabbing anything to yourself. It's got to be a free-flowing cycle of care. You don't go there to interrupt the process or to put a halt to anything. Okay, so these are the things I used to think about, which are now making way more sense. Yes. Okay, so yeah, I'm enjoying myself because, I'm thinking today so many things. So, so here you see in the picture, we have this man, with all kinds of words written in his body. That's the idea, that we learn a lot of knowledge in this world, and we are able to expand our consciousness. Consciousness, this therefore is only, let me bring this up here for you guys. Let me see how. I want to sing a song that's been going in my head the whole day today. It's this. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow thee all the days of my life. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord. Oh, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. That great? Surely goodness, that means functionality. Only be concerned to keep up the functionalities of all physicalities. Because that's when you get to brag and you get to boast about the powerhouse, about your source of energies. So that's why only goodness means only tub, only functionality. If you abide in the Aleph Beth, like this guy has words written all over his body. He's living in the alphabet. When you want to dwell and literally abide in the Aleph Beth, with only words are you concerned. When only the connectedness of everything from Aleph to Tab, from A to C, is what fascinates you, my friend. Then only what follows you is functionality after functionality, and all physicalities are kept alive. You understand? That's what follows you. And mercy, therefore, Hesed, and everything that has to do with tzedakah. That's what the world gets to see from you, because you're eager to give it away, because you're giving of all this mercy and all this caretaking is the way that you're showing. It's a public show of the intimacy that you hold within you with the Father of all things. Okay, so the things that are coming out of you, the things that the world are receiving, is nothing but a charity case, something that just comes out of you by nature because you can't help it but show off your maker. And in the intimacy that you're showing, the whole world gets to see this intimacy that is happening within you. And so therefore, I will dwell in the house, I will dwell in the powerhouse of the Lord forever. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. All right, let me see something here. That's a good song. It's just, for some reason, that song has been going in my head the whole day, So I thought you'll start singing it. When a little tune keeps going in your head, and it just drives you nuts until you sing it yourself. That's how it's been happening with that song. So I got to sing it right now before everything else. So that's the main thing. But that's what we're all about, my friends. How can we grow into the consciousness of the alphabet to become a father and mother to everything, to all alphabets, and therefore to everything? Is by understanding that we are, we were made in the image of the alphabet. You understand? And so I put a little thing earlier, a little saying that I was quoting from Psalm 73, verses 25 and 26. That's a psalm from Aesop. I used to think that was a psalm from David, but I just realized that's the psalm from Aesop. But one of the few psalms that he wrote, some good psalm. But Aesop wrote this psalm. He says, whom have I in heaven but thee? And there's nothing upon earth that I desire but thee. And he says, that the flesh and the heart will fail me, but the rock of my heart is God, is Elohim, and he is my portion forever. And as you understand that you and I were made to abide and to be, not necessarily in a heaven, that's what we're looking for, or to avoid a hell, but we are placed on this earth to connect and to receive the installation of the alphabet of the powerhouse when we're taught the alphabet or the alphabet in this world, and then to grow into the full awareness and make him be our destination, the expansion of all that his heart, of everything that is made by the alphabet. That what concerns us. And so we are on this position, okay? So when you enter into this world, like I was saying earlier, in the Chagma Benedah, right after that in verse 2, Genesis 2 and the other rest of the verses, it starts to tell the things that he's going to create. He says that the earth was without shape and form, was void, without shape and form. That's the whole idea that the whole world without him is empty. The whole world cannot run without him being present in it. And what he signs up, what you and I sign up to be, and that's an invitation because he begins to make things, and then after the things that he has made, he immediately says the commitment, and God saw that it was good. Okay, but the way it's translated, it doesn't sound like a commitment, But what he's saying is that then God saw that it was good. As soon as he made something, what he's saying, and God committed himself to watch over it, that it functioned. Because the word tub, which is translated good, is actually function. And God committed himself to make sure that it functioned. And God committed himself to watch over his function. That will be the best translation. And God saw that it was good. Okay, so when you enter into the workplace of any company, of any CEO, you're there to commit yourself, to commit all your Aleph Tap powers, all the knowledge of how to use the alphabet to produce, and to do all these things. You are there to commit the Aleph Tap power, the power of the alphabet that you have within you to make things and renew things, to commit them, to be an energy to supply care to all the functionalities of all the physicalities that company is there to serve or to produce. That's why you enter into every workplace that you enter. That's why you enter. You enter to commit your ATP, your Aleph Tap powers. Okay, and ATP is a unit of energy, that transfer energy to the body. So I'm speaking you from the cellular, the mitochondria. The mitochondria, which is considered the powerhouse of the cell. There's 200 powerhouses on a regular, ordinary cell, and a neuron cell has 2,000 powerhouses because it needs to have a lot of power there in the neuron cells. But the regular cells, the rest only have about 200. And each mitochondria produces ATP. That's the unit of energy for our body. That's the fuel that keeps our bodies energized. So in a company, you go there to commit your ATP, your abilities of the alphabet from A to C, your ATP power, Aleph Tap power, to be the energy source, to keep all the functionalities alive for all to energize the source, the power to energize all the functionalities for all the physicalities. That's what you're hired when you enter in the workplace. And exactly with God. God was teaching us, I made you in my image. And therefore, what I do, you can do. What I do, I'm able to do within you because I made you in my image for you to be the perfect conduit for me to dwell in you. Okay, so when everything that he's saying that he commits himself to do, that's exactly what you're able to do as well. So when he says, and God committed himself to make sure that he was functional, that's exactly what you and I need to do. Okay, you need to learn the Aleph Bet from A to D, get the Hakma Beneda, so you will have the commitment, so you commit all your Aleph Tap powers to energize all of creation. So you understand that you're in the powerhouse, you have, you wield great authority over the wind in every respiration that you process, and so your whole body is actually, the whole air is your body. You're just a cell in it. But the whole air that exists in the whole world is your true body, and from this body, you are a cell that is keeping it rejuvenated and keeping it alive with 22,000 pounds. Okay, just like the Levites realized that they were the 22,000 Kohen and priests, but the whole of creation, the whole of Torah, the whole Aleph Bet, the whole powerhouse, that was what life is. So all of creation, the whole universe, that's what our true body is. But we are a little cell in it, and we are participating every day in keeping it alive. That's why at the end the sage says that in the end the body was going to be teaching Torah. And that's what it's doing right now. I'm using the mitochondria and I'm connecting everything. I'm telling you that everything that is in the order inside of our bodies can actually be applied. Because all is about energies, energies of energies, all is energy. And that's what we are asked to do. We are asked to yield the energy. And if we're not housed, to live in the house of the Lord, to be in the powerhouse all the days, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. You will not be happy to be there, then you lost the reason why that's what you and I were made for, to be also. So that's why I have written that earlier today, and I shared in my with my group there, that just as beauty is to be found in the eye of the beholder, heaven is found in what our heart loves the most. Let me repeat that again. Just as beauty is to be found in the eye of the beholder, heaven is found in what our heart loves the most. Okay? So that's the thing. So when you love the most, when the Aleph Bet of all creation is the biggest asset that you have, the most biggest treasure that you could find in this world, when you realize there's nothing better than it because he has created everything. Everything has been created from an alphabet. So the Aleph Bet is the father and founder of everything made by words. So when you realize that that is my heritage, that's my fatherland, that's the place that I've inherited, then you've arrived, my friend. Okay, there's nothing else that this world, can can offer you. Understand? And that's the whole idea. So let me sing other. Let's see if I have a voice to sing the other one here. Let me put this up here. Let me take it off so we can sing the words in the background. All right, because this is like a national hymn in here now. Psalm 44:8. 4 adds to 8, and 8 is the number of above nature. Is the number for new beginnings. We always keep things new. If we're going to live above nature, that means we're going to live in the Mahashaba world, learning everything from A to C, and therefore keeping everything renewed, restored, refreshed, resuscitated. Understand? So Psalm 44 verse 8, that's all about being new. Even in the numbers there, Everything is connected, my friends. So it says, in God we boast all the day long. We brag about Him. That means in powers, in Elohenu, in energies, in faculties. That's what we brag about. We're in theology, then in faculties, in powers, in energies, okay, in skills, in expertise. In Elohim, we boast and we brag all the day long and praise thy name forever. And praise the Aleph Beth, the powerhouse forever. And praise the processor of respirations, which means you have it forever. All right? Because we are in his economy, we are in his breath dynamics. Let me see, I'm speaking so loud, I don't think I have any voice left. What's this? All right, let me put this down a little bit because it's going to be too loud and it's going to be cracking the sound. Let me just, because this song gets to be very high. Let me put it down here. So, okay, here we go. I have love when I'm around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have love because I have found you, and in you all is free. Let me abruptly stop here before you start thinking that it's just emotion. When I say that I have love, he says, when I'm around you as you sweetly speak to me, that's when I'm reading Torah and when I'm meditating in Torah. Okay, that doesn't mean that I'm oming there someplace, just blanking out and just having a good feeling, okay? Just in case you're wondering, you get up. This is all about staying in Torah and meditating. I mean, meditating is to read Torah out loud. Don't just read it, in your head. Torah is to be read out loud. Okay, it has to be spoken out. That's when you meditate on it. And then you got to think about it. But you read it out loud. You put your whole heart into it. You read it like you're preaching it to yourself. And you want to let it sink in. That's how I read the Bible. I want to hear I want to savor the sound of the word, because he was giving orally for a long time. So people just got to hear the word. So you keep giving it orally to yourself. And then you ponder upon it. All right, so that's how you read the Torah, all right? I have love when I'm around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have love because I have found you, and in you my heart makes free. I will also right, my fellow. The variance we're working at today. We want to expand our consciousness, all right? So, Obadiah 121. Let's see what he has to say. Let me look it up here. Let me get the e-sword here to look at it. We can all enjoy this portion here together. Obadiah. Ta-dam, ta-dam. Obadiah. Here we go. That is, and actually because the word Obadiah means from Obed, means worker, worker or servant. That's what the word Obadiah means: servant or worker of Jah, worker of the Lord of respirations. Okay, worker of the processor of respirations. All right. So let me get here before. All right. So Habakkuk. This is Obadiah. Obadiah, the servant of the worker of the Lord. So I'm looking for saviors here, putting the classified there today. Because in Torah, once you study Torahology, you're ready to save the universe. Torah is not about individual salvation. You can go to Christianity and other ones to teach you that. But Torah is about universal salvation. You get to understand that all the 613 mitzvahs are accomplished in a single respiration. And so what we do here in the flesh, we only do the breakdown of it, just like when you display the diagram with all of its parts, that's what we're doing. But in a single respiration, the 613 mitzvahs are being fulfilled. Because the word mitzvahs means the solutions for those desiring the journey of fusing, with respirations, of the fusions and infusions of respirations. So that was mitzvahs, men. Mitzvah is the mem, the sade, for the journey of desires or the journey of cravings, and the vav for the fusing or the connectedness or the, hooking up, and the hay for the air or the respirations, okay, the breath. So when you put all those four words together, you put the functionalities of all those four words. So mitzvah means the solutions for those craving, the journey of the infusions of respirations. So you want to live the life of Yud He Vav He. You want to live the life of the processor of respiration powers. And that's what you're doing when you're keeping the 613 mitzvahs. You're expressing that this is what I want to live. So the whole idea of bringing you into this, that the word has opened up to me, is to make you realize that thy word, like it says in the book of Psalm, the word is settled. Is the authority, is the sheriff, is the one ruling the celestial realm, the heavens, the sky. All right, so you have to understand that. So that's the beauty of it. Okay, no other religion has that, because this is the owner's manual. That was the thing to be awaited to be served at the end. So now once you realize that, once your eyes are open to that, and you realize in all the economy that you can be made a participant of, then, my friends, forget about trying to save my little moi. I am a power plant of the whole creation in the alphabet of the Torah. So I have the power, to go, and be the energy every place that I go. You understand? And be there to supply all that they need, and it will be a donation from the house of my Father. It will be a donation from the Aleph Beth to me, from him to you. And I'm glad to give it to you. That's all. We become the greatest philanthropists the world has ever known. Because we have the Hakma Benedah, which is the real currencies of the Creator to make everything. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that makes the best things in life. We have that. So no money, nothing influences us. There's nothing greater than that. We are in the palace for which our soul was created. And our soul, I like to think of our soul as the supplier of unlimited love, or the censor of unlimited love. The supplier of unlimited love. That's how you should think of your soul. Because once it senses what a book has to give, it supplies unlimited love. And love, I like to think of LOVE, labor of vast enrichment. Because when you love, you provide labor of vast enrichment. You supply gifts galore to the people that you love. So that's what you, because your soul is the supplier of unlimited labor of vast enrichment. We just spell out love out there. You see, man, I'm drunk with the word today, man. I just feel like I'm going all over the place, but but I'm drunk with His Spirit right now in understanding this thing. You know, I don't know how I want to take this and here and so many things to say, but let me take it to Obadiah chapter 1. The vision of Obadiah means the servant of the worker of God. Obadiah 1:21, what does it say? Take me there. Okay, let me see here. Okay, the last. And saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Esau. And saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Esau. And the kingdom shall be the Lord's, shall be, you know, for the processor of respirations. So I'm giving you access to that today. I'm letting you understand your whole economy, your whole body is your whole, the sky, the universe is your whole body, and you're a cell in it that is concerned for all of His care. Because you understand that you have the alphabet, the powerhouse inside of you. And therefore, from a single one of you, having all of the Torah, all of creation, all mankind can be wiped out, and then you can get it going again, just like He did it with Noah. But He did it with 8, because the number 8 is about nature. You know, it's symbolic of things that are about nature. It's the supernatural world. It represents the supernatural world in Mahashaba, okay, which is about nature, and which with the one you keep everything new, restore, and refresh. That's what you're able to do with the Mahashaba world. So this you understand. So this, let me read it again. And saviors, okay. So we are just like right now in all the Jewish nation that they study the Bible right now, they're going through the segment in which the baton is passed from Moses to the Savior Joshua, because we are exactly right on that portion of the Bible right now today. You know, as people travel through the Torah, you know, that's where we are right now. So I'm passing the baton to all of you now. You can all become saviors of this world, you know, because you have understood now, you know, what is Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh Elokeinu, the processor of respiration powers, and you entering into this knowledge and you understanding, you're expanding yourself from your humanist experience to your aerial, your celestial experience that you have been missing on. You know, you are mostly celestial, you're mostly aerial. 99.9365% of you is aerial. It's resuscitation, it's respirations. Okay, so that's why you are most, that's why you process the most, so that's what you are the most. You know, as long as you are in this physical world, that's the most physicality that you process. The air is a physical part also, and that's the physicality you process the most. And that's the physicality that gives more functionality to do everything in the organic world. And we are participant in it, whether we care to admit it or not. You know, so whether you were glad you've been doing it all the time. So that's why everything. So it says here, and saviors, okay, Yasha, okay, shall come up on Mount Zion. And I like this word Zion, okay, because it's made out of the words Zadeh, I believe it's Yud, Vav, and Nun. So Zadeh means the desires of the journeys of desires, okay, that's the word Zadeh. The letter Zadeh stands for that, that's the functionality. The Yud is the word for work or operations or processing, right? And the word for the Vav, for the U sound, Zion, okay, that's for connectedness. And the Nun is for continuity, or represents the generation, to generate something, or the generations, because generations is the continuity of what exists. Okay, so when you put all of that together, the word Zion, because it's the Mount of Zion, it explains to where God dwells. Okay, the Bible says that God dwells in Zion, in the Mount of Zion, and He also dwells in Jerusalem. So you understand what is the activity that has to be taking place in the souls of people for God to be bounding in that heart and in that soul, because this activity, this functionality has to be taking place. Okay, so to be in Zion means that you have let me put it together here. The Zion is Yud, Vav, Nun. So here's the journey of the desires for the operations that connect to continuity. So that those that have the desires, they crave, they crave to do the operations, okay, because they have the desires and craving to do the operations, of the connectedness of things to continue for generations, or connectedness for generations. And also the word Vav is also a great word to stand for mitzvot, because mitzvot is connectedness. So those that have the strong desire for the operations or the process of connecting to all generations. So when you have that heart set up that way, when your heart is set up so you have the strong desire, to work on the operations that connect to all generations, then you are in the equivalent state of Zion, and that means God dwells in you, because that's a mindset that God has 24/7. And when you're able to get that mindset, when you have the desires or the cravings, to do the operations that connects us to all generations, that's what the meaning of each letter in the word Zion means. When you have that, then you have the right mindset that connects with the mindset of God. The Aleph Bet is at home inside of your soul. It's like it's in a palace that we can move and roam around and do as He pleases. Doesn't have multiple sclerosis in your soul. Your soul, not that God wants this and you going in another direction. He's not able to freely flow through you. No, that's why He's in Zion. Zion are those people that are desirous, a longing, to do the operations or do the process of connecting, to all generations, or hooking up to all generations. We have this universal concern for the whole world. That's the Mount Zion. It says, and the Savior shall come up on Mount Zion. Okay? That means you have arrived in the alphabet at that state of your mindset, and you're in Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Edom, and Edom of Esau. That's Esau, right? And Esau is just the rest of the world. And that includes Christianity. Christianity is all the heritage of Esau, by the way, of Edom. Christianity is the inheritance of the Edomites. Okay, the Edomites, that's why they are at 2.4 billion right now, Christians, but a lot of them, want to save Israel. So as Edom will serve Jacob, still the case. A lot of them want to donate and want to save Israel, all of that. That's how they are right now. They want to do everything for it. They want to convert it too, but they want to keep it going because they think how pivotal it is. But that's part of the whole process. Edom was told that he was going to inherit the fatness of the land, so he has. So that's why the biggest religion is Christianity, because that's the heritage of the Edomite. So we're going to make them understand, Christianity is the biggest billboard that God has ever created to announce Mashiach, because that's what Christianity was able to do, announce and keep the knowledge of the Mashiach going, keep the awareness of resurrection going, which is the process that is done by every respiration. Every single respiration does resuscitation and resurrections. So it's a billboard for a respiration. It's a billboard for the Mashiach, and everything. So it announces all of that, So yes, let's have to think about it. So it has its purpose. So the Edomites were trained to be a billboard to the Mashiach of the Torah and a billboard to the respirations of the Torah that the Torah teaches are found in the here and now in the breath dynamics. Okay, so, but they don't understand that this is it. They're not going to be able to deny this because they're being told what they have not heard before, and they're taking into consideration, what had never entered into their mind before, because this is the openings of His understanding that have been given to all of us now. All right, so this is the Messianic age. You're going to be a savior. You're going to be a caretaker of all the universe, because now you have ascended into the true awareness of all that you are. Okay? You are, like I said before, you are 0.0635%, human, of all the earthling. Okay? We mean water and solid foods. And then you are 99.9365% aerial, of the air. The neshama means you're of the spirit, of the ruach. So you are of the air. And this is in the here and now. All of this is in the here and now. And then you are 100% Mahashaba control or driven. 100% driven by thought, by the thought world. And I explained the last time that the thought world is found in 3 states. That means the gas state, that means all the thoughts that are in your head and nobody can look at it and nobody can see what's going on in your head. They're inside your head. And then all the thoughts that are flowing out of your lips when you speak and you get to offer solutions and you get to offer answers in this world, that's liquid. That's the thought in its liquid form. Okay, just flowing out of your mouth because it's offering solutions. That's the thought in its liquid state. But once it's written down, so it can be a manual, it can be something that is written for everybody else to read, that's when the thought is in its solid form. All right, so those are the 3 states of the Mahashaba world. I explained to you last week. So you are 100% thought-driven, thought-managed, and thought control. All of us are. And that world is above nature. That world is not weighed on any physical thing. Our thought can be weighing upon our shoulders because we're so sensitive to thoughts, that we can feel the whole world on our shoulders just by thinking of a lot of things that makes us worry. But a thought in and of itself doesn't have any weight, doesn't have any physical weight. It's all supernatural. It's above nature. It's number 8. So the whole existence, is for us to point us to that. And therefore, being in that situation, then we are happy to enter into the Aleph Beth. Because then we're happy to enjoy the Aleph Tav, the powers from A to T, A, Aleph Tav powers, that A to C powers to be able to run everything in a company. And then we are able to be that. So that's the whole idea of being, this. So that's why and Savior. So we're going to go to Mount Eden, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's. That's what's coming down now. Because who wants to reduce themselves and go back to a 0.0635% of your awareness when you realize the whole celestial processing that you've been missing on, and you have been so ignorant of this breath dynamics, and you have not been able to connect, therefore, to how important is your Mahashaba world. So you think nothing of yourself because these things have not been thought, they have not been brought to your awareness. But I'm making you consciously aware of this, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. Let me take this down. All right. So the whole thing is here. So come to Torah, the trailblazing outlook, radiantly advancing humanity, and experience the highest consciousness expansion, development your soul, the supplier or the sensor of unlimited love, can have in the here and now. Because that's what we aim to do in this channel. HGTV 28, Hadavar in Torah Bolt 613, or highest definition Torah Vision 28. 28 means strength. Brings you into this, okay? Brings you into this awareness for the here and now. And so you can expand. And this is the only one that is doing that. All the other ones can only try, because the whole world is just trying to get a sense of consciousness. Everybody is driven into that. Everybody just wants to be spiritual beings. So we are the perfect age. They want to believe that they're connecting with the universe. Everybody's into that. Even atheists. Atheists want to be spiritual and they want to connect with the universe. Okay? So it's like, God has set it up perfect. It's perfect timing, my friends. And so this has opened up to me. So I'm sharing it with the whole world. So with Torah, we can be all the most spiritual, because we're mostly air, the most spiritual best version of ourselves. Because the most spiritual best version of ourselves is found in our celestial awareness of who we are, in our air, being, made of the air, being of the respirations, right? Being a neshama. We don't know the breath dynamics of the neshama. And the neshama means just breath of life. God made us to be a breath of life. And we've been a breath of life, physically, in this world of the flesh. And every time that we use thoughts to generate products and services for a company, we are the breath of life for that company. We're the wind power that keeps everything alive in there. So we are able to do that even in our own blindness. Okay, so that's what makes you understand that when you have entered the workplace of God, which means this creation, this physical creation is the workplace of God, you enter here to commit yourself to be an ATP, an Aleph Tav power, to energize all the functionalities that you get to find in the here and now, for all physicalities and for everything that has to do with the understanding of knowledge and philologies, the study of words, okay? to run a manual or to run everything. So that's what you do. And so everything is kept in this world because you're able to become the breath of life for a company, or the breath of life for even a doctrine that is dead is alive because of you being the breath of life for you. Isn't it amazing? You know? So this is something that I wanted to say earlier, for example, here, of how you expand your consciousness, all right? And let me go here to the previous thing so I can explain this to you, all right? All right, so here we are right now. Okay, so the whole idea is, I like this picture here because it's like we have been studying Torah. Okay, this is like the idea of the scroll being open, and we've been reading Torah so that we can grab a hold, you know, of the oneness to which we belong to. You know, when we realize we enter in the Aleph Bet, you know, and then everything has been made from the Aleph Bet, you know, then you understand that we are in the powerhouse. That's it, man. It's just like, I don't know if some of you might know my story, but the reason why I went into Christianity, let me put this in here, okay, because it all started from the age of, you know, from the age of 8. When I was 8 years old in the school of Bedoya de Molina up there in my little town in Puerto Barrios, you know. So I was in elementary school. I believe I was on the 3rd grade, you know, and the game that they used to play, you know, in the recess, there were about 8 kids that we get together, 8 or 9 kids, all of us, and we will go out at recess and we just play, make believe, you know, what superhero you're in. And then at the end we will say all of our powers, and then the one that presented all his powers, you know, that will try to be the winner, you know. So every time we went to recess, people say, I'm going to be Batman, I'm going to be Aquaman, I'm going to be Spider-Man, I'm going to be Superman, you know, all this superheroes you could think of, you know, and that's the little silly game that we will be playing, you know, all the time. But I was thinking at that age, at that tender age of 8 years, I was thinking, how can I come up with a superhero that can never be beaten, you know? That can be the one that does everything for everybody and can never be beaten, you know, because everybody has to. And then it just hit me, just came. It's just like I was just questioning in my head that, you know, and when it hits, it means God just put the thought in your head, you know. That little age I didn't know, but that was God's great. God's coming down to me. His heart was starting to work right up there. The idea came to me: what if I call myself Palabra Man? That means the Word Man. Okay? And the idea is because if you're the Word, that means everything comes from words, because everything has a word to be named. If you're the Word, you know, then people have to take things from you because you are the Word that people need to name themselves and to name everything they want to love in this world. Okay? So they will have to come to me first to get that word, and therefore I will always be first, and they can never be better than me because I'm the one giving them their, you know, the word that they need to use to be whatever they want to be. You know, that's the thought that was going in my head at the age of 8. So I was thinking, if I could be the Word Man, then that's what I want to present myself, and I want to say what are my powers, and then I'm going to beat them all. You know, so I was ready to, for the next day, I was ready for the recess, for them to all show up, so everybody was taking dip, you know, and I would stay quiet until the end. Usually I would jump in to be a superhero right away, but at that time I stay quiet until the end. And you know, the kids say, so what are you gonna be today? Say, I'm gonna be Palabra Man, you know, Palabra Man. And it says, what Palabra Man? It was like, you know, Word Man or the Dabar Man, okay? If you want it in Hebrew now. But what does that, that's not even a comic, man. You know, you know, you cannot play with that. It says, what do you mean? That's not real. That's not a real comic. What do you mean? I told him, all your superheroes are not real either. They're just somebody wrote them and somebody made them up. So I can make up my own superhero. Okay, so they went along. All right, okay, so what are the powers of Palabra Man? It says, Palabra Man owns all the words in the world, and you have to come to him to use the words that you need to use to identify whatever you want to be, you know. And so therefore, he is nice and he lets you have it. You know, he lets you use him, you know. But you have to come to him to Palabra Man to get it. Then they say, wait a minute, no, cheater, you know. their words in Spanish, chanchullero, chanchullero, cheater, cheater, because they knew with that logic, they're never going to beat me, you know? And so then they just went away, and they never wanted me to be there playing with the recess with him after that. Because I come up with a hero that nobody could beat, okay, at the age of 8. And I was doing that because early in life, you know, when I started school, like I say, you know, the first grade when I started school, I was still believing in Santa Claus, and I was proselyting Santa Claus. I was saying how great he was, that he brought me all these gifts. And then they laughed at me when they realized that I was still believing in Santa Claus. And then I confronted my parents, and they told me that, yeah, that was just a lie, you know, that, but they just wanted to, everybody will say that to their kids, but I was upset that that I really believed in it, okay? So therefore, but the good experience I got from my parents doing that to me at an early age is that if my parents can lie to me, then everybody can lie to me. So I learned that at an early age. So therefore, I had a defense mechanism built in me. So whenever everybody wanted to beat me in the area of words, I would think of something, you know, to be on top of things. And that's why at the age of 8, you know, when I was in the 3rd grade and they were playing that, I thought of that. I would call myself the word man, you know. And so therefore, I was a winner, and then they didn't want me playing in the circles anymore. That's why I would be left on my own, or try to, you know, to make other friends that were not into superhero stuff, you know. So I want to repeat that. But that's what happened, you know. And then, but when I grew up and I went to Christianity, you know, and I had gone to I started Christianity as in a boarding school because my parents sent me to a boarding school, you know, in the 6th grade in Chiquimula, Colegio Amigos, you know, but they're all like Pentecostal oriented. You have to have experience of tongues and stuff like that, which nothing ever happened to me. I went forward so many times to speak in tongues, nothing ever happened to me. So I didn't consider myself a Christian all this time. And even when I went to Guatemala, the Instituto Evangélico América Latina, the IEL, I went there, and for 3 years, no speaking in tongues, people laying their hands on me, nothing. So I did not consider myself a Christian, but I was in this evangelical institution, okay? But even there, you know, I created what I call my secret alphabet. You know, my 2nd year that I was there, that's like 7 and the 8th grade. When I was in the 8th grade over there, because I went there to the 7, 8, and 9 grades. Okay, I went over there. So in the 8th grade, when I was there, I had been there in the boarding school for a whole year. And the thing is, there they only give you food, like beans and rice, almost the whole week, and a little bit of meat every now and then. You know, in the boarding school, it wasn't too much of a variety, you know. And I wanted to have a variety of meals, right? So I thought of creating my own alphabet because I had a circle of friends, and I wanted to expand my circle of friends. And I created my own alphabet, and this alphabet, you know, so the A is the whole letters of the Spanish. I think it's 26 or 28 letters, and each one was a signal of something. So each has a little scribble for each letter. And then the thing is, I would give it to my little homies, my little group that I had, and I said, with this we can write a love letter to the ones that we like. We can write whatever, you know, we're feeling against a teacher that is giving us all bad attitudes and it's just really nasty to us. We can say all the nasty things we want to him, and we can read it among ourselves, and we will realize what we know. So he said, like, I you know why I thought about it. It's just, I go back and I think, what prompted me to do some crazy thing like that? But that's what I did, and I created what is called the OTSA. In Spanish, is Organización de Dragones Sociedad Anónima. Means organization of people that just swallow up food, anonymous society, you know. So the consumer of foods, you know, OTSA. So that was the name of my group, OTSA, because to be part of it, you have to go and steal the lunch, you know, the lunch of somebody that brought a good lunch to the school and bring it to me, you know. And so I would enjoy having a variety. So I created this whole thing so I could have a supply of different kinds of food, and not just settle with the boredom frijoles and beans, you know, beans and rice that they used to give all the time. So just that, I created all of that stuff just for that. So I created this little group, and we would have it going, And people have fun. They will write love letters to the girls that we're infatuated with, and we will read it ourselves. The girls will bring it to us. We will be giggling, all the stuff they were saying. And we had the code. We had a little code that we could read the letters. So we had the code written, have a scribble for each of the letters, and we could write all the nasty things we could say to the teachers, So the kids were writing, all the teachers that they hate, they were getting notes from the students. And we were reading, and we would be laughing because we knew what they were saying, but nobody else did. And so people wanted to belong, to my group so they could read the code. So, okay, to belong to my group, you got to go and steal the lunch of such and such. And if you bring it to me, then you can join. And that's how I ended up having a variety of different foods, So that was at the age of 8. I created my own code, my own subculture, just to get better meals, and with a secret code. So I don't know why I did these things, but I was being fascinated with Word, And this is something that I did. That was when I was in the 8th grade. So that's interesting. When I was 8 years and I was in the 3rd grade, and the number 3 is a very good number because the number 3 is the number of the Aleph Bet. The numerical value of the Aleph Bet is 3. Okay, that's the Aleph is 1 and Bet is 2. So the numerical value of Aleph Bet is 3. So when I was in the 3rd grade, I did that about the word man. And when I was in the 8th grade, I created the alphabet, And the 8th grade, the number 8 is the number of above nature, right? And so it's interesting, all these numbers. I always connect all these things in my life, man. So I was, wondering what was. So that's why I came up with the alphabet for that. But nothing happened those years because, like I said, everything was Pentecostal, everything was to be speaking in tongues. But when I came here to the United States, then I thought I was going to give everything else a try because I figured, I have gone so many times forward to accept so-called Christ by the speaking in tongues process, and I never got it. I never felt anything. And so here, when I got to the United States, I was studying everything from the Hinduism. I was studying everything, Nirvana, Samadhi powers, all this stuff. I was studying the Bhagavad Gita, and I was studying all the other reasons. Because I wanted to get something meaningful, And this, I believe at the time there was this guru called Sai Baba from India. They said that he was able to make sand come out of his hands, and also gold come out of his hand. He would put his hands in the sand, and they would come out with gold. And he had resurrected a lot of people too, I thought, oh, man, I wish I could go to India and get to meet this guy. So Sai Baba, a guy that had like an afro, just with orange. That's one of the guys that I was at the time, admiring. And I thought I could go, if I could go there, and get to understand all this stuff, because this is a guy that makes powers and miracles in the here and now. So I wanted to get to know more about him. Okay, so that was one thing that was fascinating me back then. Okay, but so that was through high school. When I graduated from high school in 78, I went to USC. And in USC, I went to USC because I got a good scholarship in the sense that I got like a 3.8, 3.85 average. So I got some grants and I got some loans. But that year I just squandered my time in USC. So, I just wasted my time in the pool hall. One of my best friends was in the pool hall, so I got to play pool all the time. I've been really good at playing pool, the pool tables. So almost by March of 79, almost the whole year was going to be over, I was getting so behind. And so people from Campus Crusade for Christ, they came and approached me with the little 4 spiritual laws. Let me see if I have it here. I don't have it here. But the 4 spiritual laws, and they began to say, I was sitting on a bench and they approached me and they began to read that to me. And I said, look, before they went a long way until they said, look, you guys, I went to Christian school. I went to evangelical school. I went to boarding school, and I gave it all. I went forward, and God never saved me. I really wanted to be saved. I said, what do you mean God never saved you? Yeah, because there you got to speak. I never got to speak in tongues. And he says, what told you that you got to speak in tongues to be saved? But that's the way I've been taught. I've been taught that I never got any of that. So I said, no, it's nothing to do with that. And the Campus Crusade for Christ was put by Bill Bright, okay? The guy used to be owner of a chicken franchise, but in any case, he put this thing up, and they explained to me that it's all by faith. You believe the Word of God? Yeah, I believe the Word of God, because I did believe that the Bible was the Word of God, And that's, but I never got the touch, man. The magic touch of this speaking in tongues. And so then they took me to their meetings, and I started attending, and I understood. Oh, okay. So then I even pray the sinner's prayers because I believe. I believe in the scriptures, so I say all of that. So I listened to the four spiritual laws, and then I went to the first meeting that they had together there at USC. They got this Campus for Christ was there. They had a little group, and I went to the meeting, and then they were reading from John chapter 1, verse 1. It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And the Word was God. And all things were made by Him, just like and then when I read that and it said the Word became flesh, then I said, that's what I was saying, man. That's what I was saying, that's what I was saying, it says when I was 8 years old in the 3rd grade. So that is God, because nobody can beat Him. If you have the Word, that's it. I mean, you are, you are the main one. I mean, you are the one. You are, you are the, the main boss. So oh, okay, I see that. So that resonated with me. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So that was the thing with Christianity. That's why I got into it. And then the book of John is the book that I memorized. I have memorized that book. I memorized the book of Peter, the book of Jude. I memorized a lot of the books in there because, and some of the epistles, also I have memorized. And because everything, so in any case, but when I began to get into studying the Torah, to studying the alphabet of Hebrew, what happens then is that I thought being the Word, I thought nothing could beat being the Word. You understand? Nothing could beat that. I thought that was the highest. So when I began to read Torah in the Hebrew, and I right away found out what Ab meant, that Ab is father, and Ab is also alphabet. Then I said, wait a minute. Whoa! Then I thought to myself, whoa, the alphabet is higher than the Word because all words need an alphabet to be put together. Without the alphabet, no word can be put together. So I say, whoa, man, you beat me now. You beat everybody now. I never realized that the alphabet is bigger than everything. It's bigger than everyone because every word needs an alphabet to be put together. You understand what I'm saying? So then I realized, whoo! Torah is the Reshit, man. When I said a bad word, that Torah is the shit. I did not know the word Reshit then. But I said, Torah is the main boss. So I got so enthused with Torah because it had presented something to me that I had never considered. I thought being the Word, that was it. That would be and so that's why I went to Christianity, because He presented it to me that way. But when I started to study the Hebrew and introduced the Av as being the father, and then the Av is also the alphabet, which means the alphabet, then I said, whoo, that's it. Torah has it. And that's why I got into Torah, because it presented me an angle from which I realized everything is made from the alphabet. So then I realized alphabet is the father and founder of all things, because not only of all words, but of all things. And so I began to grow with that mindset. So you understand, this whole thing has been coming along a long ways, okay? So they understand that that's why I'm in the Aleph, and I call it the powerhouse, because it's a pure source of energy for all creation, and nothing that can be named and no word that can be composed cannot be done with the alphabet. So, in all Melvado, there's none but Him. There's nothing but the alphabet that names and claims everything, as his own. And so that's what got me into the alphabet. That's why I'm into Torah now, guys. And Torah is my whole life. And that has placed me above everything. You understand that? And Torah is everything to me. So, but I see what everything is in the world, and I see how God uses it now. So there's a purpose for it, because everything serves the Torah. Everything serves the world of respirations. So everything is here is for that. So unawares, they all do it, in their whole blindness, because they don't read Torah. But now that it has been opened up to me, that's the whole idea here. So the whole idea is to read Torah so that you can increase your awareness, of the whole alphabet, the whole powerhouse, because we were made in the image of it. That means we can enter into him and he can enter into us, and there can be a perfect, symbiotic relationship going among ourselves, and we have this union with one another, and the whole world gets to see this union that we have in the Mahashava world with the Aleph Bet, And so this whole idea is to expand our consciousness, you understand? So we can grasp all that the alphabet is, all the alphabet does, and all that the alphabet has. That means all that the powerhouse is, all that the powerhouse does, and all that the powerhouse has. Okay, because in it we are found in there. We are named in it. All right? So that's the whole idea of being in it. So that's how the whole procedure went. You understand? So that's when I got to the Aleph Bet, my friends, that's when I realized Torah is the King of Kings. Torah is the Sefer of Sephers. And it was my determination that that's the book I was going to live for the rest of my life. And so this started in March, by the way, in March of 1979. Understand? March of 1979. So that was the whole process. So by 2019, means that's 40 years later. Because my journey in the scripture has been like, since I started, I have never gone back on anything. I have only been moving forward. I started with Christianity, and when I studied as much as I could get out of it, and I got into Torah, that's when everything, makes so much sense to me that I kept my journey in Torah. So all of the time, I would read the Torah before, because I would read that, but never in Hebrew. I would read Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. I would read through it every year, but never in Hebrew. You understand? But when I started reading in Hebrew, then I got stuck in Torah. And I got stuck in the Tanakh. I did not go any further. I did not go anymore to the billboard of Christianity. I don't need the billboard anymore. I'm serving the main feature. Christianity is just a billboard for announce the main feature. The main feature is the Torah. But when you're acting and living the main feature, you are the main movie, then you don't have to work for the billboard anymore. So I abandoned the billboard, and I went to participate in the main feature that is playing, in the respirations in the world of the air. Okay, so that's where I'm at right now. Okay, and that's where, that's what we're having this encounter right now. And that's why we're enjoying ourselves. So the whole idea is to expand your consciousness to understand all that you are. And now that I've discovered this, let me put you here. Let me take you here. Okay, because it's the whole idea. People out there, everybody's trying their way to connect. Some of these people think that they can connect by just silence in their mind and not thinking of words and not thinking of anything. But when you can have an experience of connecting, with everything in the world. You can go to the ayahuasca, that means a mushroom, that will give you such experiences. Because I've been reading the testimonies and listening to the testimonies of all those people that do mushrooms. And in a way, when they do the mushroom experience, they get a lot of answers, because the soul, like I said, the soul really has no shape or form. Because the soul is just wind, and wind has no shape or form. It can enliven, it can bring life to everything, but it has no shape or form in itself. So when they are just in the neshama state, with the drug that influence, the DMT that is in their minds, they're able to connect in a moment. They can be a moth, and they can feel what the moth is doing. In a moment, they can connect, with something else. They can be a plant and feel what the plant is doing. So in the ayahuasca experience, they can connect with everything that they have seen, and they even get to see all these little creatures, gnomes and all these little creatures from legends, and people that only see, they see the fairy. The dust fairy, or whatever fairies there are out there, they get to see all kinds of little creatures, all colorful little creatures, like Avatar kind of looking creatures. And so they have all these experiences, and they have answers right then and there. But when the experience is over in 5 minutes, they can't seem to grasp. They just knew that they understood something, their life has changed, but they don't have the words to be able to explain, what they went through. They just know that there's a higher reality than what they have been having in the physical reality. That's what they're all convinced of. Okay, because they get to see the expansion of the soul. They do not have the language, to explain it. Only the Torah gives you that. Because the Torah is not about dismissing the sounds of the alphabet. It's about getting you into the functionality of each letters. Because in the functionality is where you connect. And when you're able to connect in the functionality, then you're able to bring the understanding of the breath dynamics and bring it down in the here and now to the physical awareness that we are only accustomed to have, in the solids and the liquids here, for this human experience. And that's what we're able to do. So you can go try to experience something of what is told your Neshama about, how he expands into so many things, that they can feel like people have the, also that happens to people that have the near-death experience, NDE, the near-death experience in which they leave their bodies. All of a sudden they see lights, they feel that they can read people's minds, they're communicating with one another. They have the experience of the air, the neshama, and they're able to, some of them are able to bring the whole experience, they're able to explain to you that, but they're not able to connect to what the respirations are, for the here and now, and how we are operating the here and now, and how we continue to be power plants in the here and now. So this all in terms of physicality. Okay, not in terms of functionality, but that's why God says, how beautiful are the feet of them, the feet of He, that bring it good tidings of good. Okay, bringing good news of functionality. And that's what we do in HDTV 28. Bringing good news of functionality to make you aware. Okay, and so the whole idea is, let me read this thing to you again, so we can review this. Let me see here. All right. Let me see here. Okay. It says, okay, let me read this part again because this is what we've been learning over and over again. It has to be pounded in so we understand what we've been getting. We've been getting the understanding of the Torah from the celestial perspective, from the respirations perspective. Because that word forever, O Lord, is the authority in the skies. That's what it says. That word is settled in heaven. The word settled means it's the authority of the skies. It's the authority of the celestial realm. Okay? David understood that. He had insight into this. Okay, it says, when to your 0.0635% of your humanity you add the awareness of the other 99.9365% of your aerial existence, and then I broke down last week and I told you that the 635, you can add the 613 mitzvot and the 22 letters of the Aleph Tav, the Hebrew. Then he adds up to 635. So, for the chosen people, they were told to live for those 613 mitzvot using the 22 letters of the Aleph Tav. So that's what their existence, their true existence is all about. So this I found out by coming up with this 22,014, the 14 being the solids and liquids that we process, and the 22,000 being the air that we process every day. So when I did the breakdown of the percentages, then I did this, and I had not realized just after I did it, and after thought it 1 week after, that added up, the 613 plus the 22 letters. So that was the purpose for a human existence, to be the diagram that breaks down, what is happening in each respiration. We get to break it down and spread it out, just like when you get to see an engine in a diagram and it's blown into different pieces, the gasket goes here, the thing, and you can see all the things separate. That's what we do in the human experience. We separated all that. But all of that is happening once in the celestial realm with each breath, each respiration that we indulge ourselves in. So, says and the other 99.9, and I told you that the word emet, which means truth, the aleph, mem, and tab, the numerical value, when you add it all together, you break it down, comes down to 9. That starts for emet. Number 9 is the word for emet. So 9 and 9 means 3 emets. True, true, true. Okay, 365. So that guy's saying this whole thing is true, true, true for the 365 days of the year, for every day. That's the truth. Okay, and so I understand this whole thing. And so how you know that it's truth? Even the 22,000. And I just realized this today. When I add up the 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 4, okay, what is that? 9. All right, so even at 22,014, when you add them all up, it's 9. It's also true. It's also emet. And I just realized that today, my friends. It's not like I was just thinking on purpose to make it a 9 up to 9. No, I made this calculation by watching YouTube and concentrating and hooking the science up with our times. and then I came up with this number, and then now today I was studying. Oh, let me see, 2, plus 1 plus 4. 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 0 is still 4, plus 1 is 5, plus 4 is 9. So that's all. That's how you come up with the numerical. So the gematria of that is also it's the truth. Okay, so it's amazing, my friends. So how that works out. Okay, now all of this. Now let me read the whole thing here. The A. I gave an A to each one of the 5 books of the Torah, and 22,014 original British pounds CEO's Torah. And so here is the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, 22,014. And the reason why I gave it this title is because I am proclaiming that Torah is the Sefer of Sephers, to expand consciousness, to make us become one with the powerhouse of creation, because everything needs to be made, is made from an alphabet, and the alphabet means powerhouse. Okay? And so it says the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, because that's the nature of oil. Oil floats above the seas, floats above water. So therefore, when you are above something, you're able to be a king. You're to be able to rule over them. So we have chosen Torahology to be our king subject. That's the one that's above everything else. And therefore those that graduate from Torahology, studying Torahology, they get to be saviors. Because they acquire the attitude of Zion. The attitude of Zion resides within them, and that's where the Aleph dwells, in that attitude. Okay? And they get to be, saviors, because, they will be saviors of the universe. All right? So it says, so that's why I call it the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, 22,014 original British pounds. And what does the word British mean? Brits is formed from 2 Hebrew words. Brit, which means covenant, like the covenant that God made with the people, or contract is another word for it, and Ish. Ish means man. The word Ish is man also. Not only Adam is man, but also Ish is another word for man in Hebrew. So British means covenant man, or covenant person. Okay? Covenant man or covenant person, or contract person or contract man. So, because the 22,000 represents the people of the covenant, the Kohen, the 22,000 Levites that were there to administer, to the chosen people, to be the go-to, the brokers between God and man, between God and the tribe, and the whole tribe of Israel. So that's what it is. So, 22,000. So that's why so I call it the original British pounds, because the air is what's keeping us alive, first of all. So that's the original one. And that's what the whole Torah is referring to, that breath dynamic. It's pointing to that. It's all to point to the breath dynamics, to how the respiration's economy or ecology works. Okay, so the original British pounds, CBDCs, empowering one sky. So the CEOs is the CDVCs empowering empowering one sky. And these, where I put the asterisk, means that I have given it an interpretation to what its initials means, and its interpretation, the acronym of one and the acronym of sky. So let me see, CBDs, this means for CBDC stands for a couple of interpretation, a couple of acronyms for that. The first one I have made of, I taught you before, Hakma bin Adav's currencies, because that's what we have. We have wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that circulates among each other. We share our wisdom. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm sharing my wisdom, understanding, and knowledge with you. I'm using that as a currency, because it goes around from me to you, and you send it to your friends. It's a currency that goes around, and it's what we use as creators to make everything in this world. So that's what a currency is. So the Hakma bin Adav currencies, and also I put this as the consciousness building, dispersing celestials, because that's what I'm going to call you too. You become a consciousness building, dispersing celestial, because you are a celestial being. More than a human being, you're a celestial being. You're being human 0.0635% of your time, and you're being celestial, or from the sky, a respiration 99.9365% of the time. So you're more celestial in the here and now, you're more aerial, you're more respirations than anything else. So that's why I call you a celestial, because that's what you are. Most of what you are is a celestial being of the air, of the sky. So that's why I call you the consciousness building, dispersing celestials. Because with this knowledge that I'm empowering you, you're going to be able to empower others to become one with their maker, to become one with a powerhouse and the Aleph Bet. So that's what I also call you that. So, and then the one stands for, I put this in the bottom, ongoing newness, the ongoing newness enterprises or establishments, okay? And sky stands for supernaturally keeping young. Supernaturally, because we do everything with the Mahashaba world, okay? And in the respirations and the things in the celestial realm, that's how every flesh is resuscitated, restored, reanimated, reactivated, rejuvenated. With every breath that we take, we're kept alive and gone and doing all these things. So that's a part of supernaturally keeping young. And with the Mahashava world, we work in a company, and with the following the instructions from the solid thought of the manuals, we get to keep everything new in the company. We're there to keep everything new, refresh, and restore, so the consumer can eat it away, but you are not entitled to do that. You're only there to be powers and energies of newness in that company. All right, so all of that is taking place. So when you put it all together, it's the advanced, ancient, authoritative above all, 22,014 original British pounds, Hagma Binidas currencies, empowering one sky. I'm going to read the whole thing. Is consciousness building, dispersing, that means sending out celestials, empowering ongoing newness establishments, supernaturally keeping young, trailblazing operations, respirating activations handsomely. Because that's what the Torah is pointing. It's pointing to the operations that are taking place in the breath dynamics, in the economy of the air, and the economy of Yud Hevave, the processor of respiration powers. So that's what the whole Torah is for. It's a trailblazing operations respirating, because all these operations are all these handiworks, all these mitzvahs, all these works that we get to do, all the handiworks are the operations of the breath. Okay? So all the handiworks are the operations of the breath in keeping alive and restoring and being a father to this cell, and that cell being a father to that, and to the multiplication of the cellular respiration inside of you. Woo! There ain't no stopping once you get to know all of that. Okay, so it's the trailblazing operations, respirating activations, because that's what air does. It activates you. Okay, handsomely means abundantly, with no end, because that's what you do in the world of the breath dynamics. So that's the whole thing. So that's what this whole thing stands for. Okay, the AAAAA 22,014 original British pounds CEO's Torah. Okay, that's what God has gave me an understanding. That's what I'm sharing with you, and I hope to make you this kind of people. So this is the thing that I wanted to share with you at this this portion. Says, with all of this, when to your humanity, to your human beingness, you add your celestial beingness, your neshama, and the dynamics of your neshama, of your air dynamics. Then it says here, you get to expand your consciousness. Because that's what we did last week. I took you from that and I explained to you what the Mahashava world is all about. It's the 100% controller, and the 100% that controls you, manages you, and runs you. Okay, all is done by thought. Thought of thoughts, all these thoughts, and so that expanded you to that. So that you got to go from the human experience to understand your breath dynamics, and from there you understand the whole world of thought, and that's how. In the world of thought, the powerhouse reigns supreme. The Aleph Bet, which is the source from which all words and things come from, reigns supreme. And that's in whose image we were made. So we can be the little power plants of the whole universe. And supply powers galore. Energies galore. All right? So when you do that, when you add your humanness being to your celestial being, you get to expand your consciousness, which is the volume. Now, this is a good way. Now, I'm going to test you on this one, so you pay attention to this. Because a lot of people can't give an answer to what consciousness is, A lot of people talk a good deal about it, but they can't really define it. They try to give you all these angles of saying it because they want to define it as some experience or something. So they have a hard time. Everybody has an idea of what consciousness is. You're conscious of this, you're aware of this, you're attentive, you have attention, you're mindful of this. They try to use all these different words. But I'm going to give you a definition that I'm able to compose because of Torah. And I think this rivals anything else that is out there in the market right now. Because all these people want to come up with something. They want to charge you plenty of money to expand your consciousness, you know. There are courses that you can take to expand your consciousness, charging you pretty good money, you know. But I have freely received, so I freely give. And what I give is of the Father, and it's far better, you know, than everything else the world is giving you. But this is a definition of consciousness. It says you get to expand your consciousness, which is, this is what consciousness is: the volume of your, which is the volume of your awareness. Okay, so it's the volume, the amount. Okay, the amount or the volume of your awareness and concern for all the words or things. That means hadabarim, by the way. Words or things means hadabarim. That's how I put it here. Okay, so the consciousness is the volume of, or the amount of your awareness and concern for all the words you treasured and hold most dear. And that due to the fact that they're so valuable to you, they consistently deserve to have your undivided attention and your greatest tender loving care. All right? That's what consciousness is. Okay? Because consciousness is, because the soul is able to expand in its awareness. The more it loves something, the more it holds something dear, the more it considers something valuable, the more it envelops its care, the more it surrounds its care. So it's able to grow as big of what it is loving. So that's what you're able to do in your soul. Because your soul is like the air, it's a neshama, it's the breath of life. So you give your soul something to care for, and it expands all of its attention to, and it's constantly thinking about what if this was done, this switch was put on, because you are the one, you know, that you consider that's your valuable. And so you grow, you're not only aware of your physical, but you're aware of everything that entails with what your care is. So let me read it again, because this, and I'm going to give you an example right now, because this is a very important lesson for today, because we're talking about how your consciousness expands. And I want to explain how that happens, okay? So your consciousness, you get to expand your consciousness, which is the volume or amount of your awareness and concern for all the words or things you treasure and hold most dear. And that due to the fact they are so valuable to you, they constantly deserve to have your undivided attention and your greatest TLC, your greatest tender loving care. You know, when a parent has their kids and has plenty of little kids, his awareness expands to them. They're thinking about that. Did they eat this morning? Did I put the lunch? It's, you know, it's always away. You're absent-minded from yourself. You're thinking of your kids, of getting this, if they have this. All you expand your soul. There's an expansion of awareness. You keep on going. You know, if you're a parent, you experience that with your kids. Your kids become your everything. You know, they're your life now. You no longer consider your own. They're your life. They're everything you live for. Okay, so there's an expansion of your awareness, and so that's what happens. So your consciousness is the ability of your soul to expand to all that it cares for, all that it values. Okay, so let me repeat this again, because this is very important. Because I'm telling you, the whole world is trying to give a definition of this, and nobody's able to give something that is coherent. But I think this makes perfect sense. I'm not going to give you an example of how it works in this world. It says, so you get to expand your consciousness when you add the 0.0635% of the 99.9365% of your aerialness, your celestial experience. You get to expand your consciousness, which is the volume or amount of your awareness and concern for all the words or things you treasure and hold most dear, and that due to the fact they are so valuable to you, they constantly deserve to have your undivided attention and your greatest tender loving care. Because that's what the soul is able to do. The soul is a supplier of unlimited love to whatever is the object of his affection. You increase the object of your affection to something bigger, and that the supply of love just extends that far. But your soul is able to get a sense of everything that he has to take care of, and he does his best to take care of it, okay? It expands that attention. All right, so what do I mean by that? I gave a little example right now on how it works, with parents. They expand their concern for the life of the kids, so they expand beyond themselves. Okay, also when you see a person like is driving an 18-wheeler, people drive 18-wheelers, the people that are driving the 18-wheeler, they are aware of the whole length of the vehicle, of every corner of it, so when they're driving and they have to back up someplace, they have in their mindset how they have to turn, because they're thinking not on behalf of the little body that has to turn, but on behalf of this whole thing that has to turn. So the whole soul expands to being concerned with everything about that big 18-wheeler, and all the cargo that it has, so that it doesn't hit any corner or is harmed, because there are valuables in it. So you're able to expand your awareness. There's a lot of mathematics going on whenever he's turning on anything, but he doesn't even know that. His soul is able to be aware and concerned for all of it. So you're able to expand, So in whatever that you're doing, whatever is under your care, you're able to expand your awareness to take care of it. That's what the soul is capable of doing. That's why the Bible says not to concern yourself with just images, because when you just worship an image, that's it. I mean, your mindfulness is not expanding, your consciousness is not expanding, and you need to have that always elastic. So in every place, whatever position you're put in, your consciousness expands to all of the care of it. For example, so that's why I put this, for example, here. I believe in October 15, 2015, Larry Page, you put it here. Larry Page, the CEO, and Sergey Brin, president, and then Eric Schmidt, chairman. But Larry Page and Sergey Brin, okay, these are the people that came up with Google. This is the first company they created. They created Google, okay? And what is Google? It's a page search engine, right? It's a page search engine. You understand? That's what Google is. That's all there for, to search pages. So it's a search page engine, or a page searching engine. Okay, and they created Google. Why am I emphasizing page searching engine? That's what the functionality of Google is. Because without thinking, look at this. They created a company that is a page search engine, and it's found in their names, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Sergey sounds like search, so page search. I don't know if they ever thought about it, but it's actually their name. That's why, to me, names are fascinating, because God uses a lot of people have their names. A guy named Gates created a company called Windows. So Gates and Windows have a relationship to it, Okay. The world, the people that, no, I'm just going to start. I'm not going to go into wandering into something else, because I get wondering. But Larry Page and Sergey Brin are the founders of Google. Okay. And as they grew big, they started buying companies left and right, because Google is a big multi-billion industry, okay? So they started buying all these companies, air energy companies and everything. But Larry Page and Sergey Brin, so Page and Sergey, so they created the page search engine, which is Google. And then after a while, when they were able to buy all these other big companies here, they even own YouTube. But they buy all this company. Google Capital, Calico, Access and Energy, Nest, After they did that, then in 2015, I believe, in October 15, 2015, if I'm not mistaken, they decided to create the Alphabet Inc., or Alphabet Incorporated. Okay, they took out, and that became an umbrella in which they put all their companies under. So now their main company of Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the main one they govern now is Alphabet, because the Alphabet is the father and founder of all the other. That way they can put everything that they acquire, they can put it under that. So that was the whole idea. So after they acquired so many companies with different names, with different letters of the alphabet, hey, they just decided, well, just get Alphabet Inc. And that's how they became, because the alphabet, like I say, is the father and founder. So that was a good idea, great idea. But Alphabet has incorporated. That means they had to be consciously aware of that. So what happens is when you talk to these people, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, and including this chairman, Eric Schmidt, okay, what does the consciousness of these people, of these CEOs, okay, and the president, the consciousness expands towards the care of all their companies. They owe the Alphabet Inc., so they're concerned with the shareholders' earnings, with the people that are making much money, they're concerned. The expansion for the care of all that expands to all these companies, okay, because that's what is valuable to them. So consciousness means is to be aware of all the things that are under your care, because they're valuable to you, and therefore they deserve your undivided attention and your tender, loving care. So you carefully look after it, okay? Your tender, loving care. You're constantly aware of them because they are valuable to you, and so that's what happened with consciousness. You're able to expand it to as far, as all the things, that are under it, okay? So therefore, they have to watch out for what is best for all these companies, because by owning the Alphabet Inc., they incorporate the concerns and care of all things that are under that umbrella company. And so that's what happens to Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Their consciousness expanded to take care of all this bit. And that's what it is with each CEO of a company. Less than 1% of the people in the world are CEOs of companies, but they hire about 90% of the people of the whole world. Okay, that's why I have that. The CEOs.com is my domain. I had it since 2003, 19 years now. Okay, and that's what I'm going to use as the Celestials, Celestials empowering one sky, that's us. We use the Hakma Binadah. We're going to join that and realize what our powers is. We are the Celestials empowering one sky. And we're going to put that pretty soon, hopefully in September, I'm thinking, start adding people that want to join us there. And that's where we're going to upload all these lessons too and keep on teaching those things. But that's going to be more like a school. Okay, so it's going to be a small fee to join. And I was thinking at the end of the day, you know what? I will eventually make a book. But the thing is, I'm updating everything as it goes. So this is a book. That's why it's called Facebook. Everybody's writing the book of their life as a consumer in this Facebook. They say all the things they enjoy, the places they went, the places they eat, their lives that they're enjoying as a consumers in this world. And this is where they keep track of it. This whole cloud business is keeping track of everything they do. They're living in the cloud, and the whole cloud is writing their lives as a consumers. So everybody has a book already. Facebook, all of us have a book. It's mostly used by people that they're writing their life as a consumer, and the whole cloud is keeping track of their book, the Facebook. Well, I'm going to use the CEOs as my updatable book, in which I'm going to put messages more constantly, maybe 2 or 3 times a week instead of only ones that I do here, and as I get earnings as it's coming in, because it's going to be a school of oneness, of the expanding the consciousness of oneness. It's going to be a very small fee, believe me, because this is going to be run as a business now. Okay, and but it's just so that we will know. And then with the whole thing, I want to be able to unite the people. I have a friend of mine named Luis Vargas. He made this program a long time ago called Engagement Builder, which is to connect everybody with your businesses, what they do there, and you keep track of. I want to be using his program, so get ready, my friend. I want to be using your program in my CEOs.com to be able to keep track of everybody that joins that. Okay, and all of you that have skills of any kind, I'm going to put you to work in there too. So once I get an income from that, then I'm going to be talking in there, just like the newscasters talk all the time. you know, I'm going to be talking maybe 3 or 4 times a day because, you know, then I'm getting an income from that, you know. And so I'm going to be dedicating myself to that, to expanding the consciousness with the HDTV 28. That's where it's going to go, to the CEOs, okay? And so it's going to be supported by that. So that's the whole idea of what's coming up. But in the meantime, I'm opening the doors wide open here in HDTV 28. You know, all the things for free. I even giving money away to show you that I value Hokmah Binida more than money, because I'm not collecting money here. So I'm teaching you by example. The Hokmah Binida is my true currency. And I want to put you in the mindset in which God has placed me, you know, so you can come to Zion, you know, develop that attitude of Zion in you, so that you perfectly are the dwelling place in which God can roam in freely inside within you, and then you can come to Edom, to the Mount of Edom. That means to the government of all those that are only what I call a billboard in this world, you know, because they only announce what is happening constantly in the realm of the breath dynamics, you know. But you understand how the consciousness expands? That's how consciousness expands, okay? So that's why I have this picture here, how you expand your consciousness. You have to become more aware of how things work. You got to develop what I call, and I wrote a little bit about this, you got to develop, because most people have what I call an entropic, let me see. How I wrote it earlier today, because it's an entropic powder. Entropic means people feel something in a state of entropy. That means something is dying and deteriorating and disintegrating. So entropy is the state of things dying, that everything tends to die and deteriorate, you know, and so everything becomes to dust. So you got to be able to see things, develop a vision, develop a sight, an eye to see things, because that's what the world, the governments of the world, or the elites of the world train the masses. All the elites of the world that are all there on top that do the social engineering. With the social engineering, they train their masses to have what I call an entropic powder eyesight. Entropic powder eyesight, that means they only look at something, you know, for its immediate value. You know, like they take a picture and they see that's what it is. Okay, and so in doing so, when you only look at something for its immediate value that you can see when you take a picture, you know, and you don't see it in the whole life of its existence, you know, then what you have is something that's a very myopic view that does not empower anything in this world, because you're only concerned with what is showing you right then and there, and you are not taking into consideration the whole existence of that thing that is in front of you. What I mean by that is, like I used to explain to my children in high school, you know, I used to explain, I used to take a $20 bill. You know, I wish I had a $20 bill, but I don't have anything right now. But let me see if I can take you to the other bills that are here, right? Okay. Let me see this one, for example. Does it show anything? I want to see if some things, sometimes they show the date. Okay, or let me look at the one inside here. So sorry. So I used to take like a $20 bill, and it would show the date when it was made. You cannot see it clearly here. So when I would show it to my class, you know, high schoolers, I would show the $20 bill, and I would say, how much money am I holding right now here? You know, and they say, 20, Mr. 20. Are you sure? That's how much money I'm holding here, 20? Yeah, that's what it says, 20. Okay, it says, all right. Now let me look at the bill, you know, and then it will say what year it was made. Okay, and I will go and I will time it, times, you know, the time that we are in, you know. Okay, let's say it was made like 5 years ago, something like that. I will time it so many times, and I will say, well, I tell you what this, you know what I'm holding here in my hand? I'm holding about $250,000. $250,000. That's what I'm holding here in my hand. And I said, no, that's not, no. Okay, says, the reason why you don't see it because you don't have my view, my point of view. You don't see things from my point of view. Okay, you look at things from the way you've been trained to look at. You look at things so that they will die on you because you cannot do anything for them after you look at them. But I'm trained to look at things, from the very beginning, from where it started, and what I can do to keep its functionality going. That's how I've trained myself to look at things. So that's why I'm telling you that right now what I'm holding in my hands is $250,000. And then they say, how's that? Okay, says this, that case I think was about 10-year-old $20 bill. I told them, look at the year in which it was made. It was issued on this year. So this, you said that it's $20, and that's correct. It's $20 in my hand. But when I put it in your hand, it says, if I buy something from you for $20, and then you use that $20 and you go to the store and buy something for $20, that $20 now has gotten as worth $40, and if we go someplace else, $60. And so in each hand that is going, that 20 is being multiplied because it's getting $20 worth of goods everywhere that is being used. So you got to take into account all that money that was used, all that amount that was spent. So this single $20, by the time it goes around in so many hands, and it got into this year, it has purchased about $250,000 worth of things for different people. So that's why I tell you that this $20 bill is not a $20 bill, it's a $250,000 bill by this time, at this moment in time. That's how much it is. And they say, can you deny that? Can you say that that's not true? I said, well, yeah, that makes sense, Mr. Castro. Okay, yeah, that's how it is. So the thing is, you're trained by the elites in this world just to look at things as a picture of what is in front of you, and not to look at the whole life of the value of it and what it's doing in the process as it circulates as currency. And therefore, when you are that's how the elites look at things in their mule, in the manpower of hell lame economy. When you are born in the hospital, they give you a birth certificate because you're looked at as a ship that has arrived, to the delivery canal. And there's the birth ward, there's like a ship that goes into the birth, and they take account of it, so they give you a birth certificate, and then they give you a social security number that has a value. For the elites, they have a market exchange. The social security number is in a market exchange. And at the time when I did the study, social security number is worth about 1.2 million. It's probably more now because of inflation. But the moment you are born, that's how much your social security is worth. But these are like futures, because this is how much work, how much energy you're going to bring in your lifetime, to the elites. And so these are the things that they trade among themselves. So the elites, like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, they trade this, social security numbers among themselves, and they change it. Because it's been a corporation since 1871. Okay, America has been a corporation, so it's run like a trade company. And so they trade among the elites. Some people have done and have been able to break into that and have been able to take some money out of it. You've signed all that in Google and in YouTube. You get to study that, but it's perfectly, because it's understandable that you are worth something as a baby. They look at the whole life of what you're going to bring with your energies and your talents and your abilities. You're going to produce so many millions of dollars, and so that's why so when you come into the world, they look at the whole trajectory of your existence, and they give you a value for such time of day, from the time that you were born until the time that you retire, more or less. That's how much you're worth, because that's how much you're going to be able to produce. So you're like the futures. They invest on futures, and you have a certain value. And that's how the elite look at the people that are born in this world. They have another way of looking at the world. You think yourself, I am nothing, I'm a nobody, because that's how they train you to think. You think as an entropic powder that turns things into dust, because there's nothing you can do but turn into dust. Drop dead skin, and eventually you just drop dead. Okay, that's how you train by the masses. For the elite are the ones that think of in the long run how much you're going to be able to produce, and they give you a value like that. So there's a value to your social security number. I bet some of you did not know that, but you can go Google it. You can go, how much is my social security worth? You can go do an investigation and find out. I'm not pulling your leg. This is how things are, because this is not a corporation. This is being a corporation. By the way, I heard that it ended. The contract ended in 2020. That's why all this upheaval is happening, because they want to be able to do a reset. They want to be able to get the corporation contract again. But right now, there's no more corporation right now. So that's why all these things are happening right now. Everything is being turned upside down. So these are the things that are going on right now, okay? But this is how you get to expand. So you have to take your entropy and you got to get an energizing or electrifying power vision. And that's what you get with Torah. You get to see everything from the beginning to the start, everything, all the good that he's doing. So then you even realize that every single currency, because it's currency that circulates everywhere, they go, a quarter is not, you look at the year when the quarter was made, and then you realize, more or less, think about, you go to 1,000 to 2,000 hands, during the whole year, and multiply it by the 25, and then look at the time you're in, and then you realize how much money is worth, because that's how much goods it has gotten to everybody that has used it. That's how you got to take into consideration everything that is being done by that. That's how God thinks. Okay, God thinks of everything that you do. That's why it says that everything is written down. He keeps a record. Because it's far more good that you're doing. With each breath that you're doing, you're sending carbon dioxide to this tree. The carbon dioxide blends with this. This person gets a little bit of your oxygen. So who keeps track of all of that? Of all you participating in the air. Hey, God does. You probably has a way of keeping track of that. Or even stuff that we don't even think about. Okay? But that's his business of keeping track of all the things. That's beyond thought, beyond any think or imagination how he does that. But he does it. That's the that's the place where there's fantastic things going on. When he says he keeps track of that, because that's what all the bosses do. They keep track of all their resources and everything. God keeps track of where every single breath goes. So he knows all the stuff that you resuscitated, even though you're not aware of the resurrection you have brought in this breath dynamics. But he knows, and so even though all the other dogma and narrative have left you blind to it, he knows what you've been doing even in your blindness. So take comfort, my friend, The Lord of the respirations has arrived and he's here, and he's showing all of us, how to expand our consciousness. So that's the whole idea. So the whole idea is to look at things, develop an energizing, electrifying, powerful vision, a power vision, to see not only the life of everything in its circulation and as it goes around, so you appreciate everything for what it gets to do, and then I used to tell them, so then you can expand that. For example, I used to tell them, I tell them, for example, I said, would this world be a heaven? Would this world be a paradise or a hell? What will this world be, a paradise or a hell, if you went to a place, to all the stores that you would like to go? If you went to the stores and you wanted to get something that you like in the store, and the person would say, I like that. Okay, you want to buy that bicycle? You want to buy that computer? Okay, just sign down here, sign down in this piece of paper, sign down saying, I like this so much, I like what you've done here so much that I know I'm gonna enjoy it. So because I know I'm gonna enjoy it and I like it so much, please make about 3 or 4 more for my neighbors and my friends. Okay, write that down and give it to me, and now you can take it and you can have it. Okay, so just give me the piece of paper that you wrote down and give it to me, and now you can have it and you can take it. And so wherever you went to buy something you liked, you saw it and you liked it, and all the merchants would tell you, okay, take the piece of paper and write down, that you like it so much that you want us you're ordering for us to make three or four more for your friends and your relatives and friends. So if all the stores in the world, I told my students, if all the stores in the world run businesses this way, okay, and businesses this way, would that make this place that you're in, will that make this place a paradise or a hell? You would think that you're in a heaven and you're in a hell. Now, okay, man, that would be a heavenly situation. If we could only do that, that would be great. That would be fantastic. All right? So, I tell you what the money is, because the money is nothing but a promissory note. Okay? And I tell them, so when you go buy something these days, as in our day and age, okay? When somebody makes something, they make it with a Chachma B'Nidah, okay? With their wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. They put together a house, they put together computers and everything. Then people come with their money and invest in it. They put money in it, and the money is just saying, okay, it's not saying we made it, because the money did not made it. Chachma B'Nidah did. The money is just asking you, please make 20 or more of these for the rest of the people out there. Because that's why the investment is for. So you can make more of your idea so everybody else can have access to it. So your investors pay for the first 20 or whatever they have to be made. Okay? And so that the people out there can get some of that. And then you come along and you take a little piece of paper, a promissory note, it's a note of promise, and you say, I like this so much, I'm going to pay this, but this is I want you, because what you're getting was already paid by the investor. Somebody already paid for it. So all you're doing with your piece of paper, you're getting something that somebody already paid for it, and you say, make more for my neighbor, make more for my relatives. You're ordering for more of it to be made. You understand? That's what you're doing, because it's already paid. When you buy a house these days, whenever you purchase a house that's already made, looking good, all painted and everything, all decorated inside, everything, all the workers that work on the house got paid already. All the materials for the house got paid already. All the floor for the house, everything about the house is paid. Okay, and usually when you buy a house, you end up paying about 2 or 3 times. At the end, when you end up paying in 20 or 40 years, you pay about 2 or 3 times, and the value of what it costs for the people to make it cost first. So the reason why you pay the interest and all that is because you're ordering with your money, you're only paying, for 3 or 4 houses for your neighbors to enjoy, for them to be paid for and to be made for your neighbors. And when they come and take the house, they are also going to be paid for other people who have it. So everybody pays for what you get. You're only telling them to do more for your neighbors and your relatives. So the whole idea of pay it forward already exists in all markets. So this idea of paying it forward, it's nothing new. They just hide the fact that that's what we all do. So this whole world is a paradise, but it all depends on how you look at things. So everything in a store is already paid for. All that you're doing is you go in there like an encore and a cheerleader. Woo! I like it. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Woo! I like it. Do it again. Do it again. That's what you're doing. The money is nothing but a cheerleader, an encore for knowledge. Chachma B'Nidah makes it, and it's so nice and wonderful that the money comes like a cheerleader. Woo hoo hoo! I like it. I like it. Make more of it. I like it. I like it. Pass it on to all. That's what money is doing. It's just only sharing that, sharing the process. So everybody's paying for money. So, but that is not taught to you. The elite don't teach you that. So you never get to see the heaven that you live in, because that's not the vision of the world. The world are taught to look at things with the evil eye. Ra is just the head with the eye. Just look at what's in front of you, and that is evil. You're not useful for the alphabet. You're not useful for the Elohim. Elohim is the true elite of all creations. Okay, you're not useful for them to be used for them to use you as energy providers in this world, because you're not able to see the innate capacity of all things, that are in the process of circulation. That's why I told you that the free-flowing cycle of care resonated with me when I was in Christianity, that the kingdom of God is a free-flowing cycle of care. Because all these things, I used to think even before I got into Torah, I would have this long idea of what, I would not look at things just for what they are in front of me, but what they are in the whole trajectory of their existence, That's why when people that came to talk to me about evolution, that they not believe in God, but they believe in evolution. When I used to go that was even in school, you know, because I've always believed in God, even when I thought that God did not want me, at that certain point. But people that believe in evolution and not believe in God says, no, I just believe in evolution, man. I don't believe anything. But so what's the main premises of evolution? The survival of the fittest. Okay, the one that is strongest to survive, that able to withstand all the circumstances and able to survive. Okay, so with that premise, that's what evolution is all about, the survival of the fittest. That means when you have evolved, your evolution is so high that you have acquired, all the powers and all the strength, and and everything that you can ever be. Therefore, when you become so high that nobody else can withstand you, and you can wipe the whole world because you have developed the power to wipe everybody out, and it's all in your hands. Therefore, when you're able to do that, you can make things yourself and run things the way you want. So the idea of evolution, the survival of the fittest, does not get rid of the idea that somebody can escalate themselves and evolve so high that he can wipe the whole world and become a god. That doesn't get rid of the idea of somebody becoming a god in the future, by just sheer strength, or being the biggest, bully of them all with all the power. So that doesn't get rid of that idea. So then, can you tell me that will guarantee? So yeah, well, I never thought about that. So that was my argument that I would present, and then they could not answer that because I always took a concept to the last, and then it was realized that God will not be able to be gotten rid of. The idea of somebody being on top of everything and running everything, you cannot get rid of it with the idea of evolution being the survival of the fittest. Because that's the argument that I will bring. But I always had this thing when I was a kid. I would think I think that's all began with that when I was an 8-year-old, and I thought of the word being the one that gives meaning to everything, and at the age of 8. So that thing just stuck with me, and I grew up with that mindset of doing things in the long term. That's how you expand consciousness. You become aware of things for not what they are in face value, so they just turn to dust in front of you, but what they are in the long run of their circulation of their existence, and then you expand. Okay, but now that I'm with the Aleph Bet of Torah, and you realize, like I said, when I went to the Hebrew Torah, I realized that the Aleph Bet, is father in Hebrew. Then I realized, whoo, no, Torah won it, man. Clean and square. They just want everything, because nobody cannot do that. Everything is made from an Aleph Bet. Every word is made from the Aleph Bet, and everything is made from the Aleph Bet. Can you find me a better one than that? Everything is named by the Aleph Bet. Everything, even lies are made by the Aleph Bet. The Aleph Bet does everything. Okay? Karl Marx comes from a Jewish background. He wrote the Marxist Manifesto, whatever, the Communist Manifesto. All of that uses the Aleph Bet. Everything. Everything is made by the Aleph Bet. Okay? But when you go to Torah, you understand all that you are and your being, and where 99.9365% of yourself resides at all times in the here and now. And then you began to see that you can expand into the Mahashava world, and then you enter into the powerhouse, and then you just want to be a power plant to this world. You want to be a paradise, first of all, to the Aleph Bet. And ATP is being, an aerial totalitarian paradise to the Aleph Bet, and being an aerial totalitarian powerhouse to all of existence, and being an aerial totalitarian practitioner to all the functionalities of all physicalities. So everything is always functional. That's what you want to be. Okay, that's what I want to be. And I want to be in that state of mind, it's unbeatable. The whole world cannot do better than that. You understand? And so that's what we're talking about, my friends, okay? So let me get back to this again. Let me just read it one more time. Let me see how we're doing here. All right, so how we doing here, my friends? Rosa's still around. Your internet's still working. All right. Might be high on the Bible study. Oh, your internet is fine. I hope it's working. Patty Fisher, bendiciones, saludos y bendiciones. Ah, qué bonito, qué bonito. All right, all right. Joseph is here, Brian. All right, who else is here? Okay, perfecto mundo. All right. Okay. So, all right, we're all here now, right? Reporting. I see Rosa is here. I see Joseph here in the powerhouse. Yeah, yeah. Is Andy here or and Brian? Are you still here? Patty, todavía está con nosotros. Star or anybody else? All right, who else is here? All right. I feel that I'm the same, by the way, you know. I know I'm fitting in this one today. I'm not worried before because it can fit, so, but I haven't, so I guess I must still be losing some weight, I think, yeah. Okay, Andy's here. Brian is here as well. Perfecto mundo. All right. Okay. Now, one thing I know, my friends, is that, for example, in this, one thing that I found out, because I see a lot of people, I hear a lot of people out there, they think that for some reason working and doing all these things, they think of work as something being that we are working because like the whole idea for, like I was going to say earlier, like the person that created the Apple, the Apple products, or the Apple phone, the iPhone, and all of that, all the Apple products. The author of that is Steve Jobs. The word Eve appears in Steve, right? The last Eve or Hava, Steve Jobs. Because people think because Eve ate the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's why we were cursed to work and have jobs. So they think that the idea of working or having a job came because Eve ate of the fruit, of the forbidden fruit, and gave to her husband. So Steve Jobs, the interesting that he made a product called Apple, because they say that you're not supposed to eat of the apple. That's all they say, because even though it wasn't the apple, but that's what is believed. So you see the connectedness there. That's what I was talking about earlier. I was going to go into that tangent, but Steve Jobs made Apple. So that's the whole idea that Eve ate from the apple, and now we all have a job because of that. But jobs and work is not a curse. Okay, that is not a curse. All right. God, when He made us, made Adam to till the ground and to keep the garden. To keep is to cherish. So he was to till the ground. I mean, what was his job? All right, to work on the plants and trees, because that's where we have the most symbiotic relationship. It gives me life, and I give it life. It gives me, it gives me solid fruits, and I give it solid fertilizer. It gives me solid juices, and I give it, and I give it the P, to the chemical laboratory on the soil. So all of that. So we all take care of one another. All of that is happening. So there was this work. So if a job was a curse, then God would not have given us any job whatsoever. But we had a job to do with plants. Okay. So the jobs. So I have worked my whole life. Okay, except for that month that I was without work, and I started fasting for 28 days, and at the end of it, because I had read in Christianity, from Paul, that he does not eat, should not work. He does not work, should not eat. I'm sorry. He does not work, should not eat. So I was looking for work for a whole month, so I was fasting. And at the end of the 28 days, I was able to get a job again. So only that time that I remember not working, but other than that, I've always been working my whole life, since 1979. Okay, it's gonna be 43 years working non-stop, and I don't take vacations either. Okay, so I have been riding the donkey, because the donkey is, the hamor. The hamor represents the instrument of labor. Okay, and so I have not despised the instrument of labor like most people in the world have been trained to do, because even the elites of the mule, despite having to go work and dirty their hands, they despise the labor. They just want easy money, They are not trained to do that. But I have taken upon myself to cherish. That's why there's such thing as they call work ethic, because the Yud The Yud in the Bible is the letter for work, for operations, for processing of, and Yud Heh means the worker of respiration's powers. And so all the names that starts with Yud, Jacob, Joseph, everything that starts with a Yud is all our workers. Among all these names, I got named all these people with Yuds, Joshua, Jehoshua, all this have the work in there. They're workers. Because, and where we need to work the most is in the Mahashaba world. But we need to work in the Mahashaba world led by Torah. Because all these thoughts that I'm having it, because the whole Mahashaba world is not in my head, by the way. I'm just a receptor. This is just like an antenna. The whole Mahashaba world is a network in another dimension. And so everything that you're using in your head, you're using Torah. When I'm studying Torah, and I'm putting together thoughts to bring it down to the physicality of my human beingness, so I can make it accessible to my fellow man, I am sending this knowledge, into the collective, into the whole dimension of the Mahashaba world, which is far bigger than we can imagine, It ascends everything. And so these thoughts can be picked up by other receptors that are thinking along those lines. They can also get the idea because I already facilitated that. I already made it comfortable. That's why when you're thinking, my friends, the world of thought is the best place to be working at. Okay, that's when you do the most. But if you're lining up with Torah, the whole world is benefiting because you're bringing this, and that's those people that have their mind because they've been studying Torah with the best. They will be able to get those ideas to coming through to them because I already put them out there. I already divided the thing. I already put it in the right order, so it's accessible to them. If they happen to be the recepting and receiving it and really inclined to be, they'll get the idea. They'll get the thoughts because thoughts go around. There are inventions that I thought of a long time ago, and then I see somebody else came up with it later on in years. But I thought of it a long time ago. So that means the way I thought of it, and I wrote it down and everything, And then I see, like 3 or 4 days down the line, I see somebody came up with that idea. I've seen that happen many times. So thoughts are something that you put in together, brand new thoughts, you can put it together, you don't do anything with it, somebody else can pick it up. Because these thoughts are there, for everybody to pick it up. So that's why I was sharing the thing earlier from Nikola Tesla. Because Nikola Tesla says that we're nothing but a receptor. That's exactly how I look at it. And I thought it was interesting that he says that, because that's how I look at it. So the Mahashava world is immense. It's an ascending dimension, that we are only the receptors of it, and we communicate with thoughts, solid thoughts, liquid thoughts, and gas thoughts, the ones in our heads and stuff like that. You understand? So let me end up here by writing the donkey, okay, and then we'll start with the questions here. Let me take you. All right. Let's see here. Ta-da.
Nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, amor, amor. Nació de Dios para los dos, nació del alma.
Amor.
Sentir que tus besos agitaron en mí, igual que palomas mensajeras de luz. Saber que mis besos se quedaron en ti, haciendo en tus labios la señal de la cruz. Amor, amor, amor. Nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, nació de Dios, para los dos nació del alma. ¡Oye!
All right, we're riding the clouds again. Well, that's the whole idea. So I have not been afraid to do my labor, you know, and be at work all the time, you know, and so that's the thing. So that's going against the way of the thinking of the world. So I do not look at things from the elite, the social engineering that they allow you to see things in the anthropic powder, you know, turning everything into powder because you don't see the whole currency of their existence. So I have gone against the way they look at things, and I've gone against what they train you to think of the work, because they don't train you to love your workplace. So people just, I owe, so off to work I go. That's basically the reason why they're working. I owe, so off to work I go. You know, that's the only motivation, you know. And other than that, they work because they have to, not because they really want to. But you have to come to a point of life where you work because you love to, you know, and you take some rest because you have to, you know. But that's the thing. So when you are in that mindset, man, you work ethics means you're in the youth, okay? You're in the labor field. So because all these people are kind of hippies, they don't want to work. I don't know where they get that from, you know. But it's not in the Torah. Working is good part of the Torah. You don't get away from it, okay? And it's a place where we get to display the intimacy that we're having with the Aleph Bet within us, all right? So there's no way of ignoring that, okay? So that's the thing. So the Hamor is the instrument of labor. So that's one of the things that I did. I stayed true to the Hamor. I loved working, you know, develop a good work ethic. And another thing that I did, because I read about Maimonides is one of the rabbis that lived during the 12th century or the 11th century, I believe. And he's the one that wrote a lot of stuff about Judaism doctrine, you know, the laws of the Mashiach and the laws of the... He wrote a lot of stuff, you know, that is in the doctrine that a lot of the Jewish people follow. Well, one thing that he had, which a lot of the rabbis did not like, because they find it kind of controversial, he did not like getting paid for teaching. He said he worked in the secular world. He was like a doctor to the Sultan, you know, to one of the equivalent of a king. He was a doctor to the Sultan, and he made money that way. You know, and he rode his donkey every morning to go see him. And he came late, and when he would come late, there were people in his house that were sick, and he would barely have a meal. So he worked a lot too. So he worked for his people, you know, he worked for the Sultan, and nobody will pay him for teaching Torah. You understand? Nobody will pay him for that. Okay, so but he made a living out there, you know, taking care of people's ailments for the body, and that's how he got earned. But for the teaching of the Torah, he thought that nobody should charge for it. Okay, and so I thought, hey, okay, that's great. I agree with that, because I have never charged for teaching or doing anything in any church. I just offer my services, and now that I am with the Torah, you know, I freely offer everything I have. And so I thought, so I want to do something up. I'm going to pay as I teach Torah. You know, a little bit above my money is, you know. Because whenever you go above what somebody else did, you're always stepping out at a higher ladder, you know. You want to see something more of what God has to offer. And that's a thing, has helped in my journey of getting to where I'm at right now and seeing the whole scope of the Torah and abiding in what my heart loves the most, which means in the Aleph Bet and the powerhouse of all creation, and being able to partake and share of all these things with you. All right? So, let me just do one last review of the page I'm going to be testing you on here right now, and then I'm going to start the questions. So pay attention. The last review on the page here that I'm going to be testing you on. Let me put it in. And then I'm going to ask questions from there. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we talk about consciousness today, all right? So I'm going to read this paragraph here. It says, when to your 0.0635%, when to your 0.0635% of your humanity, you add the awareness of the other 99.9365% of your aerial existence, according to the AAAAA 22,014 original British pounds CEO's Torah, which when you break it down, it says the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, 22,014 original British pounds. CBDCs, empowering one sky. And this CBDC stands for Hagma Binadas currencies, or consciousness building, dispersing celestials, which is what I call you, because you are mostly aerial. You're from the sky. Okay? And so, and one is for ongoing newness enterprises or establishments. And sky is for supernaturally keeping young. So that's CBDCs, is Hagma Binadas currencies, or consciousness building, dispersing celestials, empowering ongoing newness enterprises or establishments, supernaturally keeping young. There's the part here, trailblazing operations, respirating activations handsomely. Okay, trailblazing operations, this is my breaking down of Torah here. Trailblazing operations, respirating activations handsomely. Says when you do that, you get to expand your consciousness, okay? And what is your consciousness? Your consciousness, which is the volume or amount of your awareness, okay? And concern for all the words or things. And that words or things is the same as Hadabarim. Hadabarim means words or things, okay? Which means the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy is the Hadabarim in Hebrew. So when you repeat that, consciousness, which is the volume or amount of your awareness and concern for all the words or things, which means Hadabarim, you treasure and hold most dear, and that due to the fact they are so valuable to you, they constantly deserve to have your undivided attention and your greatest TLC. I mean, your tender, loving care. Okay? All right. So this is the thing, my friends. All right? So after reading this review here, okay, and also the Genesis 1:1, remember that's 28 letters. In Genesis 1:1, in Bereshit 1:1, there's 28 letters. 28 letters is the value, numerical value of koach, of strength. Koyak, or koach is strength. So we start with strength. That's the key to understanding everything. And then we sign in this world to be Aleph Tap Power, ATP. And that's the whole idea of being in this world, all right? Okay, so let me take you where you guys are right now. Let's see here. Okay, so we're ready for those questions? All right, very good, very good. So we have Rosa, we have everybody here. Very good, very good. All right, okay, for the first question. All right, first questions. On the acronyms that I was reading you, on the CEOs, the fourth part for the C is CBDS. I'm sorry, CBDC. Okay, what does CBDC stands for? Okay, on the CEOs, the CBDC stands for two things. I gave you two different ways of saying it. Let's see if anybody's going to say it first. The CBDC. Okay, Brian. Hey, Brian. All right, okay, Brian. I think I got you here. Let me see. Hagma Binadas currencies. Bravo, Brian. You got it. All right. So you got $50, Brian. All right. Brian got $50. The Hagma Binadas currencies. That's what the creators use in the here and now. Correct? Hagma Binadas currencies. All right. $50 for Brian. Very good. Okay, Brian. You got to stand there in the corner now and just enjoy the show. Let everybody else participate. Okay. Now for the rest. Yeah, you also say it correct too, Joseph. And all right, very good. Okay, now The next one, okay, the next one is going to be a little hard, but let's see. I don't expect you to write everything, but the one that says it the most clearly, okay, or that gives more of an understanding, so that, it's like more clear. That's the one that's going to get the $50, because this is a very hard one, okay? And the question is, according to the definition I gave, what is consciousness? What is consciousness? Because then I say, when you get to share your aerial existence with your human existence, you get to expand your consciousness. And what is this consciousness that I described? Because this is a very hard one, I know. But let's see if somebody has something to say about consciousness, because the whole world wants to give you a definition of this. Consciousness. That's a very hard one. So the one that tries their best to answer to the best of your understanding, let's see, value of your awareness, consider of other words or things. Okay, that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Let me see here. Being the father and mother to the world is consciousness. Okay, that's also good. But based on the definition that I gave so far, Rosa has given me more what my definition that I gave. Even said, you mean in the tender loving case, you would find that too. So, and value of your awareness considers all the words. Okay, all right, not bad, not bad. And it's a good try, Joseph. Okay, but Rosa, she got most of the words that I used for the definition. So Rosa, you will get the $50. $50 for Rosa. She must have written them down or something. All right, that's pretty good, Rosa. $50. That's very hard. Okay, remember, let me just put it back here for a second. So you remember here, it says you get to expand your consciousness, which is the volume of your awareness and concern. The value means the amount. You get to have a certain amount of awareness and concern for all the words or things, which means hadabarim, that you treasure and hold most dear, and that due to the fact that they are so valuable to you, they constantly deserve to have your undivided attention and your greatest TLC, your greatest tender loving care. So that's pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. All right, so Rosa and Brian, just sit on the side there to enjoy the show. Let's continue with the rest of the people here. Now the other one is a little more simpler, but let's see who's ready to answer. Okay. Okay, in the Bible there's the word that we understand in English for Deuteronomy. The book of Deuteronomy stands for words and things. But what does it mean in Hebrew? How do you say the book of Deuteronomy in Hebrew? Which means words and things. How do you say that word in Hebrew? Let me see here. The book of Deuteronomy, which we explained there on the definition of consciousness, the words and things. Anybody? Anybody else left in here? Words and things. The work. Hey, the Abarim. Okay, the words. Yeah, and the words are things also. So I'll give it to him. Joseph, you get it. So Joseph gets the next $50. The Abarim. That's the book of Deuteronomy. And the Abarim means words and things. It means one or the other. Because that is with the Jewish way of thinking is that without the word you cannot have the thing. Because with the word you get to make it, and the word you get to maintain it. So it's the word and thing are one and the same. All right. All right. Very good, my friends. It's good to have you. It's good that you came in today. I wish congratulations to each one of you guys for working hard and for you participating. All right. Okay. So praise you, Jehovah, for that. I'm glad that you were able to enjoy it and make it here with me today. All right. And let me see. Let me sing Return of the Dats. Return of the Dats. Let me see if I can remember this song here. Is it that one here? Okay, my fellow aerial human processor. All right, because that's what you are, my friend. In that capacity, you own everything. The material you're going to process and the activities to process, they are all yours. So we're going to celebrate the return of the dat. The dat is knowledge, science. Okay, what goes for gnosis or science or knowledge. All of that is dats in Hebrew. So the dats needs to be elevated because it's been left buried in the mud. You know, a science that we have today is nothing to be proud of. So I thought of this song and, I want to sing it to you. And so it's from the making of the return of the Mac. But think of it as the return of the dat, return of the true science that was there at the beginning to run the whole organic world successfully. All right, and we are still doing that, but unawares, because the knowledge has not increased, and we're here to redeem that impoverished dat, that impoverished knowledge, to bring it back. So that the dat is making a return. So we're celebrating the return of the dat, the return of the science of God, the return of the knowledge that keeps all things going, the return that has been there from the very beginning, but it has been left very impoverishing by the way that we have addressed ourselves as human beings, not realizing that we are aerial human processors. That's the outlook of the Torah, and that's what I'm bringing to you. That's your true heritage. So let's see how it comes out here. So, all right, let's got the song going. Now here we go. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. Well, I tried to tell you so, but I guess you didn't know. As the side of the story goes, baby, now I got the flow. Cause I knew it from the start. Maybe when you broke my heart, that I have to come again and show you that I'm real. All those times I said that I love you. Yes, I tried. Yes, I tried. Even though you knew I'd die for you. Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried. There it is. Come on. Oh my God. Here I am. Once again. Double the world. Watch my flow. Here I go. Throw my back thing down again. Running things to keep my swing. Letting all the people know that I'm back to run the show. Cause what you did, you know was wrong. And all the nasty things you've done. So baby, listen carefully while I sing my comeback song. Cause you said you'd never turn on me. But you did, but you do. All this pain you said I never feel. But I do, do. There it is. Hold on. Don't you know? Here I go. A little girl wants my pearl. Up and down, round and round. Woo! Cause you said you'd never turn on me. But you did, All this pain you said I never feel. But I do, do. Here it is. Come on. Oh my God. Here I am. Once again. So goes the powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man. Where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what World Electric, Double Electric, in the other bed we're connected. World Electric, Double Electric, in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's gotta take before the sun began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth, there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the powerhouse, with you waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up, cause that's what World Electric, Double Electric, in the other bed we're connected. World Electric, Double Electric, to no one else I'm genuflecting. World Electric, Double Electric, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you were fighting there. The powerhouse not scared, you won't be silenced. Nobody can touch what you were fighting there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. Hey, Joseph, you're here. You made it. All right, all right. Very good. All right. Brian, you made it too. Good, good, good. All right. Glad to see you guys. Let me share this to my two groups here. 1 second. All right. Let me do this. All right, Shaman Shamar, here and Revere. The perpetual summer of love is here. That's quite a title. Made it rhyme there. Yeah, my friends. We're going to walk in what God meant us for us to walk in, you know. Always in his mindset and in his consciousness. So let me share all of this to the different groups and then we'll get started. All right. Still giving me a hard time telling me that it's not able to tag people, but I'm glad you guys made it. Anyhow, let me see what else I can do here. All right, and then let me share this. Share this with my regular timeline. All right, put it here. Here we go. So it's my regular timeline. Very well. Okay, all right. I heard something. Are you moving? Okay. Yeah, everything is okay. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes, we're doing all right. Okay, make sure the mic is all right. Yeah, it's working. All right. All right, my friends. This is very good. It's getting very good here. Let me go to. We start with a little commercial. Let me see there. Put this down. Okay, let's see here. All right, where did I put this one? Okay, today's commercial, main plane. Shema. All right, here we go. the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what World Tech Trick, the Tech, is the only best we're connected. World Tech Trick, the Tech, in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the powerhouse, with you waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up, cause that's what World Tech Trick, the Tech, in the other bed we're connected. World Tech Trick, the Tech, to no one else I'm genuflecting. World Tech Trick, the Tech, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find it there. The powerhouse not scared, you won't be silenced. Nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. All right, let's meet you here from the cloud. All right, we're ready to start. See some people are showing up. Rosa, Crispin, good to see you. And Andy, Crispin, it's good to see you as well. Joseph, great to have you, man. Great to have you. All right, I saw Brian earlier too, so I think some people are here already. So very good. Come on in, people. Don't be shy. The worst you can get is make some money, okay? And there is no other channel on the HDTV 28 higher definition Torah Vision, the only one, that pays you for learning from them. I challenge you to go find anywhere else like that. You're not gonna find it. So we're not only just the only ones that bring you the real good news, because we are informing you of what your real identity is when you incorporate all, the different economies that you are allowed to run in this world when you're alive, when you have a physical body. Most people, don't even know themselves, and much less they will know who God is. I was seeing a comment somebody was sharing early this morning. I was going to share it, but didn't have time to. But it was a pastor, as a matter of fact, was sharing this. He says, you mean to tell me to be an atheist, I had to believe that out of nothing, something came, that out of chaos, order came, and they were saying all the things that speaks of this black guy analyzing this, and at the end, it will take too much faith for me to believe that, So they were like kind of putting down the atheists, So I was going to answer, I was going to share and explain who the real atheists are. The people that declare with their own mouth boldly and say, I don't believe in God, they're very few minority, It's very few compared to those people that in the world that say, I believe in God, okay? But the thing is, what ruins our reputation, somebody's reputation, because God said in the Bible, because of you, my name is blasphemed all day long. That's one of the complaints he had with the people of Israel, when they were in exile. It says, because of you, my name is blasphemed all day long, or made useless. Because people will call themselves by that name, but you have his name, and they will not render what the benefits of that name is supposed to render. So therefore, you bring, like even if you work for the brand name of a company, the products that you're selling on behalf of that company, they're like cheap shot things, they're like, it's like a second-hand kind of thing that doesn't work. You bring a great disrepute. You bring a bad name to that brand name. So that's the whole idea with God. His name is holy. His name represents, you know what I'm telling you? His name represents the processor of respiration powers. And if you're not able to make people see that, if you yourself are not able to conduct in such a way that there's nothing in this world that attracts you, nothing in this world that grabs your attention, but everything in this world, you're eager to energize it and to make it anew, to restore it and to refresh it and to find everything in your power, to have that soul have an encounter with its maker and be as electrified as you are. So if you conduct yourself that way, then the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, the name of the respiration powers, the process of respiration powers, is not dishonor at all. So that's why I challenge all everybody, to try to. My way of teaching is by way of an example. Okay, I'm not here to collect any money, so you're never going to see in my group, especially in this group, any collections or donations for anything. Okay, especially for anything. I might ask, like I did last year, was it, when we did something to if you offer, you guys wanted to help with buying something for Brianna. Remember that water house, jumping water house, and we contributed for that, but it was just for that because she's a member that was not able to join us, every other weekend. Like we used to have gatherings together in my house. We don't do it anymore this year, but that's something. So I figured, so we did something for summer, I think, and then. But that's it. But I don't collect the money for the group. For this channel or for anything. This is all, me showing off the love that I have with my Father. And this is my way of showing off my philanthropy. I can give away all my skills. I can give away all my talents. All for the sake of invigorating you, sustaining you in this world, and to encourage you to do likewise if it's in your power to do it. Because I want to set up a new standard. All the people that are going to be newscaster, because in the end, when God makes His name big through the things I'm preaching, because people are going to get to know these things, because this is a rare thing. There's no newscaster anywhere in the world that I know of, because I sent the challenge out there, that would use their newscasting system, their channel that they have, to teach people something that they've learned that enrich their lives and pay them in the process of them being there to listen to Him. I have yet to find that on YouTube, in any place, that they are doing that. I have yet to find it, and I even put it up to you guys out there. So eventually, when this thing gets big and gets to be known, the only people that are going to be able to interview me or want to have an interview with me are the people that are running a show similar to this, in which they are giving money away for the things they're teaching or the things they're informing the people with, and they're doing it out of their own pocket. So if you're not living up to that standard, I'm not going to visit anybody's channel. You know what I'm saying? You can learn and find out how things are got done, how to live. For tzedakah, tzedakah is no big deal to God. Tzedakah is just the main state of existence for God. Everything He does is a gift of love. Okay? So when you get to do tzedakah, you just have reached the level in which God exists constantly. It's like, you are abiding that constant giving, You cannot go higher than that. But that's God's state continually. From time to time, people give a little bit, but I'm showing you that you can give your money, you can set it up to run a program like I do, I don't tithe. I used to tithe. No, not even, because I did not believe in tithing, because I knew that there was something that the Jewish people do. And in churches, I have read all of that, but I did believe in lending all my services, lending all my abilities, all my skills. So all the churches, when I used to run the Christian circles, when I used to be in there, because I wasn't completely in Torah like I'm at now, when I used to be there, I used to offer all my skills in the churches. So I figured all my skills are worth more than 10%, because I used to put everything at the disposal of the church to write, translate hymns, print stuff, do graphics. All my skills was put at the disposal of the church. I sang, I direct the choir, I did all my abilities and talents were made available, because I figured that's worth more than 10%. If I put all my skills available and I present myself, and that's the way I have carried myself. So when I started this, then I started to say, okay, I'm just going to use some of my own income, to to pay for all the things, to set up the channel, to pay to register the channel, you know, to prepare the sermons, you know, to have everything, you know. And I'm going to ask you people, now that I think about it, you might think that I on purpose want to be late, but the thing what happens is, at the last minute, I have everything ready most of the time, but at the last minute, some good, juicy information, you know, that really is going to help me, you know, deliver something better, comes at the last minute, and I have to write it down and put it in there, you know what I'm saying? So you guys, you know, I spend hours on this, you know, so at least I hope that you guys are praying at least 15 minutes a week that God will help me to put my mind in order so I could start on time. You know, that's uphold my arms, like Moses needed his arms held up. You know, I'm trying to face this whole world by myself. Nobody is contributing, and neither do I want any contributions. But at least I ask of you guys to sustain me in your prayers. Ask God to, you know, to order my mind so I will have everything and I will start perfectly normal. But that's what's been happening. Even today I was ready to start, and then at the last minute, you see these little three things in here? This part that says or lights between the house of the paper money and the one below, or skin accommodations. I needed to put this in, and I also need to put the brain and the breath acronyms here, because this is going to help me really deliver this with one page. Otherwise, I would have to be skipping many pages. So this is what happened the last minute, that I had to put it in here because it will be more concise and I had to wander off too much. So that's what held me back, you know. But I was ready to start like about, you know, about 15 to 7. But that's what happens usually, you know. And if it's something good, you know, then I put it in here because I want you guys to get the best, you know, that God is giving me the last minute. So, you know, I'm just a reporter, you know. So this breaking news is downloading and coming down the last minute. I'll put it in there, you know, stick in the notes, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm here to report all the glad tidings, the good news on how to have intimacy, how to be close to your Maker 24/7. That's why the title today is Shama, and Shamar, which means hear and revere. The perpetual summer of love with Yuhevave is here. That's what it's all about, you know. That's what I've been trying to teach you guys. And so hold me up in your prayer. But what I'm saying, this is a channel like no other channel. There's nothing like that in the whole world, you know. And in his proper time, God's going to do something with it. Because the things that I'm teaching are in a way something that will obliterate all systems. Okay, so I cannot be coming in the middle of what everybody wants to give their opinion. So God is allowing everybody in the world to give their opinions, to get subscribers. I don't even go after subscribers. I just put everything out there because it's my commitment to just bring down the latest that God is showing me about who we are in the face of who He is. Okay, all that God is what is at least life for us. So God, nothing has happened to God. He has not suffered any damage. So guess what? Our life's still intact. Because if we were made in His image, that means He's the reality for which we exist. We are only His image, right? So the image is back to the original, and that's all that matters, okay? And that's my purpose, my friend, to bring you there. And so the whole world seems to be being torn apart. The money systems seem to be losing their value. Everything seems to be decomposing and deteriorating. Nothing seems to be stable. But guess what? None of that is your life. Money and CBD currencies, none of those made you. No, nothing in this world made you. Nothing in the world sustains you. Nothing in this world gives you breath constantly like God does. So the source of your life, nothing has happened to it. It's still incorruptible, still great, still energized, still running the world. So your life, the true life, still there. That's my good news to you. Okay? Everybody else, they know that you lost sight of what your true life is, and you identify something else as your life. So if you identify anything here in this world, you know, I don't care. You know, people call their wives my life, they call their husband my life, or my heaven, whatever. You know, if they pass away, God forbid, there goes your life, there goes your heaven. All right? You have to call God your everything. Your life, my heaven, my gold, you know, my fortitude, my strength, everything, because He's never faint, not even once. And so that will never disappoint you. Okay? So that's what you need to understand. But the world knows that you're not in Torah, like He has placed me in Torah. I know where my strength resides. I know where my koach is. My strength, my koach is the strength. I know where it's found. And that's all I'm trying to communicate with you. So that's why, you're never going to see me charging any money. Now, when I start the CEOs, because this CEOs is going to be like an institution for learning. So that's going to be a school now. So for the school, I'm going to be charging some tuition to be part of it for the CEOs. But that's like a school business. But for delivering the message in here, in the HDTV 28, at our channel, it's begun charging for no donations. I'm not going to ask for that. So I'm going to run the CEOs like a business, because all the people that have CEOs run their company like a business. You understand what I'm saying? So I have I have the CEOs.com. That domain, I had it since June 12, 2003. 19 years now that I have it. I'm finally going to start using it to implement teachings, and put curriculum there. So it's going to be a school that people will attend, to understand all that they are in the Aleph Bet, in the powerhouse of creation, and they will not be scared, made afraid by anybody. So that's the whole idea. So that will be something in which, but it will not be something very, neither expensive, it will be something very feasible for everybody, and everybody will be able to pay it in their own currency of their own country. Okay, so it doesn't have to be like, if a person here in America pays $10, doesn't mean somebody in Filipino is going to pay $10. They're going to pay 10 equivalent to whatever their $1 currency of their country is, okay? Rupees or whatever it is. All right, that's what they're going to pay. So everything accommodated to each one system. Because, it's nothing about, about anything. It's just because like money is nothing, like I told you, money is nothing but encore. It's like a cheerleader of knowledge, of Hagma B'Nedah. Hagma B'Nedah comes with great ideas. That means wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Come up with great ideas, products, and services, present them to the world. And money comes along and says, "Whoa, we love it, make more. Another one. It's an encore, it's a cheerleader. All right, so there's nothing wrong with money. You just got to see it from the right perspective, okay? And not to be attached to it. You got to be always in love with Hagma B'Nedah. And never lose sight of that, because that's the one that makes everything. That's the currency of the makers. Okay, I'm referring to that to celestials now, That's the thing that goes around. Anything, the celestial realm is like air, circulates. So, but in any case, it's good to see you guys here. All right. Okay, let me see here. All right. So let me, because this is the summer of the perpetual summer of love has begun. Because what God wanted, because right now I believe they're going through the book of Bamidbar, which means the book of Numbers. That means in the wilderness. And like I explained before, in the wilderness is the comparison to being in the workplace, okay? Like, let me explain that. In the sense that, I explained before, like the first 5 books of the Torah represents the whole process that any company in the world has to go through to be able to have a successful corporation or company. Every company goes through the 5 books of the Torah, the Genesis, Exodus, which is Bereshit, that means in the beginning. So there has to be a beginning. Exodus, the book Shemot, the book of names or brand names. So you have to have an Exodus or a brand name for a company. And then the book of Leviticus. The Leviticus are the Levites. These are the experts, that look at the manual, they look at the Torah, and they are the ones that render the product, which is the product means the Hadabarim, the words of God. The Hadabarim are the product that they render. So they are the specialists in that, and the brokers, the one that go between, the alphabet, the powerhouse, or the alphabet, and the people. So they are the ones, the experts for that. And so that's why it's called Vajikra, and the calling, it's like when you have a business, you have a name, and then you put the classified ads, you put the call for people to come and work in the company. So other companies go through that process. They have to come up with an idea of product or service. They have to, in the book of Exodus, they have to think of how to send it out. It's going to be something to be sent out in the market. That's the sending out. And also you have to come up with a brand name, which is the book of the Shemot, for the company that represents your company. Then you have to train the technicians. That's in the book of Leviticus. The technicians, the ones that know the manual and know what they're going to be doing. And you call people to come and learn the manual and render the product. And then comes the book of Numbers. And the book of Numbers is all that happens in the workplace. You're keeping track of people's salaries. That's numbers there. You're keeping track of inventory. You're keeping track of production. and all of that. So when you're in a workplace, you're like in a desert land. You don't get any of the products that you're making. You're not getting for yourself. That's for the clientele outside of the company, for the customers out there, the consumers. So the people that are there are only called to be producers. And the only thing you get to earn in the workplace, which is the equivalent of being in the wilderness, is that you get to have your break to eat your food or your lunch and to drink something, and then they might provide you, if you're a good worker, they might provide you some fringe benefits, like health insurance, life insurance, or whatever, little dental stuff like that. That's why in the Bar Midbar, in the wilderness, the clothes did not wear off, their shoes did not wear off. Those are fringe benefits they got for working, delivering the word of God in their hearts and to their fellow men there. They're sharing it among themselves, you see. And so that was the workplace. You only get to inherit the manual, because the product that you're going to render is the instructions of the manual, either to render a service or to render a product. And that is just to send it out as a gift of love, okay, to all of creation. So in the Bar Midbar is like the desert, and the place Midbar, wilderness, is actually a word for order. It's a place of order. We think of the wild as something, the wilderness, something being wild, but that's for God, that's like a place of order. What's a place of disorder for God? It's actually like a city. A city is like a place of chaos and disorder. We tend to think that a city with their buildings and all of that's place of order and civilization, but to God, that is a place of disorder. In the wilderness, where the rocks are the way He made it, where the clouds are up there with you, meeting you, where the air is not disturbed by any pollutants, when all of that, everything is in perfect order like He made it for the best vitality that we could have. Okay, so in the wilderness, Bar Midbar is the place, is equivalent to being in the workplace. All you get to do is to keep track of the things that you're producing. You keep inventory of the products and services. Everybody, so they got to keep track, even though the food but they got free food there. So the French benefits were great. Okay, and at the end, the last part is you have a product to deliver. So the Hadabari means the words or the things. So that's the whole 5 book of Torah, is the process by which all companies go, the successful process, whether they like it or not. Everybody has to go through that process, okay? So they have to have at the beginning of a product or a service, they have to name it, send it out in the market, they have to prepare the technicians, okay? And they have to, in the workplace, they keep track of everything, keep track of the numbers, salaries, and everything that goes of the production. And at the end, the product goes on the market. That's Hadabarim, or the thing. The book of Deuteronomy is the things, and also means, Deuteronomy means twice the law, twice nomos. Okay. Now, with a lot of products that used to be made before, it comes with a manual, like a car comes with a little manual. So that's like a second book to explain how to take care of it. Nobody ever reads those manuals, but in any case, that goes. So that's the book of Deuteronomy there. So the product goes with the words and the thing and the words that tell you how to take care of them. All right. So that's how everything, how to assemble something. All the words go with it. So all of that is the process. Okay. And then finally, the next book that follows, when all of that is done, then you are complete to run a business. That means Joshua. Yehoshua, that means you are complete. The book of Joshua means you are complete, and you are going to level any market that is not doing a good a thing as you are. So you take over anybody else that is doing a feeble Mickey Mouse job that does not render good service. You take over them. That's why He went and He dedicated that city. He dedicated that city to the Lord. That means when he said that He was wiping away anything that was not representing Him well, He was dedicating it, to the name of Yud-Heh-Vav. Okay, they were going to render the service they're supposed to. So that's what you do. So when you have a good product that you study, you keep inventory, you have everything in order, then you can tell the rest of the people, you either line up and join us, have a merge with our company, because our product is so good that nobody else is going to go see you anymore. They're just going to come to us. So it's time to merge. Okay, so that's what you bring. Everybody wants to merge with you when your product is so good. That's why I know that what I'm doing is so high a standard that this will become the future of news. Because imagine if only 1% of the people in the world will go ahead and start what I'm doing on their own pocket. Imagine how much more better the world will be just for that. Even 1% of the newscasters in the world will start doing something similar to this channel. Imagine how the world will feel with this kind of news coming their way. All right? It will be a completely different world. So you got to teach by example. Okay? So that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm doing here with you guys. You know, I'm enjoying the situation and I'm doing it with you guys. So, Bar Midbar in the wilderness. Okay? In there, God knew that the only thing that they were attached to, that the only thing that they wanted for themselves was Torah. There was nothing else but Torah. That's all they wanted. Because there was nothing else to distract. There was not like any TV like CNN or Fox channels or anything telling you all the latest gadgets, the latest Lamborghini, the latest all these vehicles, the latest Tesla on the market, trying to tempt you to go after something else. Nobody was interrupting the Torah. It was Torah learning, breathing, you know, and just being together with God, propagating, multiplying like rabbits. Boy, God was having the time of his life. No interruptions. To him, that was like a honeymoon, perpetual honeymoon. All right? But with the teachings that I'm bringing you, you can be in the midst of the most luxurious thing. You can be in the most decorated place in Dubai, the most luxurious hotel, and none of that will have any attractiveness toward you. None of that will have anything by which it can grab your attention, you know, because you will understand that Chachma Binidah is in charge of making everything and running everything, and those little things are nothing but shiny pebbles that serve as, you know, cheerleaders for all the Chachma Binidah gets to do. So when you have everything in order, you can be surrounded with all the luxuries, but as long as you're concerned, this is nothing but wilderness. That's not what's giving you the power, you know, to be the center of energy, because you're in the powerhouse of the alphabet, and therefore you're in the center of energy of creation, and you realize where all your power, your faculties, and your energies, and your understanding, and your skill is coming from. So you're not about to give money that kind of accreditation. You're not going to be that foolish. So therefore you're saying, so this is what I'm talking about, my friends, okay? You need to put yourself in a position in which you know that the things of this world, for example, I'm looking very sharp right now, you know, you have a little thing like this here, but all this thing, I got it from Goodwill. I don't spend a lot of money on it. Got this suit for like what I think it was about $10, you know, on the day when it's half a price. But it's a nice suit. And you have some of the jewelry there that goes in there on the side. That came with the suit. So I put it in there, you know. That was on a sale day. So that's what I do. You know, I can look like $1 million without to spend $1 million, right? So that's the whole idea. So I'm not charmed by this world. So in this world, the whole world, no matter how luxurious it looks to me, no matter how luxurious it's presented to me it's all a mitbah. I'm in the wilderness because I'm in love with Chachma Binidah. I'm in the powerhouse. I have an intimacy with my maker. I know that he's the one running everything. I know that the Mahashaba world, the world of thought, which we're going to get more into today, is the one that is running everything 100% of the time. You know, and we are the ones that are excellently higher than all the animals because we understand the world of the Mahashaba. That's the thought world. You know, and that's the one that runs everything. So we're going to get more into that. And so other than that, you cannot convince me otherwise. So my whole plan is here to hook you up, my friend. That's what the word David means, to hook you up. He's going to hook you up. The administration that hooks you up with the due administration of your soul. All right, so that you will not be fooled by anybody in this world. So let me have you listen to something that I recorded earlier today. And let me just put it here right now so you can listen to this. See? Okay, here we go. Welcome, my fellow Dabarians, to the beginning of the perpetual summer of love with Yud Hevave. This is how he remembers it. You know, in the wilderness, and this is what we're going to read, and this is what he desires for all of us. While we are in this fantastic world, you know, and with everything that surrounds us, and where we want to engage in this world to just be pure energy, you know, to be pure power, faculty, and intelligence of our Maker, to be all that his Chachma Binidah can give us. That's why we want to connect with his mindset 24/7. And that's what the perpetual summer of love begins. And we're going to be in love with him, so in love with him and showing love with him. All right, so this is what it says in Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 1. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Go and cried in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I remember for thee the affection of thy youth, the love of thine espousal. It was a perpetual honeymoon, man. How thou wentest, you went after me in the wilderness, in the Bad Midbar, in the wilderness, Bad Midbar, in a land that was not sown. Israel is the Lord's hallowed portion. His first fruits of the increase, his Bekora. All that devour him shall be held guilty. All right. So we come to this, and so we are in the perpetual summer of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, and we're going to sing a song in his honor, because the perpetual summer of love has begun. So let's sing our hearts out. Psalm 44 verse 8 says, In God we boast all the day long and praise thy name forever. In God, in Elohim, in powers, in faculties, in abilities, in Chachma Binidah, we boast all the day long and praise thy name, the name of the Aleph Bet, of the powerhouse of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, the processor of respiration powers. All right? So let's sing this song. It says, I have loved when I am around you, as you speak to me. I have loved because I have found you, and in you my heart makes free. I'm in love, so in love, so in love. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. You are always all of mine now. I can think of no one else. And as I just pray about you, I forget about myself. I'm in love, so in love, so in love. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with I have loved when I'm around you, as you speak to me. I have loved because I have found you, and in you my heart made free. I'm in love, so in love, so in love. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. Jesus' name. All right. Okay, you see? All right, you can hear me now. All right. Okay, yeah, I had recorded it earlier because I was going to sing that and then sing this. I probably won't have any voice left. All right, so you see what we're talking about? Okay, because you know, the whole idea is that we're discovering, you know, like I've been telling you from the last time that we did this, we were looking at how we are, you know, the aerial totalitarian, you know, the aerial totalitarian, you know, practitioners, because you know we can do all kinds of things with the alphabet, and we behave like air. You know, we can resurrect all products and services. So we are part of the all-inclusive resuscitators in the way that we especially work in the mule, you know, this manpower of hell name economy that can appropriate itself. So all of that is part of the process, you know. So once we understand that, and I was trying to introduce you because it is through the air, to the dynamics of the breath, you know, because we're made to circulate, like I explained before. We circulate a total of 22,014 pounds every day. That's what we process, okay? And the state of physical creation is found in 3 stages. We understand it's found in the gas, you know, all the gases that are in the world. It's found in liquid state, and it's found in solid state, like the ground, trees, and stuff like that. So all of creation can be found in those stages. Gas, for all the gases in the world, liquid for all the liquids in the world, and solid for everything that is solid in the world. So this is it, okay? And our bodies is in a certain way made like the way of the earth, in the sense that 70% of the earth is water. So 70% of our body is water, okay? And the other 30% is just like the ground. It's just like we were made in the image of the planet too, our bodies, all right? So 30% solid and 70% water, and that's how our body is. That's how the planet is. You know, the whole terrestrial place is just similar to us, you know, in that sense. So that's one thing that we have going. But also the other thing that's going on is here, that the other part of this also physical is air. So we are submerged in an ocean of air. And I call air the AIR, all-inclusive resuscitator for everything. Because it resuscitates us, all flesh, and also takes the carbon dioxide that is needed to the plants back, so the plants get to have life because they eat that. So everybody gets the distribution of nitrogen, you know, hydrogen, everything that the air is carrying along, you know, in the process of xenon. I believe is hydrogen is also there. Even krypton is in there. So all kinds of little gases are found in there that the air carries it around. And so we get to process of that air that is coming and going around. And this air is just merging with everything. It's just one whole body of air throughout the whole terrestrial, you know, existence. Throughout the whole earth, it's all one body of air. All the winds and communications, you know. And so they're all one, but we get to process from this whole one body of air, you know, of the all-inclusive, we get to process 22,000 pounds of air every day. So the most physical part that we process is air. That's also physical because air can be measured. You know, people know the pounds. So 22 pounds air can be measured. 22,000 pounds, you know, runs through 22,000 pounds of respirations, you know, run through a single body. So you get to process that. And what you get to process is what makes you consider a living being, because you get to go to a job to process, you know, a product and service, to assemble them, put it together, to distribute it, to package it. So you are processing a lot of little things in whatever company you're working, either a service that you're rendering, you know, or a thing that you're packaging in, things that you're assembling, you know. But the thing is, you're processing things in a company. That's what you're there for, you know. And so what you process, and the fact that you're a processor or whatever thing they ask you to process, that's what enables you to be considered a living being and something that is profitable for a company, because everybody hires you to process a certain amount of pounds for the services they have to offer. So in this world, you know, of Youth Evavi in which we live, we also get to process. And it's the stuff that we process that keeps us alive, that God looks at to say that we are alive, because we get to process 22,000 pounds of respirations that is bringing oxygen, you know, to our bodies, And of that, we only keep 25% of that, and we give the other 75% of the oxygen. We give it back again, and we mix it with the carbon dioxide so the plants can have something to eat. So so the air comes around, teaches you, give us life, and then tells us, join me along in this process of resurrecting. Now let's join me along and let's go resurrect the plants too. Give me some of that. So he takes whatever you produce and takes it to the plants. He just is the one distributing around everything, the air, the pneumos, if you're talking Greek, but the ruach, or the spirit, right? And so that's what it's doing. And this, we're talking about physical. So most people ignore this part of their existence. And when you get to circulate 22,000, pounds, that's like the size of an 11-ton truck. And a ton is 2,000 pounds. So in 22,000 pounds, it's like a truck. It's 11 ton, 11 tons truck. Imagine that 22,000 pounds. That's the equivalent of how much air you process by way of pounds, through you every day. Just to give you something in the solid thing. So imagine every day you do that without even thinking, because God made you to participate in His economy of the resurrection of the air 24/7, even if you lose sight of it. So that's why the Hakma Binidah had to give you understanding as you get into His name and you understand the functionality of His name. Then you're able to see. And what you discover is the thing is when you discover the meaning of His name, you get to discover the 99.9365% of yourself that you were unaware of. It just happens naturally because you're breathing constantly. But you don't realize all the processes that are taking place. That you are participating in providing food for the plants. That you are participating in, in the process of resurrecting everything and the air. That's the number one functionality that air has. Is resurrections galore for the plants. For you, it's resuscitating and bringing life, keeping you going. And it's a 24/7. That's the resurrections that matter, and that's what is done by the air. Okay. So then you realize that you are called to participate in that. You get to do the respirations, but your respirations are being used for that purpose. Okay, so others get to live because of your respirations that are going out, and the respirations that are going in are allowing you to stay alive. So this is an in and out situation of having life coming to you and you delivering life out of you as well for other species. You see? So this is a fantastic thing for which we were created. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is the processor of respiration powers, which means Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh Elokeinu or Elohim. That's the one of the name of this whole functionality. That's why his name is unutterable, because it's just like when you do that, you say the name Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. It's the process. Okay, when you breathe in and out, that's when you said his name. And so his name is said in functionality. That's why God says, don't take the name of God in vain. Every time you breathe in and out, then you're saying it right. Because my name makes sense when it's being functioning. It's not just by saying. When you have to say something, you're just doing something. You're not doing it in and out. You're just breathing out, and that's just part of it. But when you just breathe in and out, you said it completely. That's why it's an unpronounceable name, because it's something that is said in functionality. God is the God of functionality. He's here to make all things functions. From all flesh, from everything that's happening inside the DNA of every cell of flesh in the world, and everything that's happening in the RNA of the plants, everything has a code. Everything has an alphabet that tells it what needs to be done, what the species it needs to perpetuate. The whole thing is there, all right? So it's a majestic economy that we were brought in, and that's what you and I were made for, the breath economy. So we will get to know the breath dynamics, and for what I call, and as I started to allude to this last week, the thing that we take for granted and we think that is really measurable, but scientists are still wondering what it is, okay? And that is the consciousness of the brain, the activity, the thinking activity, the thought world, the Mahashava world. We take it for granted that we have thoughts and we can communicate with thoughts and we can do everything because we can think. But you understand that thought is not, there's no physical measurements. There's no way you can take a thought out of your head. You cannot do that. You'll kill your own brain before you start to do that, But you can experience it. It's like an antenna that picks up the Mahashava world, and you're able to utter your thoughts and do everything, okay, that the world is saying, But the thing is, this is the thing that we have to realize, that we have lost track of who we are, and we only come to understand all that we are when we get to know His name. So when we get to know His name, then we understand the other 99.9365% of what it was missing of our understanding. We were only aware of what we eat and we drink, the solid foods and the liquids, because that's what keeps us alive, with everything else that we do in the mule. And then we lose ourselves in the other processed foods that are not real food, but only life drainers, because they don't provide you the real health and longevity that you need. So there's a lot of things that have substituted what is real for you, and that's what you live for. You live for a whole world of the, Olam HaSheker, the world of lies. Everything has been substituted for something else that just drains your life. But that's how you're left with. But, we're going to talk more about that. But thanks to Torah, we get to see that, and we get to discover, how great we are. So let's sing this one, Psalm 119, verses 88, 93, 94, 97. And it's how Lovai Torah. This is a high-pitched song, so let's see if I have any voice left. And let's do this one as well. Let me see. I will never forget thy precepts forever. Thou's quickened me, and now I'm thine again. I will never forget thy precepts forever. Thou's quickened me, and now I'm thine again. Quicken me after thy love and kindness, so shall I give the testimony of thy power. Quicken me after thy love and kindness, so shall I give the testimony of thy songs to remember. Let me take my guitar so I can preach the rest of the stuff here. Because that's what we need to be doing. That's the source of our life. So if all that you cherish in this world is to keep all the functionalities going, to keep everything, functioning and to keep everything running, then the only thing you're going to want for your life are manuals. That's why you're called the people of the book. You're going to do the Abam Mitzvah. You become a father and mother to all alphabets. You're going to be a famta soul, father and mother to alphabets. If you're a father and mother to alphabet, that means you're a father and mother to all things. Okay, because that's all the things that matter. Once you have the alphabet, everything uses an alphabet to make something. So when you are in that position, my friend, you are on top of the world. You understand? There's nothing in this world that's no longer a magnet that tries to get your desires to look in the direction. In other words, you're so complete because you understand what reality really is. Reality is all what comes from the Mahashava world, from the powerhouse of the Aleph Beth. And that is telling us how to do things and give us instructions, give us the Hagma to be able to make everything. And so, other than that, we are in a fantastic state, okay? You understand? So that's what we're talking about. And remind me, as I was thinking, I was reminded of another song that I had written a while ago. I think it's in Proverbs 23:17. It says, "Let not thine heart envy sinners, but be thou in the fear of the Lord all the day long." Nice verse. Let not thine heart envy sinners. Don't be looking and see what somebody else has. I wish I had that. Hey, be in Hagma B'Nedah. You'll join the club of all the people that makes these things. That's what we're going to do with CEOs. We're going to join everybody in their ability to make the world and maintain this world. It's not going to be just a social media in which you talk about what I ate yesterday, what place I went to visit, all of that. But what are you capable of doing? You're going to get together with your people in your neighborhood by zip code, those people that share the same trade, and you're going to share each other's information, and you're going to sharpen each one another. You're going to share your skills with one another and sharpen everything. And that's how we're going to become the center and be on top of things in the world, because we going to get together with all those that share our skills, our faculties, our knowledge, and our abilities, because that's what all Elohim is about. Those are powers. That's what makes you be on top of things, okay? That's what we're going to have in commonality. Not just what big of a consumers we are, because also, all social media is about display all the products you consume, all the vacations spots that you consume, all the places that you go and consume all the goodies down there, and the whole world applauds you for being such a good consumer and delighting yourself on all those consumables, okay? It's about to create a media. The CEOs.com and the CFOs.com has been mine since 2003, and it's going to be used to create a brand new people that represent, and for the C starts with the Hagma B'Nedah, which I'm also going to call you celestials, because you are mostly air, 99 point. You're a celestial being, you are in the air most of the time, processing more air than anything else. So every day you get to process for you, Rebabe, 11 ton weight of a truck, by means of air, okay? And that's what you're useful for. And he gets to use you, and you are participating in resurrections and everything, and you're not even aware, because Torah has not been opened up to you, like the way he has opening up to me. And so my job is, once it's open to me, is to share with the world, and to elevate them to the position where they need to be, to the awareness of all that they are able to be, so they can find, because like I told you, we were made in the image of the alphabet. So the alphabet or the alphabet is the powerhouse, in the image of the Father. So it is our job to search the scriptures so that we can search the Torah, so we can find the most spiritual, best version of ourselves, which is who Yehovah is. And therefore, we can be the best conduit that we can have in the here and now, to create heavens upon the face of the earth. You understand what I'm saying? We're talking about big ways of going here, big visions to sustain. Nothing is going to make us afraid, because we know what is doing everything, all right? So praise Yehovah for that. Let me see how we're doing here. All right, so that's my people going here. All right, see Rosa. Oh, Rosa, your internet is failing. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm glad you like the song. Patricia, gusto de verla, gusto de tenerla aquí presente otra vez. Gracias que vino a visitarnos. Qué bueno, qué bueno. All right, so we got some people here. So Patty's here, and the rest of you guys are still here. Joseph is here. Brian is here. Perfect. Perfecto mundo. Let's keep going with this lesson, all right? All right, let's put it here. All right, let me see. Okay, let me show you here. Ecclesiastes 7:29. Okay. Very interesting here. Let me put it up here. Let me put it so that you can see what I'm talking about here. All right, so that's Ecclesiastes 7:29 will be here. All right, so I can read it to you. All right, so let me put this up. Okay, so here this part. It says, okay, verse 29 says, "Lo, this only have I found: God made men upright, but they have sought out many inventions." All right, in other words, God made men perfectly suited, to be His conduit here upon earth. I mean, for God to be dwelling in Him completely, for Him to be connected as one page, in the same page, let's say in the same page, in the same mindset, in the same consciousness with Him, and therefore God will be just flowing out of us in here. He was perfectly suited for that. He was perfectly suited to be in the Mahashava world, in the world of thought, to be able to receive thoughts, to be able to understand thoughts, to be able to communicate thoughts. And I explained that to you before, that in the physical world, we find the physical world in three states, okay? The physical world is found in the solid state, which all the things like trees or the ground. They're found in the liquid state, like all the oceans and everything that's made out of liquid. And it's found in the gas state, all the gases, including oxygen and everything that's found in the air. So also in the Mahashava world, in the world of thought, because it's only something that we understand among humans, the animals don't sign a contract. Even if they go be working in a circus, no animal signs a contract because they don't understand the world of the Mahashava. They don't know anything about a contract. They don't know anything about that. They just live in this physical world, participating with the air also. They also give carbon monoxide. They also give oxygen and everything like that. All flesh is like that. But we are the ones who are supposed to take the lead because we're supposed to have an understanding of what's going on. So when you don't have an understanding of that, then you're no less intelligent than the horse or the ass. Be better than the horse or the mule that have understanding. He says, we're supposed to have understanding and supposed to see all that we are. Okay, so when we understand that, then we move on to the world of Mahashava. So in the world of the thought world, which is only real for all human beings that can understand letters and can understand alphabets, that's the supernatural world because it cannot be measured with anything physical. But as long as we're alive, we're connected with that. And so therefore, this actually found in three states also. There's the solid state of the Mahashava world. There's the solution state of the Mahashava world, and then there is the gas state in a place that compares to the air in the gas. And the gas state is what is all the thoughts that are you're running through your head 24/7. All the thoughts that you're going through your mind that you don't get to utter, but you're always thinking. Everybody's always thinking 24/7. That is the Mahashava world in its gas formation. When you finally get to utter something, when you get to use your mouth, so you can spit something out, spit a new rap. When you got to use your saliva, because you have to use that. But actually, you people usually get to say something when you have a solution to offer. And solution is equivalent to water, something liquid. So that is presenting a thought in a liquid form, because you're bringing a solution. You're using the saliva. You're using your tongue. So you open out your mouth. That's a thought in its liquid state, okay? So all spoken words are the Mahashava world in the liquid state. Understand that? So everything that is thought and said is the world, is the world of the sea. So Mahashava world is bigger because thoughts are going through our heads 24/7. So that's the biggest realm there is. Just like the world of the oxygen and the air is bigger than all the other oceans, because now even the oxygen is found inside the water, okay? And even hydrogen is found in the water. Mostly it's hydrogen, because the word hydrogen means hydra means water and gen means generator. So hydrogen means water generator. Okay, so when people tell you that space, for example, they tell you that space is not full of water like the Bible says, but ask what is the main element that is found in space. 90% of what is found in space is hydrogen. All of them are going to tell you that. Hydrogen is the number one element on all. So what does the word hydrogen means? It's water generator. So if hydrogen is found in space, at certain temperatures, that thing can be made liquid, because all the hydrogen is water. All right? At certain temperatures, it becomes liquid. So there is, like the Bible says in Scripture, the waters above, in the most elemental way. Hydrogen is water. It's water generation. Okay. So so at the end of the day, don't let people think that they know better than the Bible. The Bible knows what they're talking about. So in any case, solutions are found everywhere. Okay, and so there's nothing that is missing from everything is there. So the Mahashava world, the world of thought, is the biggest world. It's just like the world of the air, the physical world here. And then the world of solutions. After we think, what we do the most is we say things. So we get to say a little less than what we think. We're always thinking all the time. We get to say, and then the last thing we get to do, which I call the liquid, the thought world, the Mahashava world in its solid form, is when we get to write it down. Okay, when we get to write it down, okay, and we engrave it in something. All right, so we write it down and we put measurements, we put all the things. That's the thought world in its solid form when it's written, because out of those written instructions, all those measurements and everything, all the schematics and blueprints, you are able to make a statue of the thought. Understand? Everything that you bring in the market is now a statue of that thought that was written down, and that was the solid position. And that was the one that really makes everything, the solid thought that you wrote up on a piece of page, or that you recorded on a recording instrument, on a flash drive, whatever thought that can direct somebody, that's inscribed on a flash drive, on a piece of paper, in a computer, that is a solid thought that can take care of everything else that's going to come out of it. And so therefore, everything that you get and you make from the dust is only a statue that's paying homage to all that thought in solid form. You understand? So everything else is nothing but a statue to it. It's like a memorial to it. So you get to make memorials to it. But the real solid thought that is written down for the instructions and schematics, that's the thought. So the thought world, the Mahashava world, is found in 3 states, just like the physical world. In the gas state, it's the thoughts that are inside your head. All the thoughts are running day and night. In the liquid state are the words that you get to utter from the thought world. The words that you say are the liquid state of the Mahashava world. And the things you get to write down or record or engrave someplace, that is the solid state of the thought world. Because all these things, the liquid form of thought, you can say it to an animal, and a parrot might get to repeat a couple of words, but they don't really understand what you're trying to say, They don't really understand that. It's only human beings that will understand you. So the thought world is something that is just unique among human beings that understand alphabets, okay? And so you also, everything that you write in a solid paper and a thing to be instructions, guidelines, also you can show it to all the animal kingdom and they're not going to be able to follow them because they don't understand the world of thought, neither in its solid state or in its liquid state when it's orally spoken. So orally speaking words is the thought world in the liquid state, and written is also in a solid state. So animals of no kind, insects, are not going to be able to understand that. Jimmy the Cricket may say it in a cartoon, but he's not able to understand what you're presenting to it. All this cartoon may sound intelligent because we put voices to them, but no animal, no insect understand that. Only human beings have the capacity to live in the world of the thought, and the world of the thought is what runs everything. You understand? So this is the thing to understand. So that's why it says, so lo, this only have I found, that God had made man upright. I mean, that was perfect for what? Perfect to be in the Mahashava world. Okay? Perfect to function for the Mahashava world, to be able to present, to have the gas thoughts, the gas state of the thought, which is all the thoughts that he has to have every day, and to be able to produce liquid. Liquid thoughts are oral speaking words. Oral words are liquid thoughts, because they're offering solutions in this world. And then the solid form of it, when it's written down, that's a thought. All books are thoughts in the solid form. But everything at the end of the day is a thought. Thought of thoughts, all are thoughts. So all thoughts in this world are found either in a gas state, in a liquid state when you say them, or in a solid state. But everything is a thought. Because all of that, when it's in a solid state and you pick up a manual, it's telling you thought or the world of the gas, how to put it together, how to take it in, how to memorize it, put your skills, use your soul as a surrogate mother to conceive and get the idea and the project going. So then you're able to become a 3D printer in this world. You take the input of the instructions, you're able to become a 3D printer and print out whatever is in that solid formation of thought. You understand? So at the end of the day, that's what everything is. Okay, so let's not separate it. Thought is a thought. Whether it's been written, it's still a thought. Whether it's spoken, it's still a thought. And whether it's just in your head, still a thought. But a thought is a thought. Okay? I bet you there's nobody that has ever broken down that way. But I'm asking you to argue against me. A thought is a thought. Whether it's in a written form, whether it's spoken, a thought is a thought because it's all analyzed by the world of the Mahashaba. Your thought world interprets it, it rationalizes it, puts it together, and there's Hagma Binadar, that means wisdom, understanding, and knowledge taking place within you. And all of that is the currencies that allow you to make the best things in life. All right? So that's why we have to go through all of that. So at the end of the day, that's why we aerial, Voltairean, polymorphin. That means we adapt any shape of any manual that we read. Okay? That's why we can be so many things by the knowledge that we possess. And that's why you are in this world. You adapt everything of any knowledge that comes your way. You know, the governing operations director, or the guide operation director, the God of this world, because, you know, the one that's giving you guidance is the one that you have to follow. So everything has a manual, which is your governing operations director, G-O-D. That manual becomes your God, because to guide you, you know, guidance, you know, of directions, G-O-D. And so depending on that manual, you adapt, and then you're concerned, you know, with whatever you make out of that manual. So you can adapt everything. At the end of the day is what you get to process and do the more. Your trade consists on what you function to do the most constantly, okay? So that's what it is with God. So these are the things that we have to understand. So understand that the physical world is found in three states. That means solids, liquids, and gases. Okay, that's how the physical world is found. And also the same thing applies to the thought world. The thought world is found in solids, liquids, and gases. And the solid thought is a thing that has been written down. That's a solid idea that is not going to go anywhere because it's been printed down, it's been engraved, okay? And then when you say it, you know, it's just like water flowing, because it's just flowing out of you. Once you said it, you just went out. It's just like water that flows, you know. You're not retaining. That's why it's liquid. And you're offering solutions to the world. And when it's just in your head, that's in a gas state. So thought that is in the mind, in the head, is thought. Thought that's spoken, that's a thought. Thought that's written, that's a thought. So we don't get away from the Mahashaya world. So that's why I help people, when they're separated like that, they discredit the world. They don't realize how powerful the world of thought is. So at the end of the day, everything is thought. Because people have to use manuals, and manuals are nothing but solid thoughts being presented to society. Okay, people have to speak them out, give conference, and that is nothing but liquid thoughts being given to the world. And finally, you got to get and think there and analyze what you're hearing and thinking. That is gas, the world of thought. So the whole world of thought reigns supreme. You understand? Because that's the one that's running everything. He's running everything either in his gas form, or in the liquid form, or in the solid form. But at the end of the day, the Mahashaya world is the kingdom that runs all of mankind. And it's a supernatural to me, because it's something that is happening and we just take it for granted, you know. But there's no way of physically measuring a thought. You know, like I gave you last time the pictures, how thought can make you feel heavy, you know, like this guy with a big head carrying, you know. Let me see if I can find that one, because that's good to remember that one. So that the thought has a way of, let me see here. Okay, yeah, let me get you. All right, let me see here. Thought world. Okay, ZT world. People can find it. Give me a second. TW, so that will be here. Where did I put it? Okay. Here we go. So this one I was talking about. Remember that? So the heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. Okay? So thoughts, at the end of the day, thoughts are the ones that are either making you sick or making you healthy. Because a thought may not be able to be weighed on a balance. We don't able to take it, you know. Even if we spend 3 days recording all the worries that we ever had, you know, that made us feel like the weight of the world was on our shoulders, and we finally got a therapist that was able to listen to us for 36 hours straight, you know, or 72 hours, that's 3 days, right? 72 hours straight, and we felt that we left So all this recorded material will not weigh anymore. You know, the US drive that was just going to have the same weight on it because it's not physically. You may have a feel you're heavy because you're so delicate to as a sensor for thoughts that a thought has a weight. You know, if it's concerning certain things that you value in this world, you know, because your eyes are off of your creator. So there's a way in which thoughts can seem heavy to you, but they don't have any physical weight to be proven that they are heavy. Only you feel them. So, but that's how it is. So we have these thoughts, this reality is coming through us, and it's important that we line up ourselves with the right book that is giving us the right thoughts that makes us understand who we are in the light of the alphabet of creation. And then he puts us on top of things and understand that the true economy for which were created, which is the aerial economy, has always been there. People have gone through this life and never realized that they were participants in the air economy, you know, in the breath economy. Completely oblivious to it because nobody teaches it. But that's the one physical thing that you process the most. And at the end of the day, you don't even realize. You don't even thank God for every single breath that you take. You know, at least every day you should thank God at least 10 times a day for every breath that you're able to take. God, nobody thanks God for that. That is not thought. So don't take for granted the respirations powers, you know, the processing of respiration powers, because that's taken for granted Yud Hevav. So you're saying his name every time you speak, but sometimes say it in your head too. You know, all the thoughts should also be focusing. Now my thoughts are always constantly focused on him. That's all it is now. Nothing else deters me from him. I mean, that's all I think about. You know, how to see him, to present him, to speak about him, and how he does it. Everything is just to make him understandable to the world, you know. And that's what I want you to think. And so there's some people here, you know, so in the thought, they're imagining everything, the work, everything they do in the world is done in the thought world. Okay? Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts. So people that are not use Torah, their thoughts are unguarded thoughts, and that can harm them. The thoughts of Torah, they just enrich you, empower you. One nation under control. If you're not on the Torah control, somebody else is pushing your strings. And so everything is done in the world of thought. Okay? You name everything, you classify everything, you name the world, you relate to the world, you project into the world, and you do everything in this world because of the thought world. Okay? So the earth is one giant power plant, you know. Well, we are here in this world, we're rooted in the thought world, and there's nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. All right, the things that I gathered the last time. Okay, for the world of thought. All right, and then this one: you are what you think, and with your thoughts you make the world. And that's true, because when you realize that the thought world or the Mahashaba world is found in 3 states, and there ain't no denying it. You know, a written book is a thought in a solid form. A spoken word is a thought in a liquid form. And something that is just in your head is a thought in a gas form. All right? So with that, with all those thoughts in the 3 different stages, that's how the world is made, is kept, and is kept going. So that's why you understand that the sages say that God makes the world every single day. And that's true. Because ain't no milvado. Everything is from the alphabet. Everything comes from an alphabet. Alphabet means father. It means the father and founder of everything. So there's nothing but the thought, nothing but the alphabet guiding everything at the end of the day. And that's where we have that united. That's what we unite. That's what we come together. You understand that this is what makes us one. What makes us one major, you know, administration. Ehad, the strong, secure system. That's what Ehad means. The word Aleph, you know, Het, and Dalet. A strong, secure system. I like the 3 S's. Okay, because it's a system that keeps all things new, renew, restore, refresh. All of that comes from the Mahashaba world. Okay, and the Mahashaba world in its 3 states, circulating. You know, because once something is in a solid state, like, you know, when something falls to the ground and the ground is solid, and then you begin, a neophyte, a person that is brand new and never read the book, you know, opens the book, which is the thought in a solid form. What happens to that thought that is in a solid form? It rises up, like the water that has been, the ground that has been drained, you know, because when it falls in a book, that means the thought fell down on the ground and became solid. But when a neophyte opens it up, the person that has a soul, that is like the gas rising again and it's going to the people's mind. So everything is in circulation. So just like the earth, circulates. So also in the third world, in the three states, that is happening constantly. See, I couldn't have understand this if I had not engaged into understanding the name of Yud-Heh-Vav. That's what led me from one thing to the next. And this is the thing that it says in Isaiah 52. The Isaiah 52 is exactly for what I'm doing. It blesses the job, the career that I've chosen for myself. It calls it a beautiful career. And at the end it says that what I'm going to do with this career, I'm going to tell the nations of the world something that they had not seen before. Something that they have not considered. Okay? And so let me, I'm going to just put my words, so let me just show you what I'm talking about. This is very important here. Let me see if I can share with you guys here. So Isaiah chapter 52, because he's talking about how beautiful the career. We're talking about the feet is like Gimel, the career. You have a career, the feet dedicate to your walk in life, what your walk in life is all about. So let me show you here from Isaiah chapter 52. All right, let me read this to you. All right, let's see here. Yes, okay, we're still on. All right, let's see. Let me take out this stuff here. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city, for henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Okay? Shake thyself from the dust. That was, leave behind the world of the dust. Do not have attachments there. It's all only a Disneyland to you. Do not take it seriously. Shake thyself from the dust. Arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. Isaiah 52 verse 3. For thus saith the Lord, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. Because what I'm telling you, I am bringing this to you, and I'm charging. You cannot get it with money, because Chokmah B'nai is the currency that God uses. Chokmah B'nai, which means wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, is the only currency that a creator uses to bring something new. He has to come up with an idea, package it together and everything. Money just comes along as a cheerleader. Make more of that, as an encore. But it's not the one doing it. So at the end of the day, to get an understanding of what I'm saying, that's what's going to do it. Chokmah B'nai is going to do it. So you're going to get this understanding, not through all the billions that Jeff Bezos has, or all the trillions that all the economies of the 80 trillion world economy of the world, they can give you all the money of all their economies. They are not going to be able to give you this understanding and this speaking to the reality that I'm speaking to you about. This is what puts me above everything else and above everybody else in there. You understand? Because it's something that only Torah directly has taught it to me. By me digging day and night into it and finally being open now, especially right on time for what we're going through right now. So that all the people that want to take the credit for, doing their CBD currencies in the central bank digital currencies and want to fool the world into thinking that that's where everything comes from, they're going to meet quite a disappointment with all of this, because this lesson coming right on time to enlighten the peoples of the world as to how things are done. But thus saith the Lord, ye have sold yourself for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. Because only to keep track of 14 pounds of what keeps you alive, which is what you eat and drink, and then just pay attention to all the processed foods, which are only but replacements, that are life drainers. That is to live for nothing. That is to live for 0.0635% of yourself. 0.0635% is like less than a penny. You're less than nothing. Okay? So then that's not what the Bible says. You sold yourself to just be aware of 0.0635% of yourself. That's nothing, man. What happened to the other 99.9365% of yourself? You completely ignore that. And that's where you do the most good. And you're completely unaware of it. So you saw yourself to you be aware of something that is only 0.0635% of yourself. You saw yourself to not. Okay, but you're going to be redeemed. That is going to be rectified. You're going to be resurrected to your true economy by Hagma Ben Adah, by wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So that is the alphabet of God's currency, not the currency of this world. Okay, it says, Isaiah 52, for thus saith the Lord, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause. Now therefore, okay, let me see there. Now therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught, that they rule over them, make them to howl, saith the Lord, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. That's what I'm talking, because they call themselves, the believers of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, they call him Hashem. That's another thing. Hashem just means name. And I know they do it out of reverence for not saying Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. But the thing is, you never get to study. That's why I feel that God made it so easy for me to discover this, because if I had been raised in a Jewish family, I would still be blind, because they are not allowed to even think of that name. You know, that was just for a special occasion. Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is not pronounced. But since I was born in a different setup, and I'm been an interpreter for 40 years now, you know, that which is forcing me to dig into the understanding of words and the meanings of words. So God raised me in that position because He wanted me to just dig and get into the, you know, the nitty gritty of every word, of every letter, and that's what I became, you know, and then therefore I was able to search it. So to me, it's easier the way God said it, left it out for me, because, you know, He left it so nobody wanted to touch that. I can't touch the name of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, too holy for me. I call Him Hashem. I call Him the name, you know, which is fine. It's good to show reverence. I have nothing against that. It's good to show reverence. So better to just say that if you don't really know what the name means, okay? But if you know what it means, hey, by all means, hook up brother up. You know what I'm saying? Hook everybody up to their true reality, to the best spiritual version of themselves that they can find, man. That's what I'm doing, okay? So, but if you don't know the meaning, that's why you get to blaspheme the name. But it says Isaiah 52:6, therefore my people shall know my name. You understand what I'm doing? I'm bringing the knowledge of that name. Okay, shall know my name. Therefore they shall know that I am He, that I am He that doth speak. Behold, it is I. You're going to get to understand from the Mahashava world and from the things that I'm telling you that everything has been done by the word of the Aleph Bet, by the word of the Mahashava world, from the Father of all things. Okay? And even though you abandoned His knowledge, He was there all along. And then this verse starts here. I love this verse. This is for what I'm doing. Okay? And how beautiful, it says, upon the mountains. I mean, upon the mountains, okay? What's upon the mountains? What's above the mountains? The clouds. So the cloud technology is coming on top of the mountains, because it reaches everything across the world. It keeps all mountains. And mountains here is referred to corporations, to businesses, to people that are in charge, of authorities that are in charge of jurisdictions. That's how the Bible refers to mountains and hills. The mountains and hills will clap their hands. All this thing refers to people that are in a top of authority position, you know, in a heavenly position to run people. So that's mountains and hills represent governances, okay? And so, but I come in the clouds. I'm upon the mountain, okay? So I have taken upon myself, okay, to bring this business of functionality, you know, out from the cloud that can be on top of all the mountains. All the mountains can receive it. All the governments, all the administrations, all of them can get it via the clouds, okay? So it says, and says, how beautiful upon the mountain are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings. That means functional. The news of functionality. Good to stop. That means bring news of functionality. Okay, things that are useful, functional. So we're going to teach you how to love, to just be a functional being in this world, because at the end of the day, that's why you have to be in a company. You got to be functional or you get fired. So we got also. You're functional for the air. As long as you're alive, you're being functional for the breath. You're participating now without in your own blindness. Okay? But in the companies of the mule, you have to be functional there as well. But functionality is what you got to love the most. And then you understand that that's the only thing that you're able to do with Hagma Binida. You be functional for all things. So that's the thing. You bring it that. So he brings it functionalities that publish it peace. The word peace is shalom, which means also abundance. When there's abundance, when all you collect is knowledge, when all you collect is wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, you can make a million things of everything because you're the one that generates it, because you have the knowledge. And therefore, when there's abundance of things, there's no war. When everybody's just making all that they can, all the skills, there's abundance. And then when there's abundance, when everybody has as much as they can get, there's no war. Okay? And so if everybody has a fellowship of sharing Hagma Binida, so the abundance is going to increase. So that's published. It says, publish it peace that bringeth good tidings of good. Good news of functionality. Directly is telling you. It brings you good news of heart so you to remain functional and to love to be in the state of functionality in this world. So that's what. That publisheth salvation. And salvation means that you're complete. Okay? Here you were in this world, only aware of what you eat and drink and of all the other fake food that have been processed. That means you were only aware of your 0.0635% of the things that keep you alive, and everything else has been replaced by facades and fake things. And of the rest of your aerial existence, of the air and all that you do in there, you were completely ignorant of that. So once Yud-Heh-Vav's name comes along and describe what he's doing to you and how he has run everything, guess what? The other 99.9365% is added unto you. And that's what the word salvation means. You're complete. You're whole. You're completely full of health. There's no part of you is missing. The complete body is now there. Okay? You had it all the time. You were completely blind to it. A lot of people come to this world going, and they're never aware of their aerial existence. They're never aware of this. Much less of the Mahashava world. They live in the midst of the Mahashava world, and they do not know the dynamics of the brain, of the world of the alphabet. They do not know the dynamics of the breath. So once you know the dynamics of the breath, how the breath operates and how you operate in it, and how the dynamics of the brain operates and how you operate in it, then what you are saved, you're complete, you're whole, you're nothing is lacking. So that's what salvation means. I mean, you're no longer just living in a fraction of yourself, with complete amnesia for the rest of who you are, because that's how the world is lost. It's lost in complete amnesia. Okay? Complete like a demented person. All the things they say for the mule and exalting the mule, like that's the greatest thing there is in life. When God looks at that, it says, he that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. They have no idea what they've been missing. Okay? So it says, the published salvation that said unto Zion, thy God reigneth, thy God ruleth, thy powers, thy intellect, thy skills, thy faculties, thy expertise, that's what rules the world, because that's all got to do with the word powers, your authorities, your jurisdictions, everything that you get to master by words, that's what rules the world, that's what reigns over the world. Okay? Then it says here, thy watchmen shall lift up the voice, with the voice together shall they sing, for they shall see eye to eye, then the Lord shall bring against Zion. All right, then Zion's gonna come back. Okay, but it says, break forth into joy, sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem, for the Lord had comforted his people. He had redeemed Jerusalem, that the city of peace. Jerusalem is the city of abundance. So once we all love Hagma Binida, and we understand that's the only currency that matters, that makes us celestial beings, okay, then therefore we are the city, because this is comprised of the people in it. Then we are the city of abundance. And then that name of Jerusalem is living up to his name, not the confusion is going over there in Israel that they cannot form governments, right? I think that the fifth attempt to form a government and it has failed, because they don't have this understanding. And God is ready to put his real kingdom in there, not the fake one that we have been lived under, because God's about to bring his reality to bear upon the world. So it says, the Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. Because what he's doing, we give him his understanding, is for the whole world to see what they've been missing. Okay? Well, this is the understanding that they've been missing. They don't understand how big of a giant you are. Imagine that you knew from the very start your weight in this world is always going to be 22,014, because it's the weight of what you get to process, all the living materials that you get to process every day that makes you be a living entity in this world. You know, the living water that you drink, the living solids of fruits and vegetables and all that you drink, and the living air of oxygen and everything that you take in, that is what keeps you alive. So that's what you get to process. 22,014 pounds of that every day, and that's the math of God. That's how he keeps you alive, how he keeps you going. You understand? And so therefore you take in consideration all the trees that are participating in that, all the animals, all the flesh. So your awareness of the whole world enhances. You know, you're not just a little insane in the membrane, just watching over my skin and all that I eat and drink and that's it. No, you like expand it. Okay, the whole world, you this giant, because you realize, hey, my processing weight every day, 22,014 pounds, man. I'm processing 11 tons every day. That's my weight, you know. This knowledge has not been given to anybody in the past. Nobody has ever heard it before. It's new to me too. You know, I just discovered because I've been digging on Torah. So, you know, I just put two and two together. The whole thing is connecting. I use my math skills. I use my investigation skills, my scientific method skills, everything that I have in me, I put it together. So at the end of the day, then people can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I told the air, ruach, which means air, but it's translated spirit. I thought that was something that had nothing to do with the air here. No, everything is in the physical. Everything is in the here and now. Your Mahashaba world is here. Everything is in the here and now. I'm not taking you any place. I'm not taking you to a heaven that you don't know where it is. I'm not taking you to another dimension. I'm keeping you where you're at and just having expand your awareness, my friend. You just expand and see all the horizon now. See how big of a giant you are as an aerial Thotharian. You know, how you blend this to this magnificent oneness of the Mahashaba world. And that runs everything with the alphabet, okay? So, says, oh, this is salvation of our God, that it says, depart ye, go ye out from hence, touch no unclean thing, go ye out of the midst of her, be ye clean, that bear the vessels of the Lord. For ye shall not go, okay, here we go. For ye shall not go out with haste, nor go by flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your reward. You know, you'll be protecting you back and from the front and the back. Okay, but I love this part here. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently. He shall be exalted and extolled and be very high. As many as were astonished at his visage was so marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. But look at this. It says, so, okay, I like this part. So shall he sprinkle many nations. The kings shall shut their mouths at him for that which had not been told them. Okay? Shall they see? They want to see it with the understanding. Because it's better to see something with understanding, because when you're understanding, you can put it together and you can communicate it. So that's the best way to see something. Not with just physical eyes. Understand that the world has had their physical eyes and they still have missed out on this. It is through Torah's understanding that I'm able to see this. And once I say it, it cannot be negated. Because this is high order wisdom. It says, so they shall see it, and that which they had not heard, because this has not been heard before, they're going to ponder. They're going to consider it now. Okay, because I dare you to go and tell me that I'm not right about what I'm saying. This whole world, we have it in the here and now. Okay, the whole of the supernatural world of the Mahashaba, you know, that cannot be measured with physical instruments, is with us. And that Mahashaba world, we know now that everything is the thought. It's in a solid form if it's written down as a blueprint. It's in a liquid form if we're speaking it out. And it's in the gas form if it's only inside of our heads. Okay, but that's what the whole world thought means. Okay, so at the end of the day, everything is in the world of thought, and only human beings with a soul are able to be the domain of the powerhouse of the alphabet, and are able to have this access to the world of thought that gets to have everything done with it, with the world of thought in 3 states, and also in the world of the physical world. So we're understanding all of us. So this is our economy for which God made us. You understand? And so let me take this out. Okay, let me make sure that I don't take out the wrong thing out here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Am I doing this right? Close. Come on. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. So let me take this one out too. And let me go to what we had here. So then, this one thing I know, God made me, you see? It says God made me to be perfect for the alphabet, perfect for the world of thought. And we have proven ourselves that we are great in the world of thought. We put that thought in a solid form, we write it down, we liquefy the thought when we speak it. That's the thought offering solutions, so that's the liquid form of the thought. And when we keep it in our minds, we have it in the gas state. So at the end of the day, that's what we were perfectly made for, okay? So then we had to go and create another economy, all right? But let me just to make a quick review of what I was teaching you the last time with this one, okay? Let me see here. Okay, here we go. Okay, just to remind you, because I have the numbers here, so we can look at it again. Let me see. All right. Can we see it there? Let's see. Yes, I think we can see it. All right. Yes. Okay. Says, okay, I'm just going to read this back again as a way of reminding from last week, okay? And then we're going to keep going. It says, went to your 0.0635% of your humanity, because that is the 14 form of liquid food and solid food that we concentrate on every day, that we process every day. That when you're just paying attention to that, and that's your only source of life that you're really getting, because you're getting it from fruits and vegetables and the water that you drink. You know, some of you don't even get that because you drink all kinds of soda, you drink all kinds of contaminated stuff. But those of you that do, you know, at least to keep a little bit of life, you know, that's the only keeping track of 0.0635% of your humanity for life that's circulating in you, the solids and the liquids that are circulating in you, okay? And so when to that you add the awareness of the other 99.9365% of your aerial existence, because everything else is what you do with the air, the 22,000 pounds of air that you get to process 24 hours, 22,000 pounds of respiration that make you a respirationaire. You know, when you connect to all of that and you realize what kind of a physical giant you are, that's how many pounds you process every day, and that's the body that gives you life. So you have to process a body that gives you life and also takes the life that you give, because understand, 22,000 pounds of air come inside of you. You take only 25% of the oxygen that you need. You send it out with carbon dioxide, and you send food for the plants. Okay? So you get to send also the 22,000 pounds, you get to send them out with food for other species. Okay? So you are participating in the process of resurrection. Okay? The all-inclusive resurrection, which is what air is, all-inclusive resurrections. You are partaker of that. And okay? You are in this economy. Okay? And so when you realize that, you know, you have incremented your knowledge, you know that you're participating in something way bigger, and the world has kept you blind to that. Okay? So then that's one thing I explained the other day. This is to me the way I see it. That in this right now, the 0.0635%, you know, it's like doing the 613 mitzvahs plus the 22 letters of the alphabet. When you add the 613 mitzvahs, which is the reminders in this world, mitzvahs are solutions to connect to his breath. That's what a mitzvah is. A solution to connect to his breath, or to connect to his essence of becoming aerial. Okay, so when you the 613 mitzvahs that we were left, Jewish people especially, were left here in this world to pursue and make a life, and everything surrounded around that. And then the 22 letters of the Aleph Tav, that's 635. Interesting, right? And now when you look at the other amount, the 99.9365%, okay, in the Bible, the word emet, okay, the word emet is truth. It's for truth. And it takes the Aleph, the first letter, and the letter that's in the middle, the mem, and the letter that's at the end, the tab. So you take the first letter Aleph, the letter that goes like in the middle, the mem, and the tab. And when you add them all up, I believe it's like the Aleph is numerical value 1, and the mem is numerical value of 40, okay, and the tab is numerical value of 400. So when you add 400 to 40 and 1, that's 441, okay. That's how it is, with when you do this gematria of numbers. But when you have a three number like that, you can add them all up, and that will also become the last common denominator on the gematria numbering. So when you add the 4 plus 1, that's 9. Okay? So 9 is the number for truth. It's the numerical value of emet, of truth. Okay? So in my percentages, I have three best, my numerical, I have 3 9s. So it's truth, truth, truth. So what I'm giving you here, the 613 plus the 22 letters, is added to the rest of it. It's going to be the truth, 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 3 times truth, for the 365 days of the year that you have to do it. You see? So even in that, I just discovered this after I gave you the sermon last week, because I'm always going back and say, whoa, I had that done a calculation, didn't realize that he was telling me that in the numbers. So the numbers have a message. So 9 is the number, the numerical value of emet. Understand? That's the numerical value of that when you round it off to the last common denominator, okay? It's the numerical value of truth. So here we have 3 9s. Truth, 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 for 365 days of the year. That's what you do every year. You get to process this. 14 pounds, and then 22,000 pounds. And I put it the whole breaking down, because what I did, the way I did to find the percentages, I just figured out that that's how much, being generous, how much we do. As I show you the video where it says that we do about 11,000 liters, and I reduced that to pounds to make it easy for us. But it says 11,000 liters a day as being bred. So I put, let's put it pounds, so we double that, be 22,000 in pounds. And so I came up with that, and I figured food, let's say about 4 or 5 pounds of solid food that we eat, and 9 to 10 pounds, of liquids that people drink, because people drink sodas, coffee, all kinds of liquids that they drink. So in any case, at the end of the day, that's what you're circulating you're circulating that, So, and then I did the math. So you find the percentage of what's 22,000 compared to 22,000 compared to 22,014 is 99.9365%. And 14 pounds compared to the 22,014 is only 0.0635. That's how I came up with those figures, you see. And then as I was studying, I realized, hey, in 635, you find the 613 mitzvahs and 22 letters of the Aleph Tav. Wow. Go figure, I was surprising myself. God is guiding me, but at the same time, He surprises me. So, I said, wow, interesting. And then last week after I realized the 999, that numerical value of truth. So it's true, true, true for 365 days of the year. You know what I'm saying? God, that always amazes me, man. I get almost into the word. So I become sensitive to every connection there, numerical values, everything. And so that's a maximum. So 99.9365%, is what you've been missing. So now put that together, that's 100% of your being there in the physical. So that's what I want it to be. I make you a whole percent physical, including the air processing that you do, the liquid processing that you do, and the solid processing that you do. So I'm here to make you complete, my friend. That's your salvation. That's your completeness in the physical thing. And now I'm taking you to the mashable world, the world of the brain. that you found in three different states of the world of the brain. So you understand? So this, what it means, this is the book that I'm writing, which is going to be a chapter in my book now. Because the main title is going to be Shama Shamar. It means listen and hear and adhere, or hear and revere. Because that's what you need to do with the Word of God. Hear and revere, which actually also the names of my name of my first son, Shami Sebastian. Sebastian means venerate, and Shami, he ended up calling himself Shami. Though I had named him Shamgar, but everybody that used to address him, they would say Shami or Shamar. They will call him Shamar because they were not aware of the name Shamgar. The Shamar sounds like a black name for Lamar, so people call him Shamar. So they were calling him Shema and Shamar, which means hear and treasure, or hear and keep. We translate keep, but it's to hear and cherish and treasure. So with that, realizing God has guided me from a long time ago, He guided me so that I will name my firstborn after the title of what this book is going to be at the end of the day. This is going to be the title, Shema and Shamar, because that's what God wants the whole world to do. So I always been asking for that. So that's what I'm going to name. And so in the very firstborn that I had, I put that name there. I was just thinking of the meaning of Shamgar, the judge, because Shamgar means always ready, wine bearer, like the one that tasted something before the king did, so it was a wine bearer, also means always ready. So I thought for this generation, he better be, able to be ready for all situations. So that's why I thought of that name, also because he was strong. Next to Samson, Shamgar was another strong person, just like Samson. So I thought, and he is very strong, but I had no idea that I was going to end up being what he called himself, because people could not call him Shamgar. He said, you can call me Shami, and that's the diminutive of Shema, like you hear, but in a loving way. So he called himself Shami. He gave himself Shami, and then they used to call him Shamar as well. So they also supposed to call him Shamar. So, but when I found out his second name is Sebastian, because I was my favorite composer, Johann Sebastian Bach. I still like his music, Johann Sebastian Bach, and then so I thought I'd name him Sebastian because of Johann Sebastian Bach. That's why I put Shamgar Sebastian. But when I go look up the name Sebastian, it means to venerate the venerable one. So it means to revere somebody. So it also has the word that goes along with Shamar. So with that, that's how God works behind the scenes, man. He's running the whole show, you know what I'm saying? So he set me up from the very beginning to definitely I was going to represent all of this for him. So that's going to be the main title of my book. That's definitely, I'm not changing it because that's it. I mean, what more proof I want? I already put it in my son, So that's going to be the title. And this is going to be the main chapter that we're going to open with. Chapter 1 is going to be the A, 5 A's. I give it an A plus to each one of the books of the Torah. The 5 books get an A from me. But it starts for the AA 22,014 Original British Pound CEO's Torah, which it means, let me read it here, the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all 22,014 Original British Pounds, CBDCs, and this stands for Hagma Bineda currencies, or I'm even calling it celestials now, because everything circulates in the heavens. Hagma Binedi, CBD Caesar, which means Hagma Bineda currencies, empowering one sky. Because we're all under the same breath, under the same sky, we all share the air. So Original British Pounds CEO's Torah, this the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all 22,014 original British pounds. And I explained to you the word British, comes from the 2 Hebrew words, Brit, which means covenant, the covenant, the pact of the covenant that was made, and Ish means men. So a covenant person, or the men of the covenant, is what the word British means. Brit is covenant, and Ish is man. That's 2 Hebrew words. So it is the original covenant persons pounds. Hagma Bineda currencies, or celestials, I call them also. Muhammad, because it's all in us. All of that is in the Mahashava world. We retain all this currency within us. So it's crypto because it's hidden in our world, inside of our Mahashava world. It's cryptocurrency. Crypto means just hidden currency. So that's the real cryptocurrency that matters. The Hagma Bineda currencies. Empowering one sky, Then trailblazing operational respirations advancing humanity. So that's what STORA stands for. Trailblazing operational respirations advancing humanity. Because in those respirations, what do you have? You have resuscitations. You get to have new life for the body. You get to send new life to the plants. So as the resuscitations are going on, renewal is going on, restoration is going on, refreshings are going on. So in the process of the respiration powers, all these things are taking place 24/7. The refreshings of the cells, new life is coming in, resurrections of the cells, resuscitations of the cells, restorations, of everything that has died. All these things are taking with those respirations. That's what the respirations powers is. It's all these things that are happening in the process of our respiration. So the trailblazing operational respirations or rectifications or regulations, because the breath gets to regulate the body, all of that stuff. All of that is happening. So trailblazing operational respirations advancing humanity. Because taking you into this respiration is what is going to advance you, it's going to establish you. Okay, so I'm ascending you to your whole awareness of you are. I'm not ascending you to heaven. I'm not ascending you to a rapture in a cloud. None of that crap. I'm ascending you to the wholeness of who you are in the here and now, on all that you do in the here and now, on all that you're empowered to be in the here and now, and therefore that nobody else can bring anything to bring you down, because you're a giant in the eyes of Yud-Heh-Vav. You understand? He made you magnificent, my man, my man and my woman. All of you guys are this great. Not just the human beings of the ground. You're of the air. You're of the spirit. Because that's how he made you at the beginning. He made you of the Ruach. You became Neshama, means breath of life. You were of the Ruach. You were of the spirit. But then you decided to call yourself of the earth when you became Adamah, and they proclaimed that you're only of dust, thou art dust. Then you call yourself only human. Human means of the earth. You are an earthling. But I'm telling you that you're an aerial, Thotharian, polymorphin practitioner for the Aleph Beth. Okay, that's what you are. So I'm going to read this just one more time. I'm going to go to the end to talk to you about the currencies, and then we're going to end with that. Let me see how we do here. 10:16. Oh, okay. We've done a couple of hours already, right? Almost a couple of hours. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so let me just read it one more time. So this is going to be my first chapter that I told you. The AAAAA 22,014 original British pounds. British means covenant person or covenant man. It says CEO's Torah. And that means the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all. I'm saying that because I'm here to make the Torah be the book that is anointed. The word Moshiach means anointed. Anointed means you're putting oil on something. And oil has the functionality of floating above water. Okay? And the seas in the Bible is compared to the goyim, or the ayim, to the nations, to the people. The people of the nations. Goyim, those are the seas, or the people in the world. Okay? But when you put oil floats on top of the water. So therefore it can be considered the king. So I'm anointing the Torah as the only one that's been able to open up this understanding. I had gone through the New Testament. I couldn't get that understanding there. I had gone to the Quran. I wasn't able to get that understanding there. I had gone to the Bhagavad Gita. I couldn't get that understanding there. So I tried different books. I listened to a lot of YouTube science people. All these people have to say, none of them gave me this understanding. I went to Torah. Hey, completeness came to me. Wholesomeness came to me. And now I can share it with you guys. Okay, so therefore, I'm declaring this book, this Torah, as the one that is advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all. That's the functionality of oil. That's the Moshiach of books. That's the Sefer of Sefers, the book of books. Okay, the first one to begin with, okay? And so it's the one that opens you your whole understanding of all 100% of what you are in the here and now. ATP, who's down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. Who's down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. I couldn't finish translating that whole sentence. It's a little complicated for me, but I'm still working on it. Who's down with ATP? But that's what you are, an aerial Thotharian polymorphin practitioner, my friend, to the alphabet, right? And so that's why the whole thing, the advanced. So I'm proclaiming the Torah as the Moshiach, as the anointed Torah of all Torahs. above all the other Torahs, above all the other Sephers, and above everything, because it's the one that is opening our understanding so that we can present the best spiritual, the most spiritual, best version of ourselves. It's the only one that has been able is enabled me to do that for myself. I'm not going to be going to any other book after this. You understand what I'm saying? This is the only book of reference for me. Okay, that's that. My goal is by by 2230 to have it all memorized back and forth in the original, and to have it written down myself, because you're supposed to write it at least 3 times. That's my goal I'm working on, because that's going to be that is the book of books. No other book has opened that understanding to me. All right, so this is going to be, so that's why I gave it that A, to put it as the Moshiach, because the concern of David wasn't interested. The King David wasn't interested, and neither am I. I'm also called David, but my idea is not to rule the world. My idea is to have you share what I have. I have a great treasure in understanding this, so nobody can undermine me, and nobody can tell me something stupid before. So I want that, for you to have that strength. I want you to have it, everything. So that's why I say everybody, even the most feeble of them will be like David. Because I'm able to share with this program, with this HDTV, I'm able to share all this understanding and able to give it to you. So I just want you to share the same treasure, the treasure that cannot be hoarded. That once you have it, you can spend it and explain it to all your friends, and they get to have it, and you get to have it and explain it even better. That's the thing so at the end of the day, what I'm jealous of is for the name to be represented in the most highest position. For that name to no longer continue to be blasphemed. And that's what is my driving force, you understand? That was the driving force of David. That's why he wrote the biggest chapter in the Bible, Psalm 119, 176 verses dedicated, 8 verses dedicated to each letter of the alphabet, to the 22 letters of the alphabet. To each letter he dedicated 8 verses. He put acronyms, poems, the longest song, the largest song in the Bible, because the psalm is a song, and the largest poem, and the largest verse chapter of it is from David, honoring the alphabet, honoring the powerhouse. All right? That was what his treasure to him, and that's what my treasure to me is. Okay, that's why I have never taken in any ministry I've ever done, I have never gotten paid for anything. Everything has been either in exchange for something, or anything that has to do with ministries like this. I never accept pay, because to me, is the payment that I'm getting from the alphabet, from the powerhouse. Nothing in this world can do better than that. Okay, so that's why it is. So I give you that to ordain, to say that the Torah is the Sefer of Sefer, the book of books, of all of them, because it gives you 100% of your whole being. So it says above all 22,014. That's how much weight you process every day. Okay, original British pounds. I use the word pounds because that's how much they sell the air. It's what they do, but also pounds is a currency for England. Okay, and so that's plain words right there. But also it's in there. And CBDC is Hogma Benedat's currencies, empowering, and one sky is here for saying empowering. One is empowering ongoing newness enterprises or establishments, and sky stands for supernaturally keeping young. So if I were to read each one of these letters, one and sky, it will be the CBDCs, empowering ongoing newness enterprises, supernaturally keeping young, because that's the Mahashava world. The world of thought is supernatural. It's above the organic natural world, because it cannot be weighed, physically cannot have. So it's a supernatural thing going on, but it's inside of us. We know it exists. We know we can think. And we know that it's in solids and liquids and, in the gas formation. So all of that is in us. It's supernaturally keeping young, because with thoughts, you're able to make things new, restore, refresh, resurrect, regulate. All of that is with the thought world. So with the thought world, you do supernatural things. And all of the ability to do things in the here and now and do that is all supernatural. Supernaturally keeping young, trailblazing operational respirations, advancing humanity. So that's the whole thing at the end. So don't worry, I'm not going to test you on this today, but but I'm going to be repeating back and forth this, because this is something that's important. So that you get to do that. So you get to be still and lose fear of anything found in creation, because you fuse as one with the Creator, who happens to be your true life, that has never suffered any decay. decomposition or corruption. Everything in this world that you had an attachment to, that you call it your life, I cannot live without it, and it has died on you, has gone away, something has happened to it. You know, it's not that I wish that for anybody, but at the end of the day, the one that only gave you life, gave you existence, gave you a soul, gives you breath daily, is the one that has not been decomposing, that has not been in corruption, and that is the Aleph Beth of Torah. That's the father and founder. That's Yud Ave that keeps the whole process of the respiration powers alive 24/7. So nothing happened to him. So I'm trying to put you in good hands. So that's why, you know, when you fuse with him, you're not going to have any fear. You know, because the true life has never suffered any decay, completion, or corruption. And by loving him 24/7, you know, when you only love the Hakma Benedah with the Aleph Beth, and you want to behave like the air, resuscitating and resurrecting and restoring everything, you know, the world is filled with functionality. That's all the world is. A vast, you know, cornucopia of functionality. Because you want to make everything function. All right, so that's the thing at the end of the day. Now let me just go here to this thing. I'm going to share this other one, but not today, though, because today we're talking about this, the thing that we have established here in this world. And this is an interesting thing because I made here a house out of $100 bill. You know, like the people built everything with the money in this world, with the currencies of this world. They're about to go into CBDCs, that means central bank digital currencies. That's what they want to be. And so I put here in a circle, I put all the different symbols for all the different religions in the world. So you'll find, even in the small ones in here in the center, you know, you find all the different religions, from witchcraft, all kinds of things, Jewish, Islam, Taoism, all ones you can imagine are found in here, witchcraft, all the things. But all of them, they trust in the almighty dollar. They all use it for their transactions. They couldn't run their business without it. You know, they couldn't have any more of their teachings or propagate or no. Everything is backed up by the almighty dollar. You know, the 7 denominations that all religions believed in are the $1 denomination, the $2 denomination, the $5 denomination, the $10 denomination, the $20 denomination, the $50 denomination, and the $100 denomination. That's what all religions in the world believed in. And that's why they all run. Their business is based upon that. You understand? And so at the end of the day, this has been the facade. It has been the imposter. That has been nothing but a share leader. Money is nothing but a share leader or an encore. You understand? But it can look so pretty that he removes your attention from the one that's really doing it. You know, you're like with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, they had a whole show going for themselves. They were so pretty and so vivacious, you know, that people wanted to just enjoy them too, you know. But they're only cheerleaders. At the end of the day, the ones playing the game are the ones that are making things happen. So the ones that playing the game out on the field, making everything happen, is Hogma Benedah. That's the currency of all creators that makes everything, the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And then money comes along just as a cheerleader. Woo, that's great. Make some money of it. And people fall in love with the cheerleaders, you know. And that's why in this fake world, the people that make more money are not the ones that are the real, like the real doctors make some good money. But the ones that play a doctor in a movie, they make more money than that doctor. Ones that are fake doctors. So, you know, lawyers, hey, you know, they make pretty good money. But the ones that play the role of a good lawyer in a movie, they make more money than the lawyer. So everybody, the more fake you are, and the more good you can fake it, at least for a little while, you know, look good in the screen, the more money you get. So this world is the world of the Olam HaSheker, the world of lies. The one that can lie the better and just put the better show, that's the one that gets paid the most. Okay, that's how it works with this world. You know, so this whole world is sort of faking things. So there's all religions in the world believe in these 7 denominations. The 7 denominations that all religions count on to run their show, to run their religion, to run their themselves and the narratives, from the Islam to, you know, even the Judaism. I mean, I'm not knocking anybody out, but even the Jewish people use it. A lot of men are attached to it, you know. And so at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And if you are too attached to it, you're not aware, you're not able to see the whole thing now from where everything comes. But these are the 7 denominations. $1 denomination, $2 denomination, $5 denomination, $10 denomination, $20 denomination, $50 denomination, $100 denomination. They believe faithfully in it. They believe that their business will go under if they don't have it, if they don't accumulate enough of it. They're completely blinded by it. But what you've done is you just yielded your powers of the Chachma B'Nedah by thinking that that's what's doing everything for you. All right, so that's the problem that we have had at this time. So there's no such thing. And that. So now let me just explain this part. So what God made us upright, this one thing I know that God made us upright, is for the brain economy. Okay, for the brain dynamics, for the bread dynamics, and then what we end up choosing is the brick. Okay, and I'm going to explain that right now. The brain dynamic, which is the Mahashaba world, the world of the alphabet, that's what I call the boundless realities, Aleph Betisization, intelligently nurtures. Now, this is one word that I want to be introducing in my book that nobody else has heard before. And Aleph Betisization. It's like saying alphabetization. Alphabetization. Because it comes from the word alphabet and size. To size something is to measure something up. So since Aleph Bet means father, and to size something up to the father, to make sure that things measure up to being a father. So that's why I put those to alphabet and sized. To size something up to be an alphabet. To size something up to be a father. So I put those words together. So I put alphabetization is the science of making sure that all the alphabets that we speak in this world make us a producer, make us a founder, not just consumers, not just be echo chambers. So that is creating like a watchtower that we make sure that everything that we learn to speak is for us to be producers in this world. And we're not able to be producers of everything, but we're going to have fellowship with others that have, skills in different areas. That way all of us have it all at once. Okay, so then we make sure that we have the fellowship of producers in the whole world. And that's how we own everything, and that's we're on top of the world. That's why with the CEOs, everything is going to be divided through zip codes and everything across the world, and we're going to collect all the areas of all the producers. All right, so that's the whole idea. So then that way that you have everything, you have the fellowship of all the producers. All right, so that's when you have the brain, the boundless realities, alphabetization, intelligently nurtures. So when you have everybody trained to be a producer, that's an alphabetization process or alphabetization process. You are able to nurture, intelligently. You have intelligence and you're able to nurture everything. So the boundless realities, because everything has been made by the word, so all the monuments, everything that has come from the solid thought, from the books that is out there, the cars, the products, everything that has been made from the solid thought, which are the manuals or written books, all of that are boundless realities, because that's what the world calls a reality, everything that's made in this world, the physical world. All this boundless reality that the world worships right now, alphabetization intelligently nurtures it. The people that are trained to be a father and founder to all the things in the world, those are ones that intelligently get to nurture. All right, so this is the world. So God made us perfect for this. You understand? We're perfect to do that. That's why we're able to go to college, we're able to be trained, we're able to graduate. All of that is the process of Chachma B'Nedah, getting understanding, wisdom, and knowledge. All right, all of that's going to college and being trained to become an expert. Then when you get out of there, you have expertise, you have faculties, you have powers. That's how it means. That's the significance of Elohim. You have powers. All right, you're able to energize the world, and so all of that. And you also were made for in the physical world. So in the supernatural world, which is something that is above our nature, but is still within us, because our brain are nothing but an antenna to the Mahashaba world, the world of thought. It's a boundless realities, alphabetization, intelligently nurtures. That's the dynamics. That's what we do there. Now we're perfect for that, and also in our physical, for the air that we breathe, for the solid foods that we eat, and the liquid foods that we drink, we are bona fide resurrections, empowering all to healthfulness. Because with the air, we process in, we take in the oxygen, we give it out, we give out. So we are participating in these resurrections, the number one exchange that's happening, and empowering all to healthfulness. Okay, and and it's bona fide, it's proven. You can test it out. I mean, that is proven, undeniably so. All right. And then another thing that I was going to put here, I put here, God made us perfect for the or, which stands for light. I also pronounce or when it stands for skin. There's a difference in spelling in the Hebrew, but the same pronunciation. Or means light, or means skin. Like below here. Let me see if I can put it here. Let me see if I can. See here, or skin. So God made us, or which means light, for light amplification. For us to give us His light and understanding, and for us to be able to communicate and amplify that in the world. Because it says, the entrance of thy word giveth light. It giveth understanding unto the simple. So once we get the entrance of the dabar, the word enters inside of us, it lights up. Hakma B'Neidah comes to light. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge is prepared to do things then, So, and then you amplify that knowledge. You communicate it and it gets amplified. So that's what we were made. So we go to the Torah, which is made out of the skin of a goat or of a cow, the leather. And this is the skin, the only skin in the world from Torah. It is written on the skin that is able, once we read it, that word becomes light in our Mahashaba world. And we are able to amplify it, either through the solid form when we write it down, through the liquid form when we speak it, or we keep on amplifying as we understand it in our head. So that's what we were made for, significant of that. But when we went to the snake, it says that of all, it was the most naked animal in the field. It's translated as the more subtle, like it's wise or something. But the same word arum, go look it up. In the Hebrew is the word arum. It was the most arum animal of the field. Because in the field out there, every animal has a little bit of whiskers or a little bit of a little skin, with hair, a little hair on the skin, But snake, no hair whatsoever, no whiskers, no hair, it's completely naked. Okay, so of all the animals in the field, the snake is completely naked, it has no type of any hair covering, nowhere. Okay, so it was completely naked. So he, because that's when you understand when he ate of the fruit, and God came and asked him, tell him, why he was hiding, and says, I was naked, I was afraid. So who told you that they were naked? Who told you? Who showed you that? So the most naked animal. So when the serpent hired mankind, it was to cover up for that nakedness that he felt that he had. That was the problem with the serpent. He wasn't satisfied with his nakedness because he was the most naked animal in the field. So all the work of mankind has been dedicated to make coverings, all kinds of coverings for the nakedness. So everything that man make is only a covering. A house is a covering to cover him, to cover his skin. A car is a covering also for him. The coats that he wear, the clothes that he wear, everything is a covering. So he creates all kinds of coverings, okay? And so he's covering himself all the time. Okay, either inside of a house, inside of something, inside of an office. It's always under some cover. Because that's the whole idea of the Arum. He wants the solutions for his nakedness. So he wants all kinds of variety of coverings. That way you have all kinds of clothing. Hey, you can say, I'm not just plain naked. I have a lot to show. People can look at me for all the stuff that I wear, And so that's the mindset of the observant, to be so all in this world, we're only looking for skin accommodations. What is going to make my skin look good. And they don't realize that the light of the sun, when it hits your body, transform the cholesterol in your body in vitamin D, and vitamin D runs so many things inside your body, to regulate your body. And so when you deprive yourself of going out at least 20 minutes or 30 minutes every day and have the sun hit your skin, wear short sleeves so you can hit the skin, you're depriving yourself of the natural source of vitamin D. Because the sun has that ability to heal your body. But we have all these coverings. And so everything in this world of skin accommodations is nothing but a life drainer. Because at the end of the day, it's not giving you life, it's just draining your life little by little. And that's how this world dies. Because they're under the skin accommodations, following the Arum of the most naked animal, the most naked skin there was, which is the serpent. So they live for the skin accommodations. And that is to be in the brick. Okay? And that's to be in the brick, and that stands for BRIC is burdensome reminders, institutionalizing correctional knowledge. Okay, let me see if I can. It doesn't let me go all the way to the bottom. So sorry. Let me see here. Okay, let me show it this way. I think I can. I know it's not letting me do that. Oh yeah. Let me do this. Let's see. Let me see. Can I kneel it up? Okay. I can make it go up a little bit. Here we go. So you can see the thing here. So BRIC stands for burdensome reminders, institutionalizing correctional knowledge. Okay. So when people are not aware of their aerial, their existence, of the 22,000 pounds of air that circulates in them to keep them alive and for them to keep the rest of the world alive, when they're completely ignorant of that, they think that the whole world revolves around all the products that have come out in the mule, the man, power, health, aim economy. And so they go and gather them, okay? So two things happen in the mule, because the mule is not able to be like a mare. Mare is able to procreate itself, right? It's a man, it's multiply and replenish earth. That's what a mare is, M-A-R-E. He fulfills that acronym. He's able to multiply itself without burdening mankind. He doesn't ask you to do it for it. But the mule does. You want to create an industry of mules, you're going to have to be getting a horse and a mule, and an ass together all the time to be able to produce a mule. And it's going to be burdensome on you, because then once the mule is born, it cannot procreate itself. So the same with the products. We have to go someplace and put them together, all the products in the mule, a manpower, health, aim economy. It's not able to procreate itself. iPhones are not able to be planted on the ground and they can procreate themselves. None of that stuff. So in there, these two things that we do, we have to supply the power ourselves. We have to use our ingenuity. We have to use our Hagma Benedah to make the product and service, to follow the solid thoughts, which are the manuals, and to take it into ourselves and to circulate into, we speak it among each other, comes up with solutions, are able to render the product and service, and then we forget that we made those, and then we long to have those things that came out of the work of our own hands, as is going to be the one that's going to be taking care of us in this world. I can't wait to have that house. That's what's going to make me complete in this world. From where these houses came from their hands, from the works of the hands of men. You don't need to put yourself. The making of the house to be made needs to depend on you. It's depending on you. But that you have to be accomplished and have that. You have to have a car to show you accomplished something. And then you brag about all these things that are taking care of you. I have this car that does this for me. I have this house that does this for me. I have this vacation spot that does this for me. You're treating everything as if you're daddy and mommy. You're making God jealous. You're attributing, that's the thing that God hates. God doesn't hate all the work that He has, but that you worship the work of your hands. You are the Elohim in this world of the mule. Of all places in the mule, you are the powers that be. You are the one that is making everything. Do not humiliate yourself by thinking that there's something that they can do for you. You are the source of life for it. But that was these old religions you have done, They have made you depend. They have made you depend on all that matters is this physical body, on all the stuff that you eat and you drink. And this is the thing that you get to resurrect. So Christianity had you all completely oblivious to your real resurrection that is taking place 24/7, and it tells you a resurrection that it doesn't function. The resurrection that matters is the one that they're keeping you alive 24/7, and that's the resurrection of the air, the all-inclusive resuscitator. And you have Abe Hazard and he's working, and whether he, where he tells you that he keeps it going. Okay, but all these other religions are there just to deter you and to attribute some sort of value, to the 0.0635% of yourself, that you can easily be taken care of if you focus upon what God wants you to focus. And focus upon all the trees that are out there, the 300,000 edible plants instead of only the 200 that are given to you by industrialized nations. So you see, at the end of the day, this is what's going on. So God made you perfect for that. Okay, so let me put it here. For the breath economy also, okay? The bona fide resurrections, empowering all to helpfulness, that's what God made you for. And God also made you for the brain dynamics. The boundless realities, alphabetization, intelligently nurtures. All right, so we were perfect for this. But forgetting to do this, we went to the BRIC. The BRIC, the burdensome, that's what it became the burdensome reminders, institutionalizing correctional knowledge. So that's why in this world of the brick, because the things are dead. You know, it's not like when you have a pet, like a dog or a cat, they respond, you know, to the nice things. You speak nice to them, you caress their head, and, you know, they respond. They respond to your caresses, okay? But the things in the dead world, you can caress an iPhone all day long. It's never going to act like it's enjoying it. It's dead. So they don't have any reciprocating to do. So it's a very, it's a graveyard. It's all dead things. But you want to collect yourself all those dead things, okay? And so it's a reminder. So God makes it so that this world that you get attached to is going to die on you because it's dead already. It's going to malfunction. You know, it's not going to be always there reliable like you want it to be. It's always going to be disappointing you. Because at the end of the day, that's God correcting you. Look, you have to do it. You are a God in this world of mule, and you don't even see it. Look at how badly you have humiliated yourself. And then you forget that you are the one doing everything, and then you go and want to brag about all these things that have been made by the hands of other men because you're not in fellowship with anybody. That's how they fooled you. So you have humiliated, you have embarrassed yourself to no end. And you don't even blush. You know, you're so accustomed to humble yourself so much that way you don't even realize how bad you look. I said, you are my son. You are my celestial being. How come you're throwing yourself on the ground? You know, wallowing yourself on the mire, going in the dust. You know, like a pig that está revolcando por todos lados. Sorry, my Spanish came out. You know, like a pig, you know, that is just going or wallowing in the mire. Don't be like that. Don't let the products of the dust be something that you're so proud. You can enjoy them. You have access to them. You know, but they are depending on you. You are their Elohim. You are the powers and authorities over there. Stop that. So this whole thing, God makes it so this is a correctional facility. This whole world that you give yourself is a correctional facility because at the end of the day, a soul is immortal. A soul is a spark of the divine. And so when you are in the ore and the light of God, you are the spark. Okay, you are the energies. You are the powers. Okay, when you have the breath, you are in the wind power. Also all kinds of sparks. Electricity is going in. Your wind powers are going in inside of your body and inside of the dynamics. All this power and sparks, all this is part of what you are. But you want to abandon the sparks, you want to go into this, then you go into jail, my friend. So the brick economy is what the jail houses are made of, bricks, right? And that's why you're there, for burdensome reminders, because these are very burdensome. Because people grow in love with the work of their hands, and when it dies on them, you know, they suffer. You know, but your real life is Alabet, the other power. He's not decomposing. He's not being corrupted. He's still perfect. And that's the good news I have to tell you, my friend. All right? So at the end of the day, that's what we do. Okay? So remember that. And so there are more things I have to say here, but I'm almost at the end now. So all this was part of this, which I will say more next week. You know, and I put more colorful, you know, of all the denominations, all religions trust in 7 denominations. What are they? $1 bill, $2 bill, $5 bill, $10 bill, okay, and $20 bill, $50 bill, and $100 bill. The 7 denominations are all nations. But at the end of the day, who's got to make the money? The one that has the Hagma Birida and works at the factory to make money. Who's got to check that they're counterfeit or not? The one that has the Hagma Birida, you know. Who has to make all the products that money can buy? It's the Hagma Birida that is inside of all of our souls. You know, so all of that is happening, okay? So that's the thing to understand here. So this is the whole part of that, you know, and then so I put the whole world, because the whole world, you know, as it is right now, is nothing but a drop in a bucket or a dust in the balance compared to what God needs to make things. The Hagma Birida is everything to God. Understand? Everything else is nothing. And so, and I also have this one here. The other one was Hagma Birida, currencies or celestials. Okay? That's the one that does. And he's gonna try to, as best as they're going to try to get the head of a woman here. You know, the gears are going on, just thinking, figuring things out. You know, how, IQ, what, why, you know, figuring things out in the magical world. And that's the currency that the creators use to make everything the best things in life, and that's the one that matters. All these other things, money is nothing but something trying to take the credit away, and because we do not know better, we give it to it, okay? So you need to understand that. So don't forget about that. All right, now let me see how we're doing here. All right. Okay, let me see my people. All right, let's see how we're doing. All right, so let me see who is with us still. All right, I have... Okay, let me see here. I see 3 viewers, it says. Okay. If you can listen to me right now, say I'm here. I'm here. Estoy aquí. Está con nosotros ahorita, diga estoy aquí. Okay, Joseph Katz is here. All right, good. Who else is here right now? Who lasted until the bitter end? All right. Joseph Katz here. Rosa Crispin, hello. Good to see you too. Good to see you. All right, Rosa Crispin is here. All right, who else is in? And we have Brian in the house. Brian is here. All righty. So we have Brian in the house. Rosa Crispin is in the house. Joseph is here. We have Star Martinez in the house. Let me see. Rosa is here. Andy's here. Yeah. Joseph is here. Okay, I know Star Martinez was here a while ago. Let me see, an hour ago. Sometimes I know their phones go out. I know that, you guys. I'm aware of that sometimes, So, let me see here. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me give you a minute now because it has to be like 4 or more for me to ask the questions. Otherwise, okay. One more. Star Martinez. All right. Okay, you made it. All right. So Star Martinez is still here. Okay, so we have 4 people on the house. Andy is also here, right? Perfect. All right, so we have 5 people. Now I can ask questions. Okay, let me ask some questions now. All right. Okay, so... All right, so we have Star, we have Andy. All right. Señora Patricia, ¿está con nosotros? I don't know if she's here, but I'm just asking. Star, Andy, and... All right, 5 of you guys are here. So let me ask some questions then. All right, let me get here. All right. Okay. Okay, the first question for $50. Okay. The first question for $50 is, all religions and institutions in the world trust in 7 denominations. Tell me at least 3 of those denominations that they trust to run their businesses. All institutions and religions in the world trust in 7 denominations. Tell me at least 3 of those 7 denominations that they trust to run their businesses. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay, boy. Joseph ran to that one. 2, 5, 10. Okay, Joseph Katz got it first. All right, 50. Yeah, that's right. Those are that. He mentioned more than 3. He mentioned $2 denomination, $5 denomination, $10 denomination. Boy, yeah, that's right. The trust in those denominations. Okay, sadly to say, but that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So, Joseph Katz, you got it, my friend. You got $50. You got a $50 denomination. Okay. So that's Joseph Katz got that. All right. So Joseph, now you wait outside while the rest of us continue here with the questions. Very good. Now the next question. All right. I was explaining that God made us perfect. Makes us perfect to be citizens or subjects of the Mahashaba world, which Mahashaba world means the world of thought, okay? Okay, the Mahashaba world means the world of thought. So the world of thought is found in 3 states. Okay, what are those 3 states that the world of thought is found in? Can somebody tell me? There's 3 states of the world of thought. The 3 states of the world of thought. of the world of the Mahashaba. The 3 states of the world of thought. Let's see if somebody pay attention to that one. See somebody pay attention to that one. I know it's a little hard, but let's see. The world of thought is found in 3 states. All right. You see, somebody thinks about that. It's just the same 3 states that the world of the physical world is found in. The 3 states for the physical world, also 3 states for the world of thought. What are they? No, that's not the state. Rosa! Gas, liquid, and water! Okay, but that's water is the same as liquid. You gotta give me one more. Gas, liquid, and solid. Yes, yes. Very good, very good. All right, there we go. All right, so I believe Rosa got that. Okay, Rosa got that. Yeah, it's found in gas, liquid, and solids. Okay? The solid is like a book that is written. That's a solid thought when it's written down. You know? And when it's spoken, when you get to speak ideas as you're offering solutions, that's the thought in its liquid form. And when it's just in your head, that's in a gas form. Because nobody gets to see it. Like nobody gets to see the air. Alright, so that's how it is. So the thought world is found in 3 forms. Correct. So let me write Rosa's name here. Rosa, $50 for that. And then for the last $50 bill, let's have a question here for the rest of you guys. All right. Okay, let's see here. All right. Let me put all the way to the bottom so I'm ready to hear the answers here. Okay, now. Okay. Now the thing is, okay, let me think of a good question for this one. Okay, when I was explaining that as a physical being, you're made out of, solid parts, and you get to eat solid foods, and you get to drink liquids, and then you get to breathe the air. Okay? All right? So, how much is the total that you have to process every day? How many pounds of air, how many pounds of liquids, and how many pounds of solids is the average that a person processes every day? What is the total amount of everything that you have to process every day in the physical world? From how many pounds of air, how many pounds of liquids, how many pounds of... All of that together is just one amount. What amount is that? Correctamundo! Brian Wanta got it. 22,014. 22,000 pounds of air, and 4 or 5 pounds of solids, and about 9 or 10 pounds of liquids. All right, so that's 22,014. That's scientifically proven. I'm not making that up. I'm just putting everything in the right order and empowering you with that knowledge, so you realize how magnificent and how wonderful you were made. All right, so good for you guys. Good that you stay here for that. All right. Now, let me see who else is here then. So I'll tell you what. For the rest of you that stay all this late, I usually just give those 50, like I said, But I'm gonna be giving $20 to Crispin and $20 to Star for sticking to the end. Okay, that's what my budget allows me for now. So Andy, you're gonna get $20 also, and Star are gonna get $20 for sticking around. So all of us are a bit of a winners today. So Star gets $20, and Andy gets $20 for participating and sticking around. And the rest of you, congratulations, getting $50 there. Joseph, Rosa, and Brian for $50, and for sticking around faithfully learning Torah. Also, Andy is gonna get 20, and Star gonna get 20. All right, so we all gonna get some. Very good. All right. Congratulations. All right. Okay. Now, I'm gonna try a song right now that because we have conquered it all now. So, Agma Binida has, the Aleph Beth has vanquished all. Because what I'm just going to spread the word now. I'm saying that's why I'm dressing so pretty now, because I feel so comfortable now. I know my material. It's just a matter of getting more comfortable, saying it out and practicing over and over again. So from this point on, I'm going to be writing the book. I'm going to be setting up the school curriculum to be taught in the CEOs.com and all of that. Okay, sing my favorite song. Which one? Shema Yisrael. That one? Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Ehad. Okay, I'll do that at the end, okay? I'm going to do that one at the end, but I'm going to play one right now from the one from the one that sings the Pavarotti, the one that I says Nessun dorma. I made a song there, for Yud-Heh-Vaveh and for the victory that he has over everything. I made it a while ago, but I'm going to play it right now. And then after I play that one, we're going to do the Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Ehad. Okay, let's do this right now. Let me take you. Here we go. This is it. Red Sea parting, Red Sea parting. You make all the leaders that guide the nations, making stores that lead us in our imaginations and our confession. Your hidden mystery I see. In plain sight you have done it all. Within you are the best Lord. All the workings showing sway elusive His splendid all. And your milvado is done at all in silence. His eye can guide us. Listen and notice, this voice steadily stellar, this voice steadily stellar, now comes to vanquish all, vanquish all, vanquish all. Woo! Amen. 19. For the earth will be as full of the knowledge of Adonai's glory as water covering the sea. Here comes the name of Adonai from afar, his anger burning in thick rising smoke. His lips are full to the brim with fury, his tongue a consuming fire. His breath is like an overflowing stream that rises high to squeeze above the net, to sift the nations with a sieve of vanity, and put a bridle in the people's mouths to lead them astray. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 He repays according to their deeds, fury to his foes, reprisal to his enemies. To the coastlands he will repay their due. In the west they will fear the name of Adonai, and likewise in the east his glory. For he will come like a pent-up stream, impelled by the Spirit of Adonai. Then a Redeemer will come to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn from rebellion. So says Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 Echad Echad. For then I will change the people so that they will help your lips to call on the name of Adonai, all of them, and serve him with one accord. And he shall judge many peoples, rebuking strong nations powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. We all have the bed, the Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. We all the bed, the Father's come down from above. The name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. We all the bed, the Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. We all have the bed, the Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. We all have the bed, the Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. We all have bedrooms inside all of us. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 Echad, Echad, Echad Bar, Echad, Echad.